V.I. Lenin. Collected Works. Volume 2. 1895 to 1897. Contents. Preface. 1895. Frederick Engels. Explanation of the law on fines imposed on factory workers. I. What are fines? 2. How were fines imposed formerly and what gave rise to the new legislation on fines? 3. On what grounds may the factory owner impose fines? 4. How big may fines be? V. What is the procedure for imposing fines? 6. What, according to the law, should the fines be spent on? 7. Do the fine laws apply to all workers? 8. Conclusion. Gymnasium Farms and Corrective Gymnasia. To the working men and women of the Thornton factory. What are our ministers thinking about? Draft and explanation of a program for the Social Democratic Party. Draft program. Explanation of the program. 1896. To the Tsarist government. 1897. A characterization of economic romanticism. Chapter I. The economic theories of romanticism. I. Does the home market shrink because of the ruination of the small producers? 2. Sismondi's views on national revenue and capital. 3. Sismondi's conclusions from the fallacious theory of two parts of the annual product in capitalist society. 4. Wherein lies the errors of Adam Smith's and Sismondi's theories of national revenue? V. Accumulation in capitalist society. 6. The foreign market as the way out of the difficulty of realizing surplus value. 7. Crisis. 8. Capitalist rent and capitalist overpopulation. 9. Machines in capitalist society. X. Protection. 11. Sismondi's place in the history of political economy. Postscript. Chapter 2. The character of the Romanticists' criticism of capitalism. I. The sentimental criticism of capitalism. 2. The petty bourgeois character of Romanticism. 3. The problem of the growth of the industrial population at the expense of the agricultural population. 4. Practical proposals of Romanticism. V. The reactionary character of Romanticism. 6. Corn tariffs in England as appraised by Romanticism and by scientific theory. The new factory law. I. Why was the new factory law passed? 2. What should be considered working time? 3. To what extent does the new law reduce working hours? 4. What does the law consider nighttime for the workers? V. How does the Ministry of Finance try to prove that to restrict overtime would be unfair to the worker? 6. What power does the new law grant the ministers? 7. How our Christian government curtails the workers' holidays? 8. How is the observance of the new law guaranteed? 9. Will the new law improve the workers' condition? X. What is the significance of the new law? About a certain newspaper article. The tasks of the Russian Social Democrats. To the workers and socialists of St. Petersburg from the League of Struggle. The Handicraft Census of 1894-95 in Perm-Gubernia and General Problems of Handicraft Industry. Article 1. I. General Data. 2. The Handicraftsman and Wage Labor. 3. Communal Labor Continuity. Article 2. 4. The Agriculture of Handicraftsmen. V. Large and small establishments. The incomes of the handicraftsman. Article 3. 6. What is a buyer up? 7. Gratifying features of handicraft industry. 8. The Narodnik Program of Industrial Policy. Gems of Narodnik Project Mongering. The heritage we renounce. I. One representative of the heritage. 2. Narodism's addition to the heritage. 3. Has the heritage gained from association with Narodism? 4. The Enlighteners, the Narodniks, and the disciples. V. Mr. Mikhailovsky on the disciples' renunciation of the heritage. Notes. The life and work of V.I. Lenin. Outstanding dates. Underscore 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 underscore. Preface. Volume 2 contains Lenin's works of the 1895-97 period. The first group of works in the volume, namely, Frederick Engels, draft and explanation of a program for the Social Democratic Party, the tasks of the Russian Social Democrats, and the heritage we renounce is devoted to an elaboration of the tasks of the Russian Marxists as far as their program, tactics, and organization are concerned. A considerable part of the present volume is made up of Lenin's economic writings directed against the Narodniks, a characterization of economic romanticism, the handicraft census of 1894-95 in Perm-Gubernia and general problems of handicraft industry, gems of Narodnik project mongering, etc. The third group contains agitational works by Lenin, the pamphlets explanation of the law on fines imposed on factory workers, and the new factory law, the leaflets to the working men and women of the Thornton factory and to the Tsarist government, and the article What Are Our Ministers Thinking About? In 1897 and 1898, when preparing the legally published editions of A Characterization of Economic Romanticism, Lenin was compelled, because of the censorship, to replace the words Marxist theory by modern theory, to replace Marx by a well-known German economist, and this socialism by this doctrine, etc. For the 1908 edition, Lenin either corrected a considerable number of these expressions in the text or explained them in footnotes. In the second and third Russian editions of the collected works these corrections of Lenin's were given as footnotes. In the present edition they have been included in the text itself. In the previous editions of V.I. Lenin's collected works the text of the tasks of the Russian Social Democrats was taken from a copy of Lenin's manuscript. The copy contains slips of the pen and other mistakes by the copier. In the present edition the text of the pamphlet published in 1902, which was read and corrected by Lenin, has been used. Frederick Engels. Written in autumn 1895. First published in 1896. In the Miscellany Rabbonic 1. No 1-2. Published according to the text in Rabbonic. What a torch of reason ceased to burn. What a heart has ceased to beat, too. On August 5, 1895, Frederick Engels died in London. After his friend Karl Marx, Engels was the finest scholar and teacher of the modern proletariat in the whole civilized world. From the time that fate brought Karl Marx and Frederick Engels together, the two friends devoted their life's work to a common cause. And so to understand what Frederick Engels has done for the proletariat, one must have a clear idea of the significance of Marx's teaching and work for the development of the contemporary working class movement. Marx and Engels were the first to show that the working class and its demands are a necessary outcome of the present economic system, which together with the bourgeoisie inevitably creates and organizes the proletariat. They showed that it is not the well-meaning efforts of able-minded individuals, but the class struggle of the organized proletariat that will deliver humanity from the evils which now oppress it. In their scientific works, Marx and Engels were the first to explain that socialism is not the invention of dreamers, but the final aim and necessary result of the development of the productive forces in modern society. All recorded history hitherto has been a history of class struggle, of the succession of the rule and victory of certain social classes over others. And this will continue until the foundations of class struggle and of class domination, private property and anarchic social production disappear. The interests of the proletariat demand the destruction of these foundations, and therefore the conscious class struggle of the organized workers must be directed against them. And every class struggle is a political struggle. These views of Marx and Engels have now been adopted by all proletarians who are fighting for their emancipation. But when in the 40s the two friends took part in the socialist literature and the social movements of their time, they were absolutely novel. There were then many people, talented and without talent, honest and dishonest, who, absorbed in the struggle for political freedom, in the struggle against the despotism of kings, police, and priests, failed to observe the antagonism between the interests of the bourgeoisie and those of the proletariat. These people would not entertain the idea of the workers acting as an independent social force. On the other hand, there were many dreamers, some of them geniuses, who thought that it was only necessary to convince the rulers and the governing classes of the injustice of the contemporary social order, and it would then be easy to establish peace and general well-being on earth. They dreamt of a socialism without struggle. Lastly, nearly all the socialists of that time and the friends of the working class generally regarded the proletariat only as an ulcer, and observed with horror how it grew with the growth of industry. They all, therefore, sought for a means to stop the development of industry and of the proletariat, to stop the will of history. Marx and Engels did not share the general fear of the development of the proletariat. On the contrary, they placed all their hopes on its continued growth. The more proletarians there are, the greater is their strength as a revolutionary class, and the nearer and more possible does socialism become. The services rendered by Marx and Engels to the working class may be expressed in a few words thus: they taught the working class to know itself and be conscious of itself, and they substituted science for dreams. That is why the name and life of Engels should be known to every worker. That is why in this collection of articles, the aim of which, as of all our publications, is to awaken class consciousness in the Russian workers, we must give a sketch of the life and work of Frederick Engels, one of the two great teachers of the modern proletariat. Engels was born in 1820 in Barmen, in the Rhine province of the Kingdom of Prussia. His father was a manufacturer. In 1838 Engels, without having completed his high school studies, was forced by family circumstances to enter a commercial house in Bremen as a clerk. Commercial affairs did not prevent Engels from pursuing his scientific and political education. He had come to hate autocracy and the tyranny of bureaucrats while still at high school. The study of philosophy led him further. At that time Hegel's teaching dominated German philosophy, and Engels became his follower. Although Hegel himself was an admirer of the autocratic Prussian state, in whose service he was as a professor at Berlin University, Hegel's teachings were revolutionary. Hegel's faith in human reason and its rights, and the fundamental thesis of Hegelian philosophy that the universe is undergoing a constant process of change and development, led some of the disciples of the Berlin philosopher, those who refused to accept the existing situation, to the idea that the struggle against this situation, the struggle against existing wrong and prevalent evil, is also rooted in the universal law of eternal development. If all things develop, if institutions of one kind give place to others, why should the autocracy of the Prussian king or of the Russian Tsar, the enrichment of an insignificant minority at the expense of the vast majority, or the domination of the bourgeoisie over the people, continue forever? Hegel's philosophy spoke of the development of the mind and of ideas. It was idealistic. From the development of the mind it deduced the development of nature, of man, and of human, social relations. While retaining Hegel's idea of the eternal process of development, Marx and Engels rejected the preconceived idealist view. Turning to life, they saw that it is not the development of mind that explains the development of nature, but that, on the contrary, the explanation of mind must be derived from nature, from matter. Unlike Hegel and the other Hegelians, Marx and Engels were materialists. Regarding the world and humanity materialistically, they perceived that just as material causes underlie all natural phenomena, so the development of human society is conditioned by the development of material forces, the productive forces. On the development of the productive forces depend the relations into which men enter with one another in the production of the things required for the satisfaction of human needs. And in these relations lies the explanation of all the phenomena of social life, human aspirations, ideas, and laws. The development of the productive forces creates social relations based upon private property, but now we see that this same development of the productive forces deprives the majority of their property and concentrates it in the hands of an insignificant minority. It abolishes property, the basis of the modern social order. It itself strives towards the very aim which the socialists have set themselves. All the socialists have to do is to realize which social force, owing to its position in modern society, is interested in bringing socialism about, and to impart to this force the consciousness of its interests and of its historical task. This force is the proletariat. Engels got to know the proletariat in England, in the centre of English industry, Manchester, where he settled in 1842, entering the service of a commercial firm of which his father was a shareholder. Here Engels not only sat in the factory office but wandered about the slums in which the workers were cooped up, and saw their poverty and misery with his own eyes. But he did not confine himself to personal observations. He read all that had been revealed before him about the condition of the British working class and carefully studied all the official documents he could lay his hands on. The fruit of these studies and observations was the book which appeared in 1845, The Condition of the Working Class in England. We have already mentioned what was the chief service rendered by Engels in writing The Condition of the Working Class in England. Even before Engels, many people had described the sufferings of the proletariat and had pointed to the necessity of helping it. Engels was the first to say that the proletariat is not only a suffering class, that it is, in fact, the disgraceful economic condition of the proletariat that drives it irresistibly forward and compels it to fight for its ultimate emancipation. And the fighting proletariat will help itself. The political movement of the working class will inevitably lead the workers to realize that their only salvation lies in socialism. On the other hand, socialism will become a force only when it becomes the aim of the political struggle of the working class. Such are the main ideas of Engels' book on the condition of the working class in England, ideas which have now been adopted by all thinking and fighting proletarians, but which at that time were entirely new. These ideas were set out in a book written in absorbing style and filled with most authentic and shocking pictures of the misery of the English proletariat. The book was a terrible indictment of capitalism and the bourgeoisie and created a profound impression. Engels' book began to be quoted everywhere as presenting the best picture of the condition of the modern proletariat. And, in fact, neither before 1845 nor after has there appeared so striking and truthful a picture of the misery of the working class. It was not until he came to England that Engels became a socialist. In Manchester he established contacts with people active in the English labour movement at the time and began to write for English socialist publications. In 1844, while on his way back to Germany, he became acquainted in Paris with Marx, with whom he had already started to correspond. In Paris, under the influence of the French socialists and French life, Marx had also become a socialist. Here the friends jointly wrote a book entitled The Holy Family, or Critique of Critical Critique. This book, which appeared a year before The Condition of the Working Class in England, and the greater part of which was written by Marx, contains the foundations of revolutionary materialist socialism, the main ideas of which we have expounded above. The Holy Family is a facetious nickname for the Bauer brothers, the philosophers, and their followers. These gentlemen preached a criticism which stood above all reality, above parties and politics, which rejected all practical activity, and which only critically contemplated the surrounding world and the events going on within it. These gentlemen, the Bauers, looked down on the proletariat as an uncritical mass. Marx and Engels vigorously opposed this absurd and harmful tendency. In the name of a real, human person, the worker, trampled down by the ruling classes and the state, they demanded, not contemplation, but a struggle for a better order of society. They, of course, regarded the proletariat as the force that is capable of waging this struggle and that is interested in it. Even before the appearance of the Holy Family, Engels had published in Marx's and Ruges Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher for his critical essays on political economy, 5, in which he examined the principal phenomena of the contemporary economic order from a socialist standpoint, regarding them as necessary consequences of the rule of private property. Contact with Engels was undoubtedly a factor in Marx's decision to study political economy, the science in which his works have produced a veritable revolution. From 1845 to 1847 Engels lived in Brussels and Paris, combining scientific work with practical activities among the German workers in Brussels and Paris. Here Marx and Engels established contact with the secret German Communist League 6, which commissioned them to expound the main principles of the socialism they had worked out. Thus arose the famous Manifesto of the Communist Party of Marx and Engels, published in 1848. This little booklet is worth whole volumes. To this day its spirit inspires and guides the entire organized and fighting proletariat of the civilized world. The revolution of 1848, which broke out first in France and then spread to other West European countries, brought Marx and Engels back to their native country. Here, in Rhenish Prussia, they took charge of the democratic Neue Rheinische Zeitung 7 published in Cologne. The two friends were the heart and soul of all revolutionary democratic aspirations in Rhenish Prussia. They fought to the last ditch in defense of freedom and of the interests of the people against the forces of reaction. The latter, as we know, gained the upper hand. The Neue Rheinische Zeitung was suppressed. Marx, who during his exile had lost his Prussian citizenship, was deported. Engels took part in the armed popular uprising, fought for liberty in 3 battles, and after the defeat of the rebels fled, via Switzerland, to London. Marx also settled in London. Engels soon became a clerk again, and then a shareholder, in the Manchester commercial firm in which he had worked in the 40s. Until 1870 he lived in Manchester, while Marx lived in London, but this did not prevent their maintaining a most lively interchange of ideas. They corresponded almost daily. In this correspondence the two friends exchanged views and discoveries and continued to collaborate in working out scientific socialism. In 1870 Engels moved to London, and their joint intellectual life, of the most strenuous nature, continued until 1883, when Marx died. Its fruit was, on Marx's side, Capital, the greatest work on political economy of our age, and on Engels' side, a number of works both large and small. Marx worked on the analysis of the complex phenomena of capitalist economy. Engels, in simply written works, often of a polemical character, dealt with more general scientific problems and with diverse phenomena of the past and present in the spirit of the materialist conception of history and Marx's economic theory. Of Engels' works we shall mention, the polemical work against Düring, The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State 10 Ludwig Feuerbach 11 an article on the foreign policy of the Russian government 12 splendid articles on the housing question 13 and finally, 2 small but very valuable articles on Russia's economic development. 14 Marx died before he could put the final touches to his vast work on capital. The draft, however, was already finished, and after the death of his friend, Engels undertook the onerous task of preparing and publishing the second and the third volumes of Capital. He published Volume 2 in 1885 and Volume 3 in 1894.15. These 2 volumes entailed a vast amount of labor. Adler, the Austrian Social Democrat, has rightly remarked that by publishing Volumes 2 and 3 of Capital Engels erected a majestic monument to the genius who had been his friend, a monument on which, without intending it, he indelibly carved his own name. Indeed, these 2 volumes of Capital are the work of 2 men, Marx and Engels. Old legends contain various moving instances of friendship. The European proletariat may say that its science was created by 2 scholars and fighters, whose relationship to each other surpasses the most moving stories of the ancients about human friendship. Engels always and, on the whole, quite justly placed himself after Marx. In Marx's lifetime, he wrote to an old friend, I played second fiddle 16. His love for the living Marx, and his reverence for the memory of the dead Marx were boundless. This stern fighter and austere thinker possessed a deeply loving soul. After the movement of 1848–49, Marx and Engels in exile did not confine themselves to scientific research. In 1864 Marx founded the International Working Men's Association 17 and led this society for a whole decade. Engels also took an active part in its affairs. The work of the International Association, which, in accordance with Marx's idea, united proletarians of all countries, was of tremendous significance in the development of the working class movement. But even with the closing down of the International Association in the 70s, the unifying role of Marx and Engels did not cease. On the contrary, it may be said that their importance as the spiritual leaders of the working class movement grew continuously, because the movement itself grew uninterruptedly. After the death of Marx, Engels continued alone as the counselor and leader of the European socialists. His advice and directions were sought for equally by the German socialists, whose strength, despite government persecution, grew rapidly and steadily, and by representatives of backward countries, such as the Spaniards, Romanians, and Russians, who were obliged to ponder and weigh their first steps. They all drew on the rich store of knowledge and experience of Engels in his old age. Marx and Engels, who both knew Russian and read Russian books, took a lively interest in the country, followed the Russian revolutionary movement with sympathy and maintained contact with Russian revolutionaries. They both became socialists after being Democrats, and the democratic feeling of hatred for political despotism was exceedingly strong in them. This direct political feeling, combined a profound theoretical understanding of the connection between political despotism and economic oppression, and also their rich experience of life, made Marx and Engels uncommonly responsive politically. That is why the heroic struggle of the handful of Russian revolutionaries against the mighty Tsarist government evoked a most sympathetic echo in the hearts of these tried revolutionaries. On the other hand, the tendency, for the sake of illusory economic advantages, to turn away from the most immediate and important task of the Russian socialists, namely, the winning of political freedom, naturally appeared suspicious to them and was even regarded by them as a direct betrayal of the great cause of the social revolution. The emancipation of the workers must be the act of the working class itself, Marx and Engels constantly taught. 18 But in order to fight for its economic emancipation, the proletariat must win itself certain political rights. Moreover, Marx and Engels clearly saw that a political revolution in Russia would be of tremendous significance to the West European working class movement as well. Autocratic Russia had always been a bulwark of European reaction in general. The extraordinarily favorable international position enjoyed by Russia as a result of the War of 1870, which for a long time sowed discord between Germany and France, of course only enhanced the importance of autocratic Russia as a reactionary force. Only a free Russia, a Russia that had no need either to oppress the Poles, Finns, Germans, Armenians, or any other small nations, or constantly to set France and Germany at loggerheads, would enable modern Europe, rid of the burden of war, to breathe freely, would weaken all the reactionary elements in Europe and strengthen the European working class. That was why Engels ardently desired the establishment of political freedom in Russia for the sake of the progress of the working class movement in the West as well. In him the Russian revolutionaries have lost their best friend. Let us always honor the memory of Frederick Engels, a great fighter and teacher of the proletariat. Underscore. Asterisk. Marx and Engels frequently pointed out that in their intellectual development they were much indebted to the great German philosophers, particularly to Hegel. Without German philosophy, Engels says, scientific socialism would never have come into being. 3. Asterisk. This is a wonderfully rich and instructive book. 8. Unfortunately, only a small portion of it, containing a historical outline of the development of socialism, has been translated into Russian. 9. Explanation of the law on fines imposed on factory workers. 19. Written in autumn 1895. First published in pamphlet form. St. Petersburg, 1895. Published according to the 1895 edition checked with the 1897 edition. What are fines? If we were to ask a worker whether he knows what fines are, the question would very likely astonish him. How can he not know what fines are, when he constantly has to pay them? What is there to ask about? However, it only seems that there is nothing to ask about. Actually, most workers do not properly understand fines. It is usually thought that a fine is a payment made to the employer for damage done to him by the worker. That is not true. A fine and compensation for damage are two different things. If a worker does some damage to another worker, the latter may demand compensation for the damage, but cannot fine him. Similarly, if one factory owner does damage to another, the latter can demand compensation, but he cannot fine the first factory owner. Compensation for damage is demanded of an equal, whereas a fine can only be imposed on a subordinate. Hence, compensation for damage must be claimed in court, whereas a fine is imposed by the employer out of court. A fine is sometimes imposed when the employer has suffered no damage. Argument that fines are necessary since without them joint work is impossible. He must know this, so as to be able to explain to every worker the difference between a fine and compensation for damage, and why fines mean that the workers are not free, that they are subordinated to the capitalists. 2. How were fines imposed formerly? And what gave rise to the new legislation? On fines. The fines laws were introduced recently, only 9 years ago. Before 1886 there were no such laws at all. Factory owners were able to impose fines for what they pleased and to any extent they wished. They did so on a monstrous scale and collected enormous sums for themselves out of it. Fines were sometimes imposed simply at the employer's discretion, without the reason for the fine being given. Fines occasionally amounted to as much as half the earnings of the worker, so that the latter gave up to the employer 50 kopecks out of every ruble earned in the shape of fines. There were cases when extra fines, over and above the ordinary ones, were imposed, for example, 10 rubles for leaving the factory. Whenever the employer's affairs were in a bad way, he would have no scruple about reducing wages, despite the existence of a contract. He would compel the foreman to be stricter in fining and in rejecting work done which had just the same effect as reducing the workers' wages. The workers long tolerated all this oppression, but as more and more big mills and factories, particularly weaving mills, were built, forcing out the small establishments and hand weavers, the workers' indignation at the tyranny and oppression mounted. Some 10 years ago there was a hitch in the affairs of the merchants and factory owners, what is called a crisis. Goods were left on their hands, the factory owners suffered losses and began to increase fines with still greater energy. The workers, whose earnings were small enough as it was, could not bear the additional oppression, with the result that workers' revolts took place in the Moscow, Vladimir, and Yaroslavl gubernias. That was in 1885–86. Their patience exhausted, the workers stopped work and wreaked terrible vengeance on their oppressors, wrecking factory premises and machinery, sometimes setting fire to them, attacking managerial personnel, etc. One of the most remarkable of these strikes was at the well-known Nikolskoye mill belonging to Timofey Savik Morozov. From 1882 onwards Morozov started reducing wages, and by 1884 there had been 5 reductions. At the same time fines were imposed with increasing severity, amounting in the whole mill to almost a quarter of the earnings, and in the case of some workers to a half their earnings. To cover up these disgraceful fines, the mill office in the year preceding the outbreak did the following: workers who had been fined to the extent of half their earnings were discharged, but were given their jobs back again sometimes on the same day, together with new pay books. In this way books that contained records of outrageous fines were destroyed. Where workers were absent without leave, deductions were made at the rate of 3 days' pay for each day's absence. For smoking, the fine amounted to 3, 4, or 5 rubles each time. Their patience exhausted, the workers struck work on January 7, 1885, and over several days wrecked the factory food store, foreman Shorin's home and several other factory buildings. This terrific outbreak of some 10,000 workers greatly frightened the government, and was immediately followed by the appearance on the scene in Orekhovo of troops, the governor, a prosecutor from Vladimir, and one from Moscow. During negotiations with the strikers, the crowd presented the management with conditions drawn up by the workers themselves. In these the workers demanded that fines imposed from Easter 1884 onwards be refunded, that thenceforward fines should not exceed 5% of earnings, i.e., should not amount to more than 5 kopecks per ruble earned, and that for 1 day's absence without permission the fine should not exceed 1 ruble. Further, the workers demanded a return to the wage rates of 1881–82, they demanded that the employer pay for idle days for which he was to blame, that 15 days clear notice be given before dismissal, and that goods produced be accepted by the management in the presence of witnesses from among the workers, etc. This huge strike made a very great impression on the government, which saw that when the workers act in unison they constitute a dangerous force, particularly when the mass of the workers, acting in concert, advance their demands directly. The employers also sensed the workers' strength and became more careful. The newspaper Novoye Vremya 20, for example, published the following report from Orakhovo-Zhivievo. The significance of last year's outbreak is that it immediately changed the old order in the factories, both in Orakhovo-Zhivievo and its environs. That is to say, not only the owners of the Morozov mill had to change the abominable system when the workers jointly demanded its abolition, but even the neighboring mill owners agreed to concessions, out of fear of outbreaks taking place at their factories, too. The main thing, stated the same newspaper, is that a more human attitude to the workers has now been established, something that previously distinguished few of the factory managers. Even Moskovsky Vedomosti 21 understood the impossibility of retaining the old system and had to admit that arbitrary fining is an evil that leads to disgraceful abuses, that factory stores are downright robbery, that therefore a law and regulations concerning fines must be introduced. The tremendous impression created by this strike was further heightened as a result of the trial of several workers. For violent behavior during the strike, for attacking a military patrol, 33 workers were brought to trial. This took place in Vladimir in May 1886. The jury found all the accused not guilty, since the testimony of the witnesses, including the owner of the mill, T.S. Morozov, manager Dianov and many of the weavers, shed light on all the abominable oppression to which the workers had been subjected. This verdict of the court was a direct condemnation not only of Morozov and his managers but of the old factory system as a whole. The alarm and fury of the supporters of the mill owners was thoroughly aroused. The very same Moskovsky Vedomosti, which after the outbreak had admitted the iniquity of the old system, now took a very different line. The Nikolskoye mill, it asserted, is one of the best mills. The workers' relation to the factory is not a feudal or a compulsory one at all, they come voluntarily and leave without hindrance. Fines are essential in the mills, without them the workers would get out of hand, and you might as well close the mill. All the blame, it asserted, lay with the workers themselves, who were profligate, drunken, and careless. The verdict of the court could only corrupt the masses of the people. But it is dangerous to joke with the masses of the people, ejaculated Moskovsky Vedomosti. What must the workers think, following the not guilty verdict of the Vladimir court? The news of this decision spread like lightning through the whole of this manufacturing area. Our correspondent, who left Vladimir immediately after the announcement of the verdict, heard of it at all the stations. Thus, the employers tried to scare the government by saying that if one concession were made to the workers, the next day they would demand another. But the workers' outbreaks were even more frightening, and so the government had to make concessions. In June 1886 a new fines law appeared, which indicated in what cases the imposition of fines was permissible, specified the maximum fines, and laid it down that the fines must not go into the employer's pocket, but must go to cover the needs of the workers themselves. Many workers are not aware of this law, while those who are, imagine that the relief gained in the matter of fines is the handiwork of the government, and that thanks for this relief should be accorded to the authorities. We have seen that this is wrong. Despite the iniquity of the old factory system, the authorities did absolutely nothing to bring relief to the workers until the latter began to revolt against it, until the workers in their fury went so far as to start wrecking the factories and machinery, setting fire to goods and materials, and attacking managers and mill owners. Only then did the government get scared and make concessions. For the easing of their lot the workers should thank not the authorities but their comrades who worked for and secured the abolition of this disgraceful treatment. The history of the outbreaks of 1885 shows us what a colossal force is the workers' united protest. All that is required is to ensure that this force is used more consciously, that it is not wasted on wreaking vengeance on some particular factory owner, on wrecking some hated factory, that the whole force of this indignation and this hatred is directed against all factory owners combined, against the entire class of them, that it is expended on regular and persistent struggle against them. Let us now make a detailed examination of our fines legislation. To acquaint ourselves with it, we must examine the following questions. 1. In what cases or on what grounds does the law permit the imposition of fines? 2. What, according to the law, should be the size of the fines? 3. What procedure for imposing fines is laid down in the law? i.e., who, according to the law, may fix the fine? May an appeal be lodged against it? What arrangements must be made to acquaint the worker in advance with the list of fines? How must the fines be recorded? 4. On what must fines be expended according to the law? Where is the money kept? How is it expended on the worker's needs, and on what needs? Finally, the last question, 5. Does the fines law cover all workers? When we have examined all these questions, we shall know not only what a fine is, but also all the particular rules and detailed regulations of Russian legislation on fines. And the workers need to know this, so that their reaction to each case of unjust fining may be an informed one, so that they may be able to explain to their comrades why there is injustice of one kind or another, whether because the factory management are violating the law, or because the law itself contains such unjust regulations, and so that they may be able accordingly to choose a suitable form of struggle against oppression. 3. On what grounds may the factory owner impose fines? The law says that the grounds for imposing fines, i.e., the misdemeanors for which the factory owner is entitled to fine workers, may be the following: 1. Defective work, 2. Absenteeism, 3. Offenses against good order. No penalties, says the law, may be imposed on other grounds. Let us examine more closely each of these three grounds separately. The first ground is defective work. The law states that defective work is considered to be the production by the worker, through negligence, of defective articles and damage done by him when working to materials, machinery, or other instruments of production. The words "through negligence" should be remembered. They are very important. A fine may be imposed, accordingly, only for negligence. If the article proves to be of low quality not because of the worker's negligence, but because, for example, the employer has supplied poor material, then the employer has no right to impose a fine. It is necessary that the workers should well understand this, and, if a fine is imposed for defective work, where the defect is due not to the worker's fault, or his negligence, they must lodge a protest, because to impose a fine in that case is a direct violation of the law. Let us take another example. The worker is doing his job at a lathe near an electric bulb. A piece of iron flies off, hits the bulb and smashes it. The employer imposes a fine for damage of materials. Has he the right to do so? No, he has not, because it was not through negligence that the worker smashed the bulb. The worker is not to blame that the bulb was not protected at all against bits of iron, which are always flying off when work is in progress. The question now arises, does this law adequately protect the worker? Does it protect him against the employer's arbitrary conduct and the unjust imposition of fines? Of course not, because the employer decides at his discretion whether the article is of good or bad quality. Fault finding is always possible. It is always possible for the employer to increase fines for defective work and through their medium get more work done for the same pay. The law leaves the worker unprotected, and gives the employer a loophole for oppressing him. Clearly the law is partial, has been drawn up to the employer's advantage, and is unjust. How should the worker be protected? The workers have shown that long ago, during the 1885 strike, the weavers at Morozov's Nikolskoye mill advanced, among other demands, the following: that the good or bad quality of articles be established when they are handed in case of disagreement, with witnesses from among the operatives working close at hand, all this to be recorded in the goods receipt book. This demand is quite a fair one, because there can be no other way of averting the employer's arbitrary conduct than to bring in witnesses when a dispute arises about quality, the witnesses without fail having to come from the workers' ranks. Foremen or clerks would never dare to oppose the employer. The second ground for the imposition of fines is absenteeism. What does the law call absenteeism? Absenteeism, states the law, as distinct from unpunctuality or unauthorized quitting of work, is failure to appear at work for not less than 1/2 of the working day. The law considers that unpunctuality or unauthorized quitting of work is, as we shall soon see, an offense against good order, and the fine, therefore, is a smaller one. If the worker is several hours late coming to the factory, but arrives before midday, this will not be absenteeism, but merely an offense against good order. If, however, he only arrives at midday, then it is absenteeism. Similarly, if the worker quits work without permission after midday, i.e., is away for several hours, this will be an offense against good order, but if he leaves for a full half day it is absenteeism. The law states that if the worker is absent for more than 3 days consecutively or for more than 6 days all told in a month, the employer is entitled to discharge him. The question arises, is absence for half or the whole of a day always to be considered absenteeism? No. Only when there are no valid reasons for non-appearance at work. Valid reasons for non-appearance are enumerated in the law. They are as follows: 1. Loss of liberty by the worker. That is to say, if the worker, for example, is arrested, the employer is not entitled when dismissing the worker to fine him for absenteeism. 2. Unexpected loss of property due to a serious accident. 3. Fire. 4. Flood. E.g., if a worker during the spring thaws cannot get across the river, the employer is not entitled to fine him. 5. Sickness which makes it impossible for the worker to leave home, and 6. Death or severe illness of parents, husband, wife, or children. In all these 6 cases the worker is considered to have a valid excuse for non-appearance. But to avoid being fined for absenteeism, the worker has to produce evidence. They will not take his word for it in the office that he had a valid excuse for not appearing at work. A certificate should be secured from the doctor or from the police. If a certificate cannot be obtained at once, it should be submitted later, and a demand made that no fine be imposed, and if it already has been, that it be cancelled. Regarding these rules about valid reasons for non-appearance, it should be noted that they are as severe as if they applied to soldiers in barracks, and not to free men. They have been copied from those governing non-appearance in court. If anybody is accused of a crime, he is summoned by the investigator, and, as the accused, he is obliged to appear. Non-appearance is only permitted in precisely the same cases as those in which workers are permitted to absent themselves. That is to say, the attitude of the law is just as strict to workers as it is to all sorts of swindlers, thieves, etc. Everybody understands why the rules about appearance in court are so strict. It is because the prosecution of crime concerns the whole of society. The failure, however, of a worker to appear at his place of work does not concern the whole of society, but only a single employer, and what is more, one worker can easily be replaced by another to prevent a stoppage of work. Which means that there was no need for the laws to have the strictness of military law. The capitalists, however, do not confine themselves to depriving the worker of all his time, so that he may work in the factory. They also want to deprive him of his will, of all interests and thoughts other than those connected with the factory. The worker is treated as though he were not a free man. That is why such fault-finding, bureaucratic rules, reminiscent of barrack life, are drawn up. For example, we have just seen that the law recognizes the death or severe sickness of parents, husband, wife, or children to be a valid reason for non-appearance. It says that in the law on appearance in court. Exactly the same is said in the law about the worker's appearance at work. That is to say, if, for example, the worker's sister, and not his wife, dies, he must not dare to miss a day's work, must not dare to spend time on funeral arrangements. His time belongs not to himself, but to the employer. As to burial, the police may deal with it, no need to bother about that. According to the law on appearance in court, the interests of the family must yield place to the interests of society, for which the prosecution of criminals is necessary. According to the law on appearance at work, the interests of the worker's family must yield place to the interests of the employer, who must have his profits. And after this, the fine gentlemen who draw up, execute and support such laws, dare to accuse the workers of not valuing family life. Let us see whether the law on fines for absenteeism is a fair one. If the worker stays away from work for a day or two, that is considered absenteeism, and he is punished accordingly, and if he is away for more than 3 consecutive days he may be dismissed. Well, and if the employer stops the job or provides work only 5 days a week, instead of the established 6? If the workers really possessed rights equal to those of the employers, then the law should be the same for the employer as for the worker. If the worker stops work, he loses his pay and pays a fine. So then, if the employer arbitrarily stops the job, he should, firstly, have to pay the worker his full wage for the whole period that the factory is at a standstill, and, secondly, he should be liable to be fined. But neither is laid down in the law. This example clearly confirms what we said previously about fines, namely that they signify the enslavement of the workers by the capitalist. They signify that the workers constitute a lower class without rights, condemned throughout their lives to work for the capitalists and to create their wealth, receiving in return a mere pittance that is insufficient to make life even tolerable. There can be no question of the employers paying fines for arbitrarily stopping jobs. But they do not even pay the workers their wages when work is stopped through no fault of theirs. That is a most outrageous injustice. The law only contains the rule that the contract between the employer and the worker ceases where there is a stoppage of work at the factory for more than 7 days, due to fire, flood, boiler explosion, or similar cause. The workers should strive to get a rule adopted making it obligatory on the factory owners to pay them wages during stoppages of work. This demand was publicly advanced by the Russian workers on January 11, 1885, during the well-known strike at T.S. Morozov's mill. The exercise book of workers' demands contained the following point, that the deduction for absenteeism shall not exceed 1 ruble, and the employer shall pay for days idle through his fault, example when machinery is stopped or undergoing repairs, in which connection each idle day to be recorded in the pay book. The workers' first demand was implemented, becoming part of the fines law of 1886. The second demand was not implemented and the workers still have to fight for its adoption. To ensure that the struggle for this demand is a success, all workers should clearly understand the injustice of the law, should clearly understand what must be demanded. In each separate case when some factory is at a standstill and the workers get no wages, they should raise the question of the injustice of it. They should insist that so long as the contract with the employer has not been annulled, the latter is obliged to pay for each day. They should report the matter to the inspector, whose explanation will confirm to the workers the point that in fact the law does not deal with this matter and will give rise to discussion of the law by the workers. They should appeal to the courts when the possibility exists, requesting the exaction of payment of wages from the employer, and, finally, advance general demands for payment for idle days. The third ground for the imposition of a fine is offenses against good order. According to the law, such offenses include the following 8 cases: 1. Unpunctuality or unauthorized quitting of work; 2. Failure to observe on the factory premises the established rules regarding fire precautions, in those cases where the factory management, by virtue of Note 1 to Article 105, do not consider it necessary to annul the contract of hire concluded with the workers. This means that where the worker violates the rules regarding fire precautions, the law gives the employer the choice of either fining the worker or of dismissing him. 3. Failure to observe cleanliness and tidiness on the factory premises. 4. Breaking of silence while work is in progress by noisiness, shouting, bawling, quarreling, or fighting. 5. Disobedience. It should be noted of this point that the employer has the right to fine the worker for disobedience only when the latter has not fulfilled a legitimate request, i.e., one based on the contract. If some arbitrary demand is made, not based on the contract between the worker and the employer, then no fine may be imposed for disobedience. Suppose the worker is doing a job at piece rates. The foreman tells him to drop the job and do another one. The worker refuses. In that case, to fine the worker for disobedience would be wrong since he contracted to do one particular job and, since he is on piece rates, for him to transfer to another would mean working for nothing. 6. Appearance at work drunk. 7. Organization of unauthorized games for money. And 8. Failure to observe factory regulations. These regulations are drawn up by the owner of each factory or mill and are confirmed by the factory inspector. Extracts from them are printed in the pay books. The workers should read these regulations and know them, so as to check whether fines imposed on them for violation of factory regulations are legitimate or not. These regulations must be distinguished from the law, which is the same for all mills and factories. Internal regulations differ for each factory. The law is endorsed or annulled on the authority of the Tsar, factory regulations, by the factory inspector. Hence, if these regulations prove to be oppressive to the workers, their annulment may be secured by appeal to the inspector. To show the need for distinguishing between the law and factory regulations, let us take an example. Suppose a worker is fined for failure to put in an appearance on a holiday or to work overtime at the demand of the foreman. Is such a fine proper or not? To answer this question we have to know the factory regulations. If they say nothing about the workers being obliged, on demand, to work overtime, then the fine is unlawful. If, however, the regulations state that the worker is obliged, on demand of the management, to appear on holidays or to work overtime, then the fine will be a legitimate one. To secure the annulment of this obligation, the workers must not direct their complaint against the fines, but demand that the factory regulations be amended. All the workers must be unanimous in this, and then, if they act together, they will be able to get the above regulations cancelled. 4. How big may fines be? We now know all the cases in which the law permits the fining of workers. Let us see what the law says about the size of the fines. The law does not fix one level for all factories. It only sets a maximum. This maximum is indicated separately for each of the 3 cases where fines may be imposed. For absenteeism, the maximum fines are the following: under time rates, not more than 6 days' earnings, that is to say, in the course of 1 month, fines for absenteeism cannot be imposed to the amount of more than 6 days' earnings. If, however, payment is by the piece, then the maximum fine for absenteeism is 1 ruble per day and not more than a total of 3 rubles per month. Moreover, where the worker does not put in an appearance, he forfeits his pay for all the time missed. Further, the maximum fine for offenses against good order is 1 ruble for each separate violation. Finally, as regards fines for defective work, no maximum is indicated in the law at all. One more maximum is indicated, a general one embracing all fines, for non-appearance, offenses against good order, and defective work combined. All these penalties combined shall not exceed 1/3 of the earnings to which the worker is actually entitled on payday. In other words, if, say, 15 rubles are due to the worker, fines may not, according to the law, amount to more than 5 rubles for all violations, absenteeism, and defects combined. If more than that amount in fines has accumulated, the employer must reduce them accordingly. In that case, however, the law gives the owner another right, namely, that of cancelling the contract where the fines total more than 1/3 of the worker's earnings. These regulations concerning maximum fines are, it must be said, too severe on the worker, and protect the employer at his expense. Firstly, the law permits too high a level of fines, amounting to as much as 1/3 of earnings. This is a disgracefully high level. Let us compare this maximum with well-known cases of particularly big fines. The factory inspector of Vladimir Gubernia, Mr. Mikolin, speaks of the high level of factory fines before the law was adopted. Fines were heaviest in the weaving industry, and the heaviest fines at a weaving mill amounted to 10%, i.e., 1/10 of the worker's earnings. The factory inspector of Vladimir Gubernia, Mr. Peskov, in his report cites the following examples of particularly heavy fines. The heaviest of them was one of 5 rubles 31 kopecks, out of earnings totaling 32 rubles 31 kopecks. This equals 16.4%, i.e., just less than a sixth of the earnings. That fine was called a heavy one, and not by the worker, but by the inspector. Yet our law permits fines to be twice as heavy, to amount to 1/3 of earnings, or 33 1/3 kopecks per ruble. Evidently, no more or less decent factory has imposed such fines as are permitted by our laws. Let us take the data on fines at T.S. Morozov's Nikolskoye mill before the strike of January 7, 1885. The fines at this mill were heavier, according to witnesses, than at the surrounding mills. They were so outrageous that 11,000 workers completely lost their patience. We shall very likely not err if we take this mill as an example of one where fines were outrageous. But how heavy were the fines there? Foreman Weaver Shorin testified in court, as we have already stated, that fines amounted to anything up to half the earnings, and, generally speaking, ran from 30% to 50%, from 30 to 50 kopecks per ruble. But in the first place, this testimony was not confirmed by precise data, and, secondly, it relates either to specific cases or to one workshop. When the strikers were tried, some data on fines were read out in court. The earnings and fines of 17 workers were cited. The earnings totaled 179 rubles 6 kopecks, while the fines totaled 29 rubles 65 kopecks. This means 16 kopecks in fines per ruble earned. The biggest fine of all these 17 cases was 3 rubles 85 kopecks out of 12 rubles 40 kopecks earnings. This equals 31½ kopecks per ruble, and is at any rate less than what is permitted by our law. It is better, however, to take the data for the whole factory. Fines imposed in the year 1884 were heavier than in previous years and amounted to 23 1/4 kopecks per ruble. So then, at a factory which became notorious for its abominably high fines, these were at any rate lower than those permitted by Russian law. There's no gainsaying that the workers are well protected by such a law. The strikers at Morozov's demanded that fines should not exceed 5% of earnings. Furthermore, the worker must be warned about bad work and be called in not more than twice a month. The fines permitted by our legislation can only be compared with the interest drawn by usurers. It is hardly likely that any employer will dare to pile up fines to that extent. The law allows it, but the workers will not permit it. What distinguishes our laws on the size of fines is not only their abominable oppressiveness but also their gross injustice. If the fine is too big, the employer may cancel the contract. The worker, however, is not given a similar right, i.e., the right to leave the factory if fines are imposed on him to such an amount that they exceed 1/3 of his earnings. It is clear that the law is only concerned about the factory owner, as though fines are due only to the fault of the workers. Actually, however, everybody knows that the factory owners frequently impose fines without the workers being to blame at all, example in order to speed up the workers. The law only protects the factory owner against the bad worker, but does not protect the worker against the all too oppressive employer. In the latter case, therefore, the workers have nobody to turn to for protection. They must take thought for themselves and for the struggle against the employers. V. What is the procedure for imposing fines? We have already stated that by law fines are imposed on the authority of factory managements themselves. Regarding appeals against their instructions, the law says that there is no appeal against fines imposed on the workers by factory managers. If, however, on visiting a factory, officials of the factory inspectorate discover from the statements of workers that fines have been imposed on them in contravention to the requirements of the law, the manager shall be prosecuted. This provision, as you see, is very unclear and contradictory. On the one hand, the worker is told that there can be no appeal against a fine imposed. Yet on the other hand he is told that the workers may make statements to the inspector about fines imposed in contravention to the law. Anybody who has not had occasion to acquaint himself with Russian laws may ask what is the difference between to make a statement about unlawful action and to appeal against unlawful action? There is none, but the purpose of this pettifogging provision of the law is very clear. The law is meant to curtail the workers' right to appeal against unfair and unlawful fining by factory owners. Now if a worker should complain to an inspector about a fine unlawfully imposed, the inspector could reply that the law does not permit appeals against fining. Are there many workers acquainted with this tricky law who could reply in turn, I am not appealing, I am merely making a statement? Inspectors are appointed for the express purpose of ensuring the observance of the laws regulating the relations between workers and employers. It is the duty of inspectors to accept all statements concerning the non-observance of the law. The inspector, according to regulations, must have reception days, not less than one a week, on which to give oral explanations to persons requiring them. Furthermore, an announcement of these days must be displayed in each factory. Thus, if the workers know the law and are determined not to permit any departures from it, then the trickery of the law now referred to will be in vain, and the workers will be able to secure the observance of the law. Are they entitled to the return of fines paid, if these were wrongly imposed? The common sense answer should, of course, be yes. The employer must surely not be allowed to fine the worker wrongly and to refuse to return money wrongly exacted. It turns out, however, that when the law was discussed in the Council of State 23, it was deliberately decided to be silent on this point. The members of the Council of State found that to afford the workers the right to demand the return of wrongly exacted money will lower in the workers' eyes the importance with which it is intended to endow the factory manager, with a view to maintaining order among the workers. That is how statesmen judge the workers. If a factory owner has wrongly penalized a worker, the latter should not be given the right to demand the return of his money. But why deprive the worker of his money? Because complaints will lower the importance of the managers. That is to say, the importance of the managers and the maintenance of order in the factories are only based on the workers not knowing their rights and not daring to complain against those in charge, even if they violate the law. So the statesmen are positively afraid lest the workers take it into their heads to see to the proper imposition of fines. The workers should thank the members of the Council of State for their forthrightness in showing them what the workers may expect of the government. The workers must show that they consider themselves human beings just as much as the factory owners do, and that they have no intention of allowing themselves to be treated as dumb cattle. Therefore the workers must make it their duty not to let a single case of wrongful fining pass without appeal, and unfailingly present a demand for the return of their money either to the inspector, or, in case of his refusal, to the courts. Even if the workers achieve nothing, either from the inspectors, or from the courts, their efforts will still not be in vain, but will open the eyes of the workers, and will show them how our laws treat the workers' rights. So then, we now know that fines are imposed on the manager's own authority. But at each factory the fines may be of different amounts and there may be different factory regulations. That is why the law requires that all violations liable to fines, and the measure of the fine for each violation be indicated in advance in the table of penalties. This table is drawn up by each factory owner separately, and is endorsed by the factory inspector. It must be displayed, according to law, in each workshop. To render possible a check on whether fines are being imposed properly, and in what number, it is necessary that all the fines without exception be properly recorded. The law requires that fines must be recorded in the worker's pay book not later than 3 days following the date of imposition. This record must indicate, first, the grounds for the imposition of the fine, and, secondly, the amount of the penalty. The registration of fines in the paybook is necessary to enable the workers to check whether fines are properly imposed and to enter an appeal in good time in case of any illegal action. Further, the fines must all be recorded in a special book with numbered pages which has to be kept in each factory to make it possible for all fines to be checked by the inspectorate. In this regard it may not be superfluous to say a couple of words about appeals against factory owners and inspectors, since the bulk of the workers do not know how to appeal and to whom. According to the law, appeals against any violations of the law at a factory should be addressed to the factory inspector. He is obliged to accept verbal and written complaints. Should the factory inspector fail to meet the request, a statement may be addressed to a senior inspector, who is also obliged to have reception days for hearing statements. In addition, the senior inspector's office must be open daily for persons who need to make inquiries or to receive explanations or to make statements. Appeals against the inspector's decision may be addressed to the Governing Factory Affairs Board. The time limit for these appeals, as provided by law, is 1 month counting from the day the inspector announces his decision. Further, appeals against decisions of the Factory Board may be made to the Minister of Finance, the time limit being the same. As you see, the law contains the names of many people to whom appeals may be addressed. And the right to appeal belongs alike to the factory owner and the worker. The only trouble is that this protection is merely a paper one. The factory owner is fully able to present his appeals, he has time to spare, funds to get a lawyer's services, etc., and that is why the factory owners really present appeals against the inspectors, go all the way to the minister and have already secured preferential treatment of various kinds. As far as the worker is concerned, however, this right to present appeals is merely a paper one. First of all, he has no time to make the round of the inspectors and offices. He works and is fined for absenteeism. He lacks the money to obtain a lawyer's services. He does not know the laws, and therefore cannot stand up for his rights. The authorities, on the other hand, not only do nothing to acquaint the workers with the laws, but on the contrary try to hide them from the workers. To anybody who refuses to believe this, we shall cite the following regulation from the Instructions to Factory Inspectorate Officials: all explanations to the owner of an industrial establishment, or to the manager of same, relating to cases of violation of the law and to obligatory regulations published in pursuance of it, are made by the factory inspector, but only in the absence of the worker. There you have it. If the factory owner violates the law, the inspector must not dare speak to him of it in the presence of the workers. The minister forbids it. Otherwise the workers may perhaps really get to know the law and start demanding that it be put into effect. Small wonder that Moskovsky Vedomosti wrote that that would be nothing but corruption. Every worker knows that appeals, especially against the inspector, are almost completely beyond his reach. Of course, we do not wish to say that the workers should not appeal. On the contrary, whenever any possibility at all exists, they should certainly lodge appeals, because only in that way will the workers get to know their rights and learn to understand in whose interests the factory laws are written. All we wish to say is that appeals cannot secure any serious and general improvement in the workers' conditions. To achieve that, only one way exists, namely, that the workers unite to uphold their rights, to combat oppression by the employers, and to win more decent earnings and shorter working hours. 6. What, according to law, should the fines be spent on? Let us now turn to the last question concerning fines. How are the fines spent? We have already said that before 1886 the money went into the pockets of the factory owners. But this system resulted in such a mass of abuses, and exasperated the workers to such a degree that the employers themselves began to appreciate the need for abolishing it. At some factories the practice arose spontaneously of using the fines to pay benefits to the workers. For example, at that same Morozov mill the established practice even before the 1885 strike was that fines for smoking and for bringing vodka on the premises should go towards benefits for the crippled and fines for defective work, to the employer. The new law of 1886 laid down the general rule that fines must not go into the employer's pocket. It states that penalties imposed on the workers go in each factory to form a special fund in the charge of the factory management. This fund may be used, by permission of the inspector, only for the needs of the workers themselves, according to regulations published by the Minister of Finance in agreement with the Minister of Internal Affairs. So then, fines, according to law, must only go to meet the needs of the workers themselves. The fines are the workers' own money, deductions from their earnings. The regulations for the expenditure of the fines fund mentioned in the law were only issued in 1890, i.e., a total of 3½ years after the promulgation of the law. The regulations state that the fines are expended, in the main, on the following needs of the workers: a. On grants to workers who have become totally incapacitated or who have temporarily lost the ability to work because of illness. At the present time, workers who have been injured are usually without any means of subsistence. In order to take the factory owner to court, they usually live at the expense of the lawyers who are in charge of their case and who, in return for the sops they give to the workers, get the bulk of the compensation awards. And if the worker is only likely to get a small compensation through the court, he will not even find a lawyer. In such cases, use should always be made of the fines money. If the worker gets a grant from the fines fund, he will manage somehow for a time and will be able to secure the services of a lawyer to conduct his case against the employer, without his poverty driving him out of the clutches of the employer into those of the lawyer. Workers who lose their jobs through sickness should also secure grants from their fines fund. In interpretation of this first point of the regulations, the St. Petersburg Factory Board decided that grants should be made on the basis of a doctor's certificate, to the extent of not more than half the previous earnings. Let us note in parenthesis that the St. Petersburg Factory Board adopted this decision at its session of April 26, 1895. The interpretation was accordingly given for 1/2 years after the issue of the regulations, while the regulations were made 3½ years after issue of the law. Consequently, 8 years in all were required merely for the law to be adequately interpreted. How many years will now be required for the law to become generally known, and to be actually applied? Secondly, disbursements from the fines fund are made b. for grants to working women in the last period of pregnancy and who have ceased work 2 weeks before confinement. According to the interpretation of the St. Petersburg Factory Board, disbursements must only be made during a period of 4 weeks and to the extent of half the previous earnings. Thirdly, grants are made c. where property is lost or damaged due to fire or other misfortune. According to the interpretation of the St. Petersburg Board, a police certificate is presented as evidence in such cases and the size of the grant must not exceed 2/3 of a half year's earnings. Fourthly, and finally, grants are made d. for burial. According to the interpretation of the St. Petersburg Board, these grants are made only in the case of workers who were employed and died at the factory in question, or of their parents and children. The amount of the grants is from 10 to 20 rubles. Such are the 4 cases mentioned in the regulations in which grants are made. But the workers have the right to receive grants in other cases, too. The regulations state that grants are made in the main in those 4 cases. The workers are entitled to receive grants for all sorts of requirements, and not only for those enumerated. The St. Petersburg Board in its interpretation of the regulations concerning fines also says that the allocation of grants in all other cases is made by permission of the inspectorate, and the board added that grants should under no circumstances reduce the factory's disbursements on various institutions and compulsory expenditures. This means that the making of grants from the fines fund does not entitle the factory owner to consider this an expenditure of his own. It is not his expenditure but that of the workers themselves. The factory owner's disbursements must remain as before. The St. Petersburg Board laid down one more regulation: the total regular grants made must not exceed 1/2 of the annual receipts from fines. Here a distinction is made between regular grants and lump sum grants. In order to leave funds for lump sum grants, the regular grants must not exceed half the total fines. How can grants be got from the fines fund? The workers must, according to the regulations, apply for grants to the employer, who makes them by permission of the inspector. If the employer refuses, an appeal should be made to the inspector, who may award a grant on his own authority. The factory board may allow reliable employers to make small grants without requesting the inspector's permission. Fines to a total of 100 rubles are kept in the employer's possession, while larger sums are placed in a savings bank. Should any factory close down, the fines fund is transferred to the Gubernia General Workers' Fund. It is not stated in the regulations how this workers' fund is expended. It should, we are told, be kept in the state bank pending further instructions. If even in the capital it required 8 years for regulations to be made about the disbursement of the fines funds at the different factories, more than a dozen years will very likely be required before regulations are devised for the disbursement of the Gubernia General Workers' Fund. Such are the regulations concerning the disbursement of the fines money. As you see, they are distinguished by their extreme complexity and intricacy. No wonder, therefore, that to this day the workers are almost totally unaware of their existence. This year notices about these regulations are being put up at the factories of St. Petersburg. The workers themselves must now try to make these regulations generally known, must ensure that the workers learn to view grants from the fines fund properly, not as sops from the owners, not as charity, but as their own money made up of deductions from their earnings and dispersed only to meet their needs. The workers have every right to demand that this money be distributed to them. Regarding these regulations we must speak, firstly, of how they are applied, and of what inconveniences and what abuses arise. Secondly, we must see whether they have been drawn up fairly, and whether they adequately uphold the interests of the workers. As to the application of the regulations we must point first of all to the following interpretation given by the St. Petersburg Factory Board: if at any particular moment no fines money is available, the workers may not present any claims to the factory managements. The question, however, arises, how will the workers know whether or not fines money is available, and if it is, how much there is of it? The factory board argues as though the workers know this, yet it has taken no trouble to let the workers know the state of the fines fund, nor has it obliged the factory owners to hang up notices about the fines money. Does the factory board really imagine that it is sufficient for the workers to learn about it from the employer, who will drive applicants away when there is no fines money in hand? That would be disgraceful, because the employers would then treat workers desirous of receiving grants as though they were beggars. The workers must ensure that at each factory an announcement is displayed monthly about the state of the fines fund, indicating how much cash is in hand, how much has been received in the past month, and how much has been expended and on what items. Otherwise the workers will not know how much they can get, they will not know whether the fines fund can meet all their requirements or only part of them, in which case it would be fairest to choose the most urgent items. Some of the best organized factories have themselves introduced such announcements. In St. Petersburg, I think, it is done at the Siemens and Halsk works and at the government cartridge factory. If every time the worker has a discussion with the inspector, he insistently draws attention to this and urges the need for displaying a notice, the workers as a whole will certainly secure the adoption of it everywhere. Further, it would be very convenient for the workers if printed forms were available at factories for applications for grants from the fines fund. Such forms have been introduced, for example, in Vladimir Gubernia. It is not easy for the worker himself to put the whole application in writing, and what is more, he won't know how to write all that is required, whereas the form contains all items, and all he has to do is to fill in a few words in the blank spaces. If forms are not introduced, many workers will have to get clerks to write their applications for them, and this involves expenditure. Of course, the applications may, according to the regulations, be oral, but, firstly, the worker has in any case to get the police or doctor's certificate required by the regulations, and, secondly, where the application is oral, some employer will perhaps refuse to reply, whereas he is obliged to reply to one made in writing. Applications made to the factory office on printed forms will deprive them of the mendicant character which the employers try to attach to them. Many factory owners are particularly dissatisfied with the fact that the fines money according to the law goes not into their pockets, but to serve the needs of the workers. That is why many dodges and devices have been invented for bamboozling the workers and inspectors and evading the law. As a warning to the workers we shall mention a few such devices. Some factory owners have not recorded fines as such but as money issued to the worker. The worker is fined a ruble, but the record made in the book says that he has been issued a ruble. When deducted from the pay, this ruble remains in the employer's pocket. That is not just evasion of the law, it is downright cheating, fraud. Other factory owners do not record fines for absenteeism, instead they do not credit the worker with all his days worked, i.e., if, say, the worker absents himself 1 day in the week, he is not credited with 5 days' work, but with 4, the wage of 1 day going to the employer. This again is sheer fraud. Incidentally, let us note that the workers are quite helpless against such fraud, because they are not told of the state of the fines fund. Only if detailed monthly notices are posted can the workers see to it that the fines really go to the fines fund. Indeed, who will see to it that all these records are correct, if not the workers themselves? The factory inspectors. But how is the inspector to discover that such and such a figure has been fraudulently entered into the book? Mr. Mikolin, a factory inspector, in dealing with such fraud, remarks, "In all such cases it was exceedingly difficult to discover the abuses, if there was no direct reference to same in the shape of workers' complaints. The inspector himself admits his inability to discover fraud if the workers do not point it out. And the workers cannot do so if the factory owners are not obliged to put up notices about fines imposed. Still other factory owners have invented more convenient methods of duping the workers and evading the law, methods so cunning and underhanded as to make it difficult to find fault with them. Many cotton mill owners in Vladimir Gubernia applied for the inspector's endorsement of 2 or even 3 rates instead of only 1 for each kind of cotton cloth. In a footnote to the list it was stated that weavers producing cloth that is faultless are paid the top rate, those producing cloth that is faulty are paid rate number 2, while cloth that is considered damaged is paid for at the lowest rate. It is clear why this cunning arrangement was invented. The difference between the top and bottom rates went into the owner's pocket, while the difference actually meant a penalty for defective work and therefore should have gone into the fines fund. This was clearly a gross evasion of the law, and not only of the fines law, but also of the law on rate endorsement. The rate is endorsed so as to prevent the employer arbitrarily altering the wages, whereas if not one, but several rates exist, he obviously is given the fullest license. The factory inspectors saw that such rates were evidently aimed at evading the law. But suppose the workers, and not Messrs. The mill owners, tried to evade the law. It would be interesting to know whether there would be a single factory inspector throughout the Russian Empire who would consider he had no right to oppose the workers in an attempt to evade the law. Thus, these 2- and 3-story rates were endorsed by the factory inspectorate and put into operation. It turned out, however, that Messrs. The mill owners, who invent ways of evading the law, and Messrs. The inspectors, who do not consider they have the right to hinder the owners in their good intention, are not alone in their interest in the rate problem. The workers, too, are interested. The workers proved to lack that gentle tolerance of the mill owners' knavish tricks, and considered they had the right to prevent these mill owners from swindling them. These rates, Mr. Inspector Mikolin tells us, aroused such dissatisfaction among the workers that it was one of the chief causes of the violent disorders which broke out and required the intervention of armed force. That's the sort of thing which is going on. At first they considered they had no right to prevent Messrs. The mill owners from violating the law and bamboozling the workers, but when the workers, indignant at these iniquities, revolted, armed force was required. But why was this armed force required against the workers, who were upholding their lawful rights, and not against the mill owners, who were obviously violating the law? At all events, it was only after the workers revolted that rates of this kind were abolished by order of the governor. The workers stood their ground. The law was not introduced by Messrs. The factory inspectors, but by the workers themselves, who had shown that they would not permit anybody to slight them and would stand up for their rights. Subsequently, relates Mr. Mikolin, the factory inspectorate refused to endorse such rates. Thus the workers taught the inspectors to give effect to the law. It was, however, only the Vladimir mill owners who were taught that lesson. Yet factory owners are the same everywhere, whether they are in Vladimir, Moscow, or St. Petersburg. The attempt of the Vladimir mill owners to circumvent the law was a failure, but the method they devised not only remained, but was even improved on by a certain St. Petersburg factory owner of genius. What was the method of the Vladimir mill owners? It was that of not using the word fine, but of replacing it by other words. If I say that the worker, in case of defective work, gets a ruble less, that will be a fine, and it will have to go into the fines fund. But if I say that, in case of defective work, the worker is paid at a lower rate, then that will not be a fine, and the ruble will land in my pocket. That was how the Vladimir mill owners argued, but the workers rebuffed them. One can argue in a slightly different way, too. One can say, where work is defective the worker will be paid without bonus, then again this will not be a fine, and the ruble will land in the employer's pocket. That is the line of argument devised by Yakovlev, the artful owner of a St. Petersburg engineering works. He says the following: you will get a ruble a day, but if you are not guilty of any misdemeanors, absenteeism, incivility, or defective work, you will get a bonus of 20 kopecks. If, however, a misdemeanor does take place, the employer deducts 20 kopecks, and, of course, puts them in his pocket because, after all, it is bonus money and not a fine. All laws indicating what are the misdemeanors for which penalties may be imposed, and in what measure, and how they should be spent on the workers' needs, are non-existent so far as Mr. Yakovlev is concerned. The laws refer to fines, and he is dealing with bonuses. The astute factory owner continues to this day to swindle the workers by his pettifogging tricks. This St. Petersburg factory inspector very likely also did not consider he had the right to prevent this evasion of the law. Let us hope that the workers of St. Petersburg will not lag behind those of Vladimir and will teach the inspector and the factory owner how to observe the law. To show what huge sums of money are collected out of the fines, let us quote reports on the size of fines funds in Vladimir Gubernia. Grants began to be distributed there in February 1891. By October 1891, grants had been made to 3,665 persons to a total of 25,458 rubles 59 kopecks. By October 1, 1891, the fines fund totaled 470,052 rubles 45 kopecks. Incidentally, reference should be made to another of the uses to which the fines fund is put. At a certain factory the fines fund amounted to 8,242 rubles 46 kopecks. The factory went bankrupt, and the workers were left to face the winter without food or work. Then grants totaling 5,820 rubles of this fund were distributed among the workers, of whom there were as many as 800. From October 1, 1891, to October 1, 1892, fines totaling 94,055 rubles 47 kopecks, were imposed, while grants made to 6,312 persons amounted to only 45,200 rubles 52 kopecks. The grants were distributed as follows: 208 persons were given monthly disability pensions to a total of 6,198 rubles 20 kopecks, that is to say an average annual grant of 30 rubles per person. Further, in connection with loss of property 1,037 persons were given a total of 17,827 rubles 12 kopecks, an average of 18 rubles per person. Expectant mothers received 10,641 rubles 81 kopecks, in 2,669 cases, an average of 4 rubles. Sickness grants were made to 877 workers to a total of 5,380 rubles 68 kopecks, an average of 6 rubles. Funeral grants totaled 4,620 rubles to 1,506 workers, and miscellaneous 532 rubles 71 kopecks to 15 persons. Now we have fully acquainted ourselves with the fines regulations and with the way these regulations are applied. Let us see whether the regulations are fair, and whether the workers' rights are adequately protected. We know that the law states that the fines money does not belong to the employer, and that it can only go to serve the workers' needs. Regulations dealing with the expenditure of the money had to be endorsed by the ministers. What, however, came of the regulations? The money is collected from the workers and is expended on their needs, but the regulations do not even state that the employers are obliged to inform the workers of the state of the fines fund. The workers do not possess the right to elect representatives, who will see to the proper flow of money into the fines fund, and who will accept applications from workers and distribute grants. The law states that grants are made by permission of the inspector, but according to the regulations issued by the ministers, it turns out that applications for grants have to be addressed to the employer. But why should applications be made to the employer? Surely the money is not the employer's, but the workers', made up of deductions from their earnings. The employer himself has no right to touch this money. If he spends it, he is responsible for doing so. As for misappropriation and embezzlement, just as if he has spent somebody else's money. The reason the ministers issued these regulations is apparently because they wanted to do a service to the employers. Now the workers have to ask the employer for grants, just as if they were asking for doles. True, if the employer refuses, the inspector may allocate the grant himself. But then the inspector himself does not know the facts, and he will be told by the owner that the worker is such and such a kind of person, that he does not deserve a grant, and the inspector will believe the owner. And then, are there many workers who will bother to address complaints to the inspector, losing working time to visit him, and writing applications and so forth? Actually, thanks to the ministerial regulations, we only get a new form of workers' dependence on the employers. The employers are enabled to victimize those workers with whom they are dissatisfied, maybe for refusing to take things lying down. By rejecting a worker's application, the employer will certainly cause him lots of extra trouble, and maybe succeed in depriving him of a grant altogether. On the other hand, the employer may allow quite big grants to be made to those workers who curry favor with him and kowtow to him, and who act as informers on their workmates even in cases where other applications would be rejected. Instead of abolishing the workers' dependence on the employers in the matter of fines, we get a new dependence, which splits the workers and creates the servile and the go-getter types. And then, take note of the awful red tape that, according to the regulations, surrounds the receipt of grants. On each occasion the worker requiring a certificate has to approach a doctor, who will very likely give him a rough reception, or the police, who do nothing without bribes. Let us repeat, the law says nothing about that. It has been established by the ministerial regulations, which have obviously been drawn up to suit the factory owners, and which are clearly aimed at supplementing dependence on the employers with the dependence of the workers on officials, at barring the workers from all participation in the expenditure on their needs of the fines money taken from themselves, and at weaving a web of senseless formalities that stupefies and demoralizes the workers. To give the employer the right to authorize the making of grants from the fines money is a crying injustice. The workers must strive for the legal right to choose deputies who shall see that the fines go into the fines fund, receive and check workers' applications for grants, and report to the workers about the state of the fines fund and its expenditure. At those factories where deputies now exist, they should pay attention to the fines money and demand that they be given all data relating to the fines, and that they should accept workers' applications and deliver them to the management. 7. Do the fines laws apply to all workers? The fines laws, like most other Russian laws, do not apply to all factories, do not apply to all workers. When it issues a law, the Russian government is always afraid that it will hurt the gentlemen who own the factories, is afraid that the network of cunning office regulations and officials' rights and duties will clash with some other office regulations, with the rights and duties of some other officials, who will be terribly hurt if some new official bursts into their domain, and will consume barrels of official ink and mounds of paper on correspondence about departmental delimitation. For that reason a law is rarely introduced in this country for the whole of Russia at once, without exceptions, without cowardly delays, without ministers and other officials being permitted to depart from the law. All this particularly affected the fines law, which, as we have seen, aroused such dissatisfaction among the capitalist gentlemen, and was only adopted under the pressure of portentous workers' revolts. Firstly, the fines law only covers a small part of Russia. This law was issued, as we have said, on June 3, 1886, and became operative as from October 1, 1886, in only 3 gubernias, those of St. Petersburg, Moscow, and Vladimir. 5 years later the law was extended to Warsaw and Petrograd gubernias. Then, 3 years still later it was extended to 13 more gubernias according to the law of March 14, 1894. In 1892 the fines regulations were extended to cover private iron works and mines. The rapid development of capitalism in the south of Russia, and the tremendous development of mining is bringing together masses of workers there, and compelling the government to hurry. The government is evidently very slow in abandoning the old factory system. And it should be noted that it is abandoning that system only under the pressure of the workers. The growth of the working class movement and the strikes in Poland caused the extension of the law to the Warsaw and Petrograd gubernias. The huge strike at the Klidov mill, Yegorievsko Yezd, Ryazan gubernia, immediately resulted in the law being extended to Ryazan gubernia. The government evidently also does not consider it has the right to deprive messrs the capitalists of the right to uncontrolled fining until the workers themselves interfere. Secondly, the fines law, like all the factory inspection regulations, does not cover crown and government establishments. Government factories have their own chiefs concerned with the welfare of the workers, people whom the law does not wish to bother with fines regulations. Indeed, why supervise government factories, when the factory chief is an official himself? The workers can complain about him to himself. Small wonder that among these chiefs of government factories one can find such mischief makers as, for example, the St. Petersburg harbor master, Mr. Verkhovsky. Thirdly, the regulations concerning fines funds spent on the workers themselves do not cover workers employed in the shops of those railways which have pensions or savings and mutual benefit funds. The fines are paid into these funds. All these exceptions still seemed insufficient, and so the law contains the decision that the ministers have the right, on the one hand, to remove unimportant factories from subordination to these regulations where really necessary, and, on the other hand, to extend the operation of these regulations to important artisan establishments. Thus, not only did the law instruct the minister to draw up the fines money regulations, it also gave the ministers the right to free some factory owners from subordination to the law. Such is the extent of our law's kindness to the factory-owning gentry. In one of his interpretations the minister states that he only frees such factory owners regarding whom the factory board is certain that the owner of the establishment will not transgress the workers' interests. The factory owners and inspectors are such close boon companions that they take each other's word. Why burden the factory owner with regulations, when he gives the assurance that he will not transgress the workers' interests? Now, what if the worker should try to require of the minister or the inspector that he be released from the regulations, after giving the assurance that he will not transgress the factory owner's interests? Such a worker would very likely be considered insane. That is called the possession of equal rights by the workers and the factory owners. As to the extension of the fines regulations to important artisan establishments, these regulations, so far as is known, have hitherto only been applied to distribution offices which supply warp to home working weavers. The ministers are in no hurry to extend the operation of the fines regulations. The entire mass of workers doing jobs at home for employers, big stores, etc., continue under the old conditions, totally subordinate to the tyranny of the employers. It is more difficult for these workers to join forces, to arrive at agreement as to their needs, to undertake a common struggle against oppression by the employers. That is why no attention is paid to them. 8. Conclusion. We have now acquainted ourselves with our fines laws and regulations, with all this exceptionally complicated system that frightens the worker away with its dryness and unattractive official language. We can now return to the question raised at the outset, to that of fines being a product of capitalism, i.e., of such a social order under which the people are divided into two classes, the owners of the land, machines, mills, and factories, materials and supplies, and those who have no property, and who therefore have to sell themselves to the capitalists and work for them. Has it always been the case that workers in the service of an employer have had to pay him fines for all sorts of defects? In small establishments, for example, among the urban artisans or workers, no fines are imposed. There is no complete alienation of the worker from the master, they live and work together. The master does not dream of introducing fines, because he himself keeps an eye on the job and can always force the correction of what he does not like. But such small establishments and trades are gradually disappearing. The handicraftsmen and artisans, and also the small peasants, cannot withstand the competition of the big factories and big employers who use improved instruments and machines and combine the labor of masses of workers. That is why we see that handicraftsmen, artisans, and peasants are increasingly being ruined, and are becoming workers in factories, are abandoning their villages and migrating to the towns. At the big factories, the relations between the employer and the workers are quite unlike those in the small workshops. The employer is so far above the worker in wealth and social status that a veritable abyss lies between them, and frequently they do not even know one another and have nothing in common. The worker has no opportunity of making his way into the employer's ranks, he is doomed to remain impoverished for all time, working for rich men whom he does not know. Instead of the 2 or 3 workers employed by the small master, there are now masses of workers, who come from various localities and constantly replace one another. Instead of separate instructions from the master, general regulations appear that are made obligatory for all workers. The former constancy of the relations between master and worker disappears, the master sets no great store by the worker at all, because he can always easily find another one among the crowd of unemployed ready to hire themselves to anybody. Thus, the power of the employer over the workers increases, and the employer makes use of this power, resorting to fines in order to drive the worker into the narrow confines of factory work. The worker has to submit to this new limitation of his rights and of his earnings, because he is now helpless against the employer. And so fines appeared on earth not very long ago, together with the big factories, together with large-scale capitalism, together with the complete split between the rich masters and the ragged workers. Fines are the result of the complete development of capitalism and the complete enslavement of the worker. However, this development of the big factories and intensification of pressure by the employers brought still other consequences in their train. The workers, totally helpless as against the factory owners, began to understand that utter disaster and poverty awaited them if they continued to be divided. The workers began to understand that there was only one means of saving themselves from the starvation and degeneration that capitalism held in store for them, and that was to join forces in order to fight the factory owners for higher wages and better living conditions. We have seen what disgraceful oppression of the workers our factory owners resorted to in the 80s, how they turned fines into a means of lowering the workers' wages and did not confine themselves to just reducing rates. The oppression of the workers by the capitalists reached its apex. But this oppression evoked the workers' resistance. The workers rose up against their oppressors and were victorious. The terrified government conceded their demands and hastened to issue a law regulating fines. That was a concession to the workers. The government imagined that by issuing the fines laws and regulations, by introducing grants from the fines money, it would immediately satisfy the workers and make them forget their common workers' cause, their struggle against the factory owners. However, such hopes of the government, which poses as the protector of the workers, will not be justified. We have seen how unjust the new law is to the workers, how small are the concessions to the workers by comparison with even the demands advanced by the Morozov strikers. We have seen how loopholes were left everywhere for mill owners anxious to violate the law, how grants regulations that supplement the employer's tyranny with that of the officials were drawn up in the employer's interests. When this law and these regulations are put into effect, when the workers acquaint themselves with them and begin to learn from their clashes with the managements how the law oppresses them, then they will begin steadily to realize that they are in a position of dependence. They will understand that only poverty has compelled them to work for the rich and to be content with crumbs for their heavy labor. They will understand that the government and its officials are on the side of the factory owners, and that the laws are drawn up in such a way as to make it easier for the employer to oppress the worker. And the workers will appreciate, finally, the point that the law does nothing to improve their status, so long as the workers' dependence on the capitalists continues to exist, because the law will always be partial to the capitalist employers, because the latter will always succeed in devising ruses for evading the law. Once they have understood this, the workers will see that only one means remains for defending themselves, namely, to join forces for the struggle against the factory owners and the unjust practices established by the law. Underscore 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 underscore. Asterisk. The employers and their supporters have always considered that if the workers begin to think about their conditions, begin to work for their rights and join forces in resisting the abominations and oppression of the employers, it is all nothing but corruption. It is, of course, an advantage to the employers if the workers give no thought to their conditions and have no understanding of their rights. Asterisk. The law that we are speaking of is Rules for Industry, which is included in Part 2, Volume 2 of the Russian Code of Laws. The law is stated in various articles, which are numbered. Fines are dealt with in Articles 143, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149, 150, 151 and 152. Asterisk. There was a case of that sort in St. Petersburg, in the port, where the harbor master, Verkhovsky, is well known for his oppression of the workers. After a strike he replaced fines for breaking bulbs by deductions for broken bulbs from all the workers in the shop. Obviously, these deductions are just as illegal as the fines. Asterisk. Except in the one case of fire, which is not mentioned in the law about the summoning of accused persons. Asterisk. It should be noted that at that time cases of factory stoppages through no fault of the workers were quite frequent, as there was a commercial and industrial crisis, the mill owners could not dispose of their stocks, and they tried to cut down production. For example, in December 1884 the big Voznesenskoye mill cut down the working week to 4 days. The workers, who were on piece rates, met this with a strike that ended at the beginning of January 1885 in a concession from the owner. Asterisk. The maximum fine for 1 day's absenteeism under time rates is not indicated. All that is said is, corresponding to the workers' wages. The exact size of the fines, as we shall soon see, is displayed in each factory in a table of penalties. Asterisk. The worker who considers this cancellation of the contract to be wrong, may appeal to the courts, but the period during which such an appeal may be lodged is a very short one, 1 month. The first report for 1885. Only the first reports of factory inspectors were printed, the government having immediately stopped further printing. The state of affairs in the factories must have been wonderful, if they were afraid of a description of it being published. Asterisk. One cannot but note in this regard that Mr. Mikhailovsky, formerly chief factory inspector of the St. Petersburg area, considers it quite proper to call this law a truly philanthropic reform, which does supreme honor to the Russian imperial government's concern for the working classes. Such is the concern of the Russian government. Before the law was adopted, when there was no law at all, there were avaricious employers who robbed the workers of 23 kopecks per ruble. Yet the law in its concern for the workers says, do not retain more than 33 1/3 kopecks per ruble. But 33 kopecks without the third can be retained now by law. A truly philanthropic reform indeed. Asterisk. Who constitute the factory board? The governor, the prosecutor, the chief of the police administration, the factory inspector and 2 factory owners. If we were to add the prison governor and the officer commanding the Cossacks, we would have all the officials who give effect to the concern of the Russian imperial government for the working classes. Asterisk. Note to Article 26 of the Instructions. Asterisk. It stands to reason that the fact of securing a grant from the fines fund does not deprive the worker of the right to demand compensation from the employer in case, for example, of injury. Asterisk. Thus, in St. Petersburg it was only in 1895 that steps were taken to implement the fines law of 1886. Yet Mr. Mikhailovsky, The chief inspector, whom we mentioned above, said in 1893 that the law of 1886 is now being scrupulously put into effect. This little example shows us what an impudent lie is contained in the chief factory inspector's book, intended as it is to acquaint the Americans with the Russian factory system. Asterisk, that is to say, forms on which the application is already printed, blank spaces being left in which to write the name of the factory, the grounds for the application, address, signature, etc. Asterisk, that such fraud is practiced is related by none other than Mr. Mikulin, the factory inspector of Vladimir Gubernia, in his book about the new law of 1886. Asterisk, such rates are in operation in some St. Petersburg mills. For example, it is stated that for such and such a quantity of cloth the worker gets from 20 to 50 kopecks. Asterisk, in the printed application for grants which, as we have said, was circulated to the factories by the Vladimir Factory Board and which constitutes the implementation of the regulations that is most suitable for the workers, we read, the factory office testifies to the signature and the contents of the application, and adds that in its opinion, the applicant deserves a grant of such and such a sum. That is to say, the office can always write, without giving any explanation, that in its opinion the applicant does not deserve a grant. Grants will not be got by those who are in need of them, but by those who, in the employer's opinion, deserve them. Asterisk, splits, creates servility, and develops bad habits. Asterisk, this law is part of the so-called special regulations concerning the relations between factory owners and workers. These special regulations only cover localities marked by a considerable development of factory industry, to which we shall refer below in the text. Gymnasium farms. And corrective Gymnasia 25. 26. The solution to the problem of capitalism in Russia proposed by the Narodniks and represented latterly most strikingly by Russkoye Bogeystvo has long been known. While not denying the existence of capitalism, for they are compelled to admit its development, the Narodniks consider our capitalism not to be a natural and necessary process crowning the age-long development of commodity economy in Russia, but an accident, a phenomenon not firmly rooted and merely indicative of a departure from the path prescribed by the nation's entire historical life. We must, say the Narodniks, choose different paths for the fatherland, leave the capitalist path and communalise production, making use of the existing forces of the whole of society, which, so they say, is already beginning to be convinced that there is no basis for capitalism. Obviously, if a different path may be chosen for the fatherland, if the whole of society is beginning to understand the need for this, then the communalising of production presents no great difficulties and requires no preparatory historical period. One has only to draw up a plan of such communalization and to convince the appropriate persons of its feasibility, and the fatherland will turn from the mistaken path of capitalism to the road of socialization. Everybody understands how tremendously interesting a plan must be that promises such radiant perspectives. That is why the Russian public should be very thankful to Mr. Yuzhakov, one of the regular contributors of Russkoye Bogeystvo, for having undertaken the job of drawing up such a plan. In the May issue of Russkoye Bogeystvo we find his article Educational Utopia, with the subheading, "What connection has this with the communalising of production?" the reader will ask. The most direct connection, since Mr. Yuzhakov's plan is a very broad one. The author plans to set up in every Volosty a gymnasium embracing the entire male and female population of school age. Such gymnasia should be productive associations that engage in farming and moral undertakings, that by their labor not only maintain the population of the gymnasia, but additionally provide resources for the maintenance of the entire child population. The detailed account made by the author for a typical Volosty gymnasium shows that all in all the gymnasium will maintain over a half of the entire local population. If we bear in mind that each such gymnasium is provided with land and means of production, then we shall understand how truly enormous the plan is. Production is socialized for a total of half the population. At one blow, then, a different path is chosen for the fatherland. And that is achieved without any expenditure on the part of the government, zemstvo, or people. It may seem a utopia only at first sight, but actually it is far more feasible than nationwide elementary education. Mr. Yuzhakov testifies that the financial operation required for this is no chimera or utopia, and is achieved not only, as we have seen, without any expenditure, but even without any change in the established educational plans. Mr. Yuzhakov quite justly remarks that all this is of no little importance when one wishes not to confine oneself to an experiment, but to achieve really nationwide education. He says, "It is true, that I have not set myself the aim of drawing up a working plan, but he does give us the proposed number of male and female pupils per gymnasium, an estimate of the plan for nationwide compulsory secondary education manpower required to maintain the entire population of the gymnasia and enumerations of the pedagogical and administrative staffs, and indicates both the rations in kind for gymnasia members and the salaries in cash for tutors, doctors, technicians and craftsmen." The author makes a detailed calculation of the number of working days required for agricultural pursuits, the amount of land needed for each gymnasium, and the financial resources needed to get them installed. He provides, on the one hand, for members of national minorities and sects who cannot enjoy the blessings of nationwide secondary education, and, on the other hand, for persons excluded from the gymnasia because of bad conduct. The author's calculations are not confined to one typical gymnasium. Not at all. He raises the issue of establishing all the 20,000 dual gymnasia and indicates how to get the land required for this and how to secure a satisfactory contingent of tutors, administrators and managers. One can understand the enthralling interest of such a plan, an interest that is not only theoretical, but also genuinely practical. It would be strange if the Supreme Government paid no attention to the project for organizing nationwide compulsory secondary education, particularly when the author of the proposal definitely asserts that the thing can be done without any expenditure and will meet with obstacles not so much from the financial and economic circumstances of the task, as from the cultural circumstances, which, however, are not insuperable. Such a project directly concerns not only the Ministry of Public Education, but equally the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Agriculture, and even, as we shall see below, the War Ministry. The projected corrective gymnasia will, most likely, have to go to the Ministry of Justice. There can be no doubt that the rest of the ministries will also be interested in the project, which, in Mr. Yuzhakov's words, will answer all the above enumerated requirements and, very likely, many others too. We are therefore certain that the reader will not complain if we set about a detailed examination of this very striking project. Mr. Yuzhakov's chief thought is the following: no studies whatever take place in the summer time, which is devoted to agricultural work. Further, pupils, on graduating the gymnasium, are left to work there for some time. They do winter work and are used for industrial jobs that supplement agricultural work and enable each gymnasium by its own labors to maintain all the pupils and workers, the entire teaching and administrative staff, and to cover expenditure on education. Such gymnasia, Mr. Yuzhakov justly remarks, would be large agricultural artels. This last expression does not, by the way, leave the slightest doubt about our being right in regarding Mr. Yuzhakov's plan as the first steps in the Narodnik communalization of production, as part of the new path that Russia is to choose so as to avoid the vicissitudes of capitalism. At the present time, argues Mr. Yuzhakov, the pupils are graduated from the gymnasium at the age of 18 to 20, and occasionally there is a delay of 1 or 2 years. Under compulsory education, the delay will become still more widespread. People will be graduated later, while the 3 senior classes will be made up of the 16 to 25 year age groups, if 25 years becomes the age limit, after reaching which they must leave without finishing the course. Thus, if we bear in mind the additional contingent of adult 5th class pupils, one may boldly consider about 1/3 of the pupils in the gymnasium to be of working age. Even if the proportion is reduced to 1/4, the author calculates further, by adding to the 8 gymnasium classes the 2 classes for preparatory elementary school, we would still get a very large number of workers who, assisted by semi-workers, could cope with the summer work. But the 10-class gymnasium farm, Mr. Yuzhakov remarks justly, necessarily requires a certain contingent of winter workers. Where are they to be got? The author proposes two solutions. 1. The hire of workers. The gymnasium farm should be a profitable undertaking and be able to pay for such hire. But the author considers another solution of greater importance. 2. Those who have finished the gymnasium course will be obliged to work to cover the expenditure on their tuition and their keep while in the junior classes. That is their direct duty, adds Mr. Yuzhakov, a duty, of course, only for those who cannot pay the cost of tuition. It is they who will constitute the necessary contingent of winter workers and the supplementary contingent of summer workers. Such is the first feature of the projected organization, that is to communalise 1/5 of the population into agricultural artels. It already enables us to see what sort of different path for the fatherland will be chosen. Wage labor, which at the present time serves as the only source of livelihood for people who cannot pay the cost of tuition and living, is replaced by compulsory unpaid labor. But we must not be disturbed by that. It should not be forgotten that in return the population will enjoy the blessings of universal secondary education. To proceed. The author projects separate male and female gymnasia, intending to adopt the prejudice prevalent on the European continent against co-education, which actually would be more rational. 50 pupils per class or 500 for all the 10 classes, or 1,000 per gymnasium farm will be quite a normal composition for an average gymnasium. It will have 125 pairs of workers and a corresponding number of semi-workers. If I mention, says Yuzhakov, that this number of workers is capable of cultivating the 2,500 desiatines of land under cultivation in Malorussia, for example, everybody will understand what a tremendous force is provided by the labor of the gymnasium. But in addition to these workers there will be regular workers, who work off their education and keep. How many of them will there be? The number graduated annually will be 45 pupils, male and female. A third of the pupils will undergo military service for a period of 3 years. It will only be fair to place the remaining 2/3 in similar conditions, i.e., in keeping them at the gymnasium to work off the cost of their education, and of the education of their comrades who have been called to the colors. All the girls may also be retained for the same purpose. The pattern of the new system, arranged for the fatherland that has chosen a different path, is assuming increasingly clear outlines. Now all Russian citizens are obliged to undergo military service and, since the number of persons of military age is larger than the number of soldiers required, the latter are chosen by lot. In communalist production the recruits will also be selected by lot, but as for the rest, it is proposed to place them in the same conditions, i.e., to make it obligatory for them to spend 3 years in service, not military, it is true, but doing work in the gymnasium. They have to work off the cost of keeping their comrades who have been called to the colors. Have all to do so? No. Only those who cannot pay the cost of the tuition. The author has already advanced this proviso above, and below we shall see that for people who are able to pay for tuition, he plans separate gymnasia altogether, of the old type. Why, the question arises, does the keep of comrades called to the colors have to be worked off by those who cannot pay the cost of tuition? And not by those who can? The reason is very understandable. If the gymnasium pupils are divided into paying and non-paying, it is evident that the contemporary structure of society will not be affected by the reform. That is quite well understood by Mr. Yuzhakov himself. In that case, it is understandable that the state's general expenditure will be borne by those who are without the means of livelihood, just as they bear it now in the shape, for example, of indirect taxes, etc. In what way is the new system different? In the fact that nowadays those who have no resources can sell their labor power, while under the new system they will be obliged to work gratis. There cannot be the slightest doubt that Russia will thus avoid all the vicissitudes of the capitalist system. Hired labor, which contains the thread of the ulcer of the proletariat, is driven out and makes way for unpaid compulsory labor. And there is nothing surprising in the fact that people placed in relationships in which labor is compulsory and unpaid should find themselves in conditions corresponding to these relationships. Just listen to what we are told by the Narodnik immediately after the foregoing. If marriages are allowed between young people who have finished the course and remain at the gymnasium for 3 years, if separate premises are arranged for the family workers, and if the profits of the gymnasium allow them to be given at least a modest allowance in cash and kind when they leave it, then such a 3-year stay there will be far less burdensome than military service. Is it not obvious that such advantageous conditions will impel the population to bend every effort to gain admittance to the gymnasia? Judge for yourselves. Firstly, they will be permitted to marry. True, according to the now existing civil legislation such permission is not required at all. But bear in mind that these will be gymnasium pupils, male and female, true, as old as 25 years, but still gymnasium pupils. If university students are not permitted to marry, could gymnasium pupils be permitted to do so? And what is more, the permission will depend on the school authorities, consequently, on people with a higher education. Obviously, there are no grounds for fearing abuses. Those who graduate the gymnasium and remain as regular workers there, are, however, no longer pupils. Nevertheless, they too, people between 21 and 27 years of age, have to obtain permission to marry. We cannot but recognize that the new path selected by the fatherland involves some curtailment of the civil rights of Russian citizens, but, after all, it must be admitted that the blessings of universal secondary education cannot be acquired without sacrifices. Secondly, separate premises will be provided for family workers, probably no worse than the cubicles now inhabited by factory workers. And thirdly, the regular workers get a modest allowance for this. Undoubtedly, the population will prefer the advantages of a quiet life under the wing of the authorities to the turmoils of capitalism, will prefer them to such a degree that some workers will stay permanently at the gymnasium. The small contingent of regular workers, who remain at the gymnasium altogether and associate themselves with it, supplements these labor forces of the gymnasium farm. Such are the possible and by no means utopian labor forces of our agricultural gymnasium. Have mercy on us. What is there utopian in all this? Regular unpaid workers, who have associated themselves with their masters, by whom they are permitted to marry. Just ask any old peasant, and he will tell you from his own experience that all this is quite feasible. Written in autumn 1895. Published in the newspaper Samarsky Vestnik. Number 254, November 25, 1895. Signed, KTN. Published according to the text in Samarsky Vestnik. Asterisk the Ukraine. Ed. Asterisk otherwise the domination of the former over the latter would not be maintained. Asterisk no continuation followed in the newspaper Samarsky Vestnik. Ed. To the working men and women of the Thornton Factory 28. Working men and women of the Thornton Factory. November 6th and 7th should be memorable days for all of us. The weavers, by their solid resistance to the employer's pressure, have proved that at a difficult moment there are still people in our midst who can uphold our common interests as workers, that our worthy employers have not yet succeeded in turning us for all time into the miserable slaves of their bottomless purses. Let us, then, comrades, stand firm and steadfast and carry on to the very end. Let us remember that we can improve our conditions only by our common and concerted efforts. Above all, comrades, don't fall into the trap so cunningly prepared for you by Messrs. Thornton. They reason as follows: there is a hitch now in disposing of our goods, so that if we keep to our previous working conditions we shall not get the profits we got previously. And we are not ready to take anything less. So then, we'll have to tighten up on the workers, let them shoulder the cost of the bad prices on the market. But the job has to be done cleverly and not in any old way, so that the worker, in the simplicity of his mind, will not understand what sort of a titbit we are preparing for him. If we tackle all of them at once, they will all rise up at once, and we shan't be able to handle them, so we shall first dupe those miserable weavers, and then the others won't get away. We are not accustomed to restrain ourselves in dealing with these creatures, and what for, anyhow? New broom sweep cleaner here. So then, the employers, who are so full of concern for the workers' well-being, want to quietly and steadily impose on the workers of all departments what they have already imposed on the weavers. That is why, if we all remain indifferent to the fate of the weaving sheds, we shall dig with our own hands a pit into which we, too, shall soon be thrown. Latterly the weavers have been earning, in round figures, 3 rubles 50 kopecks a fortnight, and during the same period families of 7 have contrived somehow to live on 5 rubles, and families consisting of husband, wife, and child on 2 rubles in all. They have sold the last of their clothes and used up the last coppers they earned by their hellish labor at a time when their benefactors, the Thorntons, were adding millions to the millions they already had. To crown it all, ever new victims of the employer's avarice have been thrown out on the streets before their eyes, and the pressure has been regularly increased with the most heartless cruelty. Without any explanation, they have started mixing Noyles 29 and clippings with the wool, which slows the job down terribly. Delays in getting the warp have increased as though inadvertently. Finally, they have begun without ado to introduce short time, and now the pieces have to be 5 instead of 9 schmitts 30 long, so that the weaver has to fuss around longer and oftener in obtaining and fixing the warps, for which, as is known, not a kopeck is paid. They want to wear our weavers down, and the earnings of 1 ruble 62 kopecks per fortnight, which have already begun to appear in the paybooks of some of the weavers, may, in the near future, become general in the weaving sheds. Comrades, do you, too, want to see the day when you get this sort of kindness from the employers? If not, if, finally, your hearts have not entirely turned to stone in face of the suffering of poor folks like yourselves, rally solidly round our weavers, let us put forward our common demands, and on every suitable occasion let us wrest better conditions from our oppressors. Workers of the spinning sheds, don't delude yourselves about the stability and slight increase in your earnings. After all, almost 2/3 of your number have already been dismissed, and your better earnings have been purchased at the cost of the starvation of your own spinners who have been thrown out of work. This again is a cunning trick of the employers and is not difficult to understand if you only count how much was earned by the entire mule spinning department previously, and how much now. Workers of the new dyeing department. 12 rubles a month, all told, is what you now earn, at the cost of 14 1/4 hours daily work, saturated from head to foot with the murderous fumes of dyes. Pay attention to our demands. We also want to end the illegal deductions made from you due to your foreman's inefficiency. Laborers, and all unskilled workers generally. Do you really expect to retain your 60 to 80 kopecks a day, when the skilled weaver has to content himself with 20 kopecks a day? Comrades, don't be blind, don't swallow the employer's bait, stand up for one another more firmly, otherwise it will go badly for all of us this winter. We must all keep a most watchful eye on the employer's maneuvers aimed at reducing rates, and with all our strength resist every tendency in this direction, for it spells ruin for us. Turn a deaf ear to all their pleadings about business being bad. For them it only means less profit on their capital, for us it means starvation and suffering for our families who are deprived of their last crust of stale bread. Can there be any comparison between the two things? They are now putting pressure on the weavers first of all, and we must secure 1. An increase in weavers' rates to their spring level, i.e., by about 6 kopecks per schmitz. 2. That the weavers, 2, be brought under the law which says that the worker must be told how much he can earn on a job before he begins it. Let the rates list, bearing the factory inspector's signature, exist not only on paper, but in reality, as required by law. For weaving, for example, the existing rates should be accompanied by information about the quality of the wool, the quantity of Noyles and clippings in it, and there should be an estimate of the time required for preparatory work. 3. That the working time be so distributed that we do not stand idle through no fault of our own. Now, for example, things are so arranged that on each piece the weaver loses a day waiting for warp, and since the piece is becoming almost half its former size, the weaver will suffer a double loss, regardless of the rates list. If the boss wants to rifle our earnings this way, let him do so outright, in such a manner that we definitely know what he wants to squeeze out of us. 4. That the factory inspector sees to it that there is no trickery about the rates, that there are no double rates. That means, for example, that the rates list should not contain two different rates for one and the same kind of article, only with different names. For example, we got 4 rubles 32 kopecks a piece for weaving beaver, and only 4 rubles 14 kopecks for Ural 31, yet as far as work goes isn't it one and the same thing? A still more impudent piece of trickery is the double price given for goods of one denomination. That way Messrs. Thornton dodged the fines laws, which state that a fine may only be imposed for such damage as results from the worker's carelessness, and that the deduction has to be recorded in his paybook under the heading fines not later than 3 days after it is imposed. A strict record has to be kept of all the fines, the total sum of which is not to go into the employer's pocket, but must be used to cover the needs of the workers of the factory concerned. With us, however, we have but to look at our books. There are empty spaces, there are no fines, and one might think our employers are the most kind-hearted of all. Actually, however, due to our lack of knowledge, they dodge the law and easily fix things to suit themselves. We are not fined, you see, yet deductions are made from us, the smaller rate being paid, and as long as 2 rates have existed, a smaller and a bigger one, there has been nothing at all to cavil at. They have kept on deducting the money and putting it into their own pockets. 5. That in addition to introducing a single rate, let each deduction be registered in the fines column, with an indication of why it is made. Then wrong fining will be obvious, less of our work will be done for nothing, and there will be a drop in the number of disgraceful things being done now, as, for example, in the dyeing department, where the workers' earnings are lower on account of the foreman's inefficiency, which cannot, according to law, be a reason for non-payment of labor, since there can be no question here of the workers' carelessness. And haven't all of us had deductions for which we are not in the least to blame? 6. We demand that the payment we make for lodgings be on the pre-1891 level, that is to say, 1 ruble per person per month, because our earnings being what they are, we positively have nothing to pay the 2 rubles with, and in any case, what for? For the filthy, smelly, crowded kennel always in danger of fire? Don't forget, comrades, that all over St. Petersburg it is considered enough to pay a ruble a month, and that only our considerate bosses are not satisfied with that, so we must force them here, too, to cut down their greed. In defending these demands, comrades, we are not rebelling at all, we are merely demanding that we be given what all the workers of other factories now enjoy by law, the return of what has been taken from us by those who placed all their hopes on our inability to uphold our own rights. Let us, then, show on this occasion that our benefactors are mistaken. Written and first published in a mimeographed edition in November 1895. Published according to the text of the leaflet. Checked with the text in the Miscellany Rabbonic. No 1 to 2. Underscore 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 underscore. What are our ministers thinking about? 32. Written at the end of 1895. For the newspaper Rabochye Dialo. First published in 1924. Published according to a copy found in the archives of the police department. Minister of Internal Affairs Durnovo wrote a letter to Procurator General of the Holy Synod Pope Dinas Saif. The letter, numbered 2603, was written on March 18, 1895, and bears the inscription "Strictly Confidential." The minister, therefore, wanted the letter to remain a strict secret. but there proved to be people who do not share the minister's views that Russian citizens should not know the government's intentions, with the result that a handwritten copy of this letter is now circulating everywhere. What did Mr. Durnovo write to Mr. Pope Donosseff about? He wrote to him about the Sunday schools. The letter reads, "Information secured during recent years goes to show that, following the example of the 60s, politically unreliable individuals and also a section of the student youth of a certain trend, are endeavoring to enter the Sunday schools as teachers, lecturers, librarians, etc. This concerted attempt, which cannot be inspired by a desire to earn money since the duties in such schools are undertaken gratis, proves that the activity above indicated, on the part of anti-government elements, constitutes a legal means of struggle against the system of state and public order existing in Russia." That is how the minister argues. Among educated people there are those who want to share their knowledge with the workers, who want their knowledge to be of benefit not to themselves alone, but to the people, and the minister immediately decides that there are anti-government elements here, i.e., that it is conspirators of some kind who are inciting people to enter the Sunday schools. Could not the desire to teach others really arise in the minds of some educated people without incitement? But the minister is disturbed because the Sunday school teachers get no salaries. He is accustomed to the spies and officials in his service only working for their salaries, working for whoever pays them best, whereas all of a sudden people work, render services, teach, and all, gratis. Suspicious, thinks the minister, and sends spies to explore the matter. The letter goes on to say, "It is established from the following information that not only do persons of a dangerous trend find their way into the teachers' ranks, but often the schools themselves are under the unofficial direction of a whole group of unreliable persons, who have no connection at all with the official personnel, who deliver lectures in the evenings and give lessons to the pupils on the invitation of the men and women teachers they themselves have installed there. The fact that outside people are allowed to give lectures offers full scope for the infiltration of persons from frankly revolutionary circles as lecturers. So then, if outside people, who have not been endorsed and examined by priests and spies, want to give lessons to workers, that is downright revolution. The minister regards the workers as gunpowder, and knowledge and education as a spark. The minister is convinced that if the spark falls into the gunpowder, the explosion will be directed first and foremost against the government. We cannot deny ourselves the pleasure of noting that in this rare instance we totally and unconditionally agree with the views of His Excellency. Further in his letter the minister cites proofs of the correctness of his information. Fine proofs they are. Firstly, a letter of a Sunday school teacher whose name has still not been ascertained. The letter was confiscated during a search. It refers to a program of history lectures, to the idea of the enslaving and emancipation of the social estates, and reference is made to the revolt of Razin and of Pugashев. 33. Evidently these latter names scared the good minister so much that he very likely had a nightmare of peasants armed with pitchforks. The second proof. The Ministry of Internal Affairs is in possession of a program, privately received, for public lectures in a Moscow Sunday school on the following points: the origin of society, primitive society, the development of social organization, the state and what it is needed for, order, liberty, justice, forms of political structure, absolute and constitutional monarchy, labor the basis of the general welfare, usefulness and wealth, production, exchange, and capital, how wealth is distributed, the pursuit of private interest, property and the need for it, emancipation of the peasants together with the land, rent, profit, wages. What do wages and their various forms depend on? Thrift. The lectures in this program, which is undoubtedly unfit for an elementary school, give the lecturer every opportunity gradually to acquaint his pupils with the theories of Karl Marx, Engels, etc., while the person present on behalf of the diocesan authorities will hardly be in a position to detect the elements of social democratic propaganda in the lectures. The minister is evidently very much afraid of the theories of Marx and Engels, if he notices elements of them even in the sort of program where not a trace of them is to be seen. What did the minister find unfit in it? Very likely the problem of the forms of political structure and the constitution. Just take any geography textbook, Mr. Minister, and you will find those problems dealt with there. May adult workers not know the things that children are taught? But the minister places no reliance on persons from the diocesan department, they will very likely fail to understand what is said. The letter ends with an enumeration of the unreliable teachers at the parish Sunday school of the Moscow mill of the Prokhorov Textile Company, the Sunday school in the town of Yelets and the proposed school in Tiflis. Mr. Durnovo advises Mr. Pobdanossev to undertake a detailed check of the individuals permitted to take classes in the schools. Now, when you read the list of teachers, your hair stands on end. All you get is ex-student, again an ex-student, and still again an ex-student of courses for ladies. The minister would like the tutors to be ex-drill sergeants. It is with particular horror that the minister says that the school in Yelets is situated beyond the river Sosna, where the population is mainly the common and working people, and where the railway workshops are. The schools must be kept as far away as possible from the common and working people. Workers. You see how mortally terrified are our ministers at the working people acquiring knowledge. Show everybody, then, that no power will succeed in depriving the workers of class consciousness. Without knowledge the workers are defenseless, with knowledge they are a force. Underscore. Draft and explanation of a program for the Social Democratic Party 34. Written in prison in 1895–96. First published in 1924. The draft program is published according to the manuscript written in invisible ink between the lines of Nochnoye Obozrenie 35 No. 5, 1900 and the explanation of the program, according to a hectographed notebook. Draft Program. A1. Big factories are developing in Russia with ever-growing rapidity, ruining the small handicraftsmen and peasants, turning them into propertyless workers, and driving ever-increasing numbers of the people to the cities, factory and industrial villages and townlets. 2. This growth of capitalism signifies an enormous growth of wealth and luxury among a handful of factory owners, merchants, and landowners, and a still more rapid growth of the poverty and oppression of the workers. The improvements in production and the machinery introduced in the big factories, while facilitating a rise in the productivity of social labor, serve to strengthen the power of the capitalists over the workers, to increase unemployment and with it to accentuate the defenseless position of the workers. 3. But while carrying the oppression of labor by capital to the highest pitch, the big factories are creating a special class of workers which is enabled to wage a struggle against capital, because their very conditions of life are destroying all their ties with their own petty production, and, by uniting the workers through their common labor and transferring them from factory to factory, are welding masses of working folk together. The workers are beginning a struggle against the capitalists, and an intense urge for unity is appearing among them. Out of the isolated revolts of the workers is growing the struggle of the Russian working class. For this struggle of the working class against the capitalist class is a struggle against all classes who live by the labor of others, and against all exploitation. It can only end in the passage of political power into the hands of the working class, the transfer of all the land, instruments, factories, machines, and mines to the whole of society for the organization of socialist production, under which all that is produced by the workers and all improvements in production must benefit the working people themselves. 5. The movement of the Russian working class is, according to its character and aims, part of the international movement of the working class of all countries. 6. The main obstacle in the struggle of the Russian working class for its emancipation is the absolutely autocratic government and its irresponsible officials. Basing itself on the privileges of the landowners and capitalists and on subservience to their interests, it denies the lower classes any rights whatever and thus fetters the workers' movement and retards the development of the entire people. That is why the struggle of the Russian working class for its emancipation necessarily gives rise to the struggle against the absolute power of the autocratic government. B1. The Russian Social Democratic Party declares that its aim is to assist the struggle of the Russian working class by developing the class consciousness of the workers, by promoting their organization, and by indicating the aims and objects of the struggle. 2. The struggle of the Russian working class for its emancipation is a political struggle, and its first aim is to achieve political liberty. 3. That is why the Russian Social Democratic Party will, without separating itself from the working class movement, support every social movement against the absolute power of the autocratic government, against the class of privileged landed nobility, and against all the vestiges of serfdom and the social estate system which hinder free competition. 4. On the other hand, the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party will wage war against all endeavors to patronize the laboring classes with the guardianship of the absolute government and its officials, all endeavors to retard the development of capitalism, and consequently the development of the working class. 5. The emancipation of the workers must be the act of the working class itself. 6. What the Russian people need is not the help of the absolute government and its officials, but emancipation from oppression by it. C. Making these views its starting point, the Russian Social Democratic Party demands first and foremost: 1. The convening of a Zemsky Sobor made up of representatives of all citizens so as to draw up a constitution. 2. Universal and direct suffrage for all citizens of Russia who have reached 21 years of age, irrespective of religion or nationality. 3. Freedom of assembly and organization, and the right to strike. 4. Freedom of the press. 5. Abolition of social estates, and complete equality of all citizens before the law. 6. Freedom of religion and equality of all nationalities. Transfer of the registration of births, marriages, and deaths to independent civic officials, independent, that is, of the police. 7. Every citizen to have the right to prosecute any official, without having to complain to the latter's superiors. 8. Abolition of passports, full freedom of movement and residence. 9. Freedom of trades and occupations and abolition of guilds. D. For the workers, the Russian Social Democratic Party demands: 1. Establishment of industrial courts in all industries, with elected judges from the capitalists and workers, in equal numbers. 2. Legislative limitation of the working day to 8 hours. 3. Legislative prohibition of night work and shifts. Prohibition of work by children under 15 years of age. 4. Legislative enactment of national holidays. 5. Application of factory laws and factory inspection to all industries throughout Russia, and to government factories, and also to handicraftsmen who work at home. 6. The factory inspectorate must be independent and not be under the Ministry of Finance. Members of industrial courts must enjoy equal rights with the factory inspectorate in ensuring the observance of factory laws. 7. Absolute prohibition everywhere of the truck system. 8. Supervision, by workers' elected representatives, of the proper fixing of rates, the rejection of goods, the expenditure of accumulated fines and the factory-owned workers' quarters. A law that all deductions from workers' wages, whatever the reason for their imposition, shall not exceed the sum of 10 kopecks per ruble all told. 9. A law making the employers responsible for injuries to workers, the employer being required to prove that the worker is to blame. 10. A law making the employers responsible for maintaining schools and providing medical aid to the workers. E. For the peasants, the Russian Social Democratic Party demands: 1. Abolition of land redemption payments 36 and compensation to the peasants for redemption payments made. Return to the peasants of excess payments made to the treasury. 2. Return to the peasants of their lands cut off in 1861. 3. Complete equality of taxation of the peasants' and landlords' lands. 4. Abolition of collective responsibility 37 and of all laws that prevent the peasants from doing as they will with their lands. Underscore. Explanation of the program. The program is divided into 3 main parts. Part 1 sets forth all the tenets from which the remaining parts of the program follow. This part indicates the position occupied by the working class in contemporary society, the meaning and significance of their struggle against the employers and the political position of the working class in the Russian state. Part 2 sets forth the party's aim, and indicates the party's relation to other political trends in Russia. It deals with what should be the activity of the party and of all class-conscious workers, and what should be their attitude to the interests and strivings of the other classes in Russian society. Part 3 contains the party's practical demands. This part is divided into 3 sections. The first section contains demands for nationwide reforms. The second section states the demands and program of the working class. The third section contains demands in the interests of the peasants. Some preliminary explanations of the sections are given below, before proceeding to the practical part of the program. 1. The program deals first of all with the rapid growth of big factories, because this is the main thing in contemporary Russia that is completely changing all the old conditions of life, particularly the living conditions of the laboring class. Under the old conditions, practically all the country's wealth was produced by petty proprietors, who constituted the overwhelming majority of the population. The population lived an immobile life in the villages, the greater part of their produce being either for their own consumption, or for the small market of neighboring villages which had little contact with other nearby markets. These very same petty proprietors worked for the landlords, who compelled them to produce mainly for their consumption. Domestic produce was handed over for processing to artisans, who also lived in the villages or traveled in the neighboring areas to get work. But after the peasants were emancipated, these living conditions of the mass of the people underwent a complete change. The small artisan establishments began to be replaced by big factories, which grew with extraordinary rapidity. They ousted the petty proprietors, turning them into wage workers, and compelled hundreds and thousands of workers to work together, producing tremendous quantities of goods that are being sold all over Russia. The emancipation of the peasants destroyed the immobility of the population and placed the peasants in conditions under which they could no longer get a livelihood from the patches of land that remained in their possession. Masses of people left home to seek a livelihood, making for the factories or for jobs on the construction of the railways which connect the different corners of Russia and carry the output of the big factories everywhere. Masses of people went to jobs in the towns, took part in building factory and commercial premises, in delivering fuel to factories, and in preparing raw materials for them. Finally, many people were occupied at home, doing jobs for merchants and factory owners who could not expand their establishments fast enough. Similar changes took place in agriculture. The landlords began to produce grain for sale, big cultivators from among the peasants and merchants came on the scene, and grain in hundreds of millions of poods began to be sold abroad. Production required wage workers, and hundreds of thousands and millions of peasants, giving up their tiny allotments, went to work as regular or day laborers for the new masters engaged in producing grain for sale. Now it is these changes in the old way of life that are described by the program, which says that the big factories are ruining the small handicraftsmen and peasants, turning them into wage workers. Small-scale production is being replaced everywhere by large-scale, and in this large-scale production the masses of the workers are just hirelings employed for wages by the capitalist, who possesses enormous capital, builds enormous workshops, buys up huge quantities of materials and fills his pockets with all the profit from this mass-scale production by the combined workers. Production has become capitalist, and it exerts merciless and ruthless pressure on all the petty proprietors, destroying their immobile life in the villages, compelling them to travel from one end of the country to the other as ordinary unskilled laborers, selling their labor power to capital. An ever-increasing part of the population is being separated once and for all from the countryside and from agriculture, and is concentrating in the towns, factory and industrial villages and townlets, forming a special propertyless class of people, a class of hired proletarian workers, who live only by the sale of their labor power. These are what constitute the tremendous changes in the country's life brought about by the big factories. Small-scale production is being replaced by large-scale, the petty proprietors are turning into wage workers. What, then, does this change mean for the whole of the working population, and where is it leading? This is dealt with further in the program. A2. Accompanying the replacement of small by large-scale production is the replacement of small financial resources in the hands of the individual proprietor by enormous sums employed as capital, the replacement of small, insignificant profits by profits running into millions. That is why the growth of capitalism is leading everywhere to the growth of luxury and riches. A whole class of big financial magnates, factory owners, railway owners, merchants, and bankers has arisen in Russia. A whole class of people who live off income derived from money capital loaned on interest to industrialists has arisen. The big landowners have become enriched, drawing large sums from the peasants by way of land redemption payments, taking advantage of their need of land to raise the price of the land leased to them, and setting up large beet sugar refineries and distilleries on their estates. The luxury and extravagance of all these wealthy classes have reached unparalleled dimensions, and the main streets of the big cities are lined with their princely mansions and luxurious palaces. But as capitalism grew, the workers' conditions became steadily worse. If earnings increased in some places following the peasants' emancipation, they did so very slightly and not for long, because the mass of hungry people swarming in from the villages forced rates down, while the cost of foodstuffs and necessities continued to go up, so that even with their increased wages the workers got fewer means of subsistence. It became increasingly difficult to find jobs, and side by side with the luxurious mansions of the rich there grew up the slums where the workers were forced to live in cellars, in overcrowded, damp and cold dwellings, and even in dugouts near the new industrial establishments. As capital grew bigger it increased its pressure on the workers, turning them into paupers, compelling them to devote all their time to the factory, and forcing the workers' wives and children to go to work. This, therefore, is the first change towards which the growth of capitalism is leading. Tremendous wealth is accumulating in the coffers of a small handful of capitalists, while the masses of the people are being turned into paupers. The second change consists in the fact that the replacement of small by large-scale production has led to many improvements in production. First of all, work done singly, separately in each little workshop, in each isolated little household, has been replaced by the work of combined laborers working together at one factory, for one landowner, for one contractor. Joint labor is far more effective than individual, and renders it possible to produce goods with far greater ease and rapidity. But all these improvements are enjoyed by the capitalist alone, who pays the workers next to nothing and appropriates all the profit deriving from the workers' combined labor. The capitalist gets still stronger and the worker gets still weaker because he becomes accustomed to doing some one kind of work and it is more difficult for him to transfer to another job, to change his occupation. Another, far more important, improvement in production is the introduction of machines by the capitalist. The effectiveness of labor is increased manifold by the use of machines, but the capitalist turns all this benefit against the worker, taking advantage of the fact that machines require less physical labor. He assigns women and children to them, and pays them less. Taking advantage of the fact that where machines are used far fewer workers are wanted, he throws them out of the factory in masses and then takes advantage of this unemployment to enslave the worker still further, to increase the working day, to deprive the worker of his night's rest and to turn him into a simple appendage to the machine. Unemployment, created by machinery and constantly on the increase, now makes the worker utterly defenseless. His skill loses its worth, he is easily replaced by a plain unskilled laborer, who quickly becomes accustomed to the machine and gladly undertakes the job for lower wages. Any attempt to resist increased oppression by the capitalist leads to dismissal. On his own the worker is quite helpless against capital, and the machine threatens to crush him. A3. In explaining the previous point, we showed that on his own the worker is helpless and defenseless against the capitalist who introduces machines. The worker has at all costs to seek means of resisting the capitalist, in order to defend himself. And he finds such means in organization. Helpless on his own, the worker becomes a force when organized with his comrades, and is enabled to fight the capitalist and resist his onslaught. Organization becomes a necessity for the worker, now faced by big capital. But is it possible to organize a motley mass of people who are strangers to one another, even if they work in one factory? The program indicates the conditions that prepare the workers for unity and develop in them the capacity and ability to organize. These conditions are as follows: 1. The large factory, with machine production that requires regular work the whole year round, completely breaks the tie between the worker and the land and his own farm, turning him into an absolute proletarian. The fact of each farming for himself on a patch of land divided the workers and gave each one of them a certain specific interest, separate from that of his fellow worker, and was thus an obstacle to organization. The workers' break with the land destroys these obstacles. 2. Further, the joint work of hundreds and thousands of workers in itself accustoms the workers to discuss their needs jointly, to take joint action, and clearly shows them the identity of the position and interests of the entire mass of workers. 3. Finally, constant transfers of workers from factory to factory accustom them to compare the conditions and practices in the different factories and enable them to convince themselves of the identical nature of the exploitation in all factories, to acquire the experience of other workers in their clashes with the capitalist, and thus enhance the solidarity of the workers. Now it is because of these conditions, taken together, that the appearance of big factories has given rise to the organization of the workers. Among the Russian workers, unity is expressed mainly and most frequently in strikes. The more the big factories develop, the more frequent, powerful, and stubborn become the workers' strikes, the greater the oppression of capitalism and the greater the need for joint resistance by the workers. Strikes and isolated revolts of the workers, as the program states, now constitute the most widespread phenomenon in Russian factories. But, with the further growth of capitalism and the increasing frequency of strikes, they prove inadequate. The employers take joint action against them, they conclude agreements among themselves, bring in workers from other areas, and turn for assistance to those who run the machinery of state, who help them crush the workers' resistance. Instead of being faced by the one individual owner of each separate factory, the workers are now faced by the entire capitalist class and the government that assists it. The entire capitalist class undertakes a struggle against the entire working class, it devises common measures against the strikes, presses the government to adopt anti-working class legislation, transfers factories to more out-of-the-way localities, and resorts to the distribution of jobs among people working at home and to 1,001 other ruses and devices against the workers. The organization of the workers of a separate factory, even of a separate industry, proves inadequate for resisting the entire capitalist class, and joint action by the entire working class becomes absolutely necessary. Thus, out of the isolated revolts of the workers grows the struggle of the entire working class. The struggle of the workers against the employers turns into a class struggle. All the employers are united by the one interest of keeping the workers in a state of subordination and of paying them the minimum wages possible. And the employers see that the only way they can safeguard their interests is by joint action on the part of the entire employing class, by acquiring influence over the machinery of state. The workers are likewise bound together by a common interest, that of preventing themselves being crushed by capital, of upholding their right to life and to a human existence. And the workers likewise become convinced that they, too, need unity, joint action by the entire class, the working class, and that to that end they must secure influence over the machinery of state. 4. We have explained how and why the struggle between the factory workers and the employers becomes a class struggle, a struggle of the working class, the proletarians, against the capitalist class, the bourgeoisie. The question arises, what significance has this struggle for the entire people and for all working people? Under the contemporary conditions, of which we have already spoken in the explanation of point 1, production by wage workers increasingly ousts petty economy. The number of people who live by wage labor grows rapidly, and not only does the number of regular factory workers increase, but there is a still greater increase in the number of peasants who also have to search for work as wage laborers, in order to live. At the present time, work for hire, work for the capitalist, has already become the most widespread form of labor. The domination of capital over labor embraces the bulk of the population not only in industry, but also in agriculture. Now it is this exploitation of wage labor underlying contemporary society that the big factories develop to the utmost. All the methods of exploitation used by all capitalists in all industries, and which the entire mass of Russia's working class population suffers from, are concentrated, intensified, made the regular rule right in the factory and spread to all aspects of the worker's labor and life. They create a whole routine, a whole system whereby the capitalist sweats the worker. Let us illustrate this with an example. At all times and places, anybody who undertakes work for hire, rests, leaves his work on a holiday if it is celebrated in the neighborhood. It is quite different in the factory. Once the factory management has engaged a worker, it disposes of his services just as it likes, paying no attention to the worker's habits, to his customary way of life, to his family position, to his intellectual requirements. The factory drives the employee to work when it needs his labor, compelling him to fit in his entire life with its requirements, to tear his rest hours to pieces, and, if he is on shifts, to work at night and on holidays. All the imaginable abuses relating to working time are set into motion by the factory, and at the same time it introduces its rules, its practices, which are obligatory for every worker. The order of things in the factory is deliberately adapted to squeezing out of the hired worker all the labor he is capable of yielding, to squeezing it out at top speed and then to throwing him out. Another example. Everybody who takes a job, undertakes, of course, to submit to the employer, to do everything he is ordered. But when anybody hires himself out on a temporary job, he does not surrender his will at all. If he finds his employer's demands wrong or excessive, he leaves him. The factory, on the other hand, demands that the worker surrender his will altogether. It introduces discipline within its walls, compels the worker to start or to stop work when the bell rings, assumes the right itself to punish the worker, and subjects him to a fine or a deduction for every violation of rules which it has itself drawn up. The worker becomes part of a huge aggregate of machinery. He must be just as obedient, enslaved, and without a will of his own, as the machine itself. Yet another example. Anybody who takes a job has frequent occasion to be dissatisfied with his employer, and complains about him to the court or a government official. Both the official and the court usually settle the dispute in the employer's favor, support him, but this promotion of the employer's interests is not based on a general regulation or a law, but on the subservience of individual officials, who at different times protect him to a greater or lesser degree, and who settle matters unjustly in the employer's favor, either because they are acquaintances of his, or because they are uninformed about working conditions and cannot understand the worker. Each separate case of such injustice depends on each separate clash between the worker and the employer, on each separate official. The factory, on the other hand, gathers together such a mass of workers, carries oppression to such a pitch, that it becomes impossible to examine every separate case. General regulations are established, a law is drawn up on relations between the workers and the employers, a law that is obligatory for all. In this law the promotion of the employer's interests is backed up by the authority of the state. The injustice of individual officials is replaced by the injustice of the law itself. Regulations appear, for example, of the following type: if the worker is absent from work, he not only loses wages, but has to pay a fine in addition, whereas the employer pays nothing if he sends the workers home for lack of work. The employer may dismiss the worker for using strong language, whereas the worker cannot leave the job if he is similarly treated. The employer is entitled on his own authority to impose fines, make deductions or demand that overtime be worked, etc. All these examples show us how the factory intensifies the exploitation of the workers and makes this exploitation universal, makes a whole system of it. The worker now has to deal, willy-nilly, not with an individual employer and his will and oppression, but with the arbitrary treatment and oppression he suffers from the entire employing class. The worker sees that his oppressors are not some one capitalist, but the entire capitalist class, because the system of exploitation is the same in all establishments. The individual capitalist cannot even depart from this system, if, for example, he were to take it into his head to reduce working hours. His goods would cost him more than those produced by his neighbor, another factory owner, who makes his employees work longer for the same wage. To secure an improvement in his conditions, the worker now has to deal with the entire social system aimed at the exploitation of labor by capital. The worker is now confronted not by the individual injustice of an individual official, but by the injustice of the state authority itself, which takes the entire capitalist class under its protection and issues laws, obligatory for all, that serve the interests of that class. Thus, the struggle of the factory workers against the employers inevitably turns into a struggle against the entire capitalist class, against the entire social order based on the exploitation of labor by capital. That is why the workers' struggle acquires a social significance, becomes a struggle on behalf of all working people against all classes that live by the labor of others. That is why the workers' struggle opens up a new era in Russian history and is the dawn of the workers' emancipation. What, however, is the domination of the capitalist class over the entire mass of working folk based on? It is based on the fact that all the factories, mills, mines, machines, and instruments of labor are in the hands of the capitalists, are their private property, on the fact that they possess enormous quantities of land. The workers possess no instruments of labor or materials, and so they have to sell their labor power to the capitalists, who only pay the workers what is necessary for their keep, and place all the surplus produced by labor in their pockets. Thus they pay for only part of the working time they use, and appropriate the rest. The entire increase in wealth resulting from the combined labor of the masses of workers or from improvements in production goes to the capitalist class, while the workers, who toil from generation to generation, remain propertyless proletarians. That is why there is only one way of ending the exploitation of labor by capital, and that is to abolish the private ownership of the instruments of labor, to hand over all the factories, mills, mines, and also all the big estates, etc., to the whole of society and to conduct socialist production in common, directed by the workers themselves. The articles produced by labor in common will then go to benefit the working people themselves, while the surplus they produce over and above their keep will serve to satisfy the needs of the workers themselves, to secure the full development of all their capabilities and equal rights to enjoy all the achievements of science and art. That is why the program states that the struggle between the working class and the capitalists can end only in this way. To achieve that, however, it is necessary that political power, i.e., the power to govern the state, should pass from the hands of a government which is under the influence of the capitalists and landowners, or from the hands of a government directly made up of elected representatives of the capitalists, into the hands of the working class. Such is the ultimate aim of the struggle of the working class, such is the condition for its complete emancipation. This is the ultimate aim for which class-conscious, organized workers should strive. Here in Russia, however, they still meet with tremendous obstacles, which hinder them in their struggle for emancipation. 5. The fight against the domination of the capitalist class is now being waged by the workers of all European countries and also by the workers of America and Australia. Working class organization and solidarity is not confined to one country or one nationality. The workers' parties of different countries proclaim aloud the complete identity of interests and aims of the workers of the whole world. They come together at joint congresses, put forward common demands to the capitalist class of all countries, have established an international holiday of the entire organized proletariat striving for emancipation, thus welding the working class of all nationalities and of all countries into one great workers' army. The unity of the workers of all countries is a necessity arising out of the fact that the capitalist class, which rules over the workers, does not limit its rule to one country. Commercial ties between the different countries are becoming closer and more extensive. Capital constantly passes from one country to another. The banks, those huge depositories that gather capital together and distribute it on loan to capitalists, begin as national institutions and then become international, gather capital from all countries, and distribute it among the capitalists of Europe and America. Enormous joint stock companies are now being organized to set up capitalist enterprises not in one country, but in several at once. International associations of capitalists make their appearance. Capitalist domination is international. That is why the workers' struggle in all countries for their emancipation is only successful if the workers fight jointly against international capital. That is why the Russian workers' comrade in the fight against the capitalist class is the German worker, the Polish worker, and the French worker, just as his enemy is the Russian, the Polish, and the French capitalists. Thus, in the recent period foreign capitalists have been very eagerly transferring their capital to Russia, where they are building branch factories and founding companies for running new enterprises. They are flinging themselves greedily on this young country in which the government is more favorable and obsequious to capital than anywhere else, in which they find workers who are less organized and less capable of fighting back than in the West, and in which the workers' standard of living, and hence their wages, are much lower, so that the foreign capitalists are able to draw enormous profits, on a scale unparalleled in their own countries. International capital has already stretched out its hand to Russia. The Russian workers are stretching out their hands to the international labor movement. 6. We have already spoken of how the big factories carry capital's oppression of labor to the highest pitch, how they establish a whole system of methods of exploitation, how the workers, in their revolt against capital, inevitably arrive at the need to unite all workers, at the need for joint struggle by the entire working class. In this struggle against the capitalist class, the workers come up against the general laws of the state, which protect the capitalists and their interests. But then, if the workers are strong enough to force concessions from the capitalists, to resist their attacks by joint action, they could also, by their unity, influence the laws of the state, and secure their alteration. That is what the workers of all other countries are doing. The Russian workers, however, cannot exert direct influence on the state. The conditions of the Russian workers are such that they are deprived of the most elementary civil rights. They must not dare to gather together, to discuss their affairs together, to organize unions, to publish statements. In other words, the laws of the state have not only been drawn up in the interests of the capitalist class, but they frankly deprive the workers of all possibility of influencing these laws and of securing their alteration. The reason this happens is that in Russia the absolute power of an autocratic government continues to this day, that is, a system of state exists under which laws that are obligatory for the entire people may be issued by the Tsar alone, at his discretion, while only officials appointed by him may give effect to them. The citizens are not allowed to take any part in issuing laws, in discussing them, in proposing new or in demanding the repeal of old laws. They have no right to demand of officials an account of their activity, to check their activity, and to prosecute them. Citizens do not even possess the right to discuss affairs of state. They must not dare to organize meetings or unions without the permission of those same officials. The officials are thus irresponsible in the full sense of the term. They constitute a special caste, as it were, placed above the citizens. The irresponsibility and arbitrary conduct of the officials, and the fact that the population itself is inarticulate, give rise to such scandalous abuse of power by officials and such a violation of the rights of the common people as are hardly possible in any European country. Thus, according to law, the Russian government has absolute authority, and is considered to be quite independent, as it were, of the people, standing above all social estates and classes. If, however, that were really the case, why should the law and the government in all conflicts between the workers and the capitalists take the side of the capitalists? Why should the capitalists meet with ever-growing support as their numbers and their wealth grow, whereas the workers meet with ever-increasing resistance and restriction? Actually, the government does not stand above classes, it protects one class against the other, protects the propertied class against the propertyless, the capitalists against the workers. An absolute government could not rule such a huge country if it did not give all sorts of privileges and favors to the propertied classes. Although the government, according to law, possesses absolute and independent power, Actually, the capitalists and landowners possess thousands of means of influencing the government and affairs of state. They have their own social estate associations, noblemen's and merchants' societies, chambers of trade and manufactures, etc., recognized by law. Their elected representatives either become officials outright, and take part in governing the state, or are given posts in government institutions of every kind. For example, the law provides for factory owners to participate in factory courts, to which they elect their representatives. But they do not confine themselves to this direct participation in ruling the state. In their societies they discuss laws of state, draft bills, and the government usually consults them on each issue, submits draft bills to them with a request for their views. The capitalists and landed proprietors organize all Russian congresses, where they discuss their affairs and devise various measures of benefit to their class, and on behalf of all the landed nobility, or of the merchants of all Russia, petition for the adoption of new laws and for the amendment of old ones. They can discuss their affairs in the newspapers, for however much the government hampers the press with its censorship, it would never dare think of depriving the propertied classes of the right to discuss their affairs. They have all sorts of ways and means of approaching the top representatives of the governmental authorities. They can more easily discuss the arbitrary conduct of lower officials, and can easily secure the repeal of particularly oppressive laws and regulations. And while there is no country in the world where there are so many laws and regulations, such unexampled police supervision by the government, a supervision that extends to all sorts of petty details and robs every undertaking of its individuality, there is no country in the world where these bourgeois regulations are so easily violated and where these police laws are circumvented so easily by just the gracious assent of the supreme authorities. And this gracious assent is never refused. 38. B1. This is the most important, the paramount, point of the program, because it indicates what should constitute the activity of the party in defending the interests of the working class, the activity of all class-conscious workers. It indicates how the striving for socialism, the striving for the abolition of the age-old exploitation of man by man, should be linked up with the popular movement engendered by the living conditions created by the large-scale factories. The party's activity must consist in promoting the workers' class struggle. The party's task is not to concoct some fashionable means of helping the workers, but to join up with the workers' movement, to bring light into it, to assist the workers in the struggle they themselves have already begun to wage. The party's task is to uphold the interests of the workers and to represent those of the entire working class movement. Now, what must this assistance to the workers in their struggle consist of? The program says that this assistance must consist, firstly, in developing the workers' class consciousness. We have already spoken of how the workers' struggle against the employers becomes the class struggle of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. What is meant by workers' class consciousness follows from what we have said on the subject. The workers' class consciousness means the workers' understanding that the only way to improve their conditions and to achieve their emancipation is to conduct a struggle against the capitalist and factory owner class created by the big factories. Further, the workers' class consciousness means their understanding that the interests of all the workers of any particular country are identical, that they all constitute one class, separate from all the other classes in society. Finally, the class consciousness of the workers means the workers' understanding that to achieve their aims they have to work to influence affairs of state, just as the landlords and the capitalists did, and are continuing to do now. By what means do the workers reach an understanding of all this? They do so by constantly gaining experience from the very struggle that they begin to wage against the employers and that increasingly develops, becomes sharper, and involves larger numbers of workers as big factories grow. There was a time when the workers' enmity against capital only found expression in a hazy sense of hatred of their exploiters, in a hazy consciousness of their oppression and enslavement, and in the desire to wreak vengeance on the capitalists. The struggle at that time found expression in isolated revolts of the workers, who wrecked buildings, smashed machines, attacked members of the factory management, etc. That was the first, the initial, form of the working class movement, and it was a necessary one, because hatred of the capitalist has always and everywhere been the first impulse towards arousing in the workers the desire to defend themselves. The Russian working class movement has, however, already outgrown this original form. Instead of having a hazy hatred of the capitalist, the workers have already begun to understand the antagonism between the interests of the working class and of the capitalist class. Instead of having a confused sense of oppression, they have begun to distinguish the ways and means by which capital oppresses them, and are revolting against various forms of oppression, placing limits to capitalist oppression, and protecting themselves against the capitalist's greed. Instead of wreaking vengeance on the capitalists, they are now turning to the fight for concessions. They are beginning to face the capitalist class with one demand after another, and are demanding improved working conditions, increased wages, and shorter working hours. Every strike concentrates all the attention and all the efforts of the workers on some particular aspect of the conditions under which the working class lives. Every strike gives rise to discussions about these conditions, helps the workers to appraise them, to understand what capitalist oppression consists in the particular case, and what means can be employed to combat this oppression. Every strike enriches the experience of the entire working class. If the strike is successful, it shows them what a strong force working class unity is, and impels others to make use of their comrades' success. If it is not successful, it gives rise to discussions about the causes of the failure and to the search for better methods of struggle. This transition of the workers to the steadfast struggle for their vital needs, the fight for concessions, for improved living conditions, wages, and working hours, now begun all over Russia, means that the Russian workers are making tremendous progress, and that is why the attention of the Social Democratic Party and all class-conscious workers should be concentrated mainly on this struggle, on its promotion. Assistance to the workers should consist in showing them those most vital needs for the satisfaction of which they should fight, should consist in analyzing the factors particularly responsible for worsening the conditions of different categories of workers, in explaining factory laws and regulations the violation of which so often subject the workers to double robbery. Assistance should consist in giving more precise and definite expression to the workers' demands, and in making them public, in choosing the best time for resistance, in choosing the method of struggle, in discussing the position and the strength of the two opposing sides, in discussing whether a still better choice can be made of the method of fighting. We have said that the Russian workers' transition to such struggle is indicative of the tremendous progress they have made. This struggle places the working class movement onto the high road, and is the certain guarantee of its further success. The mass of working folk learn from this struggle, firstly, how to recognize and to examine one by one the methods of capitalist exploitation, to compare them with the law, with their living conditions, and with the interests of the capitalist class. By examining the different forms and cases of exploitation, the workers learn to understand the significance and the essence of exploitation as a whole, learn to understand the social system based on the exploitation of labor by capital. Secondly, in the process of this struggle the workers test their strength, learn to organize, learn to understand the need for and the significance of organization. The extension of this struggle and the increasing frequency of clashes inevitably lead to a further extension of the struggle, to the development of a sense of unity, a sense of solidarity at first among the workers of a particular locality, and then among the workers of the entire country, among the entire working class. Thirdly, this struggle develops the workers' political consciousness. The living condition of the mass of working folk places them in such a position that they do not possess either the leisure or the opportunity to ponder over problems of state. On the other hand, the workers' struggle against the factory owners for their daily needs automatically and inevitably spurs the workers on to think of state, political questions, questions of how the Russian state is governed, how laws and regulations are issued, and whose interests they serve. Each clash in the factory necessarily brings the workers into conflict with the laws and representatives of state authority. In this connection the workers hear political speeches for the first time. At first from, say, the factory inspectors, who explain to them that the trick employed by the factory owner to defraud them is based on the exact meaning of the regulations, which have been endorsed by the appropriate authority and give the employer a free hand to defraud the workers, or that the factory owner's oppressive measures are quite lawful, since he is merely availing himself of his rights, giving effect to such and such a law, that has been endorsed by the state authority that sees to its implementation. The political explanations of Messrs. The inspectors are occasionally supplemented by the still more beneficial political explanations of the Minister 39, who reminds the workers of the feelings of Christian love that they owe to the factory owners for their making millions out of the workers' labor. Later, these explanations of the representatives of the state authority, and the workers' direct acquaintance with the facts showing for whose benefit this authority operates, are still further supplemented by leaflets or other explanations given by socialists, so that the workers get their political education in full from such a strike. They learn to understand not only the specific interests of the working class, but also the specific place occupied by the working class in the state. And so the assistance which the Social Democratic Party can render to the class struggle of the workers should be, to develop the workers' class consciousness by assisting them in the fight for their most vital needs. The second type of assistance should consist, as the program states, in promoting the organization of the workers. The struggle we have just described necessarily requires that the workers be organized. Organization becomes necessary for strikes, to ensure that they are conducted with great success, for collections in support of strikers, for setting up workers' mutual benefit societies, and for propaganda among the workers, the distribution among them of leaflets, announcements, manifestos, etc. Organization is still more necessary to enable the workers to defend themselves against persecution by the police and the gendarmerie, to conceal from them all the workers' contacts and associations, and to arrange the delivery of books, pamphlets, newspapers, etc. To assist in all this, such is the party's second task. The third consists in indicating the real aims of the struggle, i.e., in explaining to the workers what the exploitation of labor by capital consists in, what it is based on, how the private ownership of the land and the instruments of labor leads to the poverty of the working masses, compels them to sell their labor to the capitalists and to yield up gratis the entire surplus produced by the worker's labor over and above his keep, in explaining, furthermore, how this exploitation inevitably leads to the class struggle between the workers and the capitalists, what the conditions of this struggle and its ultimate aims are, in a word, in explaining what is briefly stated in the program. B2. What is meant by these words? The struggle of the working class is a political struggle. They mean that the working class cannot fight for its emancipation without securing influence over affairs of state, over the administration of the state, over the issue of laws. The need for such influence has long been understood by the Russian capitalists, and we have shown how they have been able, despite all sorts of prohibitions contained in the police laws, to find thousands of ways of influencing the state authority, and how this authority serves the interests of the capitalist class. Hence it naturally follows that the working class, too, cannot wage its struggle, cannot even secure a lasting improvement of its lot unless it influences state authority. We have already said that the workers' struggle against the capitalists will inevitably lead to a clash with the government, and the government itself is exerting every effort to prove to the workers that only by struggle and by joint resistance can they influence state authority. This was shown with particular clarity by the big strikes that took place in Russia in 1885–86. The government immediately set about drawing up regulations concerning workers, at once issued new laws about factory practices, yielded to the workers' insistent demands. In the same way the present strikes have again caused the government's immediate intervention, and the government has already understood that it cannot confine itself to arrests and deportations, that it is ridiculous to regale the workers with stupid sermons about the noble conduct of the factory owners. The government has realized that organized workers constitute a force to be reckoned with, and so it already has the factory legislation under review and is convening in St. Petersburg a Congress of senior factory inspectors to discuss the question of reducing working hours and other inevitable concessions to the workers. Thus we see that the struggle of the working class against the capitalist class must necessarily be a political struggle. Indeed, This struggle is already exerting influence on the state authority, is acquiring political significance. But the workers' utter lack of political rights, about which we have already spoken, and the absolute impossibility of the workers openly and directly influencing state authority become more clearly and sharply exposed and felt as the working class movement develops. That is why the most urgent demand of the workers, the primary objective of the working class influence on affairs of state must be the achievement of political freedom, i.e., the direct participation, guaranteed by law, of all citizens in the government of the state, the guaranteed right of all citizens freely to assemble, discuss their affairs, influence affairs of state through their associations and the press. The achievement of political freedom becomes the vital task of the workers because without it the workers do not and cannot have any influence over affairs of state, and thus inevitably remain a rightless, humiliated and inarticulate class. And if even now, when the workers are only just beginning to fight and to close their ranks, the government is already hastening to make concessions to the workers, in order to check the further growth of the movement, there can be no doubt that when the workers fully close their ranks and unite under the leadership of one political party, they will be able to compel the government to surrender, they will be able to win political freedom for themselves and the entire Russian people. The preceding parts of the program indicated the place occupied by the working class in contemporary society and the contemporary state, what is the aim of the struggle of the working class, and what constitutes the task of the party that represents the workers' interests. Under the absolute rule of the government there are not, nor can there be openly functioning political parties in Russia, but there are political trends which express the interests of other classes and which exert influence over public opinion and the government. Hence, in order to make clear the position of the Social Democratic Party, it is necessary now to indicate its attitude towards the remaining political trends in Russian society, so as to enable the workers to determine who may be their ally and to what extent, and who their enemy. That is indicated in the two following points of the program. B3. The program declares that the workers' allies are, firstly, all those social strata which oppose the absolute power of the autocratic government. Since this absolute rule is the main obstacle to the workers' fight for their emancipation, it naturally follows that it is in the direct interest of the workers to support every social movement against absolutism. The stronger the development of capitalism, the deeper become the contradictions between this bureaucratic administration and the interests of the propertied classes themselves, the interests of the bourgeoisie. And the Social Democratic Party proclaims that it will support all strata and grades of the bourgeoisie who oppose the absolute government. It is infinitely more to the workers' advantage for the bourgeoisie to influence affairs of state directly, than for their influence to be exerted, as is the case now, through a crowd of venal and despotic officials. It is far more advantageous to the workers for the bourgeoisie to openly influence policy than, as is the case now, to exert a concealed influence, concealed by the supposedly all-powerful independent government, which is called a government by the grace of God, and hands out its graces to the suffering and industrious landlords and the poverty-stricken and oppressed factory owners. The workers need open struggle against the capitalist class, in order that the entire Russian proletariat may see for whose interests the workers are waging the struggle, and may learn how to wage the struggle properly, in order that the intrigues and aspirations of the bourgeoisie may not be hidden in the anterooms of grand dukes, in the saloons of senators and ministers, and in departmental offices barred to the public, and in order that they may come to the surface and open the eyes of all and sundry as to who really inspires government policy and what the capitalists and landlords are striving for. And so, down with everything that hides the present influence of the capitalist class, and our support for any representative of the bourgeoisie who comes out against the bureaucracy, the bureaucratic administration, against the absolute government. But, while proclaiming its support for every social movement against absolutism, the Social Democratic Party recognizes that it does not separate itself from the working class movement, because the working class has its specific interests, which are opposed to the interests of all other classes. While rendering support to all representatives of the bourgeoisie in the fight for political freedom, the workers should remember that the propertied classes can only be their allies for a time, that the interests of the workers and the capitalists cannot be reconciled, that the workers need the abolition of the government's absolute rule only in order to wage an open and extensive struggle against the capitalist class. Further, the Social Democratic Party proclaims that it will render support to all who rise up against the class of the privileged landed nobility. The landed nobility in Russia are considered to be the first estate in the land. The remnants of their feudal power over the peasants weigh down the masses of the people to this day. The peasants continue to make land redemption payments for emancipation from the power of the landlords. The peasants are still tied to the land, in order that the landed gentry may not suffer any shortage of cheap and submissive farm laborers. Rightless and treated as juveniles, the peasants to this day are at the mercy of officials who look after their own pockets and interfere in peasant life so as to ensure that the peasants make their redemption payments or pay quit rent to the feudal landlords punctually, that they do not dare to shirk working for the landlords, do not dare, for example, to leave the district and so perhaps compel the landlords to hire outside workers, who are not so cheap or so oppressed by want. The landlords keep millions, tens of millions of peasants in their service, enslaving them and keeping them without rights, and in return for their display of prowess in this sphere enjoy the highest privileges of state. The landed nobility are the principal holders of the highest posts in the state. The aristocratic landlords are closest to the court and more directly and easily than anybody else influence government policy in their own direction. They utilize their close connections with the government to plunder the state coffers and to secure out of public funds gifts and grants that run into millions of rubles, sometimes in the shape of huge estates distributed for services, at other times in the shape of concessions. Asterisk the hectographed text in the notebook in the possession of the Institute of Marxism-Leninism, Central Committee of the CPSU breaks off here. Ed. To the Tsarist government 40. This year, 1896, the Russian government has already made 2 announcements to the public on the workers' struggle against the factory owners. In other countries such announcements are no rarity. There they do not hide what is going on in the country, and the press freely publishes items about strikes. In Russia, however, the government fears more than the plague publicity for factory practices and incidents. It banned the publication of strike news in the press, it forbade factory inspectors to publish their reports, and it even put a stop to the hearing of strike cases in the ordinary courts open to the public. In a word, it took all measures to make a strict secret of all that was going on in the factories and among the workers. And of a sudden, all the devices of the police burst like soap bubbles, and the government itself was compelled to speak out openly of the fact that the workers were engaged in a struggle against the factory owners. What caused this change? In 1895 workers' strikes were particularly numerous. Yes, that is quite true, but strikes also took place previous to this, yet the government succeeded in preventing the secret becoming known, and the mass of the workers as a whole were kept in the dark about the strikes. The present strikes are much bigger than the previous ones and are concentrated in one area. Yes, that is quite true, but strikes as big as these also took place previously, in 1885–86, for example, in Moscow and Vladimir Gubernias. Yet the government held out and refused to say a word about the workers' struggle against the employers. What, then, has made it talk this time? The fact is that this time the socialists have assisted the workers, have helped them to explain their case, to spread the news about it everywhere, both among the workers and among the public, to formulate the workers' demands exactly, to show everybody how dishonest the government is, and what brute violence it employs. When the government saw that it was becoming quite ridiculous to keep silent, since the strikes were common knowledge, it also fell into line behind the rest. The socialist leaflets called the government to account, and the government appeared and gave its account. Let us see what sort of an account it was. At first the government tried to avoid doing so openly and publicly. One of the ministers, Minister of Finance Witt, sent out a circular to the factory inspectors, in which he called the workers and the socialists the worst enemies of public order, advised the factory inspectors to try to scare the workers, to assure them that the government would forbid the employers to make concessions, to tell them of the employer's good motives and noble intentions, of how concerned the employers are about the workers and their needs, and of how full the employers are of good sentiments. Of the strikes themselves the government said nothing. It said not one word about the cause of the strikes, about the facts of abominable oppression and violation of the law by the employers, and about the aims of the workers. In a word, it simply misrepresented all the strikes that took place in the summer and autumn of 1895, tried to get away with hackneyed stock phrases about violent and illegal actions by the workers, although the workers committed no violence. It was only the police who resorted to violence. The minister wanted to keep the circular a secret, but the very officials to whom he entrusted it failed to keep the secret, and so the circular made the rounds of the public. Then it was printed by the socialists. Whereupon the government, seeing that as usual it had been made a fool of with its open secrets, had it published in the press. That, as we have already stated, was the government's answer to the summer and autumn strikes of 1895. In the spring of 1896, however, strikes broke out again, on a much bigger scale. 41 The rumors about them were supplemented by socialist leaflets. At first the government maintained a cowardly silence, waiting to see how the matter would end, and then, when the workers' revolt had died down, it belatedly made public its bureaucratic wisdom, as it would a delayed police protocol. On this occasion it had to speak out openly, and what is more, to do so collectively. Its announcement appeared in issue number 158 of Pravitelstvenny Vestnik. 42 On this occasion it could not misrepresent the workers' strikes as previously. It had to tell the full story, to give the facts of the employer's oppressive measures and make known the workers' demands. It had to admit that the workers had behaved decently. Thus the workers taught the government to give up lying in the vile manner of the police, when they rose up en masse. When they employed leaflets to make their case public, they compelled it to admit the truth. That was a great success. The workers will now know what is their only means of getting a public statement of their needs, of letting the workers throughout Russia know of their struggle. The workers will know now that the government's lies are only refuted by the united struggle of the workers themselves to secure their rights and by their class consciousness. When the ministers had spoken about the events they started inventing excuses. They proceeded to assert in their statement that the strikes were only caused by the peculiarities of cotton spinning and thread production. Indeed. And not by the peculiarities of the whole of Russian production, not by the peculiarities of the Russian political system, which permits the police to hound and to seize peaceful workers who are defending themselves against oppression. Why, then, good ministers, did the workers snatch up, read and ask for more leaflets which did not deal with cotton and threads at all, but with the rightless position of Russian citizens and the arbitrary and brutal conduct of a government which fawns on the capitalists? No, this new excuse is perhaps worse, viler than the one with which Finance Minister Witt tried to settle matters in his circular by placing all the blame on agitators. Minister Witt argues about the strike just like any police official who has had his palm greased by the factory owners. Agitators came, runs the explanation, and a strike broke out. Now, when all the ministers saw a strike of 30,000 workers, they began to think, and finally came to the conclusion that strikes do not break out because socialist agitators come on the scene, but that socialist agitators come on the scene because strikes break out, because the workers' struggle breaks out against the capitalists. The ministers now assert that the socialists subsequently join the strikes. That is a good lesson for Finance Minister Witt. Be careful, Mr. Witt, learn the lesson well. Learn to get clear in advance about the cause of the strike, learn to examine the workers' demands and not the reports of your police rats, whom you yourself have not a bit of faith in. The ministers tell the public that it was only ill-intentioned persons who tried to give the strikes a criminally political character, or as they say in one passage, a social character. That is amusing. The socialists give strikes a political character. Why, before any socialists did, the government itself took all possible measures to give the strikes a political character. Did it not set about seizing peaceful workers, just as though they were criminals? Did it not arrest and deport them? Did it not send spies and provocateurs all over? Did it not arrest all who fell into its hands? Did it not promise to help the factory owners in order that they might not yield? Did it not persecute workers for simply collecting money in aid of the strikers? The government itself was ahead of everybody else in explaining to the workers that the war they were waging against the factory owners must inevitably be a war against the government. All that the socialists had to do was to confirm this and publish it in leaflet form. That is all. The Russian government, however, had already had an extensive experience in the art of dissembling, and the ministers tried to keep silent about the methods by which our government gave the strikes a political character. It told the public the dates of the socialists' leaflets. But why did it not tell the dates of the orders issued by the city governor and other Bolsheviks for the arrest of peaceful workers, putting the troops under arms, the dispatch of spies and provocateurs? They gave details to the public about the number of leaflets issued by the socialists. Why did they give no details about the number of workers and socialists seized, about the number of ruined families, the number deported or imprisoned without trial? Why? Because even the Russian ministers, devoid as they are of all shame, are wary of telling the public about such bandit exploits. Peaceful workers who stood up for their rights and defended themselves against the factory owners' tyranny had the entire strength of the state power, with police and troops, gendarmes and public prosecutors, hurled against them. Workers who held out on their own coppers and those of their comrades, the British, Polish, German and Austrian workers had aimed against them the entire strength of the state treasury, which promised assistance to the poor factory owners. The workers were not united. They were unable to arrange collections, to enlist the help of other cities and other workers. They were hounded everywhere. They had to yield to the entire strength of state authority. The ministerial gentlemen are rejoicing that the government has achieved victory. A fine victory. The entire strength of the government, the entire wealth of the capitalists against 30,000 peaceful, penniless workers. The ministers would be wiser if they waited before boasting of such a victory. Their boasting really reminds one very much of that of the policeman, who brags about having got away from the strike unhurt. The incitements of the socialists were ineffective, triumphantly declares the government to soothe the capitalists. Why, is our reply to this, no incitements could have created 100th part of the impression created on all St. Petersburg, all Russian workers by the government's conduct in this affair. The workers saw through the government's policy of keeping silent about the workers' strikes and of misrepresenting them. The workers saw how their united struggle forced the abandonment of hypocritical police lies. They saw whose interests were safeguarded by the government, which promised assistance to the factory owners. They understood who was their real foe when they, who were not violating law and order, had the troops and police sent against them, just as though they were the country's enemies. However much ministers may talk of the struggle being a failure, the workers see how the factory owners everywhere have quietened down, and know that the government is already calling the factory inspectors together to discuss what concessions should be made to the workers, for it sees that concessions are necessary. The strikes of 1895 to 96 have not been in vain. They have been of tremendous service to the Russian workers. They have shown them how to wage the struggle for their interests. They have taught them to understand the political situation and the political needs of the working class. November 1896. The League of Struggle for the Emancipation of the Working Class. 43. Written in prison in summer 1896. Mimeographed in November 1896. Published according to the text of the leaflet. Underscore 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 underscore. A characterization of economic romanticism. 44. Written in the spring 1897. First published in the magazine Novoye Slovo 45. Issues 7 to 10, April-July 1897. Signed, KTN. Reprinted in the Miscellany. Economic Studies and Essays. By Vladimir Ilyin, 1898. Published according to the text of the Miscellany. Economic Studies and Essays. Checked with the text in Novoy Slovo and that. In the Miscellany. The Agrarian Question. By V.L. Ilian, 1908. The Swiss economist Sismondi, who wrote at the beginning of the present century, is of particular interest in considering a solution of the general economic problems which are now coming to the forefront with particular force in Russia. If we add to this that Sismondi occupies a special place in the history of political economy, in that he stands apart from the main trends, being an ardent advocate of small-scale production and an opponent of the supporters and ideologists of large-scale enterprise, the reader will understand our desire to outline the main features of Sismondi's doctrine and its relation to other trends both contemporary and subsequent in economic science. A study of Sismondi is today all the more interesting because last year an article in Russkoye Bogatstvo also expounded his doctrine. The contributor to Russkoye Bogatstvo states at the very outset that no writer has been so wrongly appraised as Sismondi, who, he alleges, has been unjustly represented, now as a reactionary, then as a utopian. The very opposite is true. Precisely this appraisal of Sismondi is quite correct. The article in Russkoye Bogatstvo, while it gives an accurate and detailed account of Sismondi's views, provides a completely incorrect picture of his theory, idealizes the very points of it in which he comes closest to the Narodniks, and ignores and misrepresents his attitude to subsequent trends in economic science. Hence, our exposition and analysis of Sismondi's doctrine will at the same time be a criticism of Efrosi's article. Chapter I. The Economic Theories of Romanticism. The distinguishing feature of Sismondi's theory is his doctrine of revenue, of the relation of revenue to production and to the population. The title of Sismondi's chief work is Nouveaux principes d'économie politique au de la richesse dans ses rapports avec la population, New Principles of Political Economy, or Wealth in Relation to Population. This subject is almost identical with the problem known in Russian Narodnik literature as the problem of the home market for capitalism. Sismondi asserted that as a result of the development of large-scale enterprise and wage labor in industry and agriculture, production inevitably outruns consumption and is faced with the insoluble task of finding consumers, that it cannot find consumers within the country because it converts the bulk of the population into day laborers, plain workers, and creates unemployment, while the search for a foreign market becomes increasingly difficult owing to the entry of new capitalist countries into the world arena. The reader will see that these are the very same problems that occupy the minds of the Narodnik economists headed by Messrs. VV and N. On point 46 let us, then, take a closer look at the various points of Sismondi's argument and at its scientific significance. I. Does the home market shrink because of the ruination of the small producers? Unlike the classical economists, who in their arguments had in mind the already established capitalist system and took the existence of the working class as a matter of course and self-evident, Sismondi particularly emphasizes the ruination of the small producer, the process which led to the formation of the working class. That Sismondi deserves credit for pointing to this contradiction in the capitalist system is beyond dispute, but the point is that as an economist he failed to understand this phenomenon and covered up his inability to make a consistent analysis of it with pious wishes. In Sismondi's opinion, the ruination of the small producer proves that the home market shrinks. If the manufacturer sells at a cheaper price, says Sismondi in the chapter on How Does the Seller Enlarge His Market, he will sell more, because the others will sell less. Hence, the manufacturer always strives to save something on labor, or on raw materials, so as to be able to sell at a lower price than his fellow manufacturers. As the materials themselves are products of past labor, his saving, in the long run, always amounts to the expenditure of a smaller quantity of labor in the production of the same product. True, the individual manufacturer tries to expand production and not to reduce the number of his workers. Let us assume that he succeeds, that he wins customers away from his competitors by reducing the price of his commodity. What will be the national result of this? The other manufacturers will introduce the same methods of production as he employs. Then some of them will, of course, have to discharge some of their workers to the extent that the new machine increases the productive power of labor. If consumption remains at the same level, and if the same amount of labor is performed by 1/10 of the former number of hands, then the income of this section of the working class will be curtailed by 9/10, and all forms of its consumption will be reduced to the same extent. The result of the invention, if the nation has no foreign trade, and if consumption remains at the same level, will consequently be a loss for all, a decline in the national revenue, which will lead to a decline in general consumption in the following year. Nor can it be otherwise. Labor itself is an important part of the revenue, and therefore the demand for labor cannot be reduced without making the nation poorer. Hence, the expected gain from the invention of new methods of production is nearly always obtained from foreign trade. The reader will see that in these words he already has before him all that so familiar theory of the shrinkage of the home market as a consequence of the development of capitalism, and of the consequent need for a foreign market. Sismondi very frequently reverts to this idea, linking it with his theory of crises and his population theory. It is as much the key point of his doctrine as it is of the doctrine of the Russian Narodniks. Sismondi did not, of course, forget that under the new relationships, ruination and unemployment are accompanied by an increase in commercial wealth, that the point at issue was the development of large-scale production, of capitalism. This he understood perfectly well and, in fact, asserted that it was the growth of capitalism that caused the home market to shrink, just as it is not a matter of indifference from the standpoint of the citizens' welfare whether the sufficiency and consumption of all tend to be equal, or whether a small minority has a superabundance of all things, while the masses are reduced to bare necessities. So these two forms of the distribution of revenue are not a matter of indifference from the viewpoint of the development of commercial wealth. Equality in consumption must always lead to the expansion of the producer's market, and inequality, to the shrinking of the market. Thus, Sismondi asserts that the home market shrinks owing to the inequality of distribution inherent in capitalism, that the market must be created by equal distribution. But how can this take place when there is commercial wealth, to which Sismondi imperceptibly passed? This is something he does not investigate. How does he prove that it is possible to preserve equality among the producers if commercial wealth exists, i.e., competition between the individual producers? He does not prove it at all. He simply decrees that that is what must occur. Instead of further analyzing the contradiction he rightly pointed to, he begins to talk about the undesirability of contradictions in general. It is possible that when small-scale agriculture is superseded by large-scale and more capital is invested in the land, a larger amount of wealth is distributed among the entire mass of agriculturists than previously. But for the nation, the consumption of one family of rich farmers plus that of 50 families of poor day laborers is not equal to the consumption of 50 families of peasants, not one of which is rich but, on the other hand, not one of which lacks a decent degree of prosperity. In other words, perhaps the development of capitalist farming does create a home market for capitalism. Sismondi was a far too knowledgeable and conscientious economist to deny this fact, but here the author drops his investigation, and for the nation of commercial wealth directly substitutes a nation of peasants. Evading the unpleasant fact that refutes his petty bourgeois point of view, he even forgets what he himself had said a little earlier, namely, that the peasants became farmers thanks to the development of commercial wealth. The first farmers, he said, were simple laborers. They did not cease to be peasants. They hardly ever employed day laborers to work with them, they employed only servants, always chosen from among their equals, whom they treated as equals, ate with them at the same table, constituted one class of peasants. So then, it all amounts to this, that these patriarchal mujiks, with their patriarchal servants, are much more to the author's liking, and he simply turns his back on the changes which the growth of commercial wealth brought about in these patriarchal relationships. But Sismondi does not in the least intend to admit this. He continues to think that he is investigating the laws of commercial wealth and, forgetting the reservations he has made, bluntly asserts, Thus, as a result of wealth being concentrated in the hands of a small number of proprietors, the home market shrinks increasingly, and industry is increasingly compelled to look for foreign markets, where great revolutions await it. Thus, the home market cannot expand except through national prosperity. Sismondi has in mind the prosperity of the people, for he had only just admitted the possibility of national prosperity under capitalist farming. As the reader sees, our Narodnik economists say the same thing word for word. Sismondi reverts to this question again at the end of his work, in Book 7 on the Population, Chapter 7, on the population which has become superfluous owing to the invention of machines. The introduction of large-scale farming in the countryside has in Great Britain led to the disappearance of the class of peasant farmers, who worked themselves and nevertheless enjoyed a moderate prosperity. The population declined considerably, but its consumption declined more than its numbers. The day laborers who do all the field work, receiving only bare necessities, do not by any means give the same encouragement to urban industry as the rich peasants gave previously. Similar changes also took place among the urban population. The small tradesmen, the small manufacturers disappear, and one big entrepreneur replaces hundreds of them who, taken all together, were perhaps not as rich as he. Nevertheless, taken together they were bigger consumers than he. The luxury he indulges in encourages industry far less than the moderate prosperity of the 100 households he has superseded. The question is, what does Sismondi's theory that the home market shrinks with the development of capitalism amount to? To the fact that its author, who had hardly attempted to look at the matter squarely, avoided analyzing the conditions that belong to capitalism, and replaced an analysis by his own petty bourgeois point of view and his own petty bourgeois utopia. The development of commercial wealth and, consequently, of competition, he says, should leave intact the average, uniform peasantry, with its moderate prosperity and its patriarchal relations with its farm servants. It goes without saying that this innocent desire remained the exclusive possession of Sismondi and the other romanticists among the intelligentsia, and that day after day it came into increasing conflict with the reality that was developing, the contradictions of which Sismondi was not yet able to gauge the depth. It goes without saying that theoretical political economy, which in its further development joined that of the classical economists, established precisely what Sismondi wanted to deny, that the development of capitalism in general, and of capitalist farming in particular, does not restrict the home market, but creates it. The development of capitalism proceeds simultaneously with the development of commodity economy, and to the extent that domestic production gives way to production for sale, while the handicraftsman is superseded by the factory, a market is created for capital. The day laborers who are pushed out of agriculture by the conversion of the peasants into farmers provide labor power for capital, and the farmers are purchasers of the products of industry, not only of articles of consumption, but also of instruments of production, which could not remain of the old type after small farming had been superseded by large-scale farming. The last point is worth emphasizing, for it is the one that Sismondi particularly ignored when, in the passage we have quoted, he talked about consumption by peasants and farmers as if only personal consumption existed, and as if the purchase of machines, implements, etc., the erection of buildings, warehouses, factories, etc., were not also consumption, except that it is of a different kind, i.e., productive consumption, consumption by capital and not by people. And again we must note that it is precisely this mistake, which, as we shall soon see, Sismondi borrowed from Adam Smith, that our Narodnik economists took over in toto. 2. Sismondi's views on national revenue and capital. The arguments adduced by Sismondi to prove that capitalism is impossible and that it cannot develop are not confined to this. He also drew the same conclusions from his revenue theory. It must be said that Sismondi took over in its entirety Adam Smith's labor theory of value and three forms of revenue: rent, profit, and wages. Here and there he even attempts to group together the first two forms of revenue and contrast them to the third. Thus, he sometimes combines them and opposes them to wages, sometimes he even uses the term value to describe them. We must not, however, exaggerate the importance of this terminology as, we think, Efrosi does when he says that Sismondi's theory stands close to the theory of surplus value. Properly speaking, Sismondi did not advance a single step beyond Adam Smith, who also said that rent and profit are deductions from the produce of labor, the share of the value which the worker adds to the product. Nor did Sismondi go further than this. But he tried to link up this division of the newly created product into surplus value and wages with the theory of the social revenue, the home market and the realization of the product in capitalist society. These attempts are extremely important for an appraisal of Sismondi's scientific significance, and for an understanding of the connection between his doctrine and that of the Russian Narodniks. It is therefore worthwhile analyzing them in greater detail. In everywhere pushing into the forefront the question of revenue, of its relation to production, to consumption, and to the population, Sismondi was also naturally obliged to analyze the theoretical basis of the concept revenue. And so at the very beginning of his work we find 3 chapters devoted to the question of revenue. Chapter 4, entitled How Revenue Originates from Capital, deals with the difference between capital and revenue. Sismondi begins straight away to deal with this subject in relation to the whole of society. Inasmuch as each works for all, he says, what is produced by all must be consumed by all. The difference between capital and revenue is material for society. But Sismondi has a feeling that this material difference is not as simple for society as it is for the individual entrepreneur. We are approaching, he makes the reservation, the most abstract and most difficult problem of political economy. The nature of capital and that of revenue are constantly interwoven in our minds. We see that what is revenue for one becomes capital for another, and the same object, in passing from hand to hand, successively acquires different names, i.e., is called capital at one moment and revenue at another. But to confuse them, asserts Sismondi, is ruinous. The task of distinguishing between the capital and revenue of society is as important as it is difficult. The reader has probably noticed wherein lies the difficulty which Sismondi speaks of. If the revenue of the individual entrepreneur is his profit, which he spends on various kinds of articles of consumption, and if the revenue of the individual worker is his wages, can these 2 forms of revenue be added together to form the revenue of society? What, then, about those capitalists and workers who produce machines, for example? Their product exists in a form that cannot be consumed. It cannot be added to articles of consumption. These products are meant to serve as capital. Hence, while being the revenue of their producers they become the capital of their purchasers. How can we straighten out this confusion, which prevents us from defining the concept of social revenue? As we have seen, Sismondi merely approached the question and at once shrank from it, limiting himself to stating the difficulty. He says plainly that usually, 3 kinds of revenue are recognized: rent, profit, and wages, and then goes on to expound Adam Smith's doctrine concerning each. The question of the difference between the capital and the revenue of society remained unanswered. The exposition now proceeds without any strict division between social revenue and individual revenue. But Sismondi reverts once again to the question he abandoned. He says that, as there are different kinds of revenue, so there are different kinds of wealth, namely, fixed capital machines, implements, etc., circulating capital which, unlike the former, is consumed quickly and changes its form, and, lastly, revenue from capital, which is consumed without being reproduced. Here it is not important to us that Sismondi repeats all the mistakes Adam Smith made in the theory of fixed and circulating capital, that he confuses these categories, which belong to the process of circulation, with the categories which spring from the process of production. What interests us is Sismondi's theory of revenue. And on this question, he draws the following conclusion from the division of wealth into 3 kinds that has just been made. It is important to note that these 3 kinds of wealth go similarly into consumption, for everything that has been produced is of value to man only insofar as it serves his needs, and these needs are satisfied only by consumption. But fixed capital serves this purpose indirectly, it is consumed slowly, helping man to reproduce what serves for his consumption, whereas circulating capital is converted into the workers' consumption fund. It follows, therefore, that, as distinct from individual consumption, there are two kinds of social consumption. These two kinds differ very greatly. What matters, of course, is not that fixed capital is consumed slowly, but that it is consumed without forming revenue for any class of society, that it is not used personally, but productively. But Sismondi fails to see this, and realizing that he has again strayed from the path in quest of the difference between social capital and revenue, he helplessly exclaims, "This movement of wealth is so abstract, it requires such considerable attention to grasp it fully, that we deem it useful to take the simplest example." And indeed, he does take the simplest example. A single farmer harvested 100 sacks of wheat, part of the wheat he consumed himself, part went for sowing, and part was consumed by the workers he hired. Next year he harvested 200 sacks. Who is to consume them? The farmer's family cannot grow so quickly. Using this extremely ill-chosen example to show the difference between fixed capital, circulating capital, and the farmer's consumption fund, Sismondi says, "We have seen three kinds of wealth in an individual family. Let us now examine each kind in relation to the whole nation and see how the national revenue can result from this distribution." But all he says after this is that in society, too, it is necessary to reproduce the same three kinds of wealth: fixed capital, then come raw materials, then the workers' maintenance and the capitalist's profit. This is all we get from Chapter 4. Obviously, the question of the national revenue remained open, and Sismondi failed to analyze, not only distribution, but even the concept of revenue. He immediately forgets the theoretically extremely important reference to the need to reproduce also the fixed capital of society, and in his next chapter, in speaking of the distribution of the national revenue among the different classes of citizens, he goes straight on to speak of three kinds of revenue and, combining rent and profit, he says that the national revenue consists of two parts: profit from wealth and the worker's means of subsistence. He says, moreover, that similarly, the annual product, or the result of all the work done by the nation during the year, consists of two parts: one is the profit that comes from wealth, the other is the capacity to work which is assumed to equal the part of wealth for which it is exchanged, or the means of subsistence of those who work. Thus, the national revenue and the annual product balance each other and represent equal magnitudes. The entire annual product is consumed in the course of the year, but partly by the workers, who, giving their labor in exchange, turn the product into capital and reproduce it, and partly by the capitalists, who, giving their revenue in exchange, destroy it. Thus, Sismondi simply thrusts aside the question of distinguishing between national capital and revenue, which he himself so definitely considered to be extremely important and difficult, and forgets entirely what he had said a few pages previously. And then he does not see that by thrusting this question aside, he reduced the problem to utter absurdity. How can the annual product be totally consumed by the workers and capitalists in the shape of revenue, if production needs capital, or, to be more exact, means and instruments of production? They have to be produced, and they are produced every year. And now all these instruments of production, raw materials, etc., are suddenly discarded, and the difficult problem of the difference between capital and revenue is settled by the absolutely incongruous assertion that the annual product equals the national revenue. This theory, that the entire product of capitalist society consists of two parts, the workers' part and the capitalist's part, is not peculiar to Sismondi. It does not belong to him. He borrowed it in its entirety from Adam Smith, and even took a step backward from it. The whole of subsequent political economy repeated this mistake, which was disclosed only by the author of Capital, in Part 3 of Volume 2. We shall expound the principles underlying his views later on. At present let us observe that this mistake is repeated by our Narodnik economists. It is of special interest to compare them with Sismondi, because they draw from this fallacious theory the very same conclusions that Sismondi himself drew, the conclusion that surplus value cannot be realized in capitalist society, that social wealth cannot be expanded, that the foreign market must be resorted to because surplus value cannot be realized within the country, and lastly, that crises occur because the product, it is alleged, cannot be realized through consumption by the workers and the capitalists. 3. Sismondi's conclusions from the fallacious theory of two parts of the annual product in capitalist society. To give the reader an idea of Sismondi's doctrine as a whole, we shall first state the most important conclusions which he draws from this theory, and then deal with the manner in which his chief error is rectified in Marx's Capital. First of all, Sismondi draws from Adam Smith's fallacious theory the conclusion that production must correspond to consumption, that production is determined by revenue. He goes on reiterating this truth throughout the whole of his next chapter, Chapter 6, the mutual determination of production by consumption, and expenditure by revenue. Sismondi directly applies the ethics of the frugal peasant to capitalist society, and sincerely believes that in this way he has corrected Adam Smith's doctrine. At the very beginning of his work, when speaking about Adam Smith in the introductory part, he says that he supplements Smith with the proposition that consumption is the sole aim of accumulation. Consumption, he says, determines reproduction, the national expenditure must regulate the national revenue, and the whole of the work is replete with similar assertions. Two more characteristic features of Sismondi's doctrine are directly connected with this: firstly, disbelief in the development of capitalism, failure to understand that it causes an ever-increasing growth of the productive forces, and denial that such growth is possible in exactly the same way as the Russian romanticists teach that capitalism leads to a waste of labor, and so forth. Those who urge unlimited production are mistaken, says Sismondi. Excess of production over revenue causes overproduction. An increase in wealth is beneficial only when it is gradual, when it is proportionate to itself, when none of its parts develops with excessive rapidity. The good Sismondi thinks that disproportionate development is not development, that this disproportion is not a law of the present system of social economy, and of its development, but a mistake of the legislator, etc., that in this the European governments are artificially imitating England, a country that has taken the wrong path. Sismondi wholly denies the proposition which the classical economists advanced, and which Marx's theory wholly accepted, namely, that capitalism develops the productive forces. In fact, he goes to the length of regarding all accumulation as being possible only little by little, and is quite unable to explain the process of accumulation. This is the second highly characteristic feature of his views. The way he argues about accumulation is extremely amusing. In the long run, the total product of a given year always exchanges only for the total product of the preceding year. Here accumulation is wholly denied. It follows that the growth of social wealth is impossible under capitalism. The Russian reader will not be very much surprised by this assertion, because he has heard the same thing from Mr. VV and from Mr. N. on. But Sismondi was, after all, a disciple of Adam Smith. He has a feeling that he is saying something utterly incongruous, and he wants to correct himself. If production grows gradually, he continues, then annual exchange causes only a slight loss each year, while at the same time improving the conditions for the future. If this loss is slight and well distributed, everybody will bear it without complaint. If, however, the discrepancy between the new production and the preceding one is great, capital perishes, suffering is caused, and the nation retrogresses instead of progressing. It would be difficult to formulate the fundamental thesis of Romanticism and of the petty bourgeois view of capitalism more vividly and more plainly than is done in the above tirade. The more rapid the process of accumulation, i.e., the excess of production over consumption, the better, taught the classical economists, who, though they were not clear about the process of the social production of capital, and though they were unable to free themselves from Adam Smith's mistaken view that the social product consists of two parts, nevertheless advanced the perfectly correct idea that production creates a market for itself and itself determines consumption. And we know also that Marx's theory, which recognized that the more rapid the growth of wealth, the fuller the development of the productive forces of labor and its socialization, and the better the position of the worker, or as much better as it can be under the present system of social economy, took over this view of accumulation from the classical economists. The Romanticists assert the very opposite, and base all their hopes on the feeble development of capitalism. They call for its retardation. Further, the failure to understand that production creates a market for itself leads to the doctrine that surplus value cannot be realized. From reproduction comes revenue, but production in itself is not yet revenue. It acquires this name and functions as such only after it is realized, after each article produced finds a consumer who has the need or the desire for it. Thus, the identification of revenue with production leads to the identification of realization with personal consumption. Sismondi has already forgotten that the realization of such products as, for example, iron, coal, machines, etc., the realization of means of production in general, takes place in a different way, although he had been very close to this idea earlier. The identification of realization with personal consumption naturally leads to the doctrine that it is surplus value that the capitalists cannot realize, because, of the two parts of the social product, wages are realized through workers' consumption. And indeed, Sismondi reached this conclusion. In controversy with McCulloch, Sismondi makes the allegation that the latter does not explain the realization of profit. McCulloch had said that, with the division of social labor, one branch of production provides a market for another. The producers of bread realize their commodities in the product of the producers of clothing and vice versa. The author, says Sismondi, presupposes labor without profit, reproduction which only replaces the worker's consumption. He leaves nothing for the master. We are investigating what becomes of the excess of the workers' production over their consumption. Thus, we find that this first Romanticist already makes the very definite statement that the capitalists cannot realize surplus value. From this proposition Sismondi draws the further conclusion, again the very same as that drawn by the Narodniks, that the very conditions of realization make it necessary for capitalism to have a foreign market. As labor itself is an important component of revenue, the demand for labor cannot be reduced without making the nation poorer. Hence, the expected gain from the invention of new methods of production nearly always relates to foreign trade. The nation which is the first to make some discovery is able, for a considerable time, to expand its market in proportion to the number of hands that are released by each new invention. It employs them forthwith to produce that larger quantity of products which its invention enables it to produce more cheaply. But at last the time will come when the whole civilized world forms a single market, and it will no longer be possible to acquire new purchasers in any new nation. Demand in the world market will then be a constant quantity, for which the different industrial nations will compete against each other. If one nation supplies a larger quantity of products, it will do so to the detriment of another. The total sales cannot be increased except by an increase in general prosperity, or by the transfer of commodities, formerly the exclusive possession of the rich, to the sphere of consumption by the poor. The reader will see that Sismondi presents the very doctrine that our Romanticists have learned so well, namely, that the foreign market provides the way out of the difficulty of realizing the product in general, and surplus value in particular. Lastly, this same doctrine that national revenue and national production are identical led to Sismondi's theory of crises. After what has been said above, we need scarcely quote from the numerous passages in Sismondi's work which deal with this subject. His theory that production must conform to revenue naturally led to the view that crises are the result of the disturbance of this balance, the result of an excess of production over consumption. It is evident from the passage just quoted that it is this discrepancy between production and consumption that Sismondi regarded as the main cause of crises, and in the forefront he placed the underconsumption of the masses of the people, the workers. This explains why Sismondi's theory of crises is known in economic science as an example of the theories which ascribe crises to underconsumption. 4. Wherein lies the error of Adam Smith's and Sismondi's theories of national revenue? What is the fundamental error that led Sismondi to all these conclusions? Sismondi took over his theory of national revenue and of its division into two parts bodily from Adam Smith. Far from adding anything to Adam Smith's theses, he even took a step backward and omitted Adam Smith's attempt to substantiate this proposition theoretically. Sismondi appears not to notice how this theory contradicts that of production in general. Indeed, according to the theory which deduces value from labor, the value of a product consists of three components: the part which replaces the raw materials and instruments of labor, the part which replaces wages, or the maintenance of the workers, and surplus value. Such is the analysis of the individual product in terms of value made by Adam Smith and repeated by Sismondi. The question is, how can the social product, which is the sum total of individual products, consist only of the two latter parts? What has become of the first part, constant capital? As we have seen, Sismondi merely beat about the bush on this question, but Adam Smith gave an answer to it. He asserted that this part exists independently only in the individual product. If, however, we take the aggregate social product, this part, in its turn, resolves itself into wages and surplus value of precisely those capitalists who produce this constant capital. But in giving this answer, Adam Smith did not explain why, when resolving the value of constant capital, say of machines, he again leaves out the constant capital, i.e., in our example, the iron out of which the machines are made, or the instruments used up in the process, etc. If the value of each product includes the part which replaces constant capital, then the exclusion of that part from any sphere of social production whatever is quite arbitrary. As the author of Capital pointed out, when Adam Smith says that the instruments of labor resolve themselves into wages and profit, he forgets to add, and into that constant capital which is used up in their production. Adam Smith simply sends us from Pontius to Pilate, from one line of production to another, from another to a third, 48, failing to notice that this shifting about does not alter the problem in the least. Smith's answer is simply an evasion of the problem, avoidance of the difficulty. And there is indeed a difficulty here. It lies in that the concepts of capital and revenue cannot be directly transferred from the individual product to the social product. The economists admit this when they say that from the social point of view what is capital for one becomes revenue for another. This phrase, however, formulates the difficulty but does not solve it. The solution is that when examining this question from the social point of view, we must no longer speak of products in general, irrespective of their material forms. Indeed, we are discussing the social revenue, i.e., the product which becomes available for consumption. But surely not all products can be consumed through personal consumption. Machines, coal, iron, and similar articles are not consumed personally, but productively. From the individual entrepreneur's point of view, this distinction was superfluous. When we said that the workers would consume variable capital, we assumed that on the market they would acquire articles of consumption with the money the capitalist had paid them, the money which he, the capitalist, had received for the machines made by the workers. Here the exchange of machines for bread does not interest us. But from the social point of view, this exchange cannot be assumed. We cannot say that the entire capitalist class which produces machines, iron, etc., sells these things, and in this way realizes them. The whole question is how realization takes place, that is, the replacement of all parts of the social product. Hence, the point of departure in discussing social capital and revenue, or, what is the same thing, the realization of the product in capitalist society, must be the distinction between two entirely different types of social product, means of production and articles of consumption. The former can be consumed only productively, the latter only personally. The former can serve only as capital, the latter must become revenue, i.e., must be destroyed in consumption by the workers and capitalists. The former go entirely to the capitalists, the latter are shared between the workers and the capitalists. Once this difference is understood and we rectify the error made by Adam Smith, who left its constant part out of the social product, the question of the realization of the product in capitalist society becomes clear. Obviously, we cannot speak of wages being realized through consumption by the workers, and surplus value through consumption by the capitalists, and nothing more. The workers can consume wages and capitalists' surplus value only when the product consists of articles of consumption, i.e., only in one department of social production. They cannot consume the product which consists of means of production, this must be exchanged for articles of consumption. But for which part of the articles of consumption can they exchange their product? Obviously, only for the constant part, since the other two parts constitute the consumption fund of the workers and capitalists who produce articles of consumption. By realizing the surplus value and wages in the industries which produce means of production, this exchange thereby realizes the constant capital in the industries which produce articles of consumption. Indeed, for the capitalist who manufactures, say, sugar, that part of the product which is to replace constant capital exists in the shape of sugar. To realize this part, he must receive corresponding means of production in return for it. The realization of this part will therefore consist in exchanging the article of consumption for products which serve as means of production. Now the realization of only one part of the social product, namely, the constant capital in the department which manufactures means of production, remains unexplained. This is partially realized by part of the product going back again into production in its natural form, and partly it is realized by exchange between individual capitalists in the same department. For example, coal is needed for the production of iron, and iron is needed for the production of coal. The capitalists who produce these two products realize by mutual exchange that part of their respective products which replaces their constant capital. This analysis solved the difficulty which all the economists felt when they formulated it in the phrase, capital for one becomes revenue for another. This analysis revealed the utter fallacy of reducing social production solely to personal consumption. We can now proceed to examine the conclusions drawn by Sismondi from his fallacious theory. But first let us quote the opinion of Sismondi expressed by the author of the above analysis, after a most detailed and comprehensive examination of Adam Smith's theory, to which Sismondi added absolutely nothing, merely leaving out Adam Smith's attempt to justify his contradiction. Sismondi, who occupies himself particularly with the relation of capital to revenue, and in actual fact makes the peculiar formulation of this relation the differentia specifica of his Nouveaux Principes, did not say one scientific word, did not contribute one iota to the clarification of the problem. 51. V. Accumulation in capitalist society. The first erroneous conclusion from the fallacious theory relates to accumulation. Sismondi did not in the least understand capitalist accumulation, and in his heated controversy on this subject with Ricardo, truth was really on the side of the latter. Ricardo asserted that production creates a market for itself, whereas Sismondi denied this, and based his theory of crises on this denial. True, Ricardo was also unable to correct the above-mentioned fundamental mistake of Adam Smith, and, therefore, was unable to solve the problem of the relation between social capital and revenue and of the realization of the product, but he instinctively characterized the quintessence of the bourgeois mode of production by noting the absolutely indisputable fact that accumulation is the excess of production over revenue. From the viewpoint of the modern analysis, that is how matters stand. Production does indeed create a market for itself, production needs means of production, and they constitute a special department of social production, which occupies a certain section of the workers, and produces a special product, realized partly within this same department and partly by exchange with the other department, which produces articles of consumption. Accumulation is indeed the excess of production over revenue. To expand production, it is first of all necessary to produce means of production, and for this it is consequently necessary to expand that department of social production which manufactures means of production. It is necessary to draw into it workers who immediately present a demand for articles of consumption, too. Hence, consumption develops after accumulation, or after production. Strange though it may seem, it cannot be otherwise in capitalist society. Hence, the rates of development of these two departments of capitalist production do not have to be proportionate, on the contrary, they must inevitably be disproportionate. It is well known that the law of development of capital is that constant capital grows faster than variable capital, that is to say, an ever larger share of newly formed capital is turned into that department of the social economy which produces means of production. Hence, this department necessarily grows faster than the department which manufactures articles of consumption, i.e., what takes place is exactly that which Sismondi declared to be impossible, dangerous, etc. Hence, products for personal consumption occupy an ever-diminishing place in the total mass of capitalist output. And this fully corresponds to the historical mission of capitalism and to its specific social structure. The former is to develop the productive forces of society, the latter precludes their utilization by the mass of the population. We can now fully appraise Sismondi's view of accumulation. His assertion that rapid accumulation leads to disaster is absolutely wrong and is solely the result of his failure to understand accumulation, as are his repeated statements and demands that production must not outstrip consumption, because consumption determines production. Actually, the very opposite is the case, and Sismondi simply turns his back on reality in its specific, historically determined form and substitutes petty bourgeois moralizing for an analysis. Particularly amusing are Sismondi's attempts to clothe this moralizing in a scientific formula. Messrs. Say and Ricardo, he says in his preface to the second edition of Nouveaux Principes, came to believe that consumption had no other limits than those of production, whereas actually it is limited by revenue. They should have warned producers that they must count only on consumers who have a revenue. Nowadays, such naivete only raises a smile. But are not the writings of our contemporary romanticists, like Messrs. VV and N. on, replete with the same sort of thing? Let the banking entrepreneurs ponder well, over whether they will find a market for their commodities. When it is assumed that the aim of society is to increase wealth, the aim is always sacrificed for the means. If, instead of expecting an impetus from the demand created by labor, we expect it to come from preceding production, we shall be doing almost the same thing as we would do to a clock if, instead of turning back the wheel that carries the chain, we turn back another wheel. We would thereby break the whole machine and stop it. Sismondi says that. Let us now hear what Mr. Nikolayan has to say. We have overlooked the factors due to which this development is taking place. We have also forgotten the aim of all production, an extremely fatal blunder. Both these authors talk about capitalism, about capitalist countries, both reveal their complete inability to understand the essence of capitalist accumulation. But would one believe that the latter is writing 70 years after the former? An example which Sismondi quotes in Chapter 8, the results of the struggle to cheapen production, vividly demonstrates how failure to understand capitalist accumulation is linked up with the error of reducing all production to the production of articles of consumption. Let us assume, says Sismondi, that the owner of a manufactory has a circulating capital of 100,000 francs, which brings him 15,000, of which 6,000 represent interest on capital and are paid to the capitalist, and 9,000 constitute the profit obtained by the manufacturer as the entrepreneur. Let us assume that he employs the labor of 100 workers, whose wages total 30,000 francs. Further, let there be an increase in capital, an expansion of production. Instead of 100,000 francs, the capital will be equals 200,000 francs invested in fixed capital and 200,000 francs in circulating capital, making a total of 400,000 francs. Profit and interest equals 32,000 plus 16,000 francs, for the rate of interest has dropped from 6% to 4%. The number of workers employed has doubled, but wages have dropped from 300 francs to 200 francs, hence, making a total of 40,000 francs. Thus, production has grown fourfold. And Sismondi counts up the results. Revenue, or consumption, in the first case amounted to 45,000 francs, it is now 88,000 francs. Production has increased fourfold, says Sismondi, but consumption has not even doubled. The consumption of the workers who made the machines should not be counted. It is covered by the 200,000 francs which have been used for this purpose. It is already included in the accounts of another manufactory, where the facts will be the same. Sismondi's calculation shows a diminution of revenue with an increase in production. The fact is indisputable. But Sismondi does not notice that the example he gives defeats his own theory of the realization of the product in capitalist society. Curious is his observation that the consumption of the workers who made machines should not be counted. Why not? Because, firstly, it is covered by the 200,000 francs. Thus, capital is transferred to the department which manufactures means of production. This Sismondi does not notice. Hence, the home market, which shrinks, as Sismondi says, does not consist solely of articles of consumption, but also of means of production. These means of production constitute a special product which is not realized by personal consumption, and the more rapidly accumulation proceeds, the more intense, consequently, is the development of that department of capitalist production which manufactures products not for personal but for productive consumption. Secondly, answers Sismondi, it is the workers of the other manufactory, where the facts will be the same. As you see, Sismondi repeats Adam Smith in sending the reader from Pontius to Pilate. But this other manufactory also consumes constant capital, and its production also provides a market for that department of capitalist production which manufactures means of production. However much we shift the question from one capitalist to another, and then to a third, this department does not disappear, and the home market does not reduce itself just to articles of consumption. Therefore, when Sismondi says that this calculation refutes one of the axioms that has been most insisted upon in political economy, namely, the freer competition, the more profitable the development of industry, he does not notice that this calculation also refutes what he himself says. It is an undisputed fact that by displacing workers the introduction of machines worsens their conditions, and it is indisputably to Sismondi's credit that he was one of the first to point to this. But this does not in the least prevent his theory of accumulation and of the home market from being absolutely incorrect. His own calculation clearly indicates the very phenomenon which Sismondi not only denied but even turned into an argument against capitalism, when he said that accumulation and production must correspond to consumption, otherwise a crisis will ensue. His calculation shows, precisely, that accumulation and production outstrip consumption, and that it cannot be otherwise, for accumulation takes place mainly through means of production which do not enter into consumption. What seemed to Sismondi to be simply an error, a contradiction in Ricardo's doctrine that accumulation is excess of production over revenue, actually corresponds in full to reality and expresses the contradiction inherent in capitalism. This excess is necessary for all accumulation, which opens a new market for means of production without correspondingly expanding the market for articles of consumption, and even contracting this market. Furthermore, in rejecting the theory of the advantages of free competition, Sismondi does not notice that, together with groundless optimism, he throws overboard the undoubted truth that free competition develops the productive forces of society, as is again evident from his own calculation. This development of the productive forces of society without a corresponding development of consumption is, of course, a contradiction, but the sort of contradiction that exists in reality, that springs from the very nature of capitalism, and that cannot be brushed aside by means of sentimental phrases. But this is just how the Romanticists try to brush it aside. And to give the reader no grounds for suspecting us of levelling unsupported charges against contemporary economists in connection with the mistakes of such an obsolete author as Sismondi, let us quote a little sample of the writings of that modern author Mr. N. On page 242 of his sketches he discusses the development of capitalism in the Russian flour milling industry. Referring to the appearance of large steam flour mills with improved implements of production and with a more than twofold increase in the productivity of labor, the author describes this phenomenon as follows: the flour milling industry has not developed, it has merely become concentrated in large enterprises. He then applies this description to all industries and draws the conclusion that in all cases without exception, a mass of workers are displaced and find no employment, and that capitalist production has developed at the expense of the people's consumption. We ask the reader, does this argument differ in any way from Sismondi's argument just quoted? This modern author registers two facts, those very facts which, as we have seen, were used by Sismondi, and brushes both these facts aside with exactly the same sentimental phrase. Firstly, the example he gives shows that capitalism develops through the means of production. This means that capitalism develops the productive forces of society. Secondly, his example shows that this development proceeds along the specific road of contradictions that is typical of capitalism. There is a development of production without a corresponding development of consumption, i.e., what we have is production for the sake of production. And Mr. N. thinks that this contradiction will vanish from life if he, with old Sismondi's naivete, presents it merely as a contradiction in doctrine, merely as a fatal blunder. We have forgotten the aim of production. What can be more characteristic than the phrase, has not developed, it has merely become concentrated? Evidently, Mr. N. knows of a capitalism in which development could proceed otherwise than by concentration. What a pity he has not introduced us to this original capitalism, which was unknown to all the political economists who preceded him. 6. The foreign market as the way out of the difficulty of realizing surplus value. Sismondi's next error, which springs from his fallacious theory of social revenue and the product in capitalist society, is his doctrine that the product in general, and surplus value in particular, cannot possibly be realized, and that consequently it is necessary to find a foreign market. As regards the realization of the product in general, the foregoing analysis shows that the impossibility is due entirely to the mistaken exclusion of constant capital and means of production. Once this error is corrected, the impossibility vanishes. The same, however, must be said in particular about surplus value. This analysis explains how it too is realized. There are no reasonable grounds whatever for separating surplus value from the total product so far as its realization is concerned. Sismondi's assertion to the contrary is simply a misunderstanding of the fundamental laws of realization in general, an inability to divide the product into three parts in terms of value, and into two kinds in terms of material form. The proposition that the capitalists cannot consume surplus value is merely a vulgarist repetition of Adam Smith's perplexity regarding realization in general. Only part of the surplus value consists of articles of consumption, the other part consists of means of production. The consumption of this latter surplus value is effected by applying it to production. The capitalists, however, who manufacture products in the shape of means of production do not consume surplus value, but constant capital obtained by exchange with other capitalists. Hence, the Narodniks too, in arguing that surplus value cannot be realized, ought logically to admit that constant capital also cannot be realized, and in this way they would safely go back to Adam. It goes without saying that such a return to the father of political economy would be a gigantic step forward for writers who present us with old errors in the guise of truths they have arrived at by themselves. But what about the foreign market? Do we deny that capitalism needs a foreign market? Of course not. But the question of a foreign market has absolutely nothing to do with the question of realization, and the attempt to link them into one whole merely expresses the romantic wish to retard capitalism, and the romantic inability to think logically. The theory which has explained the question of realization has proved this up to the hilt. The romanticist says, the capitalists cannot consume surplus value and therefore must dispose of it abroad. The question is, do the capitalists supply foreigners with products gratis, or do they throw them into the sea? They sell them, hence, they receive an equivalent. They export certain kinds of products, hence, they import other kinds. If we speak of the realization of the social product, we thereby exclude the circulation of money and assume only the exchange of products for products, since the problem of realization consists in analyzing the replacement of all parts of the social product in terms of value and in terms of material form. Hence, to commence the argument about realization and to end it by saying that they will market the product for money is as ridiculous as answering the question about realizing constant capital in the shape of articles of consumption by saying, they will sell. This is simply a gross logical blunder. People wander away from the question of the realization of the aggregate social product to the viewpoint of the individual entrepreneur, who has no other interest than that of selling to the foreigner. To link foreign trade, exports, with the question of realization means evading the issue, merely shifting it to a wider field, but doing nothing towards clearing it up. The problem of realization will not be made one iota clearer if, instead of the market of one country, we take the market of a certain group of countries. When the Narodniks assert that the foreign market is the way out of the difficulty which capitalism raises for itself in the realization of the product, they merely use this phrase to cover up the sad fact that for them the foreign market is the way out of the difficulty into which they fall owing to their failure to understand theory. Not only that, the theory which links the foreign market with the problem of the realization of the aggregate social product not only reveals a failure to understand this realization, but, in addition, reveals an extremely superficial understanding of the contradictions inherent in this realization. The workers will consume wages, but the capitalists cannot consume surplus value. Ponder over this theory from the point of view of the foreign market. How do we know that the workers will consume wages? What grounds have we for thinking that the products intended by the entire capitalist class of a given country for consumption by all the workers of that country will really equal their wages in value and will replace them, that there will be no need for a foreign market for these products? There are absolutely no grounds for thinking so, and actually it is not so at all. Not only the products which replace surplus value, but also those which replace variable capital, not only products which replace variable capital, but also those which replace constant capital, not only products that serve as articles of consumption but also those that serve as means of production. All these products are realized in the same way, in the midst of difficulties, in the midst of continuous fluctuations, which become increasingly violent as capitalism grows, in the midst of fierce competition, which compels every entrepreneur to strive to expand production unlimitedly, to go beyond the bounds of the given country, to set out in quest of new markets in countries not yet drawn into the sphere of capitalist commodity circulation. This brings us to the question of why a capitalist country needs a foreign market. Certainly not because the product cannot be realized at all under the capitalist system. That is nonsense. A foreign market is needed because it is inherent in capitalist production to strive for unlimited expansion, unlike all the old modes of production, which were limited to the village community, to the patriarchal estate, to the tribe, to a territorial area, or state. Under all the old economic systems, production was every time resumed in the same form and on the same scale as previously. Under the capitalist system, however, this resumption in the same form becomes impossible, and unlimited expansion, perpetual progress, becomes the law of production. Thus, different conceptions of realization lead to two diametrically opposite views on the significance of the foreign market. For some, the foreign market is an indication of the difficulty which capitalism places in the way of social development. For others, on the contrary, the foreign market shows how capitalism removes the difficulties of social development provided by history in the shape of various barriers: communal, tribal, territorial and national. As you see, the difference is only one of the point of view. Yes, only. The difference between the romanticist judges of capitalism and the others is, in general, only one of the point of view, only that some judge from the rear, and the others from the front, some from the viewpoint of a system which capitalism is destroying, the others from the viewpoint of a system which capitalism is creating. The romanticists' wrong understanding of the foreign market usually goes hand in hand with references to the specific features of the international position of capitalism in the given country, to the impossibility of finding markets, etc. The object of all these arguments is to dissuade the capitalists from seeking foreign markets. Incidentally, we are not being exact in saying references, for the romanticist gives us no actual analysis of the country's foreign trade, of its progress in the sphere of new markets, its colonization, etc. He has no interest whatever in studying the actual process and in explaining it. All he wants is a moral condemnation of this process, so that the reader can convince himself of the complete identity between this moralizing of contemporary Russian romanticists and that of the French romanticist. We shall quote some specimens of the latter's arguments. We have already seen how Sismondi warned the capitalists that they would find no market. But this is not all he asserted. He also claimed that the world market is already sufficiently supplied and argued that it was impossible to proceed along the capitalist path, that it was necessary to choose another path. He assured the British employers that capitalism would not be able to give jobs to all the agricultural laborers displaced by capitalist farming. Will those to whom the agriculturists are sacrificed derive any benefit from it? Are not the agriculturists the nearest and most reliable consumers of English manufactures? The cessation of their consumption would strike industry a blow more fatal than the closing of one of the biggest foreign markets. He assured English farmers that they would not be able to withstand the competition of the poor Polish peasant, whose grain costs him almost nothing, and that they were menaced by the even more frightful competition of Russian grain from the Black Sea ports. He exclaimed, "The Americans are following the new principle, to produce without calculating the market, and to produce as much as possible, and here is the characteristic feature of United States trade. From one end of the country to the other an excess of goods of every kind over what is needed for consumption. Constant bankruptcies are the result of this excess of commercial capital which cannot be exchanged for revenue." Good Sismondi. What would he say about present-day America, about the America that has developed so enormously, thanks to the very home market which, according to the Romanticist's theory, should have shrunk? 7. Crisis. Sismondi's third mistaken conclusion, drawn from the wrong theory which he borrowed from Adam Smith, is the theory of crises. Sismondi's view that accumulation is determined by consumption, and his incorrect explanation of the realization of the aggregate social product naturally and inevitably led to the doctrine that crises are to be explained by the discrepancy between production and consumption. Sismondi fully agreed with this theory. It was also adopted by Rodbertus, who formulated it somewhat differently. He explained crises by saying that with the growth of production the worker's share of the product diminishes, and wrongly divided the aggregate social product, as Adam Smith did, into wages and rent. The scientific analysis of accumulation in capitalist society and of the realization of the product undermined the whole basis of this theory, and also indicated that it is precisely in the periods which precede crises that the worker's consumption rises, that underconsumption existed under the most diverse economic systems, whereas crises are the distinguishing feature of only one system, the capitalist system. This theory explains crises by another contradiction, namely, the contradiction between the social character of production and the private, individual mode of appropriation. The profound difference between these theories would seem to be self-evident, but we must deal with it in greater detail because it is the Russian followers of Sismondi who try to obliterate this difference and to confuse the issue. The two theories of which we are speaking give totally different explanations of crises. The first theory explains crises by the contradiction between production and consumption by the working class, the second explains them by the contradiction between the social character of production and the private character of appropriation. Consequently, the former sees the root of the phenomenon outside of production, the latter sees it precisely in the conditions of production. To put it more briefly, the former explains crises by underconsumption, the latter by the anarchy of production. Thus, while both theories explain crises by a contradiction in the economic system itself, they differ entirely on the nature of the contradiction. But the question is, does the second theory deny the fact of a contradiction between production and consumption? Does it deny the fact of underconsumption? Of course not. It fully recognizes this fact, but puts it in its proper, subordinate, place as a fact that only relates to one department of the whole of capitalist production. It teaches us that this fact cannot explain crises, which are called forth by another and more profound contradiction that is fundamental in the present economic system, namely, the contradiction between the social character of production and the private character of appropriation. What, then, should be said of those who, while they adhere essentially to the first theory, cover this up with references to the point that the representatives of the second theory note the existence of a contradiction between production and consumption? Obviously, these people have not pondered over the essence of the difference between the two theories, and do not properly understand the second theory. Among these people is, for example, Mr. N. On. That they are followers of Sismondi has already been indicated in our literature by Mr. Tagan Baranovsky. But in talking about the shrinking of the home market and the decline in the people's consuming capacity, Mr. N. On, nevertheless, refers to the representatives of the second theory who note the fact of the contradiction between production and consumption, the fact of underconsumption. It goes without saying that such references merely reveal the ability, characteristic in general of this author, to cite inappropriate quotations and nothing more. For example, all readers who are familiar with his sketches will, of course, remember his citation of the passage where it says that the laborers as buyers of commodities are important for the market. But as sellers of their own commodity, labor power capitalist society tends to keep them down to the minimum price, and they will also remember that Mr. N. On wanted to deduce from this both the shrinkage of the home market and crises. But while quoting this passage, our author, moreover, leaves out the end of the footnote from which his quotation was taken. This quotation was from a note inserted in the manuscript of Part 2 of Volume 2 of Capital. It was inserted for future amplification, and the publisher of the manuscript put it in as a footnote. After the words quoted above, the note goes on to say, however, this pertains to the next part, i.e., to the third part. What is this third part? It is precisely the part which contains a criticism of Adam Smith's theory of two parts of the aggregate social product, and an analysis of the reproduction and circulation of the aggregate social capital, i.e., of the realization of the product. Thus, in confirmation of his views, which are a repetition of Sismondi's, our author quotes a note that pertains to the part which refutes Sismondi, to the part in which it is shown that the capitalists can realize surplus value, and that to introduce foreign trade in an analysis of realization is absurd. Another attempt to obliterate the difference between the two theories and to defend the old Romanticist nonsense by referring to modern theories is contained in Efrosi's article. Citing Sismondi's theory of crises, Efrosi shows that it is wrong, but he does so in an extremely hazy and contradictory way. On the one hand, he repeats the arguments of the opposite theory and says that national demand is not limited to articles of direct consumption. On the other hand, he asserts that Sismondi's explanation of crises points to only one of the many circumstances which hinder the distribution of the national product in conformity with the demand of the population and with its purchasing power. Thus, the reader is invited to think that the explanation of crises is to be found in distribution, and that Sismondi's mistake was only that he did not give a full list of the causes which hinder this distribution. But this is not the main thing. Sismondi, says Efrosi, did not confine himself to the above-mentioned explanation. Already in the first edition of Nouveaux Principes we find a highly enlightening chapter entitled De la Connaissance du Marché. In this chapter Sismondi reveals to us the main causes that disturb the balance between production and consumption with a clarity that we find among only a few economists. And quoting the passages which say that the manufacturer cannot know the market, Efrosi says, Engels says almost the same thing, and follows this up with a quotation saying that the manufacturer cannot know the demand. Then, quoting some more passages about other obstacles to the establishment of a balance between production and consumption, Efrosi assures us that these give us the very explanation of crises which is becoming increasingly predominant. Nay, more, Efrosi is of the opinion that on the question of the causes of crises in the national economy, we have every right to regard Sismondi as the founder of the views which were subsequently developed more consistently and more clearly. But by all this Efrosi betrays a complete failure to understand the issue. What are crises? Overproduction, the production of commodities which cannot be realized, for which there is no demand. If there is no demand for commodities, it shows that when the manufacturer produced them he did not know the demand. The question now arises, is this indication of the condition which makes crises possible an explanation of the crises? Did Ephrussi really not understand the difference between stating the possibility of a phenomenon and explaining its inevitability? Sismondi says, crises are possible, because the manufacturer does not know the demand; they are inevitable, because under capitalist production there can be no balance between production and consumption. Engels says, crises are possible, because the manufacturer does not know the demand; they are inevitable, but certainly not because the product cannot be realized at all. For it is not true, the product can be realized. Crises are inevitable because the collective character of production comes into conflict with the individual character of appropriation. And yet we find an economist who assures us that Engels says almost the same thing, that Sismondi gives the very same explanation of crises. I am therefore surprised, writes Ephrussi, that Mr. Tagan-Baranovsky lost sight of this most important and valuable point in Sismondi's doctrine. But Mr. Tagan-Baranovsky did not lose sight of anything. On the contrary, he pointed very exactly to the fundamental contradiction to which the new theory reduces matters, and explained the significance of Sismondi, who at an earlier stage indicated the contradiction which reveals itself in crises, but was unable to give it a correct explanation. Ephrussi, however, completely misunderstood this, and after lumping everything together he is surprised that what he gets is confusion. True, says the economist of Russkoye Bogatstvo, we do not find Sismondi using the terms which have now received universal right of citizenship, such as anarchy of production, unplanned production, but the substance behind these terms is noted by him quite clearly. With what ease the modern romanticist restores the romanticist of former days. The problem is reduced to one of a difference in terms. Actually, the problem boils down to the fact that Ephrussi does not understand the meaning of the terms he repeats. Anarchy of production, unplanned production. What do these expressions tell us? They tell us about the contradiction between the social character of production and the individual character of appropriation. And we ask everyone who is familiar with the economic literature we are examining, did Sismondi, or Rodbertus, recognize this contradiction? Did they deduce crises from this contradiction? No, they did not, and could not do so, because neither of them had any understanding of this contradiction. The very idea that the criticism of capitalism cannot be based on phrases about universal prosperity, or about the fallacy of circulation left to itself, but must be based on the character of the evolution of production relations, was absolutely alien to them. We fully understand why our Russian romanticists exert every effort to obliterate the difference between the two theories of crises mentioned. It is because fundamentally different attitudes towards capitalism are most directly and most closely linked with the theories mentioned. Indeed, if we explain crises by the impossibility of realizing products, by the contradiction between production and consumption, we are thereby led to deny reality, the soundness of the path along which capitalism is proceeding. We proclaim this path to be a false one, and go out in quest of different paths. In deducing crises from this contradiction, we are bound to think that the further it develops, the more difficult will be the way out of the contradiction. And we have seen how Sismondi, with the utmost naivete, expressed exactly this opinion when he said that if capital accumulated slowly it was tolerable, but if it accumulated rapidly, it would become unbearable. On the other hand, if we explain crises by the contradiction between the social character of production and the individual character of appropriation, we thereby recognize that the capitalist road is real and progressive and reject the search for different paths as nonsensical romanticism. We thereby recognize that the further this contradiction develops, the easier will be the way out of it, and that it is the development of this system which provides the way out. As the reader sees, here, too, we meet with a difference in points of view. It is quite natural that our romanticists should seek theoretical confirmation of their views. It is quite natural that their search should lead them to the old rubbish which Western Europe has discarded long, long ago. It is quite natural that, Feeling this to be so, they should try to renovate this rubbish, sometimes by actually embellishing the romanticists of Western Europe, and at others by smuggling in romanticism under the flag of inappropriate and garbled citations. But they are profoundly mistaken if they think that this sort of smuggling will remain unexposed. With this we bring to a close our exposition of Sismondi's basic theoretical doctrine, and of the chief theoretical conclusions he drew from it, but we must make a slight addition, again relating to Ephrussi. In his other article about Sismondi, he says, still more interesting are Sismondi's views on the different kinds of revenue. Sismondi, he says, like Rodbertus, divides the national revenue into two parts, one goes to the owners of the land and instruments of production, the other goes to the representatives of labor. Then follow passages in which Sismondi speaks of such a division, not only of the national revenue, but of the aggregate product, the annual output, or the result of all the work done by the nation during the year, also consists of two parts, and so forth. The passages we have quoted, concludes our economist, clearly show that Sismondi fully assimilated the very same classification of the national revenue which plays such an important role in the works of the modern economists, namely, the division of the national revenue into revenue from labor and non-labor revenue Arbeitsloseinkommen. Although, generally speaking, Sismondi's views on the subject of revenue are not always clear and definite, we nevertheless discern in them a consciousness of the difference that exists between private revenue and national revenue. The passage quoted, say we in answer to this, clearly shows that Ephrussi has fully assimilated the wisdom of the German textbooks, but in spite of that, he has completely overlooked the theoretical difficulty of the question of national revenue as distinct from individual revenue. Ephrussi expresses himself very carelessly. We have seen that in the first part of his article he applied the term modern economists to the theoreticians of one definite school. The reader would be right in thinking that he is referring to them this time too. Actually, however, the author has something entirely different in mind. It is now the German Catheder Socialists 54 who figure as the modern economists. The author's defense of Sismondi consists in closely identifying his theory with theirs. What is the theory of these modern authorities that Ephrussi quotes? That the national revenue is divided into two parts. But this is the theory of Adam Smith and not of the modern economists. In dividing revenue into wages, profit, and rent, Adam Smith opposed the two latter to the former precisely as non-labor revenue. He called them both deductions from the produce of labor and challenged the opinion that profit is also wages for a special kind of labor. Sismondi, Rodbertus, and the modern authors of German textbooks simply repeat Smith's doctrine. The only difference between them is that Adam Smith was aware that he was not quite successful in his efforts to separate the national revenue from the national product. He was aware that by excluding constant capital from the national product after having included it in the individual product, he was slipping into a contradiction. The modern economists, however, in repeating Adam Smith's mistake, have merely clothed his doctrine in a more pompous phrase and lost the awareness of the contradiction which brought Adam Smith to a halt. These methods may be scholarly, but they are not in the least scientific. 8. Capitalist rent and capitalist overpopulation. We continue our survey of Sismondi's theoretical views. All his chief views, those which distinguish him from all other economists, who have already examined. The others either do not play such an important role in his general theory, or are deduced from the preceding ones. Let us note that Sismondi, like Rodbertus, did not agree with Ricardo's theory of rent. While not advancing a theory of his own, he tried to shake Ricardo's theory with arguments that were, to say the least, feeble. In this he acts as the pure ideologist of the small peasant. It is not so much a refutation of Ricardo as a complete rejection of the application of the categories of commodity economy and of capitalism to agriculture. In both respects his point of view is extremely characteristic of the Romanticists. Chapter 13 of Book 3 deals with Mr. Ricardo's ground rent theory. Stating at once that Ricardo's doctrine completely contradicts his own theory, Sismondi advances the following objections. The general level of profit is never established, there is no free movement of capital in agriculture. In agriculture we must discern the intrinsic value of the product, which does not depend upon market fluctuations and provides the owner with a net product, the labor of nature. The labor of nature is a power, the source of the net product of the land regarded intrinsically. We regarded rent, or more correctly, the net product, as originating directly from the land for the owner's benefit. It takes no share either from the farmer or the consumer. And this repetition of the old physiocratic prejudices concludes with the moral: in general, in political economy, one should guard against absolute assumptions, as well as against abstractions. There is really nothing to examine in such a theory, since Ricardo's brief remark about the labor of nature is more than enough. It is simply a refusal to analyze and a gigantic step back compared with Ricardo. Here, too, the romanticism of Sismondi is quite clearly revealed, for he hastens to condemn the process, but is afraid to touch it with an analysis. Note that he does not deny the fact of agriculture developing on capitalist lines in England, of the peasants there being displaced by capitalist farmers and day laborers, and of things developing in the same direction on the continent. He simply turns his back on these facts and prefers talking sentimentally of the advantages of the patriarchal system of exploiting the land. Our Narodniks behave in exactly the same way. None of them have attempted to deny the fact that commodity economy is penetrating into agriculture, that it must produce a radical change in the social character of agriculture, but at the same time none of them, in discussing the capitalist economy, raise the question of the growth of commercial farming, preferring to make shift with moralizing about people's production. Since we are confining ourselves for the moment to an analysis of Sismondi's theoretical economy, we shall postpone a more detailed examination of this patriarchal exploitation to a later occasion. Another theoretical point around which Sismondi's exposition revolves is the doctrine of population. Let us note Sismondi's attitude towards the Malthusian theory, and towards the surplus population created by capitalism. Efrosi assures us that Sismondi agrees with Malthus only on the point that the population can multiply with exceeding rapidity, and be the cause of terrible suffering. Beyond this they are poles apart. Sismondi puts the whole population problem on a socio-historical basis. In this formula, too, Efrosi completely obscures Sismondi's characteristic point of view and his romanticism. What does this mean to put the population problem on a socio-historical basis? It means studying the law of population of each historical system of economy separately, and studying its connection and interrelation with the given system. Which system did Sismondi study? The capitalist system. Thus, the contributor to Ruskoe Bogastvo assumes that Sismondi studied the capitalist law of population. There is a grain of truth in this assertion, but only a grain. And as Efrosi did not think of trying to discover what was lacking in Sismondi's argument about population, and as Efrosi asserts that here Sismondi is the predecessor of the most outstanding modern economists, the result is exactly the same sort of embellishment of the petty bourgeois romanticist as we saw in respect of the questions of crises and of national revenue. Wherein lies the similarity between Sismondi's doctrine and the new theory on these problems? In that Sismondi indicated the contradictions inherent in capitalist accumulation. This similarity Efrosi noted. Wherein lies the difference between Sismondi's doctrine and the new theory? Firstly, in that it did not advance the scientific analysis of these contradictions one iota, and in some respects even took a step back compared with the classical economists, and secondly, in that he covered up his own inability to make an analysis with petty bourgeois moralizing about the need for balancing national revenue with expenditure, production with consumption, and so forth. This difference Efrosi did not note on a single one of the points mentioned, and thereby totally misrepresented Sismondi's real significance and his relation to the modern theory. We see exactly the same thing on the present problem. Here, too, the similarity between Sismondi's view and the modern theory is limited to an indication of the contradiction. And here, too, the difference lies in the absence of a scientific analysis and in the substitution of petty bourgeois moralizing for the analysis. Let us explain this. The development of capitalist machine industry since the end of the last century led to the formation of a surplus population, and political economy was confronted with the task of explaining this phenomenon. Malthus, as we know, tried to explain it by attributing it to natural historical causes. He denied absolutely that it sprang from a certain, historically determined system of social economy and simply shut his eyes to the contradictions revealed by this fact. Sismondi indicated these contradictions and the displacement of the population by machines. This is indisputably to his credit, for in the period in which he wrote this was new. But let us see what his attitude towards this fact was. In Book 7, Chapter 7 speaks particularly on the population which has become superfluous owing to the invention of machines. Sismondi states that machines displace men, and at once asks whether the invention of machines is a boon or a bane to a nation. It goes without saying that the answer to this question for all countries and all times whatever, and not for a capitalist country, is a most meaningless piece of banality. It is a boon when consumers' demand exceeds the population's means of production, and a bane when production is quite sufficient for consumption. In other words, Sismondi notes the contradiction, but this merely serves as a pretext for arguing about some abstract society in which there are no longer any contradictions, and to which the ethics of the thrifty peasant can be applied. Sismondi makes no attempt to analyze this contradiction, to examine how it arises, what it leads to, etc., in the existing capitalist society. On the contrary, he uses this contradiction merely as material for his moral indignation against such a contradiction. Beyond this, the chapter tells us absolutely nothing about this theoretical problem, and contains nothing but regrets, complaints and innocent wishes. The displaced workers were consumers, the home market shrinks. As regards the foreign market, the world is already sufficiently supplied. If the peasants were moderately prosperous, this would be a better guarantee of a market. There is no more amazing and terrible example than England, which is being followed by the continental countries. Such is the moralizing we get from Sismondi, instead of an analysis of the phenomenon. His attitude towards the subject is exactly the same as that of our Narodniks. The Narodniks also confine themselves to stating the fact of a surplus population, and use it merely as a reason to voice lamentations about and complaints against capitalism. Sismondi makes no attempt even to analyze the relation between the surplus population and the requirements of capitalist production. Neither do our Narodniks ever set themselves such a problem. The scientific analysis of this contradiction revealed the absolute falsity of this method. The analysis showed that surplus population, being undoubtedly a contradiction and being an inevitable result of capitalist accumulation, is at the same time an indispensable component part of the capitalist machine. The further large-scale industry develops, the greater is the fluctuation in the demand for workers, depending upon whether there is a crisis or a boom in national production as a whole, or in any one branch of it. This fluctuation is a law of capitalist production, which could not exist if there were no surplus population ready at any given moment to provide hands for any industry, or any factory. The analysis showed that a surplus population is formed in all industries into which capitalism penetrates, and in agriculture as well as in industry, and that the surplus population exists in different forms. There are three chief forms: floating overpopulation. To this category belong the unemployed workers in industry. As industry develops, their numbers inevitably grow. 2. Latent overpopulation. To this category belong the rural population who lose their farms with the development of capitalism and are unable to find non-agricultural employment. This population is always ready to provide hands for any factory. 3. Stagnant overpopulation. It has extremely irregular employment, under conditions below the average level. 57. To this category belong, mainly, people who work at home for manufacturers and stores, including both rural and urban inhabitants. The sum total of all these strata of the population constitutes the relative surplus population, or reserve army. The latter term distinctly shows what population is referred to. They are the workers needed by capitalism for the potential expansion of enterprises, but who can never be regularly employed. Thus, On this problem, too, theory arrived at a conclusion diametrically opposed to that of the Romanticists. For the latter, the surplus population signifies that capitalism is impossible, or a mistake. Actually, the opposite is the case. The surplus population, being a necessary concomitant of surplus production, is an indispensable attribute to the capitalist economy, which could neither exist nor develop without it. Here too Efrosi totally misrepresented the issue by saying nothing about this thesis of the modern theory. A mere comparison of these 2 points of view is sufficient to enable one to judge which of them our Narodniks adhere to. The chapter from Sismondi's work dealt with above could with every right figure in Mr. N. on Sketches on Our Post-Reform Social Economy. While noting the formation of a surplus population in post-reform Russia, the Narodniks have never raised the issue of capitalism's need of a reserve army of workers. Could the railways have been built if a permanent surplus population had not been formed? It is surely known that the demand for this type of labor fluctuates greatly from year to year. Could industry have developed without this condition? Could the capitalist farming of our outlying regions, which demands hundreds of thousands and millions of day laborers, have been created without this condition? And as we know, the demand for this kind of labor fluctuates enormously. Could the entrepreneur lumber merchants have hewn down the forests to meet the needs of the factories with such phenomenal rapidity if a surplus population had not been formed? Could the system, so widespread in the so-called handicraft industries, under which merchants, mill owners, and stores give out work to be done at home in both town and country, have developed without this condition? In all these branches of labor the fluctuation in the demand for hired labor is extremely great. Yet the degree of fluctuation in this demand determines the dimensions of the surplus population needed by capitalism. The Narodnik economists have nowhere shown that they are familiar with this law. We do not, of course, intend to make an examination of the substance of these problems here. This does not enter into our task. The subject of our article is West European Romanticism and its relation to Russian Narodism. In this case, too, this relation is the same as in all the preceding cases. On the subject of surplus population, the Narodniks adhere entirely to the viewpoint of Romanticism, which is diametrically opposite to that of the modern theory. Capitalism gives no employment to displaced workers, they say. This means that capitalism is impossible, a mistake, etc. But it does not mean that at all. Contradiction does not mean impossibility. Capitalist accumulation, i.e., real production for the sake of production, is also a contradiction. But this does not prevent it from existing and from being the law of a definite system of economy. The same must be said of all the other contradictions of capitalism. The Narodnik argument we have quoted merely means that the Russian intelligentsia have become deeply imbued with the vice of using empty phrases to get over all these contradictions. Thus, Sismondi contributed absolutely nothing to the theoretical analysis of overpopulation. But how did he regard it? His view is a queer combination of petty bourgeois sentiment and Malthusianism. The great vice of the present social organization, says Sismondi, is that a poor man can never know what demand for labor he can count upon, and Sismondi sighs for the times when the village shoemaker and the small peasant knew the exact amount of their revenues. The more a poor man is bereft of all property, the more is he in danger of falling into error concerning his revenue and of contributing to the formation of a population which, being out of proportion to the demand for labor, will not find means of subsistence. You see, this ideologist of the petty bourgeoisie is not satisfied with wanting to retard the whole of social development for the sake of preserving the patriarchal relationships of a semi-barbarous population. He is ready to prescribe any device you please for crippling human nature, as long as it helps to preserve the petty bourgeoisie. Here are several more excerpts, which leave no doubt about this last point. The weekly payment of wages at the factory to the semi-pauperized worker has accustomed the latter to look no further into the future than the next Saturday. This has blunted his moral qualities and sense of sympathy, which, as we shall see in a moment, consist of connubial prudence. The more his family becomes a burden upon society, the more it will grow, and the nation will suffer from the burden of a population which is out of proportion to its means of subsistence. Preserve small property at all costs, such is Sismondi's slogan, even at the cost of reducing the standard of living and of distorting human nature. And Sismondi, who, with the air of a statesman, has told us when an increase in the population is desirable, devotes a special chapter to attacking religion for having failed to condemn imprudent marriages. Once his ideal, the petty bourgeois, is affected, Sismondi becomes more Malthusian than Malthus himself. Children who are born only for poverty are also born only for vice, says Sismondi, admonishing religion. Ignorance in matters concerning the social system has induced them to strike chastity from the list of virtues that are proper to marriage, and has been one of the constantly operating causes which destroy the naturally established balance between the population and its means of subsistence. Religious morality should teach people that having produced a family, it is their duty to live no less chastely with their wives than celibates with women who do not belong to them. And Sismondi, who, in general, lays claim to the title not only of a theoretician in political economy, but also to that of wise administrator, immediately proceeds to calculate that producing a family requires in general, and on the average, 3 births, and he advises the government not to deceive the people with the hope of an independent status which will permit them to raise a family when that illusory institution leaves them at the mercy of suffering, poverty and death. When the social organization did not separate the laboring class from the class which owned some property, public opinion alone was enough to avert the scourge of poverty. For the agriculturist to sell the heritage of his fathers and for the artisan to squander his small capital has always been regarded as something shameful. But under the system at present prevailing in Europe, people who are condemned never to possess any property can feel no shame whatever at being reduced to pauperism. It would be difficult to express more vividly the stupidity and hard-heartedness of the small proprietor. Here Sismondi changes from the theoretician into the practical counselor, who preaches the morals which, we know, are practiced with such success by the French peasant. This is not only Malthus, but Malthus deliberately cut to the measure of the petty bourgeois. Reading these chapters of Sismondi's, one cannot help recalling the passionately angry invective of Proudhon, who argued that Malthusianism was the preaching of the connubial practice of a certain unnatural vice. 9. Machines in capitalist society. Related to the problem of surplus population is that of the significance of machines in general. Efrosi dilates upon Sismondi's brilliant observations concerning machines, and asserts that to regard him as an opponent of technical improvements is unjust, that Sismondi was not an enemy of machines and inventions. Sismondi repeatedly stressed the idea that machines and inventions are not in themselves harmful to the working class, but become so only because of the conditions of the existing system of economy, under which an increase in the productivity of labor leads neither to an increase in working class consumption nor to a reduction of working hours. All these observations are quite correct. But again, this appraisal of Sismondi is a wonderfully vivid revelation of how the Narodnik absolutely failed to understand the Romanticist, to understand the point of view on capitalism specific to Romanticism, and the radical difference between this point of view and that of scientific theory. The Narodnik could not understand this, because Narodism itself has not gone beyond Romanticism. But while Sismondi's observations concerning the contradictory nature of the capitalist employment of machines marked a great step forward in the 1820s, it is quite unpardonable today to confine oneself to such a primitive criticism and not to see its narrow petty bourgeois character. In this respect Efrosi keeps firmly to his own ground. He cannot even present the problem. He says that Sismondi saw the contradiction, and rests content with that, as if history had not shown the most diverse ways and means of criticizing the contradictions of capitalism. In saying that Sismondi did not regard machines as being harmful in themselves, but harmful in their operation under the present social system, Efrosi does not even see what a primitive, superficially sentimental point of view he expresses in this one argument alone. Sismondi did indeed inquire, are machines harmful, or not? And he answered the question with the maxim, machines are useful only when production is commensurate with consumption. After all that has been said above, there is no need for us to prove here that such an answer is nothing more nor less than substituting a petty bourgeois utopia for a scientific analysis of capitalism. Sismondi cannot be blamed for not having made such an analysis. Historical services are not judged by the contributions historical personalities did not make in respect of modern requirements, but by the new contributions they did make as compared with their predecessors. Here, however, we are judging neither Sismondi nor his primitive, sentimental point of view, but the economist of Russkoye Bogatstvo, who to this day does not understand the difference between this point of view and the modern one. He does not understand that to bring out this difference he should not have asked whether Sismondi was an enemy of machines or not, but whether Sismondi understood the significance of machines under the capitalist system, whether he understood the role played by machines as a factor of progress under the system. Had the economist of Russkoye Bogatstvo done that, he might have noted that Sismondi, owing to his petty bourgeois, utopian point of view, could not even raise such questions, and that what distinguishes the new theory is that it does raise and answer them. In that case Efrosi might have understood that by substituting the question of the conditions under which machines can, in general, be profitable and useful for that of the historical role played by machines in existing capitalist society, Sismondi naturally arrived at the theory that capitalism and the capitalist employment of machines were dangerous and urged the necessity of retarding, moderating and regulating the growth of capitalism, and, as a consequence, he became a reactionary. The fact that Sismondi's doctrine fails to understand the historical role of machines as a factor of progress is one of the reasons for the modern theory regarding it as reactionary. We shall not here, of course, expound the modern theory of machine production. We refer the reader to, say, the above-mentioned study by N. Sieber, Chapter X, Machines and Large-Scale Industry, and particularly Chapter 11, An Examination of the Theory of Machine Production. We shall merely give the gist of it in briefest outline. It boils down to 2 points. First, to a historical analysis, which established the place machine production occupies as one of the stages in the development of capitalism, and the relation of machine industry to the preceding stages. Secondly, to an analysis of the part played by machines under capitalist economy, and in particular, to an analysis of the changes which machine industry affects in all the conditions of life of the population. On the first point, the theory established that machine industry is only one stage of capitalist production, and showed how it arose out of manufacture. On the second point, the theory established that machine industry marks gigantic progress in capitalist society not only because it increases the productive forces enormously and socializes labor throughout society, but also because it destroys the manufactory division of labor, compels the workers to go from occupations of one kind to others, completes the destruction of backward patriarchal relationships, particularly in the rural districts, and gives a most powerful impetus to the progress of society, both for the reasons stated and as a consequence of the concentration of the industrial population. This progress, like the progress capitalism makes in every other field, is accompanied by the progress of contradictions, i.e., by their intensification and expansion. Perhaps the reader will ask, what interest is there in examining Sismondi's views on such a universally known question and in such a brief reference to the modern theory, with which everybody is familiar, and with which everybody agrees? Well, to see what this agreement looks like we shall take Mr. N. On, the most prominent Narodnik economist, who claims that he strictly applies the modern theory. In his sketches, it will be remembered, Mr. N. On sets himself as one of his special tasks the study of the capitalization of the Russian textile industry, the characteristic feature of which is precisely that it employs machines on the biggest scale. The question is, what is Mr. N. On's point of view on this subject, the point of view of Sismondi, or the point of view of modern theory? Is he, on this important subject, a romanticist or a realist? We have seen that the first thing that distinguishes the modern theory is that it is based on a historical analysis of the development of machine industry from capitalist manufacture. Did Mr. N. On raise the problem of the development of Russian machine industry? No. True, he did say that it was preceded by work in the home for the capitalist, and by the hand labor factory, but he not only failed to explain the relation of machine industry to the preceding stage, he even failed to notice that it was wrong in scientific terminology to apply the term factory to the preceding stage, which should undoubtedly be described as capitalist manufacture. Let the reader not think that this omission is unimportant. On the contrary, it is of enormous importance. Firstly, Mr. N. On thereby identifies capitalism with machine industry. This is a gross mistake. What constitutes the importance of the scientific theory is that it cleared up the real place of machine industry as one of the stages of capitalism. If Mr. N. On shared the point of view of this theory, could he have depicted the growth and victory of machine industry as the struggle between two economic forms, between some unknown form based on the peasantry's ownership of instruments of production and capitalism, whereas, in fact, we see a struggle between machine industry and capitalist manufacture? Mr. N. On says not a word about this struggle, although this replacement of one form of capitalism by another took place, on his own showing, precisely in the textile industry, the sphere of his special study. Mr. N. On misrepresented it, calling it the replacement of people's production by capitalism. Is it not evident that at bottom the problem of the actual development of machine industry did not interest him in the least, and that the term people's production covers up a utopia entirely to the taste of Sismondi? Secondly, if Mr. N. On had raised the question of the historical development of Russian machine industry, could he have spoken of implanting capitalism, basing his case on facts of governmental support and assistance, facts which have also occurred in Europe? The question is he copying Sismondi, who also talked in exactly the same way about implanting, or is he copying the representative of the modern theory who studied the replacement of manufacture by machine industry? Thirdly, if Mr. N. On had raised the problem of the historical development of the forms of capitalism in Russia, could he have ignored the existence of capitalist manufacture in the Russian handicraft industries? And if he had really followed theory and attempted to apply a scientific analysis to at least a small corner of this production, which is also people's production, what would have become of this picture of Russian social economy, daubed in cheap and inartistic Suzdal style, which depicts a nebulous people's production and an isolated from it capitalism which embraces only a handful of workers? To sum up, on the first point which distinguishes the modern theory of machine industry from the Romantic theory, Mr. N. On can on no account be regarded as a follower of the former, for he does not even realize the need to present the question of the rise of machine industry as a special stage of capitalism, and is silent about the existence of capitalist manufacture, the stage of capitalism which preceded that of the machines. Instead of an historical analysis, he palms off the utopia of people's production. The second point relates to the modern theory of the changes brought about in social relations by machine industry. Mr. N. On did not even attempt to examine this problem. He complained a great deal about capitalism and deplored the appearance of the factory, but he did not even attempt to study the change in social conditions brought about by the factory. To do that, it would have been necessary to compare machine industry with the preceding stages, which Mr. N. On does not refer to. Similarly, the viewpoint of the modern theory on machines as a factor of progress in present-day capitalist society is also totally alien to him. Here, too, he did not even present the question, nor could he do so, for this question can arise only out of a historical study of the replacement of one form of capitalism by another, whereas according to Mr. N. On capitalism tout court replaces people's production. If, on the basis of Mr. N. On study of the capitalization of the textile industry in Russia, we were to ask, how does Mr. N. On regard machines, we could receive no other reply than that with which we are already familiar from Sismondi's work. Mr. N. On admits that machines increase the productivity of labor just as Sismondi did. Mr. N. On says that it is not machines that are harmful, but the capitalist employment of them, just as Sismondi did. Mr. N. On believes that in introducing machines we have lost sight of the fact that production must correspond to the people's consuming capacity, just as Sismondi did. And that is all. Mr. N. On does not believe anything more. He will not hear of the problems that have been raised and solved by modern theory, because he did not even attempt to examine either the historical succession of different forms of capitalist production in Russia, or the role of machines as a factor of progress under the present capitalist system. Thus, on the question of machines, the supremely important question of theoretical political economy, Mr. N. On also shares Sismondi's point of view. Mr. N. On argues exactly like a romanticist, which, of course, does not prevent him from quoting and quoting. This applies not to the example of the textile industry alone, but to all Mr. N. On arguments. Take, say, the above-mentioned example of the flour milling industry. Mr. N. On pointed to the introduction of machines only as an excuse for the sentimental lamentation that this increase in the productivity of labor did not correspond to the people's consuming capacity. As regards the changes in the social system which machine industry introduces in general, he did not even think of analyzing them. The question of whether the introduction of these machines is a progressive step in present-day capitalist society is something quite incomprehensible to him. What we have said about Mr. N. On applies a fortiori to the other Narodnik economists. On the question of machines, Narodism to this day adheres to the viewpoint of petty bourgeois romanticism and replaces an economic analysis by sentimental wishes. X. Protection. The last theoretical problem that interests us in Sismondi's system of views is that of protection. No little space is devoted to this problem in Nouveaux Principes, but there it is examined mostly from the practical aspect, in connection with the anti-corn laws movement in Britain. We shall examine this latter problem later on, for it includes other, broader problems. What interests us here at the moment is only Sismondi's point of view on protection. What is of interest in this problem is not a new economic concept of Sismondi's, that has not been discussed, but his understanding of the relation between economics and the superstructure. Rossi assures the readers of Russkoye Bogaystvo that Sismondi was one of the first and most talented forerunners of the modern historical school, that he was opposed to the isolation of economic phenomena from all other social factors. The view is expressed in the works of Sismondi that economic phenomena must not be isolated from other social factors, that they must be studied in connection with facts of a socio-political character. Well, we shall see from the example we have taken, how Sismondi understood the connection between economic and socio-political phenomena. The prohibition of imports, says Sismondi in the chapter of customs, is as unwise and as ruinous as the prohibition of exports. It was invented in order to give the nation manufacture, something it did not yet possess, and it cannot be denied that for nascent industry it is on a par with the most powerful encouragement bonus. This manufacture produces, perhaps, scarcely 1/100th part of a certain kind of goods consumed by the nation. 100 buyers will have to compete with each other to obtain commodities from the sole vendor, and the 99 to whom he refuses to sell will have to make shift with contraband goods. In that case, the nation's loss will be equal to 100, and its gain equal to 1. No matter how much the nation may gain from this new manufacture, there can be no doubt that this gain will be too small to justify such great sacrifice. One could always find less wasteful means of stimulating such manufacture to activity. You see how simply Sismondi solves this problem. Protection is unwise because the nation stands to lose by it. What nation does our economist speak of? What economic relations does he connect the given socio-political fact with? He takes no definite relations. He argues in general, about a nation as it should be, according to his conception of what should be. And as we know, this conception of what should be is based on the exclusion of capitalism and on the reign of small independent production. But it is utterly absurd to associate a socio-political factor which belongs to a given economic system, and to it alone, with some imaginary system. Protection is a socio-political factor of capitalism, but Sismondi does not associate it with capitalism, he associates it with some nation in general. He could, perhaps, have associated protection with, say, the Indian village community, and have obtained a still more striking example of its folly and ruination, but this folly would again have been that of his association and not of protection. Sismondi makes a childish calculation to show that protection is profitable to a very few at the expense of the masses. There is no need to do so, for this is already evident from the very concept protection. That protection expresses a social contradiction is beyond dispute. But are there no contradictions in the economic life of the system which created protection? On the contrary, it is full of contradictions, and Sismondi himself indicated these contradictions throughout his book. Instead of deducing this contradiction from those of the economic system which he himself indicated, Sismondi ignores economic contradictions and reduces his argument to totally meaningless innocent wishes. Instead of associating this institution which, according to him, benefits a small group, with the position occupied by this group in the country's economy, and with the interests of this group, he associates it with the abstract principle of the common will. We see, therefore, that, contrary to Efrosi's assertion, Sismondi does isolate economic phenomena from the rest and has no conception of the connection between economic and socio-political facts. The tirade we have quoted contains all that he, as a theoretician, could contribute to the problem of protection, all the rest is merely a paraphrase of this. It is doubtful whether governments fully realize what price they pay for this gain and what frightful sacrifices they impose upon the consumers. The governments of Europe wanted to violate nature. Which nature? Is it the nature of capitalism that protection violates? The nation was forced, in a way, into false activity. Some governments have gone to the length of paying their merchants in order to enable them to sell more cheaply. The stranger this sacrifice and the more it contradicts the simplest calculation, the more it is ascribed to high politics. The government pays its merchants at the expense of its subjects, and so on and so forth. This is the kind of argument Sismondi treats us to. In other parts of his work, as if drawing the conclusion from these arguments, he calls capitalism artificial and implanted, a hothouse product and so forth. Starting out by substituting innocent wishes for an analysis of the given contradictions, he reaches the point of positively distorting reality to suit those wishes. According to him, capitalist industry, which is so zealously supported, is feeble, without a basis, and so forth. It does not play a predominant role in the country's economy and, consequently, this predominant role is played by small-scale production, and so forth. The undoubted and indisputable fact that protection was created only by a definite economic system, and by the definite contradictions of that system, that it expresses the real interests of a real class, which plays the predominant role in the national economy, is reduced to nothing, even to its opposite, by means of a few sentimental phrases. Here is another specimen. The English would have us believe that their big farms are the only means of improving agriculture, that is to say, of providing themselves with a greater abundance of agricultural produce at a cheaper price. Actually, however, they do the opposite, they produce at a higher price. This passage, which so strikingly reveals the Romanticist way of arguing that the Russian Narodniks have taken over in its entirety, is wonderfully characteristic. The development of capitalist farming and the technical progress connected with it are depicted as a deliberately introduced system. The English would have us believe that this system is the only means of improving agriculture. Sismondi wants to say that there could be other means of improving agriculture besides capitalist farming, i.e., again there could be in some abstract society, but not in the real society of a definite historical period, in the society based on commodity production of which the English economists speak, and of which Sismondi too should have spoken. Improvement of agriculture, that is to say, providing themselves with a greater abundance of produce. Not that is to say, at all. Improvement of agriculture and improved food for the masses are by no means the same thing, that the two will not coincide, is not only possible, it is inevitable under the economic system which Sismondi so zealously wants to avoid. For example, an increase in potato cultivation may signify an increase in labor productivity in agriculture and an increase in surplus value, simultaneously with a deterioration of the workers' food. It is another example of the habit of the Narodnik, that is to say, the romanticist, to dismiss the contradictions of real life with phrases. Actually, continues Sismondi, these farmers, who are so rich, so intelligent, and so much supported by all scientific progress, and whose horses are so fine, whose hedges so solid, and whose fields so thoroughly cleared of weeds, cannot compete against the wretched Polish peasant, ignorant, crushed by slavery, who seeks consolation only in drink, and whose agriculture is still in the infant stage of the art. The corn harvested in central Poland, after paying freight for many hundreds of leagues by river, by land, and by sea, and after paying import duties amounting to 30 and 40% ad valorem, is still cheaper than the corn of the richest counties of England. The English economists are amazed at this contrast. They refer to taxes and so forth. But this is not the point. The system of exploitation itself is bad, it rests on a dangerous foundation. Lately, all writers have presented the system as an object worthy of our admiration, but we, on the contrary, must study it well in order to avoid imitating it. Really, how infinitely naive is this romanticist, who presents English capitalism as a mistaken system of the economists, who imagines that the amazement of the economists who shut their eyes to the contradictions of commercial farming is a sufficiently strong argument against the farmers. How superficial is his understanding! Instead of seeking an explanation of economic processes in the interests of different groups, he looks for it in the errors of economists, authors, and governments. Good Sismondi wants to prick the conscience of the English and also of the continental farmers and put them to shame in order to discourage them from imitating such bad systems. Do not forget, incidentally, that this was written 70 years ago, that Sismondi was witnessing the first steps of these, as yet, totally new phenomena. His naivete is excusable, for even the classical economists no less naively regarded these new phenomena as the product of the eternal and natural qualities of human nature. But, we ask, have our Narodniks added even one original word to Sismondi's arguments in their objections to capitalism developing in Russia? Thus, Sismondi's arguments about protection show that the historical point of view was totally alien to him. Indeed, he argues quite abstractly, exactly like the 18th-century philosophers and economists, differing from them only in proclaiming the society of small independent producers and not bourgeois society to be normal and natural. Hence, he understands nothing of the connection between protection and a definite economic system, and he disposes of this contradiction in the socio-political sphere with sentimental phrases about the false, the perilous, the mistaken, the unwise, etc., similar to those with which he disposed of the contradictions in economic life. Hence, he draws an extremely superficial picture of the matter and presents the problem of protection and free trade as one of the wrong or the right path. Modern theory has fully exposed these delusions, by revealing the connection between protection and a definite historical system of social economy, between protection and the interests of the predominant class in that system which enjoy the support of governments. It showed that protection or free trade is an issue between entrepreneurs. Comparing these two points of view on protection with the attitude towards it adopted by the Narodnik economists, we find that here too they fully share the romanticist viewpoint and associate protection not with a capitalist country, but with some abstraction, with consumers tout court, and proclaim it to be the mistaken and unwise support of hothouse capitalism, and so forth. On the subject, for example, of duty-free imports of agricultural machines, which cause conflict between industrial and agricultural entrepreneurs, the Narodniks, of course, stand solidly for the agricultural entrepreneurs. We do not want to say that they are wrong. But it is a question of fact, a question concerning the present historical moment, a question as to which faction of the entrepreneurs expresses the more general interests of the development of capitalism. Even if the Narodniks are right, it is certainly not because the imposition of customs duties signifies artificial support for capitalism, whereas the lifting of such duties signifies support for an age-old people's industry, but simply because the development of agricultural capitalism, by accelerating the extinction of medieval relationships in the rural districts and the creation of a home market for industry, signifies a wider, freer, and more rapid development of capitalism in general. We foresee one objection to this classing of the Narodniks with the Romanticists on this question. It will probably be said that here it is necessary to make special mention of Mr. N. On, who, after all, openly says that the problem of free trade and protection is a capitalist problem, and says so more than once, and who even quotes. Yes, Mr. N. On even quotes. But if we are shown this passage from his sketches, we shall cite other passages in which he proclaims that to give support to capitalism is to implant it, and states that the encouragement of capitalism is a fatal blunder because we have overlooked, we have forgotten, our minds have been obscured, and so forth. How can this be reconciled with the assertion that support for capitalism is one of the numerous contradictions with which our economic life teems? This one, like all the rest, owes its existence to the form which all production is assuming. Note, all production. We ask any impartial person, what is the point of view of this author, who proclaims support of the form which all production is assuming to be a blunder? Is it the point of view of Sismondi, or of scientific theory? Here, too, Mr. N. On's quotations turn out to be irrelevant, clumsy interpolations, which do not in the least express a real conviction that these quotations are applicable to Russian reality. Mr. N. On's quotations from modern theory are window dressing and can only mislead the reader. It is an awkwardly worn realist costume under which the thoroughbred romanticist hides. 11. Sismondi's place in the history of political economy. We are now familiar with all of Sismondi's main propositions relating to economic theory. Summing up, we see that, everywhere, Sismondi remains absolutely true to himself, that his point of view remains unchanged. On the one hand, on all points he differs from the classical economists in that he indicates the contradictions of capitalism. On the other hand, on no point is he able to extend the analysis of the classical economists, and therefore confines himself to a sentimental criticism of capitalism from the viewpoint of the petty bourgeois. This substitution of sentimental complaints and lamentations for a scientific analysis results in his conception being extremely superficial. Modern theory accepted his references to the contradictions of capitalism, subjected them to a scientific analysis, and on all points reached conclusions which radically differ from Sismondi's, and for that reason lead to a diametrically opposite point of view concerning capitalism. In a critique of some of the propositions of political economy, Sismondi's place in the history of the science is described as follows. Sismondi is no longer laboring under Bois-Guilbert's idea that labor which creates exchange value is adulterated by money, but just as Bois-Guilbert denounced money, so does Sismondi denounce large industrial capital. The author wants to say, just as Bois-Guilbert superficially regarded barter as a natural system and was up in arms against money, which was to him an extraneous element, so Sismondi regarded small-scale production as a natural system and was up in arms against big capital, which he regarded as an extraneous element. Bois-Guilbert did not understand the inseparable and natural connection between money and commodity exchange, did not understand that he was contrasting two forms of bourgeois labor as extraneous elements. Sismondi failed to understand the inseparable and natural connection between big capital and small independent production, failed to understand that these are two forms of commodity economy. Bois-Guilbert is up in arms against bourgeois labor in one form while, utopian-like, he praises it in another. Sismondi is up in arms against big capital, i.e., against commodity economy in one form, its most developed form, while, utopian-like, he praises the small producer, i.e., commodity economy in another form, its rudimentary form. In Ricardo, continues the author of the critique, political economy reached its climax, after recklessly drawing its ultimate conclusions, while Sismondi supplemented it by impersonating its doubts. Thus, the author of the critique reduces the significance of Sismondi to the fact that he raised the question of the contradictions of capitalism, and thereby set the task of making a further analysis. The author we have quoted regards all the independent views of Sismondi, who also wanted to answer this question, as unscientific and superficial, and as reflecting his reactionary petty bourgeois point of view. Comparing Sismondi's theory with Narodism, we find on nearly all points an astonishing similarity, which sometimes goes as far as identity of terms. The Narodnik economists fully share Sismondi's point of view. We shall be still more convinced of this later, when we pass from theory to Sismondi's views on practical problems. And lastly, as regards Efrosi, on no point has he given a correct appraisal of Sismondi. Pointing to Sismondi's emphasis on, and condemnation of, the contradictions of capitalism, Efrosi was quite unable to understand either the sharp difference between his theory and the theory of scientific materialism, or that the romanticist and scientific points of view on capitalism are diametrically opposite. The fellow feeling of the Narodnik for the romanticist, their touching unanimity, prevented the author of the essays in Russkoye Bogeystvo from correctly characterizing this classical representative of romanticism in economic science. We have just quoted the opinion on Sismondi that he impersonated the doubts of classical political economy. But Sismondi did not think of confining himself to this role. As we have seen, he tried to solve the doubts, but did so very unsuccessfully. Not only that. His accusation against the classical economists and their science was not that they halted before an analysis of the contradictions, but that they employed wrong methods. The old science does not teach us either to understand or avert new disasters, says Sismondi in the preface to the second edition of his book, and he does not explain this fact by indicating that the analysis made by the science is incomplete and inconsistent, but by claiming that it plunged into abstractions and was proceeding along a wrong path. What is the charge leveled by Sismondi against the classical economists which permits him to draw this conclusion? The economists, the most celebrated of them, devoted too little attention to consumption and to the market. This accusation has been repeated innumerable times since Sismondi's day. It has been deemed necessary to separate consumption from production as a special department of the science. It has been said that production depends upon natural laws, whereas consumption is determined by distribution, which depends upon the will of man, and so on, and so forth. It is common knowledge that our Narodniks hold the same views and put distribution in the forefront. What meaning is there to this accusation? It is based solely on an extremely unscientific conception of the very subject of political economy. Its subject is not by any means the production of material values, as is often claimed, but the social relations between men in production. Only by interpreting production in the former sense can one separate distribution from it, and when that is done, the department of production does not contain the categories of historically determined forms of social economy, but categories that relate to the labor process in general. Usually, such empty banalities merely serve later to obscure historical and social conditions. If, however, we consistently regard production as social relations in production, then both distribution and consumption lose all independent significance. Once relations in production have been explained, both the share of the product taken by the different classes and, consequently, distribution and consumption are thereby explained. And vice versa, if production relations remain unexplained, all arguments about consumption and distribution turn into banalities, or innocent, romantic wishes. Sismondi was the originator of such arguments. Rodbertus also talked a lot about the distribution of the national product, and Efrosi's modern authorities even formed special schools, one of the principles of which was to pay special attention to distribution. But none of these theoreticians of distribution and consumption were able to solve even the fundamental problem of the difference between social capital and social revenue. All continued to grope in the contradictions before which Adam Smith had come to a halt. The problem was solved only by the economist who never singled out distribution, and who protested most vigorously against the vulgar arguments about distribution. 60. Not only that, the very solution of the problem consisted of an analysis of the reproduction of social capital. The author did not make a special problem of either consumption or distribution, but both were fully explained after the analysis of production had been carried to its conclusion. Scientific analysis of the capitalist mode of production demonstrates that the distribution relations essentially coincident with these production relations are their opposite side, so that both share the same historically transitory character. The wage presupposes wage labor, and profit capital. These definite forms of distribution thus presuppose definite social characteristics of production conditions, and definite social relations of production agents. The specific distribution relations are thus merely the expression of the specific historical production relations. Every form of distribution disappears with the specific form of production from which it is descended and to which it corresponds. The view which regards only distribution relations as historical, but not production relations, is, on the one hand, solely the view of the initial, but still handicapped criticism of bourgeois economy. On the other hand, it rests on the confusion and identification of the process of social production with the simple labor process, such as might even be performed by an abnormally isolated human being without any social assistance. To the extent that the labor process is solely a process between man and nature, its simple elements remain common to all social forms of development. But each specific historical form of this process further develops its material foundations and social forms. 61. Sismondi was no more fortunate in attacks of another sort against the classical economists, attacks which occupy still more space in his Nouveaux Principes. The new disciples of Adam Smith in England plunged into abstractions, forgetting about man. For Ricardo, wealth is everything and men nothing. They often sacrifice men and real interests to an abstract theory, and so forth. How old these attacks are, and yet how new. I have in mind their renewal by the Narodniks, who have made such a noise over the frank admission that the capitalist development of Russia is her real, actual, and inevitable development. Have they not repeated the same thing in different keys when shouting about apologetics of the money power, about social bourgeois character, and so forth? 62. The remark addressed to the sentimental critics of capitalism in general is applicable to them to an even greater extent than to Sismondi. Man schrie nicht so sehr über den Zynismus. Der Zynismus liegt in der Sache, nicht in den Worten, welche die Sache bezeichnen. But do not make an outcry at the cynicism of it. The cynicism is in the facts and not in the words which express the facts. 63. To an even greater extent, we say. This is because the West European Romanticists did not have before them a scientific analysis of the contradictions of capitalism, because they were the first to indicate these contradictions, because they denounced the people who did not see these contradictions. Sismondi violently attacked Ricardo for drawing all the conclusions from his observations and study of bourgeois society with ruthless frankness. He noted frankly both the existence of production for production and the transformation of labor power into a commodity similar to any other commodity, and the fact that the net revenue, that is, the amount of profit, is the only thing of importance to society. But Ricardo spoke the absolute truth. Actually everything is exactly as he says. If this truth seemed to Sismondi to be a base truth, he should not have sought for the causes of this baseness in Ricardo's theory at all, and should not have directed his attacks at abstractions. The exclamations he addressed to Ricardo belong entirely to the sphere of the deception which exalts us. Well, what about our modern romanticists? Do they think of denying the reality of the money power? Do they think of denying that this power is omnipotent not only among the industrial population, but also among the agricultural population of any village community and of any remote village you like? Do they think of denying that there is a necessary connection between this fact and commodity economy? They have not even attempted to subject this to doubt. They simply try not to talk of it. They are afraid of calling things by their real names. We fully understand their fear. The frank admission of reality would completely cut the ground from under the sentimental criticism of capitalism. It is not surprising that they so ardently rush into battle before they have had time to clean the rusty weapon of romanticism. It is not surprising that they are unscrupulous in their methods and want to present hostility towards sentimental criticism as hostility towards criticism in general. After all, they are fighting for their right to existence. Sismondi even tried to elevate his sentimental criticism to the plane of a special method of social science. We have already seen that he did not reproach Ricardo with bringing his objective analysis to a halt when faced with the contradictions of capitalism, but reproached him for the objectivity of his analysis. Sismondi said that Ricardo forgets about man. In his preface to the second edition of Nouveaux Principes we find the following tirade. I deem it necessary to protest against the customary methods, so often superficial, so often false, of judging a work relating to the social sciences. The problem which they have to solve is incomparably more complex than all the problems of the natural sciences, at the same time it appeals as much to the heart as it does to the mind. How familiar to the Russian reader is this idea of contrasting the natural sciences to the social sciences, and of the latter appealing to the heart? Sismondi here expresses the very ideas which were to be newly discovered several decades later in the far east of Europe by the Russian school of sociologists and figure as a special subjective method in sociology. Sismondi, like our native sociologists, of course appeals to the heart as well as to the mind. But we have already seen that on all the most important problems, the heart of the petty bourgeois triumphed over the mind of the economist theoretician. Postscript. That the appraisal given here of the sentimental Sismondi in relation to scientifically objective Ricardo is correct, is fully confirmed by the opinion Marx expressed in the second volume of Theories of Surplus Value, which appeared in 1905 contrasting Malthus as a wretched plagiarist, a paid advocate of the rich and a shameless sycophant, to Ricardo as a man of science. Marx said, Ricardo regards the capitalist mode of production as the most advantageous for production in general, as the most advantageous for the creation of wealth, and for his time Ricardo is quite right. He wants production for the sake of production, and he is right. To object to this, as Ricardo's sentimental opponents did, by pointing to the fact that production as such is not an end in itself, means to forget that production for the sake of production is nothing more nor less than the development of the productive forces of mankind, i.e., the development of the wealth of human nature as an end in itself. If this end is set up in contrast to the welfare of individuals, as Sismondi did, it is tantamount to asserting that the development of the whole human race must be retarded for the sake of ensuring the welfare of individuals, that, consequently, no war, we shall say for example, can be waged, because war causes the death of individuals. Sismondi is right only in opposition to those economists who obscure this antagonism, deny it. From his point of view Ricardo has every right to put the proletarians on a par with machines, with commodities in capitalist production. Es ist dieses Stwask, objective, wissenschaftlich, this is stoicism, this is objective, this is scientific. It goes without saying that this appraisal applies only to a definite period, to the very beginning of the 19th century. Chapter 2. The character of the Romanticists. Criticism of capitalism. We have already dealt sufficiently with Sismondi's mind. Let us now take a closer look at his heart. Let us attempt to collect all the references to his point of view, to his attitude towards capitalism, to his social sympathies, to his conception of the socio-political problems of the period in which he was active. The sentimental criticism of capitalism. The distinguishing feature of the period in which Sismondi wrote was the rapid development of exchange, which was manifested with particular sharpness after the remnants of feudalism were destroyed by the French Revolution. Sismondi unambiguously condemned this development and growth of exchange, denounced fatal competition, called upon the government to protect the population from the consequences of competition, and so forth. Rapid exchanges corrupt the good faith of the people. Constant concern for selling at a profit cannot but lead to attempts to demand too high a price and to cheat, and the harder life becomes for the one who gains his livelihood by constant exchanges, the more he is tempted to resort to cheating. Such was the naivete required to attack money economy in the way our narodniks attack it. Commercial wealth is only of secondary importance in the economic system, and land wealth which provides the means of subsistence must increase first. The whole of that numerous class which lives by commerce must be called upon to participate in the fruits of the earth only to the extent that these fruits exist, it must grow only to the extent that this produce grows. Has Mr. N. On, who fills page after page with complaints about the growth of commerce and industry outpacing the development of agriculture, taken even one step beyond this patriarchal romanticist? These complaints of the romanticist and of the narodnik merely testify to a complete misunderstanding of capitalist economy. Can there be a capitalism under which the development of commerce and industry does not outpace agriculture? Why, the growth of capitalism is the growth of commodity economy, that is to say, of a social division of labor which separates from agriculture one branch of the processing of raw materials after another, breaking up the single natural economy in which the production, processing and consumption of these raw materials were combined. That is why capitalism always and everywhere signifies a more rapid development of commerce and industry than of agriculture, a more rapid growth of the commercial and industrial population, a greater weight and importance of commerce and industry in the social economic system as a whole. Nor can it be otherwise. By repeating such complaints, Mr. N. On proves again and again that in his economic views he has not gone beyond superficial, sentimental romanticism. This unwise spirit of enterprise, this excess of trading of every kind, which causes so many bankruptcies in America, is due, without a doubt, to the increase in the number of banks and to the ease with which illusory credit takes the place of real property, and so forth endlessly. Why did Sismondi attack money economy? What does he offer in place of it? Small independent production, the natural economy of the peasants in the countryside, artisan production in the towns. Here is what he says of the former in the chapter headed of Patriarchal Agriculture. The first owners of land were themselves tillers, all the field work was done by the labor of their children and their servants. No social organization guarantees more happiness and more virtue to the most numerous class of the nation, a larger prosperity to all, greater stability to the public order. In those countries where the farmer is the owner and where the produce belongs entirely to the people who perform all the work, i.e., in those countries whose agriculture we call patriarchal, we see at every step signs of the tiller's love for the house in which he lives, for the land which he tills. Work itself is a pleasure to him. In those happy countries where agriculture is patriarchal, the particular nature of every field is studied, and this knowledge is passed on from father to son. Large-scale farming, directed by richer men, will perhaps rise above prejudice and routine. But knowledge will not reach the one who works and will be badly applied. Patriarchal economy improves the morals and character of that numerous section of the nation which has to do all the work in the fields. Property cultivates habits of order and frugality, constant abundance destroys the taste for gluttony and intemperance. Entering into exchange almost exclusively with nature, he has less reason than any industrial worker to distrust men and to resort to the weapon of dishonesty against them. The first farmers were simple laborers, they themselves performed the bulk of the agricultural work, they kept the size of their enterprises commensurate with the working capacity of their families. They did not cease to be peasants, they themselves followed the plough, they themselves tended their cattle, both in the fields and in the barns, they lived in the pure air and got accustomed to constant labor and to modest food, which creates sturdy citizens and stalwart soldiers. They hardly ever employed day laborers to work with them, but only servants, always chosen from among their equals, whom they treated as equals, who ate with them at the same table, drink the same wine and wear the same kind of clothes as they did. Thus, the farmers and their servants constituted one class of peasants, inspired by the same feelings, sharing the same pleasures, subjected to the same influences and bound to their country by the same ties. Here, then, you have the famous people's production. Let it not be said that Sismondi does not understand the need to unite the producers, He says plainly that he too wants association. Let it not be said that he stands for property, on the contrary, he places the weight of emphasis on small economy and not upon small property. It goes without saying that this idealization of small peasant economy looks different under different historical and social conditions. But there can be no doubt that it is small peasant economy that is glorified by both Romanticism and Narodism. Similarly, Sismondi idealizes primitive artisan production and guilds. The village shoemaker, who is at once merchant, factory owner, and worker, will not make a single pair of shoes without an order, whereas capitalist manufacture, not knowing the demand, may suffer bankruptcy. Undoubtedly, from both the theoretical and the factual standpoint, the institution of guilds prevented, and was bound to prevent, the formation of a surplus population. It is also beyond doubt that such a population exists at the present time, and that it is the necessary result of the present system. Many more excerpts of a similar nature could be quoted, but we shall postpone our examination of Sismondi's practical recipes until later. Here let us confine ourselves to what we have quoted in order to probe Sismondi's point of view. The arguments we have quoted may be summed up as follows: 1. Money economy is condemned for destroying the small producers' security and the close relations among them. 2. Small production is extolled for ensuring the independence of the producer and eliminating the contradictions of capitalism. Let us note that both these ideas constitute an essential part of Narodism, and endeavor to probe their meaning. The criticism of money economy by the Romanticists and the Narodniks amounts to the following: it points to the fruits of that economy, individualism and antagonism, and also the producer's insecurity and the instability of the social economy. First, about individualism. Usually, the contrast is made between the association of the peasants in a given community, or of the artisans of a given craft, and capitalism, which destroys the ties that bind them, and puts competition in their place. This argument is a repetition of the typical error of Romanticism, namely, the conclusion that since capitalism is torn by contradictions it is not a higher form of social organization. Does not capitalism, which destroys the medieval village community, guild, artel and similar ties, substitute others for them? Is not commodity economy already a tie between the producers, a tie established by the market? The antagonistic character of this tie, which is full of fluctuations and contradictions, gives one no right to deny its existence. And we know that it is the development of contradictions that with ever-growing force reveals the strength of this tie, compels all the individual elements and classes of society to strive to unite, and to unite no longer within the narrow limits of one village community, or of one district, but to unite all the members of the given class in a whole nation and even in different countries. Only a Romanticist, with his reactionary point of view, can deny the existence of these ties and their deeper importance, which is based on the common role played in the national economy and not upon territorial, professional, religious, and other such interests. If arguments of this kind earn the name of Romanticist for Sismondi, who wrote at a time when these new ties engendered by capitalism were still in the embryo, all the more do our Narodniks deserve such an estimation, for today, the enormous importance of these ties can only be denied by those who are totally blind. As regards insecurity and instability, and so forth, that is the same old song we dealt with when discussing the foreign market. Attacks of this kind betray the Romanticist who fearfully condemns precisely that which scientific theory values most in capitalism, its inherent striving for development, its irresistible urge onwards, its inability to halt or to reproduce the economic processes in their former, rigid dimensions. Only a utopian who concocts fantastic plans for spreading medieval associations to the whole of society can ignore the fact that it is the instability of capitalism that is an enormously progressive factor, one which accelerates social development, draws larger and larger masses of the population into the whirlpool of social life, compels them to ponder over its structure, and to forge their happiness with their own hands. Mr. N. On's phrases about the instability of capitalist economy, about the lack of proportion in the development of exchange, about the disturbance of the balance between industry and agriculture, between production and consumption, about the abnormality of crises, and so forth, testify beyond all doubt to the fact that he still shares the viewpoint of Romanticism to the full. Hence, the criticism of European Romanticism applies word for word to his theory too. Here is the proof. Let us hear what old Bois Guilbert says. The price of commodities, he says, must always be proportionate, for it is such mutual understanding alone that can enable them to reciprocally give birth to one another. As wealth, then, is nothing but this continual intercourse between man and man, craft and craft, etc., it is a frightful blindness to go looking for the cause of misery elsewhere than in the cessation of such traffic brought about by a disturbance of proportion in prices. Let us listen also to a modern economist. The great law is necessary to be affixed to production, that is, the law of proportion, which alone can preserve the continuity of value. The equivalent must be guaranteed. All nations have attempted, at various periods of their history, by instituting numerous commercial regulations and restrictions, to effect, in some degree, the object here explained. But the natural and inherent selfishness of man, has urged him to break down all such regulations. Proportionate production is the realization of the entire truth of the science of social economy. Foot Troja, this true proportion between supply and demand, which is beginning once more to be the object of so many wishes, ceased long ago to exist. It has passed into the stage of senility. It was possible only at a time when the means of production were limited, when the movement of exchange took place within very restricted bounds. With the birth of large-scale industry, this true proportion had to come to an end, and production is inevitably compelled to pass in continuous succession through vicissitudes of prosperity, depression, crisis, stagnation, renewed prosperity, and so on. Those who, like Sismondi, wish to return to the true proportion of production, while preserving the present basis of society, are reactionary, since, to be consistent, they must also wish to bring back all the other conditions of industry of former times. What kept production in true, or more, or less true, proportions? It was demand that dominated supply, that preceded it. Production followed close on the heels of consumption. Large-scale industry, forced by the very instruments at its disposal to produce on an ever-increasing scale, can no longer wait for demand. Production precedes consumption, supply compels demand. In existing society, in industry based on individual exchange, anarchy of production, which is the source of so much misery, is at the same time the source of all progress. Thus, one or the other, either you want the true proportions of past centuries with present-day means of production, in which case you are both reactionary and utopian. Or, you want progress without anarchy, in which case, in order to preserve the productive forces, you must abandon individual exchange. 69. The last words apply to Proudhon, with whom the author is polemizing, thus formulating the difference between his own viewpoint and the views both of Sismondi and of Proudhon. Mr. N. On would not, of course, approximate to either one or the other in all his views. But look into the content of the passage given. What is the main thesis of the author we have quoted, his basic idea, which brings him into irreconcilable opposition to his predecessors? Undoubtedly, it is that he places the question of the instability of capitalism on a historical plane and regards this instability as a progressive factor. In other words, he recognizes, firstly, that existing capitalist development, which proceeds through disproportion, crises, etc., is necessary development, and says that the very character of the means of production gives rise to the desire for an unlimited expansion of production and the constant anticipation of demand by supply. Secondly, he recognizes elements of progress in this development, which are, the development of the productive forces, socialization of labor within the bounds of the whole of society, increased mobility of the population and the growth of its consciousness, and so forth. These 2 points exhaust the difference between him and Sismondi and Proudhon, who agree with him in indicating the instability of capitalism and the contradictions it engenders, and in their sincere desire to eliminate these contradictions their failure to understand that this instability is a necessary feature of all capitalism and commodity economy in general brought them to utopia. Their failure to understand the elements of progress inherent in this instability makes their theories reactionary. And now we invite Messrs. The Narodniks to answer this question: does Mr. N. agree with the views of scientific theory on the 2 points mentioned? Does he regard instability as a characteristic of the present system, and of present-day development? Does he admit the existence of elements of progress in this instability? Everybody knows that he does not, that, on the contrary, Mr. N. proclaims this instability of capitalism to be simply an abnormality, a digression, and so forth, and regards it as decadence, retrogression, and idealizes that very economic stagnation whose destruction is the historical merit of unstable capitalism. It is clear, therefore, that we were quite right in including him among the Romanticists, and that no quotations and references on his part will change this character of his own arguments. We shall deal again with this instability later. At present let us quote a passage from a critique of some of the propositions of political economy in which the sentimental attacks on money economy are examined. These definite social functions are no outgrowths of human nature, but are the products of exchange relations between men who produce their goods in the form of commodities. They are so far from being purely individual relations between buyer and seller that both enter into these relations only to the extent that their individual labor is disregarded and is turned into money as labor of no individual. Therefore, just as it is childish to regard these bourgeois economic roles of buyer and seller as eternal social forms of human individuality, so it is, on the other hand, preposterous to lament over them as the cause of the extinction of individuality. How deeply some beautiful souls are wounded by the merely superficial aspect of the antagonism which asserts itself in buying and selling may be seen from the following abstract from M. Isaac Perrier's Leçons sur l'industrie et les finances, Paris, 1832. The fact that the same Isaac in his capacity of inventor and dictator of the Credit Mobilier has acquired the reputation of the wolf of the Paris Bourse shows what lurks behind the sentimental criticism of economics. Says M. Perrier, at the time an apostle of Saint Simon, since individuals are isolated and separated from one another both in their labors and in consumption, exchange takes place between them in the products of their respective industries. From the necessity of exchange arises the necessity of determining the relative value of things. The ideas of value and exchange are thus intimately connected and both express in their actual form individualism and antagonism. The determination of values of products takes place only because there are sales and purchases, or, to put it differently, because there is an antagonism between different members of society. One has to occupy himself with price and value only where there is sale and purchase, that is to say, where every individual is obliged to struggle to procure for himself the objects necessary for the maintenance of his existence. 70. The question is, wherein lies Perrier's sentimentality? He talks only about the individualism, antagonism, and conflict inherent in capitalism. He says the very thing our Narodniks say in different keys, and, moreover, they seem to be speaking the truth, because individualism, antagonism, and conflict are indeed necessary attributes of exchange, of commodity production. His sentimentality lies in that this Saint Simonist, carried away by his condemnation of the contradictions of capitalism, fails to discern behind these contradictions the fact that exchange also expresses a special form of social economy, that it, consequently, not only disunites, but also unites men, compelling them to enter into intercourse with each other through the medium of the market. It was this superficial understanding, caused by their eagerness to trounce capitalism, that gave the above-quoted author occasion to call Perrier's criticism sentimental. But why should we worry about Perrier, the long-forgotten apostle of long-forgotten Saint Simonism? Would it not be better to take the modern apostle of Narodism? Production was robbed of its popular character and assumed an individual, capitalist character. You see how this disguised romanticist argues, people's production became individual production. And as by people's production the author wants to imply the village community. 71 He points to the decline of the social character of production, to the shrinking of the social form of production. But is that so? The village community provided for organized production only in the one individual community, isolated from all the other communities. The social character of production embraced only the members of the one village community. Capitalism, however, gives production a social character in a whole country. Individualism means the destruction of social ties, but these ties are destroyed by the market, which replaces them by ties between masses of individuals who are not bound together by a village community, a social estate, a given trade, the restricted area of a given industry, etc. The tie created by capitalism manifests itself in the form of contradictions and antagonism, and therefore, our romanticist refuses to see this tie. The utopian point of view transforms his criticism of capitalism, as well, into a sentimental one. 2. The petty bourgeois character of Romanticism. The idealization of small production reveals to us another typical feature of Romanticist and Narodnik criticism, namely, its petty bourgeois character. We have seen that the French and the Russian Romanticists are unanimous in converting small production into a social organization, into a form of production, and in contrasting it to capitalism. We have also seen that this contrasting of one to the other is nothing but the expression of an extremely superficial understanding, that it is the artificial and incorrect singling out of one form of commodity economy and condemnation of it, while utopianly idealizing another form of the same commodity economy. The misfortune of both the European Romanticists of the early 19th century and of the Russian Romanticists of the late 19th century is that they invent for themselves a sort of abstract small production existing outside of the social relations of production, and overlook the trifling circumstance that this small production actually exists in an environment of commodity production. This applies both to the small economy on the European continent in the 1820s and to Russian peasant economy in the 1890s. Actually, the small producer, whom the Romanticists and the Narodniks place on a pedestal, is therefore a petty bourgeois who exists in the same antagonistic relations as every other member of capitalist society, and who also defends his interests by means of a struggle which, on the one hand, is constantly creating a small minority of big bourgeois, and on the other, pushes the majority into the ranks of the proletariat. Actually, as everybody sees and knows, there are no small producers who do not stand between these two opposite classes, and this middle position necessarily determines the specific character of the petty bourgeoisie, its dual character, its two-facedness, its gravitation towards the minority which has emerged from the struggle successfully, its hostility towards the failures, i.e., the majority. The more commodity economy develops, the more strongly and sharply do these qualities stand out, and the more evident does it become that the idealization of small production merely expresses a reactionary, petty bourgeois point of view. We must make no mistake about the meaning of these terms, which the author of a critique of some of the propositions of political economy applied specifically to Sismondi. These terms do not at all mean that Sismondi defends the backward petty bourgeois. Nowhere does Sismondi defend them. He wants to take the point of view of the laboring classes in general. He expresses his sympathy for all the members of these classes. He is pleased, for example, with factory legislation. He attacks capitalism and exposes its contradictions. In a word, his point of view is exactly the same as that of the modern Narodniks. The question is, on what grounds, then, is he described as a petty bourgeois? On the grounds that he does not understand the connection between small production and big capital. On the grounds that he does not see that his beloved small producer, the peasant, is in reality becoming a petty bourgeois. We must never forget the following explanation about reducing the theories of various authors to the interests and points of view of different classes. Only one must not form the narrow-minded notion that the petty bourgeoisie, on principle, wishes to enforce an egoistic class interest. Rather, it believes that the special conditions of its emancipation are the general conditions within the frame of which alone modern society can be saved and the class struggle avoided. Just as little must one imagine that the democratic representatives are indeed all shopkeepers or enthusiastic champions of shopkeepers. According to their education and their individual position, they may be as far apart as heaven from earth. What makes them representatives of the petty bourgeoisie is the fact that in their minds they do not get beyond the limits which the latter do not get beyond in life, that they are consequently driven, theoretically, to the same problems and solutions to which material interest and social position drive the latter practically. This is, in general, the relationship between the political and literary representatives of a class and the class they represent. 72. Hence, those narodniks who think that the sole object of referring to petty bourgeois character is to say something exceptionally venomous, that it is simply a polemical ruse, cut a very comical figure. By this attitude they reveal their misconception of the general views of their opponents, and chiefly their misconception of the basis of that very criticism of capitalism with which they all agree, and of the way in which it differs from sentimental and petty bourgeois criticism. The mere fact that they strive so hard to evade the very problem of these latter forms of criticism, of their existence in Western Europe, of their relation to the scientific criticism, clearly shows why the narodniks do not want to understand this difference. Let us explain the above with an example. In the bibliographical section of Ruskaya MYSL 73 for 1896, number 5, it is stated that among the intelligentsia a group has lately appeared and is growing with amazing rapidity which in principle is unreservedly hostile to narodism. The reviewer points in the briefest outline to the causes and character of this hostility, and one cannot but note with appreciation that he gives quite correctly the gist of the point of view hostile to narodism. The reviewer does not share this point of view. He does not understand that the ideas of class interests, etc., should compel us to deny people's ideals, which he says, are the welfare, freedom, and consciousness of the peasantry, i.e., of the majority of the population. We shall be told, of course, as others have been told, says the reviewer, that the ideals of the peasant author are petty bourgeois and that, therefore, to this day our literature has represented and defended the interests of the petty bourgeoisie. But this is simply a bogey, and who, except those possessing the world outlook and mental habits of a Zamoskvoreki merchant's wife, can be frightened by such a bogey? Strongly spoken. But let us hear what he has to say further. The basic criterion, both of the conditions of human intercourse and of deliberate social measures, is not economic categories, borrowed, moreover, from conditions alien to the country, and formed under different circumstances, but the happiness and welfare, material and spiritual, of the majority of the population. And if a certain mode of life, and certain measures for maintaining and developing this mode of life, lead to this happiness, call them petty bourgeois, or what you will, it will not alter the situation, this mode of life and these measures will still be essentially progressive, and for that very reason will represent the highest ideal attainable by society under existing conditions and in its present state. Does the reviewer really not see that in the heat of controversy he has jumped over the problem? Although the accusation that narodism is petty bourgeois is described by him with supreme severity as simply a bogey, he produces no proof of this assertion, except the following incredibly amazing proposition: the criterion is not economic categories, but the happiness of the majority. Why, this is the same as saying, the criterion of the weather is not meteorological observations, but the way the majority feels. What, we ask, are these economic categories if not the scientific formulation of the population's conditions of economy and life, and moreover, not of the population in general, but of definite groups of the population, which occupy a definite place under the present system of social economy? By opposing the highly abstract idea of the happiness of the majority to economic categories, the reviewer simply strikes out the entire development of social science since the end of the last century and reverts to naive rationalistic speculation, which ignores the existence and the development of definite social relationships. With one stroke of the pen he wipes out all that the human mind, in its attempt to understand social phenomena, has achieved at the price of centuries of searching. And after thus relieving himself of all scientific encumbrances, the reviewer believes the problem is solved. Indeed, he bluntly concludes, if a certain mode of life leads to this happiness, call it what you will, it will not alter the situation. What do you think of that? But the whole question was, what mode of life? The author himself had only just said that those who regarded peasant economy as a special mode of life were opposed by others who asserted that it is not a special mode of life, but just the ordinary petty bourgeois mode of life, similar to that of every other kind of small production in a country of commodity production and capitalism. If it automatically follows from the former view that this mode of life leads to happiness, then it also automatically follows from the latter view that this mode of life leads to capitalism and to nothing else, leads to the majority of the population being forced into the ranks of the proletariat and to the conversion of the minority into a rural bourgeoisie. Is it not obvious that the reviewer fired a shot into the air, and amidst the noise of the shot took as proven exactly what is denied by the second view, which is so unkindly declared to be simply a bogey? Had he wanted to examine the second view seriously, he obviously should have proved one of two things, either that petty bourgeoisie is a wrong scientific category, that one can conceive of capitalism and commodity economy without a petty bourgeoisie, or that this category is inapplicable to Russia, i.e., that here we have neither capitalism nor the prevalence of commodity economy, that the small producers do not become commodity producers, that the above-mentioned process of ousting the majority and of strengthening the independence of the minority is not taking place among them. Now, however, having seen that he treats the reference to the petty bourgeois character of Narodism simply as a desire to offend the Narodniks, and having read the above-quoted phrase about the bogey, we involuntarily recall the well-known utterance, "Pray, Kit-Kittic, 74 who would offend you? You yourself can offend anybody." 3. The problem of the growth of the industrial population at the expense of the agricultural population. Let us return to Sismondi. In addition to his idealization of the petty bourgeoisie, in addition to his romanticist failure to understand how, under the present social system of economy, the peasantry is transformed into a petty bourgeoisie, he holds an extremely characteristic view about the diminution of the agricultural population to the advantage of the industrial population. It is common knowledge that this phenomenon, one of the most striking manifestations of a country's capitalist development, is observed in all civilized countries, and also in Russia. Sismondi, an outstanding economist of his time, must, of course, have seen this fact. He openly records it, but fails completely to understand the necessary connection between it and the development of capitalism. He simply condemns it as a defect in the system. After pointing to the enormous progress made by English agriculture, Sismondi says, while admiring the carefully cultivated fields, we must look at the people who cultivate them. They constitute only half the number to be seen in France on an equal area. Some economists regard this as a gain. In my opinion it is a loss. We can understand why the ideologists of the bourgeoisie regarded this thing as a gain. In this way they formulated the growth of bourgeois wealth, commerce, and industry. While hastening to condemn this phenomenon, Sismondi forgets to think about its causes. In France and in Italy, he says, where, it is calculated, 4/5 of the population belong to the agricultural class, 4/5 of the nation will have the national bread to eat, no matter what the price of foreign grain may be. Foot Troja. Is what can be said of this? There are now no countries which are not entirely dependent upon the price of grain, i.e., upon world capitalist production of grain. If a nation cannot increase its commercial population except by demanding from each a larger amount of work for the same pay, it must fear an increase in its industrial population. As the reader sees, this is merely kind advice devoid of all sense and meaning, for here the concept nation is based on the artificial exclusion of the antagonisms between the classes which constitute this nation. As always, Sismondi simply wriggles out of these antagonisms by means of the well-meaning wish that there should be no antagonisms. In England, agriculture employs only 770,199 families, commerce and industry employ 959,632, the other estates in society 413,316. It is truly frightful that such a large proportion of the population, out of a total of 2,143,147 families, or 10,150,615 persons, exists on commercial wealth. Happily, France is still far from having such an enormous number of workers depending upon luck in a remote market. Here Sismondi even seems to forget that this happiness is due entirely to the lag in France's capitalist development. Depicting the changes in the existing system which are desirable from his point of view, Sismondi says that the result would undoubtedly be that more than one country living merely by industry would have to successively close down many workshops, and that the urban population, which had increased excessively, would rapidly decline, whereas the rural population would begin to grow. This example brings out in particular relief the helplessness of the sentimental criticism of capitalism and the impotent vexation of the petty bourgeois. Sismondi simply complains that things are going one way and not another. His grief at the destruction of the Eden of the rural population's patriarchal dullness and downtrodden condition is so great that our economist does not even discern why it takes place. He therefore overlooks the fact that the increase in the industrial population is necessarily and inseparably connected with commodity economy and capitalism. Commodity economy develops to the degree that the social division of labor develops. And the division of labor means precisely that one industry after another, one form of processing the raw product after another, separates from agriculture, becomes independent, and consequently gives rise to an industrial population. Therefore, to discuss commodity economy and capitalism and ignore the law of the relative growth of the industrial population, means to have no notion whatever of the fundamental characteristics of the present system of social economy. It is in the nature of capitalist production to continually reduce the agricultural population as compared with the non-agricultural, because in industry the increase of constant capital in relation to variable capital goes hand in hand with an absolute increase, though relative decrease, in variable capital. On the other hand, in agriculture the variable capital required for the exploitation of a certain plot of land decreases absolutely, it can thus only increase to the extent that new land is taken into cultivation, but this again requires as a prerequisite a still greater growth of the non-agricultural population. 76. On this point modern theory takes a view diametrically opposite to that of Romanticism with its sentimental complaints. When we understand that something is inevitable, we naturally adopt a totally different attitude towards it and are able to appraise its different aspects. The phenomenon we are now discussing is one of the most profound and most general of the contradictions of the capitalist system. The separation of town from country, their oppositeness, and the exploitation of the countryside by the town, these universal concomitants of developing capitalism, are a necessary product of the preponderance of commercial wealth over territorial wealth. Therefore, the predominance of the town over the countryside is a universal and inevitable thing in all countries where there is commodity production and capitalism, including Russia. Only sentimental romanticists can bewail this. Scientific theory, on the contrary, points to the progressive aspect given to this contradiction by large-scale industrial capital. Capitalist production, by collecting the population in great centers, and causing an ever-increasing preponderance of town population, concentrates the historical motive power of society. 77. If the predominance of the town is inevitable, only the attraction of the population to the towns can neutralize the one-sided character of this predominance. If the town necessarily gains itself a privileged position, leaving the village subordinate, undeveloped, helpless, and downtrodden, only the influx of the village population into the towns, only this mingling and merging of the agricultural with the non-agricultural population, can lift the rural population out of its helplessness. Therefore, in reply to the reactionary complaints and lamentations of the Romanticists, modern theory indicates exactly how this narrowing of the gap between the conditions of life of the agricultural and of the non-agricultural population creates the conditions for eliminating the antithesis between town and country. The question now is, what is the point of view of our Narodnik economists on this problem? Undoubtedly, that of the sentimental romanticist. Far from understanding that the growth of the industrial population is necessary under the present system of social economy, they even try to close their eyes to the phenomenon itself, like the bird which hides its head under its wing. As was to be expected, no answer was forthcoming to Piestrov's statement that Mr. N. In his arguments about capitalism, commits a gross error when he asserts that there is an absolute diminution of variable capital, and that it is absurd to contrast Russia with the West in respect of the former's smaller percentage of industrial population and at the same time to ignore the growth of this percentage as a result of the development of capitalism. While constantly harping upon the specific features of Russia, the Narodnik economists have not even been able to present the problem of the actual specific features of the formation of an industrial population in Russia, to which we briefly referred above. Such is the Narodnik's theoretical attitude towards this problem. Actually, however, when the Narodniks, untrammeled by theoretical doubts, discuss the conditions of the peasants in the post-reform countryside, they admit that the peasants who are ousted from agriculture migrate to the towns and to factory areas, but they confine themselves to bewailing this state of affairs. Just as Sismondi bewailed it, they do not notice at all either the economic or the moral and educational significance of the profound change that has taken place in the conditions of life of the masses of the population in post-reform Russia, a process which, for the first time, has disturbed the peasantry's settled life, their position of being tied to their localities, given them mobility, and narrowed the gap between the agricultural and non-agricultural laborers, the rural and the urban workers. All they have derived from it is an occasion for sentimental romanticist lamentations. 4. Practical proposals of romanticism. We shall now endeavor to sum up Sismondi's point of view on capitalism and examine the practical program of romanticism. We have seen that Sismondi's merit lay in his being one of the first to point to the contradictions of capitalism. But in pointing to them he not only made no attempt to analyze them and explain their origin, development, and trend, but even regarded them as unnatural, or mistaken digressions from the normal. He naively protested against these digressions with moralizing phrases, denunciations, advice to eliminate them, and so forth, as if these contradictions did not express the real interests of real groups of the population occupying a definite place in the general system of social economy of the present day. This is the most outstanding feature of Romanticism, to regard antagonism of interests as a contradiction or an error of doctrine, system, even of measures, and so forth. Here the narrow outlook of the Kleinberger, who stands aloof from developed contradictions and occupies an intermediary, transitional position between the two poles, is combined with a naive idealism, we are almost ready to say a bureaucratic outlook which attributes the existence of a social system to the opinions of men and not vice versa. We shall quote examples of all Sismondi's arguments of this kind. In forgetting men for the sake of things, has not England sacrificed the aim to the means? The example of England is all the more striking in that this nation is free, enlightened and well governed, and that all her misfortunes are due solely to her pursuit of a wrong economic line. In general, Sismondi uses England as an example to frighten the continent with, just like our romanticists, who imagine that they are contributing something new and not the oldest kind of rubbish. In drawing my readers' attention to England, I wanted to show the history of our own future, if we continue to act on the principles she has followed. The continental countries deem it necessary to follow England in her career of manufacture. There is no more astonishing, no more frightful spectacle than that presented by England. It must not be forgotten that wealth is merely that which represents the pleasures and amenities of life, and to create artificial wealth and thereby doom a nation to all that which actually represents poverty and suffering, means taking the name for the thing itself. As long as nations followed only the dictates of nature and enjoyed the advantages provided by climate, soil, location, and the possession of raw materials, they did not place themselves in an unnatural position, they did not seek apparent wealth which for the masses becomes real poverty. Bourgeois wealth is only apparent wealth. It is dangerous for a nation to close its doors to foreign trade, this compels the nation to engage, in a way, in false activity, which leads to its ruin. Wages contain a necessary part which must sustain the life, strength, and health of those who receive them. Woe to the government that encroaches upon this part, it sacrifices everything, men, and hope of future wealth. This difference enables us to understand how wrong is the policy of those governments which have reduced the wages of the working classes to the limit required to increase the net revenues of factory owners, merchants, and property owners. The time has come at last to ask, whither are we going? Their separation, the antagonism of their interests, is the result of the present-day artificial organization which we have given human society. The natural order of social progress did not by any means tend to separate men from things, or wealth from labor. In the rural districts the property owner could remain a tiller of the soil, in the towns the capitalist could remain an artisan. The separation of the working class from the leisured class was not absolutely indispensable for the existence of society, or for production. We introduced it for the greatest benefit of all. It devolves upon us to regulate it so that this benefit may be really achieved. Having been put in opposition to each other, the producers were compelled to proceed along a path diametrically opposed to the interests of society. In this constant struggle to reduce wages, the public interest, in which, however, all participate, is forgotten by all. And this too is preceded by mention of the paths bequeathed by history. At the beginning of social life every man possesses capital, through which he applies his labor, and nearly all artisans live on a revenue consisting equally of profit and wages. Enough, it seems. We can be certain that a reader who is familiar neither with Sismondi nor with Mr. N. will find it difficult to say which of the points of view of the two romanticists, the one in the footnote or the one in the text, is the more primitive and naive. Sismondi's practical proposals, to which he devoted so much space in his Nouveaux Principes, fully conform to this. The difference between us and Adam Smith, says Sismondi in the very first book of his work, is that we nearly always call for that very governmental interference which Adam Smith rejected. The state does not rectify distribution. The legislator could ensure the poor man some guarantees against universal competition. Production must be commensurate with social revenue, and those who encourage unlimited production without taking the trouble to ascertain what this revenue is, are pushing the nation to ruin, though they think they are opening to it the road to wealth. When the progress of wealth is gradual, when it is proportionate to itself, when none of its parts develops with excessive rapidity, it disseminates universal prosperity. Perhaps it is the duty of governments to restrain this movement in order to regulate it. Of the enormous historical importance of the development of the productive forces of society, which takes place precisely through these contradictions and disproportions, Sismondi has not the faintest idea. If the government exercises a regulating and moderating influence upon the pursuit of wealth, it can be infinitely beneficial. Some of the measures to regulate trade which are nowadays condemned by public opinion, although meriting condemnation as a stimulus to industry, may, perhaps, be justified as a curb. These arguments of Sismondi's already reveal his astonishing lack of historical sense. He has not the faintest idea that liberation from medieval regulation constituted the entire historical significance of the period contemporary to him. He does not realize that his arguments bring grist to the mill of the defenders of the Ancien Regime, who at that time were still so strong even in France, not to speak of the other countries of the West European continent where they ruled. Thus, the starting point of Sismondi's practical proposals is tutelage, restraint, regulation. This point of view follows quite naturally and inevitably from the whole of Sismondi's range of ideas. He lived at the very time when large-scale machine industry was taking its first steps on the European continent, when there began that sharp and abrupt change of all social relations under the influence of machines, A change which is known in economic science as the Industrial Revolution. Here is how it is described by one of the first economists able fully to appreciate the profundity of the revolution which created modern European societies in place of the patriarchal semi-medieval societies. Such, in brief, is the history of English industrial development in the past 60 years, a history which has no counterpart in the annals of humanity. 60, 80 years ago, England was a country like every other, with small towns, few and simple industries, and a thin but proportionally large agricultural population. Today it is a country like no other, with a capital of 2.5 million inhabitants, with vast manufacturing cities, with an industry that supplies the world, and produces almost everything by means of the most complex machinery, with an industrious, intelligent, dense population, of which 2/3 are employed in trade and commerce, and composed of classes wholly different, forming, in fact, with other customs and other needs, a different nation from the England of those days. The Industrial Revolution is of the same importance for England as the political revolution for France, and the philosophical revolution for Germany, and the difference between England in 1760 and in 1844 is at least as great as that between France, under the Ancien regime and during the Revolution of July. This was the complete breakup of all the old, deep-rooted relationships, whose economic basis had been small production. Naturally, with his reactionary, petty bourgeois point of view, Sismondi could not understand the significance of this breakup. Naturally, he first of all, and most of all, wished, urged, pleaded, demanded that this breakup should be stopped. But how should this breakup be stopped? First of all, of course, by supporting the people's, that is to say, patriarchal production, the peasantry and small farming in general. Sismondi devotes a whole chapter to the subject of how the government should protect the population from the consequences of competition. In relation to the agricultural population, the government's general task is to ensure those who work a part of the property, or to support what we have called patriarchal agriculture in preference to all other kinds. A statute of Elizabeth, which was disregarded, prohibited the building of cottages in England unless each was allotted a 4-acre plot of land. Had this law been obeyed, no day laborer could have married without receiving a cottage, and no cottager would have been reduced to extreme poverty. This would have been a step forward, but it would not have been enough. Under the English climate, the peasant population would have lived in want on 4 acres per family. Today, most of the English cottagers have only 1.5 to 2 acres of land, for which they pay a fairly high rent. The law should compel the landlord, when he distributes his field among many cottagers, to give each one enough land to live on. The reader will see that the proposals of Romanticism are absolutely identical with the proposals and program of the Narodniks. They too ignore actual economic development, and in the epoch of large-scale machine industry, fierce competition, and conflict of interests they fatuously presume the preservation of conditions which reproduce the patriarchal conditions of the hoary past. V. The reactionary character of Romanticism. It goes without saying that Sismondi could not but realize how actual development was proceeding. Therefore, in demanding encouragement for small farming, he plainly said that it was necessary to direct agriculture along a road diametrically opposite to that which it is following in England today. Happily, England possesses means for doing a great deal for her rural poor by dividing among them her vast common lands. If her common lands were divided up into free allotments of 20 to 30 acres, they would see the revival of that proud and independent class of countrymen, the yeomanry, whose almost complete extinction they now deplore. The plans of Romanticism are depicted as very easily realizable precisely because they ignore real interests, and this is the essence of Romanticism. Such a proposal will probably rouse the indignation of the big landowners, who alone enjoy legislative power today in England. Nevertheless, it is a just one. The big landowners alone need the services of day laborers, they created them, let them, therefore, maintain them. One is not surprised to read such naive things written at the beginning of the century. The theory of Romanticism conforms to the primitive state of capitalism in general, which conditions such a primitive point of view. At that time there was still conformity between the actual development of capitalism, the theoretical conception of it, and the attitude towards capitalism, and Sismondi, at all events, appears as a writer who is consistent and true to himself. We have already shown, says Sismondi, the protection that this class once found in the establishment of guilds and corporations. We are not proposing that their strange and restrictive organization should be restored. But the legislator should set himself the aim of increasing the reward for industrial labor, of extricating those engaged in industry from the precarious position in which they are living, and, finally, of making it easier for them to acquire what they call a status. Today, the workers are born and die workers, whereas formerly, the status of worker was merely the preliminary stage, the first rung to a higher status. It is this ability to advance that it is important to restore. Employers must be given an incentive to promote their workers to a higher status, to arrange it so that a man who hires himself to work in a manufactory shall actually start by working simply for wages, but that he should always have the hope, provided his conduct is good, of sharing in the profits of the enterprise. It would be difficult to express the viewpoint of the petty bourgeois more strikingly. The guilds are Sismondi's ideal, and the reservation he makes about the undesirability of restoring them obviously means only that the principle, the idea of the guilds should be taken and that its monstrous medieval features should be discarded. The absurdity of Sismondi's plan is not his wholesale defense of the guilds, nor his wanting to restore them in their entirety. He did not set out to do that. The absurdity lies in his making his model an association which arose out of the local artisan's narrow, primitive need for organization, and wanted to apply this yardstick, this model, to capitalist society, whose organizing, socializing element is large-scale machine industry, which breaks down medieval barriers and obliterates differences of place, origin, and trade. Appreciating the need for association, for organization in general, in one form or another, the Romanticist takes as a model the association which satisfied the narrow need for organization in patriarchal, immobile society, and wants to apply it to a totally transformed society, a society with a mobile population, and with labor socialized within the bounds not of a village community, or a corporation, but of a whole country, and even beyond the bounds of a single country. It is this mistake that quite justly earns for the Romanticist the designation of reactionary, although this term is not used to indicate a desire simply to restore medieval institutions, but the attempt to measure the new society with the old patriarchal yardstick, the desire to find a model in the old order and traditions, which are totally unsuited to the changed economic conditions. Ephrussi understood nothing of this circumstance. He understood the characterization of Sismondi's theory as reactionary in the crude, vulgar sense. Ephrussi was abashed. "What do you mean?" he argued. "How can Sismondi be called a reactionary when he plainly says that he does not want to restore the guilds?" And Ephrussi decided that it was unfair to accuse Sismondi of being retrogressive, that, on the contrary, Sismondi's attitude to the guild organization was correct and that he fully appreciated its historical importance, as has been proved, he says, by the historical researches of such and such professors into the good sides of the guild organization. Quasi-scientific writers often possess an amazing ability not to see the wood for the trees. Sismondi's point of view on the guilds is characteristic and important precisely because he links his practical proposals with them. That is why his theory is described as reactionary. But Ephrussi begins to talk without rhyme or reason about modern historical works on the guilds. The result of these inappropriate and quasi-scientific arguments was that Ephrussi bypassed the very substance of the question, namely, is it or is it not fair to describe Sismondi's theory as reactionary? He overlooked the very thing that is most important: Sismondi's point of view. "I have been accused," says Sismondi, "of being an enemy of social progress in political economy, a partisan of barbarous and coercive institutions. No, I do not want what has already been, but I want something better than the present. I cannot judge the present otherwise than by comparing it with the past, but I am far from wishing to restore the old ruins when I refer to them in order to demonstrate the eternal needs of society. The wishes of the Romanticists are very good. Their recognition of the contradictions of capitalism places them above the blind optimists who deny the existence of these contradictions. And it is not because he wanted to return to the Middle Ages that he was regarded as a reactionary, but because, in his practical proposals, he compared the present with the past and not with the future, because he demonstrated the eternal needs of society by referring to ruins and not by referring to the trends of modern development. It was this petty bourgeois viewpoint of Sismondi's which sharply distinguishes him from the other authors, who also demonstrated, in his time and after, the eternal needs of society, that Ephrosy failed to understand. This mistake of Ephrosie's was due to the very same narrow interpretation of the terms petty bourgeois doctrine and reactionary doctrine referred to above in connection with the first of these terms. They by no means imply the selfish greed of the small shopkeeper, or a desire to halt social development, to turn back. They simply indicate the given author's mistaken point of view, his limited understanding and narrow outlook, which prompt the choice of means that cannot be effective in practice, and that can satisfy only the small producer or be of service to the defenders of the past. Sismondi, for example, is not at all a fanatical advocate of small proprietorship. He understands the need for organization and for association no less than our contemporary Narodniks do. He expresses the wish that half the profits of industrial enterprises should be distributed among the associated workers. He openly advocates a system of association under which all the achievements of production benefit the one engaged in it. In speaking of the relation between his doctrine and the doctrines, then well known, of Owen, Fourier, Thompson and Murin, Sismondi says, I, like they, want to see association instead of mutual opposition among those who produce a given article in common. But I do not think that the means which they proposed for the achievement of this object could ever lead to it. The difference between Sismondi and these authors is precisely one of viewpoint. It is quite natural, therefore, that Ephrosy, who does not understand this viewpoint, should completely misinterpret Sismondi's attitude to these authors. That Sismondi exercised too little influence upon his contemporaries, we read in Ruskoe Bogastvo, No. 8, p. 57, that the social reforms he proposed were not put into effect, is due mainly to the fact that he was a long way ahead of his time. He wrote at a time when the bourgeoisie was enjoying its honeymoon. Naturally, under these circumstances, the voice of a man who was demanding social reforms could not but remain a voice crying in the wilderness. But we know that posterity has not treated him much better. This, perhaps, is due to Sismondi's having been, as we have already said above, an author who wrote in a transitional period. Although he wanted big changes, he could not completely discard the past. Moderate people therefore thought he was too radical, whereas in the opinion of the representatives of more extreme trends, he was too moderate. Firstly, to say that Sismondi was ahead of his time with the reforms he proposed indicates a complete misunderstanding of the very substance of the doctrine of Sismondi, who himself stated that he compared the present with the past. One must indeed be infinitely short-sighted to overlook the general spirit and general significance of Sismondi's theory only because Sismondi favored factory legislation, and so forth. Secondly, Ephrosy thus assumes that the difference between Sismondi and the other authors is only in the degree of radicalness of the reforms they proposed. They went further, but he did not entirely discard the past. That is not the point. The difference between Sismondi and these authors is a much deeper one. It is not that some went further and others were timid, but that they regarded the very character of reforms from two diametrically opposite points of view. Sismondi demonstrated the eternal needs of society. So, too, did these authors. Sismondi was a utopian. He based his proposals on an abstract idea and not on real interests. So were these authors. They also based their plans on an abstract idea. But it was the character of their respective plans that differed entirely, because they regarded modern economic development, which presented the question of eternal needs, from diametrically opposite angles. The authors referred to anticipated the future. With the foresight of genius they divined the trend that would be taken by the breakup which the machine industry of that period was effecting before their eyes. They looked in the direction in which development was in fact proceeding. They, indeed, were ahead of that development. Sismondi, however, turned his back on this development. His utopia did not anticipate the future, but restored the past. He did not look forward, he looked backward, and dreamed of stopping the breakup, that very breakup from which the authors mentioned deduced their utopias. That is why Sismondi's utopia is regarded, and quite rightly, as reactionary. The grounds for this characterization, we repeat once again, are merely that Sismondi did not understand the progressive significance of that breakup of the old semi-medieval, patriarchal social relations in the West European countries which at the end of last century large-scale machine industry began to affect. This specific viewpoint of Sismondi's can be discerned even in his arguments about association in general. I want, he says, the ownership of the manufactories to be shared among a large number of medium capitalists, and not concentrated in the hands of one man who owns many millions. The viewpoint of the petty bourgeois is still more strikingly reflected in the following utterance: not the poor class, but the délabourer class should be abolished, it should be brought back to the propertied class, to be brought back to the propertied class. These words express the sum and substance of Sismondi's doctrine. It goes without saying that Sismondi himself must have felt that his fine wishes were impracticable. He must have been conscious that they were incompatible with the contemporary conflict of interests. The task of reuniting the interests of those who associate in the same process of production, is undoubtedly a difficult one, but I do not think this difficulty is as great as is supposed. The consciousness of this incompatibility of his desires and aspirations and the actual conditions and their development naturally stimulates the desire to prove that it is not yet too late, to go back, and so forth. The Romanticist tries to base himself upon the undeveloped state of the contradictions of the existing system, upon the backwardness of the country. The nations have won a system of freedom into which we have entered, but at the time they destroyed the yoke that they had borne for so long, the laborers were not bereft of all property. In the rural districts they possessed land for a half share in the crops, were Chinch peasants 83 and tenant farmers. In the towns, as members of corporations and trade guilds which they formed for mutual protection, they were independent tradesmen. Only in our days, only in the most recent times is the progress of wealth and competition breaking up all these associations. But this breakup is not yet half accomplished. True, only one nation is in this unnatural position today. Only in one nation do we see this permanent contrast between apparent wealth and the frightful poverty of a tenth of the population, which is forced to live on public charity. But this nation, so worthy of emulation in other respects, so dazzling even in its errors, has, by its example, tempted all the statesmen of the continent. And if these reflections cannot now benefit her, I shall at least, I think, render a service to mankind and to my fellow countrymen by pointing to the danger of the path she is following, and by showing from her own experience that to base political economy on the principle of unrestricted competition means to sacrifice the interests of mankind to the simultaneous operation of all personal passions. That is how Sismondi concludes his Nouveaux Principes. The general significance of Sismondi and of his theory was distinctly formulated by Marx in the following comment, which first outlines the conditions of West European economic life that gave rise to such a theory, and then gives an appraisal of it. The medieval burgesses and the small peasant proprietors were the precursors of the modern bourgeoisie. In those countries which are but little developed, industrially and commercially, these two classes still vegetate side by side with the rising bourgeoisie. In countries where modern civilization has become fully developed, a new class of petty bourgeois has been formed, fluctuating between proletariat and bourgeoisie and ever renewing itself as a supplementary part of bourgeois society. The individual members of this class, however, are being constantly hurled down into the proletariat by the action of competition, and, as modern industry develops, they even see the moment approaching when they will completely disappear as an independent section of modern society, to be replaced, in manufactures, Agriculture and commerce, by overlookers, bailiffs, and shopmen. In countries like France, where the peasants constitute far more than half of the population, it was natural that writers who sided with the proletariat against the bourgeoisie should use, in their criticism of the bourgeois regime, the standard of the peasant and petty bourgeois, and from the standpoint of these intermediate classes should take up the cudgels for the working class. Thus arose petty bourgeois socialism. Sismondi was the head of this school, not only in France but also in England. This doctrine dissected with great acuteness the contradictions in the conditions of modern production. It laid bare the hypocritical apologies of economists. It proved, incontrovertibly, the disastrous effects of machinery and division of labor, the concentration of capital and land in a few hands, overproduction and crises. It pointed out the inevitable ruin of the petty bourgeois and peasant, the misery of the proletariat, the anarchy in production, the crying inequalities in the distribution of wealth, the industrial war of extermination between nations, the dissolution of old moral bonds, of the old family relations, of the old nationalities. In its positive aims, however, this form of socialism aspires either to restoring the old means of production and of exchange, and with them the old property relations, and the old society, or to cramping the modern means of production and of exchange, within the framework of the old property relations that have been, and were bound to be, exploded by those means. In either case, it is both reactionary and utopian. Its last words are, corporate guilds for manufacture, patriarchal relations in agriculture. We tried to prove that this description is correct as we examined each separate item of Sismondi's doctrine. Here let us merely note the curious trick employed by Ephrossi to crown all the blunders he made in his exposition, criticism, and appraisal of Romanticism. The reader will remember that at the very beginning of his article, Ephrossi stated that it was unfair and incorrect to include Sismondi among the reactionaries and utopians. To prove this thesis, Ephrossi firstly contrived to say nothing at all about the main thing, the connection between Sismondi's point of view and the position and interests of a special class in capitalist society, the small producers. Secondly, in examining the various tenets of Sismondi's theory, Ephrossi in part presented his attitude to modern theory in a totally wrong light, as we have shown above, and in part, simply ignored the modern theory and defended Sismondi with references to German scholars who went no further than Sismondi. Thirdly and lastly, Ephrossi was pleased to sum up his appraisal of Sismondi in the following way: our opinion of the importance of Simon de Sismondi, he says, we can sum up in the following words of a German economist, and then follows the passage indicated above, i.e., only a part of the characterization given by that economist, but the part which explains the connection between Sismondi's theory and a special class in modern society, and the part where the final conclusion is drawn that Sismondi is reactionary and utopian, are omitted. More than that, Ephrossi did not confine himself to taking a fragment of the comment, which gives no idea of the comment as a whole, and thereby presenting this economist's attitude towards Sismondi in a totally wrong light. He tried, further, to embellish Sismondi, while pretending that he was merely conveying the opinion of that economist. Let us add to this, says Ephrossi, that in some of his theoretical views, Sismondi is the predecessor of the most outstanding modern economists. Let us recall his views on revenue from capital and on crises, his classification of national revenue, and so forth. Thus, instead of supplementing this German economist's reference to Sismondi's merits with the same economist's reference to Sismondi's petty bourgeois point of view, and to the reactionary character of his utopia, Ephrossi supplements the list of Sismondi's merits with precisely those parts of his theory which, in the opinion of this same economist, contain not a single scientific word. We may be told, Ephrossi may not in the least share the opinion that the explanation of economic doctrines must be sought in economic reality. He may be profoundly convinced that A. Wagner's theory of the classification of the national revenue is the most outstanding theory. We are quite willing to believe this. But what right had he to flirt with the theory which the Narodnik gentlemen are so fond of saying they agree with, when in fact, he completely misunderstood that theory's attitude to Sismondi, and did everything possible to present this attitude in a totally wrong light. We would not have devoted so much space to this question had it concerned only Efrosi, an author whose name we meet in Narodnik literature perhaps for the first time. It is not Efrosi's personality, nor even his views, that are important for us, but the Narodnik's attitude in general towards the theory of the famous German economist which, they claim, they agree with. Efrosi is by no means an exception. On the contrary, his is quite a typical case, and to prove this we have throughout drawn a parallel between Sismondi's viewpoint and theory and Mr. N's viewpoint and theory. The similarity proved to be complete, the theoretical views, the viewpoint regarding capitalism, and the character of the practical conclusions and proposals of both authors proved to be identical. And as Mr. N's views may be described as the last word in Narodism, we have a right to conclude that the economic theory of the Narodniks is but a Russian variety of European Romanticism. It goes without saying that Russia's specific historic and economic features, on the one hand, and her incomparably greater backwardness, on the other, lend Narodism particularly marked distinctive features. But these distinctions are no more than those between varieties within the same species and, therefore, do not disprove the similarity between Narodism and petty bourgeois Romanticism. Perhaps the most outstanding and striking distinction is the effort the Narodnik economists make to disguise their Romanticism by stating that they agree with modern theory and by referring to it as often as possible, although this theory sharply disapproves of Romanticism and has grown up in the course of a fierce struggle against petty bourgeois doctrines of every variety. The analysis of Sismondi's theory is of special interest precisely because it provides an opportunity to examine the general methods used in wearing this disguise. We have seen that both Romanticism and the modern theory indicate the same contradictions existing in contemporary social economy. The Narodniks take advantage of this when they point to the fact that modern theory recognizes the contradictions which manifest themselves in crises, in the quest for a foreign market, in the growth of production simultaneously with a decline in consumption, in protective tariffs, in the harmful effects of machine industry, and so on, and so forth. And the Narodniks are quite right, modern theory does indeed recognize all these contradictions, which Romanticism also recognized. But the question is, has a single Narodnik ever asked wherein lies the difference between the scientific analysis of these contradictions, which reduces them to the different interests that spring from the present system of economy, and the utilization of these references to contradictions merely in order to utter good wishes? No, we do not find a single Narodnik who has examined this question of the difference between the modern theory and Romanticism. The Narodniks likewise utilize their references to contradictions merely in order to utter good wishes. The next question is, has a single Narodnik ever asked wherein lies the difference between the sentimental criticism of capitalism and the scientific, dialectical criticism of it? Not one of them has raised this question of the second major difference between modern theory and Romanticism. Not one of them has considered it necessary to use the present development of social and economic relations as the criterion of his theories. And the last question is, has a single Narodnik ever asked wherein lies the difference between the viewpoint of Romanticism, which idealizes a small production and bewails the breakup of its foundations by capitalism, and the viewpoint of the modern theory, which takes large-scale capitalist machine production as its point of departure and proclaims this breakup of foundations to be progressive? Again, no. Not a single Narodnik has asked himself this question. Not one of them has attempted to apply to the Russian breakup those yardsticks which made people acknowledge the West European breakup as progressive. They all weep about the foundations, advise that this breakup be stopped, and assure us through their tears that this is the modern theory. The comparison of Sismondi's theory and their theory, which they have presented as a new and independent solution of the problem of capitalism based on the last word of West European science and life, clearly demonstrates to what a primitive stage of the development of capitalism and public thought the origin of that theory belongs. But the point is not that this theory is old. There are quite a few very old European theories that would be very new for Russia. The point is that even when that theory appeared, it was a petty bourgeois and reactionary theory. 6. Corn tariffs in England as appraised by Romanticism and by scientific theory. We shall supplement our comparison between the theory of the Romanticism on the main points of contemporary economics and the modern theory with a comparison between their treatment of a certain practical problem. Such a comparison will be all the more interesting because, on the one hand, this practical problem is one of the biggest, most fundamental problems of capitalism, and on the other hand, because the two most outstanding exponents of these hostile theories have expressed their opinion on this subject. We are referring to the Corn Laws in England and their repeal. 85 In the second quarter of the present century, this problem deeply interested not only English but also continental economists. They all realized that this was by no means a specific problem relating to tariff policy, but the general problem of free trade, of free competition, of the destiny of capitalism. It was a matter of crowning the edifice of capitalism by giving full effect to free competition, of clearing the road for the completion of that break-up which large-scale machine industry began in England at the end of the last century, of removing the obstacles that were hindering this break-up in agriculture. It was in this way that the two continental economists of whom we intend to speak viewed the problem. In the second edition of his Nouveaux Principes, Sismondi added a chapter specially devoted to laws governing trade in grain. First of all, he emphasizes the urgency of the problem. Half the English people today are demanding the repeal of the Corn Laws, demanding it with extreme irritation against those who support them, but the other half are demanding that they be retained, and cry out indignantly against those who want them repealed. In examining the problem, Sismondi points out that the interests of the English farmers demanded corn tariffs to ensure them a remunerating price. The interests of the manufacturers, however, demanded the repeal of the Corn Laws, because the manufactories could not exist without foreign markets, and the further development of English exports was being retarded by the laws, which restricted imports. The manufactory owners added that the glut in the market was the result of these same corn laws, that wealthy people on the continent could not buy their goods because they could not find a market for their corn. The opening of the market to foreign corn will probably ruin the English landowners and reduce all rents to an infinitely low price. This, undoubtedly, is a great calamity, but it is not an injustice. And Sismondi proceeds to argue in the naivest manner that the revenues of the landowners should be commensurate with the service they render society, and so forth. The farmers, continues Sismondi, will withdraw their capital, or part at least, from agriculture. This argument of Sismondi's reveals the main flaw in Romanticism, which does not pay sufficient attention to the process of economic development that is actually taking place. We have seen that Sismondi himself points to the gradual development and growth of capitalist farming in England. But he hastens to denounce this process instead of studying its causes. It is only this haste, the desire to thrust his innocent wishes upon history, that can explain the fact that Sismondi overlooks the general trend of capitalist development in agriculture and the inevitable acceleration of this process with the repeal of the Corn Laws, i.e., the capitalist progress of agriculture instead of its decline, which Sismondi prophesies. But Sismondi remains true to himself. He had no sooner approached the contradiction inherent in this capitalist process than he immediately set about naively refuting it in his endeavor to prove at all costs that the path being followed by the English fatherland was a wrong one. What will the day laborer do? Work will stop, the fields will be converted into pastures. What will become of the 540,000 families who will be denied work? Even assuming that they will be fit for any kind of industrial work, is there, at the present time, an industry capable of absorbing them? Can a government be found that will voluntarily subject half the nation it governs to such a crisis? Will those to whom the agriculturists are thus sacrificed benefit by it to any extent? After all, these agriculturists are the nearest and most reliable consumers of English manufactures. The cessation of their consumption would strike industry a blow more fatal than the closing of one of the biggest foreign markets. The notorious shrinking of the home market appears upon the scene. How much will the manufactories lose by the cessation of the consumption of the whole class of English agriculturists, who constitute nearly half the nation? How much will the manufactories lose by the cessation of the consumption of wealthy people, whose revenues from agriculture will be almost wiped out? The romanticist moves heaven and earth to prove to the manufacturers that the contradictions inherent in the development of their industry, and of their wealth, merely express their error, their short-sightedness. And to convince the manufacturers of the danger of capitalism, Sismondi dilates on the threatening competition of Polish and Russian grain. He resorts to every possible argument, he even wants to touch the pride of Englishmen. What will become of England's honor if the Emperor of Russia is in a position, whenever he wishes, to obtain some concession or other from her, to starve her by closing the Baltic ports? Let the reader recall how Sismondi tried to prove that the apologists of the money power were wrong, by contending that it was quite easy to cheat when selling. Sismondi wants to refute the theoretical interpreters of capitalist farming by arguing that the rich farmers cannot withstand the competition of the wretched peasants, and in the end arrives at his favorite conclusion, evidently convinced that he has proved that the path being followed by the English fatherland is a wrong one. The example of England shows us that this practice is not without its dangers. The very system of economy is bad, rests on a dangerous foundation, and this is what one should try to change. The concrete problem evoked by the conflict of definite interests in a definite system of economy is thus submerged in a flood of innocent wishes. But the interested parties themselves raised the issue so sharply that to confine oneself to such a solution became utterly impossible. But what is to be done? Sismondi asks in despair. Open England's ports, or close them. Doom the manufacturing or the rural workers of England to starvation and death. It is, indeed, a dreadful question. The position in which the English cabinet finds itself is one of the most delicate that statesmen can possibly face. And Sismondi again and again reverts to the general conclusion that the system of capitalist farming is dangerous, that it is dangerous to subordinate the whole of agriculture to a system of speculation. But how it is possible, in England, to take measures, effective but at the same time gradual, such as would raise the significance of the small farms, when one half of the nation, employed in the manufactories, is suffering hunger and the measures they demand doom the other half of the nation, engaged in agriculture, to starvation, I do not know. I think the corn laws should be considerably amended, but I advise those who are demanding their complete repeal to study the following problems carefully, then follow the old complaints and apprehensions about the decline of agriculture, the shrinking of the home market, and so forth. Thus, at the very first impact with reality, Romanticism suffered utter fiasco. It was obliged to issue to itself a testimonium paupertatis and itself acknowledge receipt of it. Recall how easily and simply Romanticism solved all problems in theory. Protection is unwise, capitalism is a fatal blunder, the road England has taken is wrong and dangerous, production must keep in step with consumption, while industry and commerce must keep in step with agriculture. Machines are advantageous only when they lead to a rise in wages or to a reduction of the working day. Means of production should not be alienated from the producer. Exchange must not run ahead of production, must not lead to speculation, and so on, and so forth. Romanticism countered every contradiction with an appropriate sentimental phrase, answered every question with an appropriate innocent wish, and called the sticking of these labels upon all the facts of current life a solution to the problems. It is not surprising that these solutions were so charmingly simple and easy. They ignored only one little circumstance, the real interests, the conflict of which constituted the contradiction. And when the development of this contradiction brought the Romanticist face to face with one of these particularly violent conflicts, such as was the struggle between the parties in England that preceded the repeal of the Corn Laws, our Romanticist lost his head altogether. He felt perfectly at ease in the haze of dreams and good wishes, he so skillfully composed maxims applicable to society in general, but when he dropped from his world of fantasy into the maelstrom of real life and conflict of interests, he did not even have a criterion of how concrete problems are to be solved. The habit of advancing abstract propositions and of reaching abstract solutions reduced the problem to the bare formula, which part of the population should be ruined, the agricultural or the manufacturing? And, Of course, the Romanticist could not but conclude that neither part should be ruined, that it was necessary to turn from the path, but the real contradictions encompassed him so tightly that he was unable to ascend again into the haze of good wishes, and the Romanticist was obliged to give an answer. Sismondi even gave two answers: first, I do not know; second, on the one hand, it cannot but be recognized, on the other hand, it must be admitted. 86. Underscore 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 underscore. On January 9, 1848, Karl Marx delivered a speech on free trade at a public meeting in Brussels. Unlike the Romanticists, who declared that political economy is not a science of calculation, but a science of morality, he took as the point of departure of his exposition precisely the plain and sober calculation of interests. Instead of regarding the problem of the Corn Laws as one concerning a system chosen by a nation or as one of legislation, the speaker began by presenting it as a conflict of interests between manufacturers and landowners, and showed how the English manufacturers tried to raise the issue as the affair of the entire nation, tried to assure the workers that they were acting in the interests of the national welfare. Unlike the Romanticists, who had presented the problem in the shape of the considerations which a legislator must have in mind when carrying out the reform, the speaker reduced the problem to the conflict between the real interests of the different classes of English society. He showed that the entire problem sprang from the necessity of cheapening raw materials for the manufacturers. He described the distrust of the English workers who regarded these self-sacrificing gentlemen, Bowring, Bright and their colleagues, as their worst enemies. The manufacturers build great palaces at immense expense, in which the Anti-Corn Law League 88 takes up, in some respects, its official residence. They send an army of missionaries to all corners of England to preach the gospel of free trade. They have printed and distributed gratis thousands of pamphlets to enlighten the worker upon his own interests. They spend enormous sums to make the press favorable to their cause. They organize a vast administrative system for the conduct of the free trade movement, and they display all their wealth of eloquence at public meetings. It was at one of these meetings that a worker cried out, "If the landlords were to sell our bones, you manufacturers would be the first to buy them in order to put them through a steam mill and make flour of them." The English workers have very well understood the significance of the struggle between the landlords and the industrial capitalists. They know very well that the price of bread was to be reduced in order to reduce wages, and that industrial profit would rise by as much as rent fell. Thus the very presentation of the problem is quite different from that of Sismondi. The aims the speaker set himself were, firstly, to explain the attitude of the different classes of English society towards the problem from the angle of their interests, and secondly, to throw light on the significance of the reform in the general evolution of the English social economy. The speaker's views on this last point coincide with those of Sismondi in that he, too, does not see in this a particular problem, but the general one of the development of capitalism in general, of free trade as a system. The repeal of the Corn Laws in England is the greatest triumph of free trade in the 19th century. 89. By the repeal of the Corn Laws, free competition, the present social economy is carried to its extreme point. Hence, the issue presents itself to these authors as a question of whether the further development of capitalism is desirable or should be retarded, whether different paths should be sought, and so forth. And we know that their affirmative answer to this question was indeed the solution of the general fundamental problem of the destiny of capitalism and not of the specific problem of the Corn Laws in England, for the point of view established here was also applied much later in relation to other countries. The authors held such views in the 1840s in relation to Germany, and in relation to America, and declared that free competition was progressive for that country. With respect to Germany, one of them wrote, as late as the 60s, that she suffered not only from capitalism, but also from the insufficient development of capitalism. Let us return to the speech we have been dealing with. We pointed to the fundamentally different point of view of the speaker, who reduced the problem to one of the interests of the different classes in English society. We see the same profound difference in his presentation of the purely theoretical problem of the significance of the repeal of the Corn Laws to the social economy. For him it is not the abstract question of which system England should adopt, what path she should choose. No, he forthwith presents the question on the basis of the present-day social and economic system. He asks himself, what must be the next step in the development of this system following the repeal of the Corn Laws? The difficulty involved in this question was that of determining how the repeal of the Corn Laws would affect agriculture, for as regards industry its effect was clear to everybody. To prove that this repeal would benefit agriculture as well, the Anti-Corn Law League offered a prize for the 3 best essays on the beneficial effect the repeal of the Corn Laws would have upon English agriculture. The speaker briefly outlined the views of the 3 prize winners, Hope, Morse, and Gregg, and at once singled out the last named, whose essay most scientifically and most strictly followed the principles laid down by classical political economy. Writing mainly for big farmers, Gregg, himself a big manufacturer, showed that the repeal of the Corn Laws would thrust the small farmers out of agriculture and they would turn to industry, but it would benefit the big farmers who would be able to rent land on longer leases, invest more capital in the land, employ more machines and get along with less labor, which was bound to become cheaper with the fall in the price of corn. The landlords, however, would have to be content with a lower rent because land of poorer quality would drop out of cultivation, as it would be unable to withstand the competition of cheap imported grain. The speaker proved to be quite right in regarding this forecast and this open defense of capitalism in agriculture as the most scientific. History has confirmed his forecast. The repeal of the Corn Laws gave a marvelous impulse to English agriculture. A positive decrease of the agricultural population went hand in hand with increase of the area under cultivation, with more intensive cultivation, unheard of accumulation of the capital incorporated with the soil, and devoted to its working, an augmentation in the products of the soil without parallel in the history of English agriculture, plethoric rent rolls of landlords, and growing wealth of the capitalist farmers. Greater outlay of capital per acre, and, as a consequence, more rapid concentration of farms, were essential conditions of the new method. But the speaker, of course, did not confine himself to recognizing Gregg's arguments as being the most correct. Coming from the mouth of Gregg, they were the reasoning of a free trader who was discussing English agriculture in general, and was trying to prove that the repeal of the Corn Laws would benefit the nation as a whole. After what we have said above, it is evident that these were not the views of the speaker. He explained that a reduction in the price of corn, so glorified by the free traders, meant an inevitable reduction in wages, the cheapening of the commodity labor, that the drop in the price of corn would never be able to compensate the workers for the drop in wages, firstly, because with the drop in the price of corn it would be more difficult for the worker to save on the consumption of bread with a view to buying other articles, secondly, because the progress of industry cheapens articles of consumption, substituting spirits for beer, potatoes for bread, cotton for wool and linen, and, by all this, lowering the worker's standard of requirements and living. Thus we see that apparently the speaker establishes the elements of the problem just as Sismondi does. He too admits that the ruination of the small farmers and the impoverishment of the workers in industry and agriculture will be the inevitable consequences of free trade. It is here that our Narodniks, who are also distinguished for their inimitable skill in citing, usually stop quoting excerpts, and with complete satisfaction declare that they fully agree. But these methods merely show that they do not understand, firstly, the tremendous difference in the presentation of the problem, which we indicated above, secondly, they overlook the fact that it is only here that the radical difference between the new theory and Romanticism begins. The Romanticist turns from the concrete problems of actual development to dreams, whereas the realist takes the established facts as his criterion in definitely solving the concrete problem. Pointing to the forthcoming improvement in the conditions of the workers, the speaker went on to say, "Thereupon the economists will tell you, well, we admit that competition among the workers, which will certainly not have diminished under free trade, will very soon bring wages into harmony with the low price of commodities. But, on the other hand, the low price of commodities will increase consumption, the larger consumption will require increased production, which will be followed by a larger demand for hands, and this larger demand for hands will be followed by a rise in wages. The whole line of argument amounts to this: free trade increases productive forces. If industry keeps growing, if wealth, if the productive power, if, in a word, productive capital increases, the demand for labor, the price of labor, and consequently the rate of wages, rise also. The most favorable condition for the worker is the growth of capital. This must be admitted. If capital remains stationary, industry will not merely remain stationary but will decline, and in this case the worker will be the first victim. He goes to the wall before the capitalist. And in the case where capital keeps growing, in the circumstances which we have said are the best for the worker, what will be his lot? He will go to the wall just the same. And quoting data given by English economists, the speaker went on to explain in detail how the concentration of capital increases the division of labor, which cheapens labor power by substituting unskilled for skilled labor, how the machines oust the workers, how big capital ruins the small industrialists and small rentiers and leads to the intensification of crises, which still further increase the number of unemployed. The conclusion he drew from his analysis was that free trade signifies nothing but freedom for the development of capital. Thus, the speaker was able to find a criterion for the solution of the problem which at first sight seemed to lead to the hopeless dilemma that brought Sismondi to a halt: both free trade and its restraint equally lead to the ruin of the workers. The criterion is the development of the productive forces. It was immediately evident that the problem was treated from the historical angle. Instead of comparing capitalism with some abstract society as it should be, the author compared it with the preceding stages of social economy, compared the different stages of capitalism as they successively replaced one another, and established the fact that the productive forces of society develop thanks to the development of capitalism. By applying scientific criticism to the arguments of the free traders, he was able to avoid the mistake usually made by the romanticists who, denying that the arguments have any importance, throw out the baby with the bath water. He was able to pick out their sound kernel, i.e., the undoubted fact of enormous technical progress. Our Narodniks, with their characteristic wit, would, of course, have concluded that this author, who had so openly taken the side of big capital against the small producer, was an apologist of money power, the more so that he was addressing continental Europe and applying the conclusions he drew from English life to his own country, where at that time large-scale machine industry was only taking its first timid steps. And yet, precisely this example could help them study the thing they are not at all able to understand, namely, that to admit that big capital is progressive as compared with small production, is very, very far from being apologetics. It is sufficient to recall the above-quoted chapter from Sismondi and this speech to be convinced that the latter is superior both from the standpoint of theory and of hostility towards every kind of apologetics. The speaker described the contradictions that accompany the development of big capital much more exactly, fully, straightforwardly, and frankly than the Romanticists ever did. But he never descended to uttering a single sentimental phrase bewailing this development. He never uttered a word anywhere about a possibility of diversion from the path. He understood that by means of such phrases people merely cover up the fact that they themselves are diverting from the problem reality confronts them with, i.e., a certain economic reality, a certain economic development and certain interests that spring from this development. The above-mentioned fully scientific criterion enabled him to solve this problem while remaining a consistent realist. Do not imagine, gentlemen, said the speaker, that in criticizing freedom of trade we have the least intention of defending the system of protection. And he went on to point out that under the contemporary system of social economy both free trade and protection rested on the same basis, briefly referred to the breaking up process of the old economic life and of the old semi-patriarchal relationships in West European countries carried through by capitalism in England and on the continent, and indicated the social fact that under certain conditions free trade hastens this breakup. And he concluded with the words, "It is in this sense alone, gentlemen, that I vote in favor of free trade 96. Underscore 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 underscore." Efrosi died in 1897. An obituary was published in Ruskoye Bogaystvo, March 1897. It is quite true that Sismondi was not a socialist, as Efrosi states at the beginning of his article, repeating what was said by Lippert. All subsequent quotations, unless otherwise stated, are taken from the above-mentioned edition of Nouveaux Principes. Italics here and elsewhere are ours, unless otherwise stated. This refers to Marxism. Thus, simultaneously the elements of both variable capital and constant capital are formed, the means of production from which the small producer is freed pertain to the latter. Efrosi says nothing at all concerning this part of Sismondi's doctrine, the shrinking of the home market as a result of the development of capitalism. We shall see again and again that he left out what is most typical of Sismondi's viewpoint and of the attitude of Narodism towards his doctrine. To be more exact, that part of profit which is not used for accumulation. Sismondi had only just separated capital from revenue. The first goes to production, the second to consumption. But we are talking about society, and society also consumes fixed capital. The distinction drawn falls to the ground, and the social economic process which transforms capital for one into revenue for another remains unexplained. And which were prudently avoided by the other economists who repeated Adam Smith's mistake. See for example, 456-57, and many other passages. Later we shall quote specimens of them, and the reader will see that even in their mode of expression our romanticists, like Mr. N. differ in no way from Sismondi. See supplement to Nouveaux Principes, 2nd ed., Volume 2, Éclaircissements relatifs à la balance de consommations avec les productions, where Sismondi translates and disputes the essay by Ricardo's disciple published in the Edinburgh Review entitled An Inquiry into the Question as to whether the power to consume always grows in society simultaneously with the power to produce. 47. We give here only the gist of the new theory which provides the solution, leaving ourselves free to present it in greater detail elsewhere. See Das Kapital, 2. Band, 3, Abschnitt.4950. That is just how our Narodnik economists Messrs. VV and N. reason. Above we deliberately dealt in great detail with Sismondi's wandering around the question of productive and personal consumption, of articles of consumption and means of production. We wanted to show the reader that the classical representatives of this fallacious theory felt that it was unsatisfactory, saw the contradiction in it, and made attempts to extricate themselves. But our original theoreticians not only see nothing and feel nothing, but know nothing about either the theory or the history of the question they prate about so zealously. We would remind the reader how Sismondi approached this. He distinctly singled out these means of production for an individual family and tried to do the same for society, too. Properly speaking, it was Smith who approached, and not Sismondi, who only related what Smith had said. As we know, on this question the modern theory fully agrees with the classical economists, who answered this question in the affirmative, in opposition to Romanticism, which answered it in the negative. The real barrier of capitalist production is capital itself. 52. The first result of competition, says Sismondi, is a reduction in wages and at the same time an increase in the number of workers. We shall not dwell here on Sismondi's wrong calculation. He calculates, for example, that profit will be 8% on fixed capital and 8% on circulating capital, that the number of workers rises in proportion to the increase of circulating capital, and that fixed capital goes entirely into the price of the product. In the present case all this is unimportant, because the conclusion arrived at is correct, a diminution in the share of variable capital in the total capital, as a necessary result of accumulation. From the above analysis it automatically follows that such a case is also possible, depending upon the proportion in which the new capital is divided up into a constant and a variable part, and the extent to which the diminution of the relative share of the variable capital affects the old industries. This is so clear that even Sismondi was conscious of the need to disregard foreign trade in analyzing realization. To trace these calculations more exactly, he says on the point about production corresponding to consumption, and to simplify the question, we have hitherto completely excluded foreign trade, we have presupposed an isolated nation, human society itself is such an isolated nation, and whatever relates to a nation without foreign trade is equally true of the human race. N. On, p. 205. *cf. Sieber, David Ricardo, etc., St. Petersburg, 1885, p. 466, footnote. *cf. Later, Reduber die Frage de Freihandels. I am speaking here only of the appraisal of capitalism and not of an understanding of it. In the latter respect the Romanticists, as we have seen, stand no higher than the classical economists. The mistaken conception of accumulation of individual capital held by Adam Smith and the economists who came after him is connected with the theory that the total product in capitalist economy consists of two parts. It was they who taught that the accumulated part of profit is spent entirely on wages, whereas actually it is spent on 1. Constant capital and 2. Wages. Sismondi repeated this mistake of the classical economists as well. Das Kapital, 2. Band, S 304.53 Rus. Trans, p. 232. Are italics. About knowledge of the market. Ed. In the development of capitalism I have already noted Mr. Tugan-Baranovsky's inexactitudes and errors which subsequently led him to go right over to the camp of the bourgeois economists. Cf. Sismondi, Loccit, I. 8. Rodbertus. Incidentally, let us mention that Bernstein, who in general is restoring the prejudices of bourgeois political economy, has introduced confusion into this problem too by asserting that Marx's theory of crises does not differ very much from the theory of Rodbertus, and that Marx contradicts himself by recognizing the ultimate cause of crises to be the limited consumption of the masses. His very system of exposition is characteristic. Book 3 treats of territorial wealth, of wealth in the shape of land, i.e., of agriculture. The next book, Book 4, treats of commercial wealth, of industry and commerce. As though the produce of the land, and land itself, have not also become commodities under the rule of capitalism. For this reason, there is no harmony between these two books. Industry is dealt with only in its capitalist form as it existed in Sismondi's time. Agriculture, however, is described in the form of a motley enumeration of all sorts of systems of exploiting the land, patriarchal, slave, half-crop, corvée, quit-rent, capitalist farming and emphydidic. The result is utter confusion. The author gives us neither a history of agriculture, for all these systems are unconnected, nor an analysis of agriculture under capitalist economy, although the latter is the real subject of his work, and though he speaks of industry only in its capitalist form. Ricardo, Works, Sieber's translation, p. 35, Does nature do nothing for man in manufactures? Are the powers of wind and water, which move our machinery, and assist navigation, nothing? The pressure of the atmosphere and the elasticity of steam, which enable us to work the most stupendous engines, are they not the gifts of nature? To say nothing of the effects of the matter of heat in softening and melting metals, of the decomposition of the atmosphere in the process of dyeing and fermentation. There is not a manufacture which can be mentioned, in which nature does not give her assistance to man, and give it too generously and gratuitously. Incidentally, we make the reservation that we cannot know for certain whom Efrosi has in mind when he speaks of the most outstanding modern economist, the representative of a certain school which is absolutely alien to Romanticism, or the author of the bulkiest handbook. As far as we know, this point of view about the surplus population was first expressed by Engels in Die Lage der Arbeitenden Klasse in England. After describing the ordinary industrial cycle of English industry, the author says, From this it is clear that English manufacture must have, at all times save the brief periods of highest prosperity, an unemployed reserve army of workers, in order to be able to produce the masses of goods required by the market in the liveliest months. This reserve army is larger or smaller, according as the state of the market occasions the employment of a larger or smaller proportion of its members. And if at the moment of highest activity of the market the agricultural districts, and the branches least affected by the general prosperity temporarily supply to manufacture a number of workers, these are a mere minority, and these too belong to the reserve army, with the single difference that the prosperity of the moment was required to reveal their connection with it. 55. It is important to note in the last words that the part of the agricultural population which turns temporarily to industry is regarded as belonging to the reserve army. This is precisely what the modern theory has called the latent form of the surplus population. 56. Cf. Siebers David Ricardo, etc., pages 552-53. St. Petersburg, 1885. That is why we do not deal here with the very original circumstance that Narodnik economists, as grounds for not counting all these very numerous workers, advance the fact that they are not registered. See supplement to the Russian translation of Malthus' essay on population. Excerpt from Proudhon's essay on justice. We have already repeatedly seen that Efrosi tried everywhere to draw this comparison between Sismondi and the modern theory. To tell the truth, says Sieber at the beginning of this chapter, the theory of machines and of large-scale industry outlined here, represents such an inexhaustible source of new thinking and original research, that if anybody took it into his head to weigh up the relative merits of this theory in full he would have to write almost a whole book on this subject alone. Comparing associated labor in the village community and in capitalist society that has machine industry, Sieber quite rightly observes there is approximately the same difference between the component of a village community and the component of society with machine production as there is, for example, between the Unit 10 and the Unit 100. Sieber, OPCIT, p. 467. The word realist was used here instead of the word Marxist exclusively for censorship reasons. For the same reason, instead of referring to Capital, we referred to Sieber's book, which summarized Marx's Capital. p. 108. Quoted from Statistical Returns for Moscow Gubernia, Volume 7, Part 3, p. 32. Since 1822 the very organization of industry has undergone a complete change. Instead of being independent handicraft producers, the peasants are becoming merely the performers of several operations of large-scale factory production and only receive wages. Sieber quite rightly indicated that the ordinary terminology is unsuitable for scientific research, and urged the need for drawing a distinction between machine industry and capitalist manufacture, p. 474. N. On, p. 322. Does this differ even one iota from Sismondi's idealization of patriarchal peasant economy? We assume that there is no need here to prove this commonly known fact. It is sufficient to recall the Pavlovo metal workers, the Bogorodsk leather and the Kumri boot and shoe trade, the hat-making district of Malvidino, the Tula accordion and samovar trades, the Krasnoye Selo and Ribnaya Sloboda jewelry trade, the Semyanov spoon trade, the horn trade in Ustianshkina, the felt trade in Semyanov Uyezd, Nizhny Novgorod Gubernia, etc. We are quoting from memory. If we made an investigation of handicraft industries, we could prolong this list to infinity. We ask the reader not to forget that the scientific meaning of this term is not the same as the ordinary one. Science limits its application exclusively to large-scale machine industry. As has been done, for example, by A. Volgin, the substantiation of Narodism in the works of Mr. Vorontsov. St. Petersburg, 1896. Simply. Ed. The text contains an outline criticism of Mr. N. On views based on Marx's theory, this I subsequently completed in the development of capitalism. All the more. Ed. Asterisk in the same way as sketches teem with exhortations to us, with the exclamations we, and similar phrases, which ignore these contradictions. Asterisk we have a suspicion that Mr. N. On regards these quotations as a talisman which protects him from all criticism. It is difficult otherwise to explain the fact that, on hearing from Messrs. Struve and Baranovsky that his doctrine had been compared with Sismondi's, Mr. N. In one of his articles in Russkoye Bogatstvo, quoted the opinion of a representative of the modern theory who describes Sismondi as a petty bourgeois reactionary and utopian. 58 Evidently, he is profoundly convinced that by means of such a quotation he refuted the comparison made between himself and Sismondi. Asterisk it goes without saying that Efrosi did not miss the opportunity to praise Sismondi for this as well. The important thing in Sismondi's doctrine, we read in Russkoye Bogatstvo, number 8, p. 56, is not so much the various special measures which he proposed, as the general spirit which permeates the whole of his system. Contrary to the classical school, he lays special emphasis on the interests of distribution and not on those of production. In spite of his repeated references to the modern economists, Efrosi did not understand their theory at all, and continued to busy himself with the sentimental nonsense which distinguishes the primitive critique of capitalism. Here, too, our Narodnik wants to save himself by comparing Sismondi with many prominent representatives of the historical school, and so you see, Sismondi went further, and Efrosi is quite content with that. Went further than the German professors. What more do you want? Like all the Narodniks, Efrosi tries to lay the main emphasis on the point that Sismondi criticized capitalism. The economist of Russkoye Bogatstvo evidently has no idea that capitalism can be criticized in different ways, that it can be criticized from both the sentimental and the scientific point of view. Asterisk Ingram quite rightly likens Sismondi to the catheter socialists when he naively observed. We are ready to admit Sismondi's view of the state as a power, charged also with the mission of extending the benefits of the social union and of modern progress as widely as possible through all classes of the community. What profundity distinguishes these views of Sismondi's we have already seen in the case of protection. Asterisk see, for example, R. Meyer's article Income in Handwerkerbuchter Staatswissenschaft, which reveals the hopeless confusion in the arguments of the modern German professors on this subject. It is curious that R. Meyer, who refers directly to Adam Smith and mentions in his bibliography the very chapters of Volume 2 of Capital which contain a complete refutation of Smith, makes no mention of this in the text. Asterisk Efrosi, for example, repeats with an important air Sismondi's sentimental phrases about an increase in the net revenue of the entrepreneur not being a gain for the national economy, and so forth, and reproaches him merely for having realized this not quite clearly yet. Would you not like to compare with this the results of the scientific analysis of capitalism? The gross income of society consists of wages plus profit plus rent. The net income is surplus value. Viewing the income of the whole society, national income consists of wages plus profit plus rent, thus, of the gross income. But even this is an abstraction to the extent that the entire society, on the basis of capitalist production, bases itself on the capitalist standpoint and thereby considers only the income resolved into profit and rent as net income. 64. Thus, the author fully sides with Ricardo and his definition of the net income of society, sides with the very definition which evokes Sismondi's celebrated objection, what? Wealth is everything and men nothing. In modern society, yes, certainly. Asterisk political economy is not simply a science of calculation but a moral science. It achieves its object only when the feelings, needs, and passions of men are taken into consideration. These sentimental phrases which Sismondi and the Russian sociologists of the subjective school who utter exactly the same exclamations regard as new conceptions of social science actually show that criticism of the bourgeoisie was still in an infantile primitive state. Does not a scientific analysis of contradictions, while remaining a strictly objective calculation, provide firm ground for understanding the feelings, needs and passions, and the passions not of men in general, that abstraction to which both the Romanticist and the Narodnik ascribe a specifically petty bourgeois content, but of the men of definite classes? The point is, however, that Sismondi could not theoretically refute the economists and therefore confined himself to sentimental phrases. Utopian dilettantism was forced to make theoretical concessions to any more or less learned defender of the bourgeois order. In order to allay the consciousness of his own impotence that was rising within him, the utopian consoled himself by reproaching his opponents with objectivity: "Let us admit that you are more learned than I, but in return I am kinder." 65. As if the problems which arise from the natural sciences do not also appeal to the heart. This postscript was written for the 1908 edition. Ed. Theories of Surplus Value, Volume 2, Part I, p. 304, et seq. Notes on the History of the Discovery of the so-called Ricardian Law 66 ed. As capitalism develops, agriculture always and everywhere lags behind commerce and industry. It is always subordinate to them and is exploited by them, and it is always drawn by them, only later onto the path of capitalist production. Note that Sismondi, exactly like our Narodniks, at once transformed the peasants' independent economy into a social organization. Obvious juggling. What is it that links together these peasants from different localities? The division of social labor and the commodity economy that superseded feudal ties. We at once see the elevation of one division of the commodity economy system to utopian heights and the failure to understand the other divisions. Compare this with what Mr. N. On says on p. 322, the form of industry based on the ownership of the instruments of production by the peasantry. Mr. N. On does not even suspect that this ownership of the instruments of production by the peasantry is historically and logically the starting point of that same capitalist production. Reader, compare with these honeyed grandmother's tales the statements of the progressive publicist of the late 19th century whom Mr. Struve cites in his critical remarks, p. 17.67. On this question, too, Mr. N. On is guilty of such a heap of contradictions that one can choose from them any number of propositions in no way connected with each other. But there can be no doubt about his idealization of peasant economy by the use of the hazy term people's production. A haze is a particularly suitable atmosphere in which to don all sorts of disguises. Cfn. On, p. 321, in F and others. Ibid, 335. p. 184, Capitalism Robs of Stability. And many others. In actual fact, society, association are denominations which can be given to every society, to feudal society as well as to bourgeois society, which is association founded on competition. How then can there be writers, who, by the single word association, think they can refute competition? 68. Sharply criticizing the sentimental condemnation of competition, the author plainly stresses its progressive aspect, its driving force, which promotes technical progress and social progress. Written in 1847. Troy is no more, ed. Although it is a big question as to why he would not do so. Is it not only because these authors raised problems on a wider plane, having in mind the existing economic system in general, its place and significance in the development of the whole of mankind, and did not limit their outlook to one country, for which one may supposedly invent a special theory? This term is employed in its historico-philosophical sense, describing only the error of the theoreticians who take models for their theories from obsolete forms of society. It does not apply at all to the personal qualities of these theoreticians, or to their programs. Everybody knows that neither Sismondi nor Proudhon were reactionaries in the ordinary sense of the term. We are explaining these elementary truths because, as we shall see below, the Narodnik gentlemen have not grasped them to this day. A bank which grants loans on the security of movable property. Ed. Substituting unity along the lines of social status and social interests of a whole country, and even of the whole world, for local and social estate associations. According to the Zemstvo statistics, the average size of a village community, for 123 uyezds in 22 gubernias, is 53 households, with a population of 323 of both sexes. Asterisk, for example, Efrosi wrote 2 articles on the subject of how Sismondi regarded the growth of capitalism, and yet absolutely failed to understand exactly how Sismondi did regard it. Ruskoy Bogastvo's contributor did not notice Sismondi's petty bourgeois point of view. But since Efrosi is undoubtedly familiar with Sismondi, since he is familiar with that very representative of the modern theory who characterized Sismondi in that way, since he, too, wishes to agree with this representative of the new theory, his failure to understand acquires a quite definite significance. The Narodnik could not see in the Romanticist what he does not see in himself. Asterisk, it sounds very strange, of course, to praise a man for correctly conveying somebody else's ideas. But what would you have? Among the ordinary controversialists of Ruskoy Bogastvo and of the Old Novoy Slovo, Messrs. Krivenko and Vorontsov, such a method of controversy is indeed a rare exception. Asterisk, the percentage of the urban population in European Russia has been growing in the post-reform period. Here we must confine ourselves merely to pointing to this most commonly known symptom, although it expresses the phenomenon far from completely, in that it does not include important features specific to Russia as compared with Western Europe. This is not the place to examine these specific features. Asterisk, ultimately, this form of socialism ended in a miserable fit of the blues 75. Asterisk, from this the reader can judge the wit of Mr. N. On who, in his sketches, without ceremony transforms the relative decrease of variable capital and of the number of workers into an absolute one, and from this draws a host of the absurdest conclusions concerning the shrinking of the home market, and so forth. It was this condition that we had in mind when we said that the internal colonization of Russia hindered the manifestation of the law of the greater growth of the industrial population. It is enough to recall the difference between Russia's long-settled central areas, where the industrial population grew not so much in the towns as in the factory villages and townships, and, say, Novorossiya, which has been settled in the post-reform period, and where the towns are growing at a pace comparable with that of America. We hope to deal with this problem in greater detail elsewhere. Asterisk, cf. also the particularly striking characterization of the progressive role played by industrial centers in the intellectual development of the population in Die Lager Arbeitenden class in England, 1845.78. That the recognition of this role did not prevent the author of The Condition of the Working Class in England from profoundly understanding the contradiction manifested in the separation of town from country, is proved by his polemical book against Düring. 79. Asterisk, let the reader recall that this is the mistake made by Sismondi when he said that happily 80% of the population of France were agricultural, as if this was a specific feature of some people's production, and so forth, and not a reflection of lagging capitalist development. Cf. Volgin, The Substantiation of Narodism in the Works of Mr. Vorontsov. St. Petersburg, 1896, pages 215-16. In fairness, however, it must be said that Sismondi observes the growth of the industrial population in several countries, and recognizes its universal nature and reveals here and there an understanding of the fact that this is not merely some anomaly, and so forth, but a profound change in the people's conditions of life, a change which admittedly has something good in it. At all events, the following observation of his on the harmfulness of the division of labor reveals views far more profound than those of Mr. Mikhailovsky, for example, who invented a general formula of progress, instead of analyzing the definite forms assumed by the division of labor in different formations of social economy and at different periods of development. Although the uniformity of the operations to which all the workers' activities in the factories are reduced must obviously harm their mental development, nevertheless, it must be said in fairness that according to the observations of the best judges, the manufactory workers in England are superior in intelligence, education and morals to the agricultural workers. And Sismondi indicates the cause of this, vivant sans cesse ensemble, moins épouses par la fatigue et pouvant se livrer davantage à la conversation, les idées ont circulent plus rapidement entre eux. But, he adds in a melancholy tone aucun attachement à l'ordre établi. The forms assumed by this process are also different in the central parts of European Russia as compared with the border regions. It is mainly agricultural workers from the central Black Earth gubernias and partly non-agricultural workers from the industrial gubernias who migrate to the border regions, where they spread their knowledge of their trades and implant industry among the purely agricultural population. The migrants from the industrial region are non-agricultural workers, part of whom scatter to all parts of Russia but most of whom stream into the metropolitan cities and the large industrial centers, and this industrial current, if one may so express it, is so strong, that it creates a shortage of agricultural workers, who migrate to the industrial gubernias from the central Black Earth gubernias. CSA Korolenko, hired labor, etc. Petit bourgeois. Ed. To show clearly the relation between European and Russian Romanticism we shall quote, in footnotes, passages from Mr. N. On. We have refused to learn the lesson taught us by the course of economic development of Western Europe. We have been so dazzled by the brilliance of the development of capitalism in England, and we are so astonished by the immeasurably more rapid development of capitalism in the American states, etc. As you see, even Mr. N. On's expressions are not distinguished for their novelty. He is astonished by the same thing that astonished Sismondi at the beginning of the century. The economic path we have pursued for the past 30 years has been a wrong one. We have too long identified the interests of capitalism with those of the national economy, an extremely fatal blunder. The apparent results of the protection of industry have obscured our vision to such a degree that we have totally lost sight of the popular social aspect, we have lost sight of the price paid for this development, we have forgotten the aim of all production except capitalist production. Disdain for one's own past, the implanting of capitalism. We have resorted to all means to implant capitalism. We have overlooked. We have not hindered the development of the capitalist forms of production in spite of the fact that they are based upon the expropriation of the peasantry. Instead of adhering firmly to our age-old traditions, instead of developing the principle of a close tie between the means of production and the direct producer, instead of increasing the productivity of its labor by concentrating the means of production in its hands, instead of that, we have taken the absolutely opposite path. We have mistaken the development of capitalism for the development of the whole of people's production, we have overlooked the fact that the development of one can only proceed at the expense of the other. R. Italics. Efrosi discerns civic courage in these regrets and longings of Sismondi. So the expression of sentimental longings calls for civic courage. Open any high school textbook on history and you will read that in the first quarter of the 19th century the West European countries were organized on lines which the science of constitutional law designates by the term, Polizei-State. You will read that the historical task not only of that quarter, but also of the subsequent quarter of the century, was to combat it. You will understand then that Sismondi's point of view smacks of the dull witness of the small French peasant of the Restoration period, that Sismondi exemplifies the combination of petty bourgeois sentimental romanticism with phenomenal civic immaturity. Capitalism in England dates not from the end of the 18th century but from a far earlier period. These words are in English in the original. Ed. Engels, Die Leichter Arbeitenden Klasse in England. 81. We make so bold as to hope that Mr. N. On will not resent our borrowing this expression from him, as we think it extremely apt and characteristic. These words are in English in the original. Ed. Adhere to our age-old traditions, develop our inherited principle of close connection between the means of production and the direct producers. We have turned from the path we have followed for many centuries. We have begun to eliminate production based on the close connection between the direct producer and the means of production, on the close connection between agriculture and manufacturing industry, and have based our economic policy on the principle of developing capitalist production, which is based on the alienation of the means of production from the direct producers, with all its accompanying disasters, from which Western Europe is now suffering. Let the reader compare this with the above quoted view of the West Europeans themselves on these disasters from which Western Europe is suffering, and so forth. The principle of allotting land to the peasants or providing the producers with implements of labor. The age-old foundations of the people's life. Hence, we have in these figures one of the elements for the solution of the economic problem, but only one of the elements. As you see, the West European Romanticists were no less fond than the Russian of seeking in age-old traditions sanctions for people's production. *cf. Mr. VVS Narodnik program to drag history along another line. Cf. Volgin, LOCCIT, p. 181. The word is in English in the original. Ed. *authors italics. An exactly similar mistake is made by the Narodniks in relation to another association, which satisfied the narrow need of association of local peasants linked to each other by the joint ownership of land, pastures, etc., but which does not in any way satisfy the needs of the commodity economy and capitalism that breaks down all local, social estate, and other such barriers and introduces a profound economic antagonism of interests within the village community. The need for association, for organization, has not diminished in capitalist society, on the contrary it has grown immeasurably. But it is utterly absurd to use the old yardstick for the purpose of satisfying this need of the new society. This new society is already demanding, firstly, that the association shall not be according to locality, social estate, or other such category, secondly, that its starting point shall be the difference in status and interests that has been created by capitalism and by the differentiation of the peasantry. Local, social estate association, on the other hand, which links together peasants who differ sharply from each other in economic status and interests, now, because of its compulsory nature, becomes harmful for the peasants themselves and for social development as a whole. See above, at least the title of the chapter from which we quoted the arguments about the guilds. The fact that he demonstrated the existence of these needs places him, we repeat, far above the narrow-minded bourgeois economists. But even on this subject Sismondi was not ahead of his day, for he merely approved of what was already being practiced in England, but was unable to understand the connection that existed between these changes and large-scale machine industry and the progressive historical work it was doing. We do not wish to say that there is no difference in this respect between the authors referred to, but it does not explain the point and misrepresents the relation between Sismondi and the other authors. It is made to appear that they held the same point of view and differed only in the radicalness and consistency of the conclusions they drew. But the point is not that Sismondi did not go so far, but that he went back, whereas the other authors referred to went forward. Robert Owen, says Marx, the father of cooperative factories and stores, but who, in no way shared the illusions of his followers with regard to the bearing of these isolated elements of transformation, not only practically made the factory system the sole foundation of his experiments, but also declared that system to be theoretically the starting point of the social revolution. 82. The task which Russian society has to fulfill is becoming more and more complicated every day. Capitalism is extending its conquests day after day. Russian society has to fulfill a great task, one that is extremely difficult but not impossible, to develop the productive forces of the population in such a form as to benefit not an insignificant minority, but the entire people. Cf. quotations in Russkoye Bogaystvo, No. 8, p. 57, and also Mr. N. On's article in Russkoye Bogaystvo, No. 6, p. 94. Efrosi quotes this passage in No. 8 of Russkoye Bogaystvo, p. 57. Cf. Russkoye Bogaystvo, 1894, No. 6, p. 88, article referred to. In the translation of this passage Mr. N. On is guilty of 2 mistranslations and of 1 omission. Instead of petty bourgeois and petty peasant he translates narrow burgher and narrow peasant. Instead of cudgels for the workers he translates cudgels for the people, although in the original we have the word arbiter. He omitted the words, were bound to be exploded. 84. Asterisk such as Adolf Wagner, K.T. Asterisk Mr. V.V., another Narodnik economist, is quite in accord with Mr. N. On the extremely important questions referred to above, and differs from him only in that his point of view is even more primitive. Asterisk these words are in English in the original. Ed. One-sided as may be this explanation given by the English manufacturers, who ignore the deeper causes of crises and their inevitability when the expansion of the market is slight, it, nevertheless, undoubtedly contains the absolutely correct idea that the realization of the product by its sale abroad demands, on the whole, corresponding imports from abroad. We bring this explanation of the English manufacturers to the notice of those economists who brush aside the problem of the realization of the product in capitalist society with the profound remark, they will sell abroad. Asterisk to prove the unsoundness of capitalism, Sismondi forthwith makes an approximate calculation. 600,000 families, he says, are engaged in agriculture. When the fields are converted into pastures, no more than a tenth of this number will be wanted. The less the understanding of the process in all its complexity shown by this author, the more eagerly he resorts to childish rule of thumb calculations. Asterisk Discars sur la libre-échange 87 we are using the German translation, Rede über die Freiheit des Freihandels. Asterisk Die Lage der Arbeitenden Klasse in England. 90 This work was written from exactly the same point of view before the repeal of the Corn Laws, whereas the speech dealt with in the text was delivered after they were repealed. But the difference in time is of no importance to us, it is sufficient to compare the above quoted arguments of Sismondi, advanced in 1827, with this speech of 1848, to see the complete identity of the elements of the problem in the case of both authors. The idea of comparing Sismondi with a later German economist was borrowed by us from Handwörterbuch der Staatswissenschaften, B.V., Art. Sismondi von Lippert, Seat 679. The parallel he drew was of such thrilling interest that Mr. Lippert's exposition at once lost all its woodenness, that is to say, objectivity, and became interesting, vivacious, and even fervid. Cf. Neuezeit 91 The recently discovered articles of Marx in Westfälisches Dampfboot. 92. Asterisk these words are in English in the original. Ed. Asterisk this was written in 1867.93 to explain the rise in rents. One must bear in mind the law established by the modern analysis of differential rent, namely, that a rise in rent is possible simultaneously with a reduction in the price of corn. When the English corn duties were abolished in 1846, the English manufacturers believed that they had thereby turned the landowning aristocracy into paupers. Instead, they became richer than ever. How did this occur? Very simply. In the first place, the farmers were now compelled by contract to invest £12 per acre annually instead of £8. And, secondly, the landlords, being strongly represented in the lower house too, granted themselves a large government subsidy for drainage projects and other permanent improvements of their land. Since no total displacement of the poorest soil took place, but rather, at worst, it became employed for other purposes and mostly only temporarily, rents rose in proportion to the increased investment of capital, and the landed aristocracy consequently was better off than ever before. 94. Asterisk are italics. Asterisk this progressive significance of the repeal of the Corn Laws was also clearly indicated by the author of Die Lage even before the repeal took place. 95 And he specially stressed the influence it would have upon the consciousness of the producers. The New Factory Law. 97. Written in exile in summer 1897. Appendix written in autumn 1897. Published in pamphlet form in Geneva in 1899. Published according to the 1899 edition. I. Why was the new factory law passed? On June 2, 1897, a new factory law was passed reducing working hours in mills and factories and establishing holidays. The workers of St. Petersburg have long been waiting for this law, which the government promised in 1896, after the fright it received from the mass workers' strike in the spring of that year. This mass strike at the cotton spinning and cotton weaving mills was followed by others, and in all cases the workers demanded shorter working hours. The government took savage reprisals against the strikers. It arrested masses of workers right and left and exiled them without trial. It also tried, in its fright, to influence the workers by silly talk about the employer's Christian love for the workers. But the workers only jeered at this talk, and no amount of persecution could check the movement, in which tens and hundreds of thousands of workers were involved. It was then that the government realized that it would have to yield and concede to at least some of the workers' demands. In addition to the lies and cant and savage persecution of strikers, the St. Petersburg workers received in answer to their strikes the government's promise of a law to reduce working hours. This promise was announced to the workers with unusual solemnity in special notices 98 from the Minister of Finance, which were posted up in the factories. The workers waited impatiently for the fulfillment of the promise. They expected the law to be promulgated by April 19, 1897, and were already prepared to believe that this government promise, like numerous other government statements, was a gross lie. This time, however, the government kept its promise. A law was promulgated, but what kind of a law we shall see further on. But first we must examine the circumstances which prompted the government to keep its promise. Our government began to occupy itself with the problem of reducing working hours long before 1896. The problem was raised 15 years ago. The St. Petersburg employers petitioned for a law of this kind as far back as 1883. Similar petitions were made on several other occasions by other employers, too, but they were all pigeonholed, as were a host of other projects for improving the workers' conditions. The Russian government does not hurry to deal with such projects. They lie pigeonholed for decades. Now when it comes to handing over several million rubles to loyal Russian landowners who petition for doles from the public funds, or to granting a subsidy or bonus to the downtrodden employers, then the Russian government does hurry, and the wheels of the bureaucratic and ministerial machine begin to revolve at full speed, as though greased with palm oil. When matters concern the workers, however, not only are draft laws pigeonholed for years and decades, but even laws already passed are not enforced, for the officials of His Imperial Majesty's government are loath to incommode Messrs. The employers. The question is, what caused action on a long-standing issue to be taken so quickly on this occasion? Why was it settled at once, given priority over other measures and pushed through the Ministry and the Council of State? Why did it at once assume the form of a bill and become law? Obviously, there was some force that spurred on the officials, stirred them into action, broke down their stubborn reluctance to pester our native employers with new demands. This force was the St. Petersburg workers and the huge strikes they conducted in 1895–96, which, thanks to the assistance the workers received from the Social Democrats, were accompanied by the presentation of definite demands to the government and by the distribution of socialist proclamations and leaflets among the workers. The government realized that no amount of police persecution would break the determination of the working masses. Once they had become conscious of their interests, had united for a struggle, and were led by the party of Social Democrats, the champions of the workers' cause. The government was forced to make concessions. The workers compelled the government to pass the new factory law. They won it from their bitterest enemy, just as they did in the case of the law of June 3, 1886, passed 11 years ago, on factory rules, fines, wage rates, etc. At that time the workers' struggle was waged most vigorously in Moscow and Vladimir Gubernias. It took the form of numerous strikes. Then, too, the workers presented plain and precise demands to the government, and during the famous Morozov strike, conditions drawn up by the workers themselves were handed up to the inspector from the crowd. These conditions stated, for example, that the workers demanded a reduction of fines. The law of June 3, 1886, passed soon after, was a direct answer to the workers' demands and contained regulations governing fines. And so it is today. In 1896, the workers demanded a reduction of working hours, and backed their demands by huge strikes. The government is now answering this demand by promulgating a law reducing working hours. At that time, in 1886, the workers' revolts compelled the government to yield, and it tried to reduce its concessions to a minimum, to leave loopholes for the employers, to delay the introduction of the new regulations, to do the workers out of as many of their demands as possible. Today, in 1897, the government is in the same way yielding only to the workers' revolts, and in the same way is trying by all the means in its power to reduce the concessions to the workers, to haggle, to do them out of an hour or two, even to lengthen working hours as compared with those proposed by the employers. It is trying to give the employers the benefit of a few more holidays by not making them compulsory. It is trying to delay the introduction of the new system by postponing the operation of the principal regulations, pending future instructions by the ministers. Thus the laws of June 3, 1886, and of June 2, 1897, which are the principal factory acts in Russia, are both forced concessions, won by the Russian workers from the police government. Both show how the Russian government treats the most legitimate demands of the workers. 2. What should be considered working time? Let us examine in detail the law of June 2, 1897. As we have said, the new law, firstly, limits the working day for all workers, and, secondly, establishes compulsory rest days on Sundays and holidays. Before laying down rules about the amount of working time, the law must first define what is meant by working time. The new law lays down the following rule: working time, or the number of working hours per day, shall in the case of every worker be deemed to be the time during which, according to the labor contract, he is obliged to be on the premises of the establishment and at the disposal of the manager for the performance of work. Hence, all the time that the worker spends at the factory, either according to schedule or at the manager's demand, is to be considered as working time. Whether the worker, during this time, is engaged at his actual or customary work, or whether the manager orders him to do some other job, or even to just wait, makes no difference. All the time the worker spends at the factory must be considered as working time. For example, in some factories, after the bell goes on Saturdays, the workers remain to clean the machines. According to the law, time spent on cleaning machines is also to be regarded as part of working time. Consequently, if an employer does not pay the worker for cleaning machines, it means that he is making gratuitous use of the hired worker's working time. Hence, if an employer who has hired a worker at piece rates compels him to wait, or to do some other job without special pay, it means that the employer is making gratuitous use of the hired worker's working time. The workers should remember this definition of working time as laid down in the new law and, on the strength of it, resist every attempt on an employer's part to make gratuitous use of labor power. Naturally, such a definition of working time should follow logically from the labor contract. Some workers may think this so obvious that it is not worth talking about. But the government, in its anxiety to serve the capitalists, deliberately obscures a great deal of what is obvious to every worker. So here too the government has tried to leave a little loophole for those gentlemen, the employers. The law defines working time as the time the worker is obliged under the labor contract to be in the factory. But what if the labor contract does not specify how many hours a day the worker is obliged to be in the factory? It often happens at engineering plants, for example, that all the contract between the workers and the employer says is that the workers undertake to make a certain article at a certain price, but nothing is said about how much time the worker has to spend on the job. Is the new law about the number of working hours per day applicable in such cases? Common sense, of course, would suggest that it is. After all, the worker is employed in the factory. How can this not be considered working time? But the common sense of the capitalists, and of the government that supports them, is of a special brand. According to the letter of the clause we have quoted, the law on the reduction of working hours can easily be evaded in such cases. The employer may argue that in the contract he did not oblige the worker to be in the factory, and there you are. And since not every employer is so smart as to see this trick, the officials of the Ministry of Finance hasten to draw the attention of Russia's merchants to this useful little loophole in the new law. The Ministry of Finance has long been issuing its own special sheet, Vestnik Finansov, Promyshlenosti I Torgofli 99, one of those official periodicals which, besides publishing government decisions, do their best to magnify the achievements of the Russian capitalists and to extol the government's solicitude for the pockets of the bankers, factory owners, merchants, and landowners, under the guise of solicitude for the people. Shortly after the new law was passed, this sheet published an article on it explaining its significance at length and arguing that it was precisely the government's function to be concerned about the health of the workers. Well, it was in this article that the officials did their best to show the employers how to get round the new law. This article clearly explains that the new law cannot be applied in those cases where the labor contract says nothing about working time, for when a worker contracts to do a definite job, he is not a hired worker, but a person who accepts an order. Thus, it is not very hard for an employer to dispense with the inconvenient law. All he has to do is to call the worker a person who accepts an order and not a worker. Instead of stating that working time is deemed to be the time a worker is in the factory at the disposal of the employer, the law is deliberately worded more vaguely and speaks of the time during which the worker is obliged under contract to be in the factory. One would think that this amounts to the same thing, but actually, here again they have not scrupled to resort to deliberate vagueness to the worker's detriment. 3. To what extent does the new law reduce working hours? The law of June 2, 1897, restricts working time on day work to 11½ hours. On Saturdays, and on the eve of holidays, it restricts it to 10 hours. Hence, the reduction of working hours under the new law is miserly. There are quite a number of workers, and in St. Petersburg they most likely form the majority, for whom this law will mean no reduction of working hours at all, rather the contrary, it threatens to lengthen them. The ordinary working day in St. Petersburg factories is 10 to 10½ hours. The legislative enactment of such excessive working hours clearly shows that this law was an answer to the demands of workers at the St. Petersburg cotton spinning and cotton weaving mills. For these workers, the new law does perhaps mean a reduction of working hours, since most of them work 12 to 14 hours a day. The law lays down a 10-hour day for artisans, and also for factories under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of War. The government, however, decided that factory workers might be made to work longer hours. Even the St. Petersburg employers petitioned the government for a reduction of the working day to 11 hours. The government decided to throw in an extra half hour for the benefit of the Moscow employers, who compel their workers to keep going, in 2 shifts, right round the clock, and whom the workers apparently have not yet taught a proper lesson. The Russian government, which boasts of its solicitude for the workers' welfare, has in fact proved to be as stingy as a petty huckster. It has proved to be more stingy than the employers themselves, who squeeze extra thousands out of the workers as a result of every extra half hour of work. The workers can clearly see from this example that the government not only protects the interests of the employers, but protects the interests of the worst of them, and that it is a far worse enemy of the workers than the capitalist class. The St. Petersburg workers would have won shorter hours for themselves and for all Russian workers had not the government interfered. The united workers had forced the employers to yield. The St. Petersburg employers were prepared to concede the workers' demands, but the government forbade the employers to yield, so as not to create a precedent for the workers. Then the majority of the St. Petersburg employers realized that they would have to make concessions to the workers, and petitioned the government to reduce the working day to 11 hours. But the government protects the interests of the employers of all Russia, and not only of St. Petersburg, and since there are employers in Holy Russia who are far more stingy than those of St. Petersburg, the government, in its desire to be fair, could not allow the St. Petersburg employers to rob the workers too little. The employers of St. Petersburg must not run too far ahead of those in the rest of Russia, and so the government adds a half hour to the working day requested by the capitalists. Clearly, the workers must draw 3 lessons from this conduct of the government. First lesson, Russia's advanced workers must do their utmost to draw the more backward workers into the movement. Unless the entire mass of Russian workers is enlisted in the struggle for the workers' cause, the advanced workers of the capital cannot hope to win much, even if they force their employers to yield, for the government is so exceedingly fair that it does not allow the better employers to make substantial concessions to the workers. Second lesson, the Russian government is a far worse enemy of the Russian workers than the Russian employers are, for the government not only protects the interests of the employers, not only resorts, for this purpose, to brutal persecution of the workers, to arrests, deportations and the use of troops against unarmed workers, but what is more, protects the interests of the most stingy employers and resists any tendency of the better employers to yield to the workers. Third lesson, in order to win themselves human working conditions and an 8-hour day, for which the workers are now striving all over the world, the Russian workers must rely on the strength of their own organization alone and steadily win one concession after another from the government. The government is, as it were, bargaining with the workers, trying to see whether it can impose an extra half hour or so. But the workers will show that they know how to stand up for their demands. The government is, as it were, testing the workers' patience, to see whether it can get off with quite a cheap concession. But the workers will show that they have patience enough for a most stubborn struggle, since to them it is a fight for their lives, a fight to prevent the working people from being utterly downtrodden and oppressed. 4. What does the law consider night time? For the workers, night time shall mean the period between 9 p.m. and 5 a.m. when one shift operates, and between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. when 2 or more shifts operate. So runs the new law. Night for the common people, who have to toil all their lives for others, and night for the fine folk, who live on the labor of others, are, according to the law, 2 entirely different things. During the greater part of the year both in St. Petersburg and in Moscow it is still quite dark, still night at 4 a.m. But the Russian law lays it down that the worker must adjust his whole life to the interests of capital. The worker must believe that daytime begins without fail after 4 in the morning, even if it may still be several hours before sunrise. And if the worker does not live in the factory grounds, he has to get up at 3 o'clock, and even earlier, in order to be at the factory at 4. For St. Petersburg officials the day begins at noon, or even at 1 p.m., but then, officials are a special type of people. The worker's day only ends at 10 at night, and if the streets are quite dark when he leaves the factory, he should not be disconcerted by this. He should remember and believe that the day has only just ended, for so the law decrees. Why not pass a law that makes the worker's day begin when the factory whistle summons him to work, and end when that same whistle summons a new shift? That would be franker and fairer. In Switzerland they already have a law which defines what nighttime is for the worker, but how can you expect the Swiss to be up to all the tricks devised by Russian police officials? It appears that among these terrible Swiss a working man's night is the same as that of other people, namely, from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m., the only restriction on night work in the new law is that workers engaged even part of the night shall not work more than 10 hours. That is all. The law does not prohibit night work. In this respect, too, the law falls short of the petitions of the St. Petersburg employers, who 14 years ago appealed for the prohibition of night work for adults. Consequently, the St. Petersburg workers would have won more from the employers in this respect too, had not the government interfered in order to protect the interests of the most retrograde employers in Russia. The government would not listen to the employers of St. Petersburg, for it did not want to offend those in Moscow, most of whom compel their workers to work at night. As usual, the government tried to mask its subservience to the interests of the worst employers by deceptive talk and assurances. In an article explaining the new law, Vestnik Finansov, published by the Ministry of Finance, stated that in other countries night work is forbidden. But, it declared, Our law cannot do this. It is not always possible to forbid establishments to work a full 24 hours, a large number of industries, by their very nature, require continuous operation. This is obviously quite a lame excuse. We are not discussing special industries which require continuous operation, but industries in general. Even under the present law, continuous operation is impossible when work is done in 2 shifts unless overtime is worked, since day work has been fixed at 11½ hours and night work at 10 hours, or 21½ hours in all. That is why the new law makes special provision for industries in which continuous operation is necessary. Consequently, there was absolutely nothing to make the prohibition of night work impossible. We have already said that the government would have us believe that it is concerned for the workers' health. Here is what the Ministry of Finance says about night work. Night work is undoubtedly more fatiguing and unhealthy and, in general, less natural than work by daylight, and it is more detrimental the longer and more systematic it is. It might seem that in view of the detrimental character of night work, it would be better to prohibit it for adult male workers too. But there are no grounds for this even from the standpoint of the worker's general welfare. Moderate night work is less detrimental to him than excessively long hours of day work for the same pay. You see how skillful Russian government officials are in throwing dust into the eyes of the people. Even their protection of the interests of the worst employers is presented as solicitude for the workers' welfare. And how brazen is the justification invented by the ministry: moderate night work, don't you see, is less detrimental than excessively long hours of day work for the same pay. The ministry wants to say that the worker is driven to work at night by low wages, so low that the worker cannot get along without working excessively long hours. And so, the ministry, confident that this will always be so, that the worker will never succeed in winning better wages, cynically declares, since the worker has to toil monstrously long hours to feed his family, is it not all the same to him whether he works the extra hours in the daytime or at night? Of course, if the majority of the Russian workers go on earning the same miserable wages as at present, want will drive them to work extra hours. But how insolent it is to justify the sanctioning of night work on the plea of the workers' downtrodden condition. The pay for the work will be the same, that is the main thing for the servitors of capital, and with the present level of wages, the worker cannot get along without working extra hours. And bureaucrats like these, who concoct Kulak arguments in the interests of the stingy employers, have the audacity to talk about the standpoint of the workers' general welfare. But are they not too confident in hoping that the worker will always be so downtrodden, that he will always agree to this same pay, that is, to the same beggarly remuneration for his labor? Low wages and long hours always go hand in hand, the one is impossible without the other. When pay is low, the worker is forced to work extra hours, and to work at night, in order to earn enough to live on. When working hours are excessively long, pay will always be low, because when working long hours the worker produces less articles per hour and of far worse quality than in a short working day, and because the worker, crushed as he is by excessive toil, will always remain downtrodden and powerless under the yoke of capital. Consequently, when the ministry, which serves the Russian factory owners, proposes to preserve the present preposterously low wages of the Russian workers, and at the same time talks about the workers' welfare, it shows as clearly as clear can be that its phrases are sheer cant and lies. V. How does the Ministry of Finance try to prove that to restrict overtime would be unfair to the worker? We have referred to the new law as a law to reduce the working day. We have said that it restricts the working day to 11½ hours. But actually this is not so, it is far worse. All the restrictions provided for in the law relate only to ordinary, normal, regular work, but not to overtime. Consequently, the employer's right to compel the workers to work any number of hours, even 24 at a stretch, is not restricted at all. Here is what the law says about overtime. Overtime shall mean work performed by the worker in an industrial establishment during hours other than those in which he is obliged to work by factory rules. Overtime shall be permitted only by special agreement between the manager of the industrial establishment and the worker. The labor contract may contain stipulations only as regards such overtime work as is necessitated by the technical conditions of the industry. This is a highly important clause of the new law, and its edge is directed entirely against the workers, leaving the employer a free hand. Hitherto overtime has been regulated by custom, there has been no mention of it in any law. Now the government has legalized overtime. The stipulation in the law that such work shall require a special agreement between worker and employer is just an empty and utterly meaningless phrase. All work is done by agreement between the workers and the employers. The workers are not serfs, they work for hire, that is, by agreement. There was no point in stipulating that overtime shall be done by agreement. The government inserted that meaningless phrase into the law in order to create the impression that it wants to restrict overtime. As a matter of fact, the law does not restrict it at all. Formerly the master used to say to the worker, if you want to work overtime, all right, if not, here's your discharge. And now he will say the same. Only formerly it was done by custom, now it will be done with the sanction of the law. Formerly, an employer who dismissed a worker for refusing to work overtime could not claim the support of the law, now the law directly suggests to him how he can oppress the worker. Instead of restricting overtime, this clause of the law may easily render it more prevalent. The law even permits the employer to include the demand for overtime in the contract when it is necessitated by the technical conditions of the industry. This reservation will cause no inconvenience to the employer at all. How is one to decide which work is necessitated by the technical conditions of the industry, and which is not? Who will investigate it? If an employer states that the job he has given a worker to do out of hours is necessitated by the technical conditions of the industry, how can he be refuted? Nobody will investigate it, nobody will check the employer's statement. The law has only strengthened the arbitrary powers of the employers by suggesting to them a particularly reliable way of oppressing the workers. Now, all the employer has to do is to stipulate in the contract that the worker has no right to refuse to work overtime when necessitated by the technical conditions of the industry, and the trick is done. Let the worker decline to work overtime, he will simply be discharged. And where will you find a worker who will attempt to prove that the work was not necessitated by the technical conditions of the industry? The very idea of a worker making such a complaint is ridiculous. Needless to say, there will never be any such complaints, and they would be useless if they were made. The government has therefore quite legally endowed the employers with arbitrary powers as regards overtime. How eager the Ministry of Finance is in its haste to serve the employers and to teach them how to make the widest use of overtime under the protection of the new legislation is very clearly shown by the following argument in Vestnik Finansov. Overtime is also necessary in the case of rush orders, which the employers cannot possibly foresee in industries operating for definite and brief seasons, if the owner of the establishment finds it impossible or difficult to increase the number of workers. You see how skillfully the law is interpreted by the zealous lackeys of the employers installed in the Ministry of Finance. The law only speaks of overtime necessitated by technical conditions, but the Ministry of Finance hastens to consider as necessitated overtime due to unforeseen orders, and even when the employer finds it difficult to increase the number of workers. Why, that is simply making fools of the workers. Any astute employer can always say that he finds it difficult. Increasing the number of workers means hiring others, which means reducing the number of unemployed hanging round the factory gate, means lessening competition among workers, making them more exacting in their demands and, perhaps, having to agree to pay higher wages. It goes without saying that there is not an employer who would not consider this to be difficult for him. With such arbitrary powers for the employers to demand overtime, the law on the reduction of the working day is robbed of all value. There will be no reduction at all for vast numbers of workers, since they will continue to work 15 to 18 hours a day and more, remaining at the factory at night to do overtime. The absurdity of a law to reduce the working day which does not forbid overtime is so obvious that in all the preliminary drafts of the law it was proposed to restrict overtime. As far back as 1883, the St. Petersburg employers petitioned to have overtime restricted to 1 hour a day. The government, scared by the St. Petersburg strikes of 1895–96, immediately appointed a commission to draft a bill to reduce working hours. This commission also recommended that overtime be restricted, namely, to 120 hours a year. By rejecting every proposal to restrict overtime in any degree whatsoever, the government definitely set out to protect the interests of the worst of the employers, openly legalized the complete subjection of the workers, and made it quite clear that it intended to leave everything as it was before and to make shift with meaningless phrases. In its anxiety to serve the interests of the employers, the Ministry of Finance went so far as to try to prove that any restriction of overtime would be unfair to the worker himself. Here are its arguments, which should give every worker food for thought. To deprive the worker of the right to work at the factory more than a fixed number of hours a day would be difficult in practice, and would be unfair to the workers. A man should not be punished for seeking the means of subsistence, for occasionally exerting his strength even above the limit beyond which his work may prove detrimental to his health. See how humane and philanthropic the Russian government is. Bow in gratitude, Russian workers. The government is so merciful, that it does not rob you of the right to work 18 hours a day, even 24 if you like. The government is so fair that it does not want to punish you when the employer forces you to overstrain yourself at the job. In all other countries, it is the employer, not the worker, who is punished if work is done at the factory over and above the regular hours. Our officials have forgotten that. Indeed, how could Russian officials take the risk of punishing the employers? Perish the thought. We shall soon see that the employers will not be punished even if they break every clause of this new law. In all other countries, the workers, in their search for the means of subsistence, have the right to organize unions, mutual benefit societies, to openly resist the employer, to present their demands to him, to conduct strikes. In our country this is not allowed. On the other hand, however, our workers have been granted the right to work any number of extra hours a day. Why did these humane officials forget to add that our fair government does not rob the Russian worker of the right to be sent to prison without trial, or to be beaten up by any police bashibazuk for every attempt to protect himself from the oppression of the capitalists? 6. What powers does the new law grant? The ministers. We have already shown that on the most essential points the new law has not laid down any obligatory, hard, and fast rules. The government has preferred to grant the fullest possible powers to the administration to establish all sorts of rules and privileges in the interests of employers, to hamper the application of the new law, etc. The powers granted to the ministers by the new law are extremely broad and extensive. The ministers are empowered to issue detailed regulations governing the application of the new law. A host of questions relating to all the clauses of the new law in all and sundry respects are left entirely to the discretion of the ministers. The powers of the ministers are so vast that they are virtually the sole executors of the new law. If they want to, they can issue regulations which will really enforce it, or, if they want to, they can act so that the law will be scarcely enforced at all. And, indeed, see what regulations the ministers are empowered to issue in pursuance of the present law. We would enumerate all the various categories of these regulations if that were possible, but the fact is that, in addition to the questions enumerated in the law which are to be settled by the ministerial regulations, the law also empowers them to issue other regulations without any restriction. The ministers may issue regulations governing working hours. That is to say, it is not enough to have a law governing working hours, there are to be ministerial regulations for the same thing. The ministers may issue regulations concerning shifts, but, of course, they may also not, so as not to inconvenience the employers. The ministers have been empowered to issue regulations governing the number of shifts a day, meal times, etc. That is what the law says, etc. In other words, the ministers are empowered to issue any regulations they like. If they don't like, there will be no regulations on meal times at all, and the employers will go on oppressing the workers as they do now, not allowing them to go home for dinner, and not allowing mothers to go home to feed their children. It is left to the ministers to issue regulations governing overtime, namely, indicating when it shall be permitted, how frequently, and what record shall be kept. Consequently, here the ministers have a perfectly free hand. They may even alter the requirements of the law, that is, they may strengthen or mitigate them in three cases: firstly, when same is deemed necessary owing to the character of the industry. This and so forth is also in the law, thus enabling the ministers to plead any character of the industry they like. Secondly, owing to the nature of the work. Here we have and so forth again. Thirdly, and in other important and exceptional cases. Further, the ministers may determine which industries are particularly detrimental to the health of the workers and to issue special regulations for these industries. The workers now see why we said that it is impossible to enumerate the questions left to be settled by the ministers. The law is strewn with etc. and so forths. Russian laws in general may be divided into two categories: those which grant some rights to the workers and the common people generally, and others which prohibit something, or allow officials to prohibit it. In the laws of the first category, even the most trivial rights of the workers are enumerated with the utmost precision, and not the least departure is permitted on pain of the severest penalties. In these laws you will not find a single etc. or and so forth. In the laws of the second category, only general prohibitions are invariably indicated, without any precise enumeration, so that the management may prohibit anything it likes. In these laws you will always find small but very important additions, etc., and so forth. These little phrases are striking testimony of the almighty power exercised by Russian officials over the people, and of the latter's utter rightlessness in regard to them, of the senseless and savage character of the abominable bureaucracy and red tape in which every institution of the Imperial Russian government is steeped through and through. Any law which may be of the slightest benefit is invariably so wrapped up in red tape that its enforcement is endlessly delayed. More, the enforcement of the law is left to the complete discretion of the officials, who, as everybody knows, are ready heart and soul to serve any money bag, and to play every possible dirty trick on the common people. The ministers, be it remembered, are only empowered to issue all these regulations in pursuance of the present law, that is, they may issue them or they may not. The law does not bind them to anything. The law does not fix any date. They may issue the regulations now, or they may do so in 10 years' time. Naturally, the few rules enumerated in the law lose all meaning and importance. They are empty words that merely conceal the government's desire to frustrate the law in its practical application. Vast powers are granted to our ministers by practically every law affecting the life of the workers. And we understand perfectly why the government does so. It wants to be of the greatest possible service to the employers. After all, it is much easier for an employer to influence the official responsible for enforcing the law, than to influence the passage of the law itself. Everybody knows how easily our capitalist magnates gain access to the drawing rooms of Messrs. The ministers, and there engage in pleasant conversations, how hospitably they entertain each other at dinners, what gracious little presents to the tune of tens and hundreds of thousands of rubles are made to the corrupt officials of the imperial government. Consequently, the broader the rights the new law confers on the officials in respect of its enforcement, the more advantageous it is both for the officials and for the factory owners. The advantage to the officials is that they can grab more, and to the factory owners that they can more easily secure privileges and exemptions. In illustration, let us remind the workers of two cases which show what these ministerial regulations issued in pursuance of the law lead to in practice. The law of June 3, 1883, laid it down that the fines money belongs to the workers and must be expended on their needs. The minister pursued this law in such a way that in St. Petersburg, for instance, it was not enforced for 10 years, and when at last it began to be enforced, the whole matter was put into the hands of the employer, whom the worker has to beg for his money as though it were a dole. Second example, This same law lays it down that wages must be paid not less than twice a month, but the minister pursued the law in such a way as to give the employers the right to withhold the wages of a new worker for 6 weeks. Every worker now clearly understands why this time, too, the ministers have been empowered to pursue the law. The employers also understand this perfectly, and they have already set their machinery going. We have seen that the ministers are empowered to issue regulations on overtime. The employers have already begun to bring pressure to bear on the government to induce it not to restrict overtime. Moskovsky Vedomosti, a newspaper which always zealously defends the interests of the worst employers, persistently eggs on the government to the most savage and brutal actions, and enjoys such immense influence in high spheres, has now launched a regular campaign against the imposition of restrictions on overtime. The employers have thousands of ways of exerting pressure on the government. They have their societies and associations, employers are members of numerous government commissions and boards, they have personal access to ministers, they may write as much as they like in the press about their wishes and demands, and the press has tremendous influence in our times. As to the workers, they have no legal means of exerting pressure on the government. There is only one thing the workers can do, and that is to join forces, to spread the consciousness of their interests as members of one class among all the workers, and to put up united resistance to the government and the employers. Every worker can now see that the enforcement of the new law will depend entirely on who exerts strongest pressure on the government, the employers, or the workers. It was only by struggle, by a conscious and staunch struggle, that the workers secured the passage of this law. Only by struggle will they be able to secure the actual enforcement of the law, and its enforcement in the interests of the workers. Without a stubborn struggle, without the staunch resistance of the united workers to every claim the employers make, the new law will remain a scrap of paper, one of those false and pretentious signboards with which our government tries to embellish the utterly rotten edifice of police tyranny and the rightless and oppressed state of the workers. 7. How our Christian government curtails the workers' holidays. Besides regulations on working hours, the new law also contains a regulation concerning compulsory rest days for factory workers on Sundays and holidays. The groveling hacks, of whom there are so many among our Russian newspapermen and journalists, have hastened to mark this regulation by lauding our government and its humaneness to the skies. We shall presently see that actually this humane law tends to curtail holidays for the workers. But first let us examine the general regulations concerning Sunday and holiday rest. First of all, it should be noted that the St. Petersburg employers petitioned for the establishment of legal rest days on Sundays and holidays 14 years ago. In other words, here too, the Russian government only delayed, postponed and resisted reform as long as it was possible. According to the law, the list of holidays on which work is forbidden explicitly includes all Sundays and 14 other holidays, of which we shall speak at greater length later. The law does not absolutely forbid work on holidays, but permits it on the following conditions. Firstly, mutual agreement between the employer and the workers is required. Secondly, work on a holiday is permitted, provided it is compensated by a weekday. Thirdly, the agreement to replace the holiday by a weekday must be immediately reported to the factory inspector. Hence, under the law, work on holidays must on no account be allowed to reduce the number of rest days, for the employer is obliged to compensate the workers for working on a holiday by giving them a free weekday. The workers must always bear this in mind, and also the fact that the law demands the mutual consent of the employer and the workers for such an arrangement. In other words, the workers may always quite legally refuse to agree to such an arrangement, and the employer has no right to compel them to do so. In practice, of course, the employer will be able to extort the workers' consent in the following way: he will ask the workers one by one to agree, and each worker will be afraid to refuse, for fear of being discharged. In doing this, the employers will of course be acting illegally, for the law demands the consent of the workers, that is, of all the workers jointly. But how can all the workers in one factory make their common consent known? The law does not say how, and here again it has placed in the hands of the employers another means of oppressing the workers. The workers have only one way of preventing such oppression. In every such case they must demand the election of workers' deputies to convey the general decision of all the workers to the employer. The workers can base this demand on the law, for the latter speaks of the consent of all the workers, and all the workers cannot speak to the employer at once. This system of electing workers' deputies will, in general, be very beneficial to the workers, and will be useful for all kinds of other negotiations with the employers and the office, inasmuch as it is very difficult, and often quite impossible, for the individual worker to present his demands, claims, etc. Further, as regards workers of non-orthodox persuasion, the law permits that days which are not celebrated by their church may not be included in the list of holidays. But then there are other holidays which are celebrated by Catholics, and not by Orthodox people. The law says nothing about this and, therefore, makes an attempt to discriminate somewhat against non-Orthodox workers. Even more marked is the discrimination against non-Christian workers. For them the law permits other days in the week instead of Sunday to be included in the list of holidays. Only permits. Our Christian government so savagely persecutes persons who do not profess the ruling religion that very likely this too is an attempt to oppress non-Christians by making the law vague. The law is indeed very obscure on this point. It should be interpreted as meaning that one day in the week must be a compulsory rest day, and that all that is permitted is the substitution of some other day for Sunday. But the ruling religion only grants privileges to the rulers. As for the working man, it will never miss an opportunity to invent some sort of a trap for him. Let us see which holidays the law says must be included in the list. It is all very well talking about establishing Sunday and holiday rest, but even before this the workers did not as a rule, in the majority of cases, work either on Sundays or on holidays. The law, after all, may fix the rest days in such a way that the total number of compulsory holidays may prove to be far fewer than the number of customary holidays. This is exactly what our Christian government has done in the new law. It has established 66 holidays in the year, 52 Sundays, 8 fixed holidays and 6 movable holidays. But how many customary holidays a year have there been in our factories till now? We have precise information on this score for Moscow and Smolensk gubernias, and that only for a few factories. But as the difference between the factories, and even between the two gubernias, is very small, this information is quite sufficient to enable us to form an opinion about the real value of the new law. In Moscow gubernia, figures were collected for 47 large factories, employing a total of over 20,000 workers. It was found that in hand-operated factories, the number of holidays per year is 97, and in the machine-operated factories the number is 98. The lowest number of holidays per year is 78. These 78 holidays are celebrated at all the investigated factories without exception. In Smolensk gubernia, the information relates to 15 factories, employing a total of about 5,000 to 6,000 workers. The average number of holidays per year is 86, or nearly as many as in Moscow gubernia. The lowest number of holidays was found at one of the factories, where it was 75. Corresponding to this number of holidays per year, which is customary for Russian factories, is the number of holidays established for factories under the jurisdiction of the War Ministry, where 88 annual holidays are the rule. The laws of our country recognize practically the same number of days for civil servants as non-working. Consequently, each year the workers had the same number of customary holidays as other citizens. In its solicitude for the workers' health, our Christian government cut out a fourth of these customary holidays, 22 in all, leaving only 66 compulsory holidays. Let us enumerate the customary holidays cut out by the government in the new law. Of the fixed holidays the following have been cut out: February 2 Candlemas, May 9 St. Nicholas Day, June 29 St. Peter's Day, July 8 the Feast of Our Lady of Kazan, July 20 St. Elijah's Day, August 29 St. John the Baptist's Day, September 14 the Feast of the Holy Cross, October 1 the Feast of the Intercession, November 21 Presentation of the Blessed Virgin, and December 6 St. Nicholas Day. Thus, 10 fixed holidays have been cut out. Further, of the movable holidays, the following have been cut out: Shrove Saturday and Wednesday of the last week of Lent, i.e., 2 holidays. In all, therefore, 12 holidays have been cut out from the minimum hitherto allowed the workers as rest days according to prevailing custom. Our government is so fond of calling itself a Christian government. When addressing the workers, the ministers and other officials sweeten their speeches with phrases about the Christian love and Christian sentiments of the employers and of the government towards the workers, etc. But as soon as action takes the place of phrases, all this hypocritical and contagious talk is sent to blazes, and the government becomes a huckster trying to extort something from the workers wherever possible. The employers themselves, that is, the best of them, long ago petitioned for the establishment of legal rest days on Sundays and holidays. After 15 years of procrastination, the government has at last passed a law establishing compulsory rest on Sundays and holidays, but while making this concession to the workers it does not miss the opportunity of injuring them by cutting out 1/4 of the customary holidays from the list of those that are compulsory. Thus, the government is behaving like a real usurer. While making one concession, it does its best to make up for it by some other extortion. With such a law, it may very easily happen that at some of the factories the employers will try to reduce the number of workers' rest days and compel the workers to work on holidays which have hitherto been kept but which the law has not included in the compulsory list of holidays. To prevent their conditions from being worsened, the workers must, in this respect too, always be ready to resist every attempt to reduce the number of holidays. The law only specifies the compulsory holidays, but the workers have the right to demand others as well. Only they must see to it that all the holidays are stipulated in the rules of the factory and should place no trust in verbal promises. The workers can be sure of not being compelled to work on a holiday only when that holiday has been included in the factory rules. Just as in the case of holidays, so in the case of half holidays, the law attempts to leave matters where they were before, and even in some respects to worsen them. The law provides for only one half holiday, Christmas Eve. On that day work must cease not later than noon. This has been the case until now at the majority of factories, and if any factory did not release the workers at noon on Christmas Eve, in most cases it allowed them a half holiday on the eve of some other big holiday. Generally speaking, one half holiday in the year has hitherto been the rule at the majority of the factories. Further, the new law says that on Saturdays and the eve of holidays the working day is limited to 10 hours, that is, 1½ hours less than the ordinary working day. Here, too, the law has not improved the workers' conditions, and, if anything, has worsened them. Hitherto, at nearly all the factories, work on Saturday ceased earlier than usual. One investigator, who has collected a great deal of information on this subject and who is generally well acquainted with factory life, states that it may be safely concluded that, on the average, work on Saturdays ceases 2 hours before the usual time. Consequently, here, too, the law did not miss the opportunity, while converting a customary rest period into a compulsory one, to extort from the workers at least 1/2 hour as compensation for this concession. 1/2 hour a week amounts to 23 hours a year, that is, 2 days extra work for the employer's benefit. Not a bad present for our poor, indigent employers. We may be quite sure that these knights of the money bag will not hesitate to accept this present and will do their best to compensate themselves in this way for the sacrifices demanded of them by the new law, and, therefore, in this respect too, the workers must rely only on themselves, on the strength of their organization. Without a stubborn struggle, the working class, in this respect too, will fail to achieve any improvement in their condition, notwithstanding the new law. 8. How is the observance of the new law guaranteed? How is the observance of laws guaranteed in general? Firstly, by supervision over the observance, and secondly, by punishment of infringements of the law. Let us see how matters stand with regard to the new factory law. Supervision over the observance of laws has been entrusted to the factory inspectors. Hitherto, the regulations governing factory supervision issued in 1886 have not been extended to the whole of Russia by far, but only to a few gubernias, the most highly industrialized ones. The extension of the area of factory supervision has always followed the extension of the area of the working class movement and of workers' strikes. On the very date that the law to reduce the working hours was promulgated, another law was issued extending factory supervision to the whole of Russia and to the entire Kingdom of Poland. This extension of the factory regulations to the whole of Russia and the institution of factory inspection is, of course, a step forward. The workers will take advantage of this to inform a larger number of their comrades about their conditions, about the labor laws, about the attitude of the government and its officials towards the workers, etc. The application of the same rules that govern the advanced workers to all factory workers in Russia will, of course, also help the working class movement to spread more rapidly to all Russian workers. As to how far effectively the factory inspectors supervise the observance of the law, we shall not go into this in detail. A separate pamphlet should be written on this subject, and perhaps we shall find some other opportunity to discuss the question of factory inspection with the workers. Let us only briefly remark that so few factory inspectors are appointed in Russia that they are very rarely to be seen at the factories. The factory inspectors are completely under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Finance, which turns them into servitors of the employers, compels them to report strikes and unrest to the police, to prosecute workers for leaving the factory even when the employer himself does not prosecute them. In a word, it turns them, in a manner of speaking, into police officials, into factory police. The employer has thousands of ways of exerting influence on the factory inspectors and of forcing them to do what he wants. The workers, however, have no means of influencing the factory inspectors, and cannot have such means as long as the workers do not enjoy the right of free assembly, the right to form their unions, to discuss their affairs in the press, and to issue workers' newspapers. So long as these rights are withheld, no supervision by officials over the employers can ever be serious and effective. But supervision alone is not enough to secure the observance of the law. Strict penalties for non-observance of the law must also be imposed. Otherwise, what is the good of a factory inspector telling the employer that he is acting wrongly? The employer will simply ignore him and go on acting as before. That is why, when a new law is passed, the penalties imposed on those who infringe it are always stipulated. The new law of June 2, 1897, reducing working hours and establishing rest days, however, contains no penalties for its infringement. The workers can see from this how different is the government's attitude to the employers and to the workers. When a law is passed, say, forbidding the worker to leave the factory before his time is up, the penalty in case he does leave is fixed at once, including even so severe a penalty as arrest. For going on strike, for example, the workers are liable, under the law, to arrest and even imprisonment, but the employer is only fined for the infringement of the regulations which causes the strike. So in this case, too, the requirement of the law that the employers shall allow the workers to rest on Sundays and holidays and not make them work more than 11½ hours a day is not supported by any penalties for its infringement. What will be done to an employer who is guilty of infringing this law? At the most, he may be hauled before the magistrate, who cannot levy a fine exceeding 50 rubles, or the factory board may itself impose a penalty in the shape of a fine. But will a fine of 50 rubles deter an employer? Why, he makes far much more than 50 rubles profit by compelling all his workers to work a night or on a holiday. It will actually benefit the factory owner to break the law and pay a fine. The failure of the law to stipulate the penalty for its infringement by the employer is a crying injustice, which plainly shows that our government is anxious to delay the enforcement of the law as long as possible, that it does not intend to demand strict observance of the law by the employers. It happened in other countries, too, in times long past, that a government would pass factory laws without stipulating any penalties for their infringement. And, in fact, such laws were not observed at all and remained mere scraps of paper. That is why this ridiculous custom of passing laws without ensuring their enforcement has long been abandoned in other countries. Today the Russian government is resorting to this same old trick in the hope that the workers will not notice it. But this hope is unfounded. As soon as the workers become acquainted with the new law, they themselves will see to it that it is observed. They will not allow the slightest departure from it and will refuse to work until its provisions are complied with. Such supervision by the workers themselves will be far more effective than that of any factory police. Without such supervision the law will not be observed. 9. Will the new law improve the workers' condition? At first glance, it may even seem strange that we raise this question. The law reduces working hours and establishes compulsory rest days on Sundays and holidays. Surely this is an improvement of the workers' condition? But we have already shown in detail above how vague and indefinite are the provisions of the new law, how often the law, while laying down rules to improve the workers' condition, itself frustrates those rules by leaving the employer's arbitrary power untouched, or by limiting the compulsory holidays to a number far smaller than is customary. Let us try and calculate whether working time will be reduced by the introduction of the new law if the number of rest days is no more than the number established by the law, that is, if the workers are given rest days only on the compulsory holidays established by the law, and the employers succeed in compelling them to work on the other, customary holidays. Whether they succeed or not is, of course, an open question. That will depend on what resistance the workers put up. But that the employers will try to compensate themselves for the reduction in working hours by reducing the number of holidays, is beyond doubt. That the law does its utmost to assist this noble endeavor of the capitalists to oppress the workers, is also beyond doubt. Well, let us see what the effect of this would be. To compare working time under the old system with that under the new, we must take the number of working hours per year. Only in this way can account be taken of all the holidays and shorter working days on the eve of holidays. How many hours a year does the Russian factory worker usually work now, that is, before the operation of the law of June 2, 1897? It goes without saying that exact information on this point is not available, for it is impossible to calculate the number of working hours of every worker. We must avail ourselves of the information collected for a few factories, and assume that the number of hours at other factories is approximately the same as that at the factories investigated. Let us take the information collected for Moscow gubernia. The number of working days in the year was calculated exactly in the case of 45 big factories. It was found that the total number of working days in the year at all these 45 factories together was 12,010, that is, an average of 267 working days per factory. The number of working hours per week averages 74, or 12 1/3 hours a day. Hence, in the year there were 267 times 12 1/3 equals 3,293 working hours, or in round numbers 3,300. In the city of Odessa, we reckoned up the figures for 54 large factories for which we have information regarding the number of working days in the year, and the number of hours. We found that the average number of working hours per year in all these factories is 3,139, or considerably less than in Moscow gubernia. In Odessa the working day is shorter, in most cases 10½ hours, the average for these 54 factories being 10.7 hours. Hence the number of working hours per year is lower, although there are fewer holidays. Let us see how many working hours we get under the new law. First of all, let us count up the number of working days in the year. For this purpose, we must deduct from 365, firstly, 66 holidays, secondly, half a day on Christmas Eve, and, thirdly, the free time the worker enjoys by ceasing work 1½ hours earlier on the eve of holidays. The number of holiday eves will be 60. Hence, the reduced hours on the eve of holidays amount to 60 times 1½ equals 90 working hours, or 8 working days. Thus, in all, from the 365 days in the year, we have to deduct 74 1/2 holidays. The result is 291½ working days, or 291½ times 11½ equals 3,340 working hours. Thus we find that if the number of holidays is reduced to the compulsory number established by the law, the condition of the workers will be worsened rather than improved by the introduction of the new law. On the whole, the number of working hours per year will remain what it was before, or will even be increased. Of course, this calculation is only approximate, it cannot be made with complete accuracy. But it is based on quite reliable data and clearly shows what a smart device the government has invented to oppress the workers by reducing the number of compulsory holidays as compared with the customary number. This calculation clearly shows that if the workers do not firmly stand up for one another and offer joint resistance to the employers, their condition may be worsened by the introduction of the new law. And please note in addition, that in this calculation we have taken only day work, that is, ordinary working hours. But what about overtime? As we have seen, the law placed no restrictions on this, and we do not know whether the ministers will introduce any restrictions in the regulations which they have been empowered to issue. It is this absence of any restrictions on overtime which chiefly leads us to doubt whether the new law will improve the condition of the workers. If, with the reduction of the normal working day, the wages of the majority of the Russian workers remain as preposterously low as they are at present, the worker will be compelled by want to consent to work overtime, and his condition will not improve. What the worker needs is to work no more than 8 hours a day, and to have time for rest, for his development, and for the enjoyment of his rights as a human being, a family man, and a citizen. What the worker needs is to get not a beggarly wage, but enough to live a decent human life, himself to enjoy the advantage of the improvements introduced in production, and not to surrender all the profit to his exploiters. If in order to earn the same pay the worker has to work the same number of hours as before, is it not all the same to him whether his excessive toil is called ordinary time or overtime? The law to reduce the working day will then remain a dead letter, a scrap of paper. The new law will then not affect the employers in the slightest, and will not compel them to concede anything to the working people. And the officials of the Ministry of Finance, in their servility to the capitalists, are evidently already hinting at this. In the same Vestnik Finansov article they reassure the employers by saying, the new law, while restricting freedom of contract in the hiring of workers for ordinary jobs, does not deprive the employer of the opportunity to operate his establishment at any time of the day or night and even, in case of need, on holidays by entering into special agreements with the workers. You see how these lackeys bow and scrape to the money bags. Please don't be much disturbed, messrs the employers, they as much as say, you may operate your establishment at any time of the day or night, all you have to do is to call overtime what used to be considered ordinary time. You merely have to change the name, that is all. The most amazing thing in this statement is the brazenness of the officials. They are convinced in advance that there will be no restriction whatever on overtime. They are convinced in advance that their frank and cynical advice to the employers not to stand on ceremony will not reach the ears of the workers. In this, even the officials of the Ministry of Finance, we think, have excelled themselves. It will be very instructive for the workers to learn how officials talk to the employers and what advice they give them. On learning this, the workers will realize that under cover of the new law their old enemies are attacking them, in pursuit of their old striving to enslave the workers on the most legal grounds. X. What is the significance of the new law? We have now acquainted ourselves with the new law in all its details. All that remains is to discuss what significance this law has for the workers and the working class movement in Russia. The significance of the new factory law lies, on the one hand, in its being a forced concession by the government, in its having been won from the police government by the united and class-conscious workers. The promulgation of this law shows the success of the working class movement in Russia. It shows what tremendous power lies in the class-conscious and staunch demand of the working masses. No amount of persecution, no wholesale arrests and deportations, no grandiose political trials, no hounding of the workers have been of any avail. The government set all its forces and resources into motion. It hurled itself upon the St. Petersburg workers with all the weight of the tremendous power it commands. It hounded and persecuted the workers without trial and with unparalleled ferocity in the endeavor at all costs to knock the spirit of protest, of struggle, out of the workers, to crush the workers' incipient socialist movement against the employers and the government. It was all to no avail, and the government was compelled to realize that no amount of persecution of individual workers would eradicate the workers' movement and that it would have to make concessions. This autocratic government, considered to be all-powerful and independent of the people, had to yield to the demands of several tens of thousands of St. Petersburg workers. We have seen how insignificant and ambiguous these concessions are. But this is only the first step. The working class movement has long ago spread beyond St. Petersburg. It is growing and expanding, embracing the masses of industrial workers with growing thoroughness all over the country. And when all these masses, led by one party, the Socialist Party, present their joint demands, the government will no longer be able to get away with such an insignificant concession. On the other hand, the significance of the new law lies in the fact that it necessarily and inevitably gives a fresh impetus to the Russian working class movement. We have seen how the law tries wherever possible to leave loopholes for the employers, to leave the most important points vague and indefinite. Everywhere there is bound to be conflict between the employers and the workers over the application of this law, and this conflict will embrace a far larger area, for the law applies to the whole of Russia. The workers will be able to wage the struggle consciously and firmly, to insist on their demands, and to evade the snares which our anti-strike police laws have set for them. The introduction of new factory regulations, the change in the ordinary, regular working day in the vast majority of factories all over Russia will be of tremendous benefit. It will stir up the most backward sections of the workers. Everywhere it will awaken a most lively interest in questions of factory life and factory regulations. It will provide a splendid, convenient, and lawful opportunity for the workers to present their demands, to uphold their interpretation of the law, to uphold the old customs when they are more advantageous to the worker, to press for more favorable terms when concluding new agreements on overtime, and to press for higher pay, so that the reduction of the working day may really benefit the workers and not be detrimental to them in any way. Appendix. I. The pamphlet on the new factory law had already been written when, in the beginning of October, there were published regulations governing the application of this law, as endorsed by the Ministry of Finance in agreement with the Ministry of Internal Affairs on September 20, 1897. We have already spoken about the enormous importance these regulations must have for the law as a whole. This time the ministry hastened to issue regulations before the new law came into force, because these regulations indicate the cases in which departures from the requirements of the new law are permitted, i.e., when the employers are permitted to operate for longer hours than stipulated by law. If the factory owners did not urgently need these regulations, the workers, of course, would have had to wait long before they were issued. The publication of the regulations was soon followed by the publication of instructions to factory inspectorate officials concerning the application of the law of June 2, 1897, ostensibly for the purpose merely of explaining to the factory inspectors how the law should be applied. These instructions legally give the officials a perfectly free hand and are directed entirely against the workers, for they permit the employers to evade the law in every way. The imperial government is very fond of drafting laws in magnificent terms and then of permitting these laws to be evaded by substituting instructions for them. A detailed examination of the regulations reveals to us that this is precisely the nature of the new instructions. Let us also point out that these instructions are largely copied word for word from the article in Vestnik Finansov which we referred to on many occasions in the pamphlet on the new law. Thus, in the pamphlet we showed how Vestnik Finansov suggested a trick to the employers, namely, the newspaper explained that the new law did not apply in those cases where no mention was made of the length of the working day in the contract between the worker and the employer, since in that case, it suggested, the worker was not a hired worker, but a person who accepts an order. This pettifogging explanation is repeated word for word in the instructions. The regulations consist of 22 clauses, many of which, however, simply repeat in their entirety the clauses of the law of June 2, 1897. Let us observe that these regulations apply only to employers who come within the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Finance. They do not apply to mining and metallurgical plants, or to railway workshops, or to government factories. A strict distinction must be drawn between these regulations and the law itself. The regulations have been issued only in pursuance of the law, and the ministers who issued them may supplement and amend them, or issue new ones. The regulations deal with the following 5 subjects: 1. Meal times, 2. Sunday and holiday rest, 3. Departures from the new law, 4. Shifts, and 5. Overtime. Let us examine the regulations on each subject in detail and show in each case how the Ministry of Finance, in its instructions, recommends that these regulations be applied. 2. Concerning meal times, the following regulations are laid down. First, that meal times do not count as part of working hours, that the worker is free during meal times. The meal times must be indicated in the factory rules. Second, that meal times are obligatory only in those cases when the working day exceeds 10 hours, and the meal time must not be less than of 1 hour's duration. This regulation does not improve the worker's condition in the least. If anything, it does the opposite. An hour's break is very little. Most factories allow an hour and a half for dinner, and in some cases also half an hour for lunch. The ministers did their best to make the break as short as possible. Quite often the worker scarcely has time to go home to dinner in an hour. It goes without saying that the workers will not permit such a short break to be established and will demand a longer one. Another reservation concerning compulsory meal hours also threatens to encroach upon the workers' rights. According to the minister's regulations, a break for meals is obligatory only when the working day exceeds 10 hours. Hence, where the working day is 10 hours, the employer is entitled not to give the workers a break for meals. Again, the workers themselves will have to see to it that the employers will not be able and will not dare to take advantage of this right. The workers can refuse to agree to such regulations and can demand more frequent breaks for meals. The ministers were not satisfied even with these restrictions. In a note to this regulation it is added that in cases where considerable obstacles are encountered, departures from this requirement are permitted, i.e., messrs. The employers are permitted to give the workers no breaks for meals at all. The ministers permit this, but it is hardly likely that the workers will permit it. Moreover, the ministers also permit departures when the demand for a break is recognized as burdensome for the workers. Oh, these solicitous ministers! Our ministers thought about the burden which mealtime breaks would impose upon the workers, but messrs. The ministers do not say a word about the burden imposed upon the workers by having to get their dinner within an hour, or about the still greater burden of working 10 hours without a break. A third regulation governing meal times requires that the worker be given the opportunity to take food at intervals of no more than 6 hours. But the regulations do not call for a break every 6 hours. What, then, is the sense of such a regulation? How can a worker take food without a break? Messrs. The ministers did not trouble about that. If there is no break, the worker must be given an opportunity to take food during working time, and the factory rules must indicate the place for taking food. The whole of this regulation is so absurd that one can only express astonishment. One of two things: either this place for taking food will be indicated as one other than where the worker works, in that case a break will be inevitable. Or the place will be indicated as the one where the worker works, in that case, what is the sense of indicating the place? If the worker has no right to interrupt his work, how can he eat without interrupting his work? Messrs. The ministers regard the workers as machines. A machine can be fed with oil while it is working, why then cannot the worker stuff himself with food while working? The only hope left to the workers is that such a stupid regulation could only have been invented in Russian bureaucratic offices, and will not actually be put into force. The workers will demand that the indicated place for taking food will not be where they work. The workers will demand a break for meals every 6 hours. This, then, is all the regulations say about meal times. The ministers have pursued the law in such a way that it can only worsen the workers' condition, unless the workers themselves stand up, and stand up together, for their rights and not for the ministerial regulations. 3. Concerning Sundays and holidays, there is only one brief regulation, namely, that on Sundays and holidays the workers must be free from work for no less than 24 hours at a stretch. This was the least that could be ordered in pursuance of the law governing Sundays and holidays. It could not be less. It never occurred to the ministers to give the workers longer rest periods. As regards non-Christians, the regulations say nothing. 4. On the subject of departures from the law, there are many regulations, very many in fact, and drawn up in great detail. Let us remind the workers that the law gave the ministers power to permit, in the regulations, departures from the law, by extending the requirements of the law and reducing the requirements of the law. Let us see what the ministers have done. First regulation. Departures from the law are permitted in those cases where the workers are engaged on continuous operations, i.e., such operations as cannot arbitrarily be interrupted without damage to instruments, materials, or goods. In such cases, messrs. The employers may operate for periods longer than that provided for in the law. All that the regulation demands in such a case is, firstly, that the working hours during the course of 2 consecutive days should not exceed 24 hours. Why it says 24 hours in 2 days and not 12 hours in 1 day we shall see in the paragraph dealing with shifts. Secondly, the regulation demands that where operations are continuous, the worker must be freed from work 4 days a month, if his working day exceeds 8 hours. Thus, for workers who are engaged on continuous operations, the number of rest days is greatly reduced, 4 a month, 48 a year, whereas even the law allows 66 compulsory holidays a year. What reasonable grounds did the ministers have for reducing this number of holidays? None whatever. In any case, the continuity of operations is broken even with 4 holidays a month, i.e., in any case the employers must hire other workers for the holidays. Thus, messrs. The ministers cut the workers' holidays still more only in order to restrict the employers as little as possible, to reduce the number of cases when other workers must be hired. More than that, the instructions go so far as to permit the factory inspectors to sanction factory rules which provide for even fewer rest days for the workers. The factory inspector must merely report such cases to the Department of Commerce and Industry. This is a very striking example, which shows why our government is fond of meaningless laws and detailed regulations and instructions. To alter an inconvenient regulation, it is sufficient to apply to the Department of Palm Greasing. Similarly, the factory inspector may permit the term continuous to be applied to such operations as are not included in the list appended to the instructions. It is sufficient to report to the department. A note to this regulation says that the continuous operations must be specially indicated in the factory rules. Departures from this law are only permitted insofar as they are really necessary. But who is to see whether they are really necessary or not? Nobody but the workers. They must not permit reservations regarding continuous operations to be included in the factory rules unless they are really necessary. Second regulation. Departures from the law are permitted in cases where the workers are engaged on auxiliary operations in various kinds of production. These departures must also be especially indicated in the factory rules. As regards rest days for these workers, the regulations do not say a word. Again, the workers themselves must see to it that they get rest days, i.e., must not agree to factory rules which do not provide rest days for such workers. Third regulation. Departures from the regulations governing the length of the working day and rest on Sundays and holidays and from the factory rules are permitted in 2 other cases. First, in case of sudden damage to machines, tools, etc., which causes a stoppage of work in the whole factory, or in one of its departments. In such cases, the necessary repairs may be made regardless of the regulations. Secondly, permission is given, regardless of the regulations, to perform temporary work in any department of the establishment, in those cases when, as a consequence of fire, breakdown and similar unforeseen circumstances, the work in one or another department of the establishment is reduced or entirely stopped for a time, and when that is essential for the full running of the other departments of the establishment. This last regulation shows what tremendous solicitude our ministers display to ensure that the employers do not expend an extra ruble. Suppose there was a fire in one department of a factory. Work is stopped. After the repairs are made, the employer wants to make up for lost time. Therefore, the minister permits him to squeeze as much extra labor out of the workers as he likes by compelling them to work even as long as 18 hours a day. But what have the workers got to do with it? When the employer makes more profit, does he share it with the workers? Does he shorten the working day? Why, then, should the working day be lengthened for the workers when the employer suffers loss? Why, that means I take the profit, but I make the workers bear the losses. If it is necessary to make up for lost time, why not hire additional workers? The solicitude displayed by the Russian ministers for the pockets of the employers is amazing. Fourth regulation. Departures from the new law may also be made in other especially important and exceptional cases. Such departures are permitted in each separate case by the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Internal Affairs. Thus the employer will make a request, the ministers will grant permission, and all's well. The workers are not even asked. Can the gentry be expected to ask the opinion of the common people? The vulgar mob must work for the capitalists and not argue about whether it is an exceptional case or just the ordinary lust for gain that compels the employer to go begging. Such are the minister's regulations about departures from the new law. As we see, all these regulations indicate how and when the law may not be obeyed, how and when the law's demands on the employers for the workers' benefit may be reduced. The ministers say not a single word about increasing the legal demands upon the employers for the workers' benefit. Let the workers recall what was said in the pamphlet on the new factory law about the purpose for which the law gives the ministers such great powers. V. As regards shifts, there is only one short regulation which, in cases where 18 hours work is done in 2 shifts, permits an increase in the number of hours to 12 a day with the proviso that the working time for 2 weeks shall not exceed 9 hours per day for each worker. Thus, this regulation also permits lengthening of the working day. How many regulations have there been to lengthen the working day, but not one to shorten it, and there will be none. According to this regulation, the workers may be compelled to work 12 hours a day for a whole week, and the instructions again add that the factory inspectors may permit other departures from the law, provided they report these to the director. The question of shifts is also covered by the above-mentioned Regula which fixes the working time on continuous operations at 24 hours in 2 days. The instructions explain why it says 24 hours in 2 days and not 12 hours in 1 day. This is said in order to leave in force the scandalous system that prevails in some factories of working a continuous double shift with an interval of 8 hours. Under this system, a worker works 16 hours one day and 8 hours the next, without ever having proper rest or proper sleep. It is difficult to imagine anything more scandalous than such shifts, but far from doing anything to restrict this scandalous system, the ministers even had the insolence to say in the instructions that under many circumstances such shifts are more convenient for the workers. How solicitous the ministers are for the convenience of the workers. 6. As regards overtime, the regulations at first sight appear to give the most precise directions. The limitation of overtime is the chief thing required not only in the ministerial regulations, but also in the new law as a whole. We have already spoken above about the utter vagueness of the law itself on this point, about the original intention of the Ministry of Finance not to issue any additional overtime regulations. It now turns out that the ministers have after all limited overtime, have limited it in precisely the way proposed by the commission which drafted the new law, i.e., to 120 hours a year. But, on the other hand, in his instructions, the Minister of Finance reproduced from Vestnik Finansov, for the edification of the factory inspectors, All the traps and tricks against the workers which we quoted in the pamphlet on the new law, the instructions, we repeat, are copied from Vestnik Finansov. The first regulation concerns the point in the new law which permits the employer to include in the contract with the worker the stipulation to work such overtime as is necessitated by the technical conditions of the industry. We have already mentioned the vagueness of this. And yet, this clause of the law is of enormous importance. If the stipulation to work overtime is included in the factory rules, then overtime becomes obligatory for the worker, and the entire law remains entirely unenforced in this respect. The ministerial regulations now interpret this term in the following way: only such work may be regarded as necessitated by the technical conditions of the industry as is called forth exclusively by departures from its normal course which are accidental and dependent upon the nature of the industry. Thus, for example, departures called forth by an increased influx of orders are not affected. Departures called forth by a fire, breakdown and so forth, are also not affected, because they, too, do not depend upon the nature of the industry itself. Common sense would suggest that this is how the regulation should be interpreted. But here the instructions come to the employer's aid. The instructions so brilliantly increase the number of cases when overtime may be made compulsory for the workers, including it in the terms of hire, i.e., in the factory rules, that absolutely anything you like can be classed among these cases. Indeed, let the workers recall how the law was pursued in the Vestnik Finansov article and compare the instructions with the latter. First, the instructions speak of work necessitated by the technical conditions of the industry, and then, imperceptibly, it substitutes another term, work that is absolutely essential, and further on the instructions give petty examples of what is absolutely essential. It turns out that this includes those cases when the employer finds it impossible, or difficult to increase the number of workers, when there is rush and urgent work, when a print shop has to issue a newspaper daily, when the job could not be foreseen in advance, and so forth. In short, if you want anything, ask for it. The shameless hangers-on of the capitalists in the Ministry of Finance have pursued the law in such a way that the employer has the right to include in his factory rules the demand for any amount of overtime. And once such a demand is included in the factory rules, the whole new law goes to blazes and everything remains as before. The workers must not permit these demands to be included in the factory rules, otherwise their conditions, far from being improved, will be worsened. This example shows the workers how the employers and government officials conspire to enslave the workers again on a legal basis. The instructions clearly reveal this conspiracy, this subservience of the Ministry of Finance to the interests of the capitalists. The second overtime regulation lays down that the overtime by each worker shall not exceed 120 hours per year, but this figure does not include, firstly, the overtime stipulated in the contract as obligatory for the worker due to the technical conditions of the industry, and we have just seen that the ministers have permitted this term to be applied to any number of cases which have nothing to do with the technical conditions of the industry. Secondly, it does not include the overtime worked in case of fire, breakdown, and so forth, or to make up for time lost in case of a stoppage in some department. Taken together, all these overtime regulations remind us astonishingly of the fable about how the lion shared the prey equally among his fellow hunters. The first portion he took by right, the second portion he took for being the king of beasts, the third for being strongest of all, and as for the fourth, whoever dared as much as stretch his paw towards it would not get away alive. 100 This is exactly how our employers will now argue about overtime. First, they will squeeze overtime out of the workers by right, on the plea that it is necessitated by the technical conditions of the industry, i.e., any amount of overtime, as long as it is provided for in the factory rules. Second, they will squeeze overtime out of the workers in special cases, i.e., when they want to throw the burden of their losses on the workers. Third, they will squeeze another 120 hours per year out of them on the grounds that they are rich and the workers are poor. Fourth, in exceptional cases they will receive special privileges from the ministers. and then the workers may freely enjoy what remains out of the 24 hours of the day. After all this, bearing well in mind that the fair government does not by any means deprive them of their right to work even 24 hours a day. To legalize this squeezing of overtime out of the workers, it is ordered that the employers shall keep special registers of all these forms of overtime. In one register they will record what they squeeze out of the workers by right, in another register, what they squeeze out in special cases, in a third, what they squeeze out by special agreement, in a fourth, what they squeeze out of them in exceptional cases. Instead of an improvement in the workers' condition, we get nothing but red tape and bureaucratic correspondence. The factory policemen will visit the factories and inspect these registers, and during the time that they are free from this useful occupation they will report to the director of the Department of Commerce and Manufacture suggesting new SOPs for the employers, and to the Department of Police about workers' strikes. How shrewd are these people, these hucksters and bashi-bazooks who constitute our government. For a reasonable price they will now hire a foreign representative who will shout at all the crossroads of Europe about the laws for the workers' benefit that we have in this country. 7. In conclusion, let us make a general survey of the ministerial regulations. Let us recall what regulations the new law provides the ministers with. 3 categories of regulations: 1. Regulations to interpret the law, 2. Regulations to increase or reduce the demands made by the new law on employers, 3. Regulations concerning trades especially harmful to the workers' health. What use have the ministers made of the powers granted them by this law? As to the first category, they have confined themselves to the most essential, to the very minimum below which they could not go. They have permitted overtime on a very wide and elastic scale, 120 hours per year, and, moreover, by means of the instructions have introduced such a host of exceptions that they rob the regulations of all meaning. They have done their best to cut down the workers' meal times, they have left the scandalous shift system as it was, if they have not actually made it worse. As to the second category of regulations, the ministers have done all they could to reduce the demands of the new law on the employers, i.e., they have done all they could for the employers and absolutely nothing for the workers. In no single case do the regulations increase the demands of the new law upon the employers for the workers' benefit. As to the third category of regulations, the ministers have done absolutely nothing, they have said not a single word about them. All that the instructions say is that the factory inspectors may report to the department about especially injurious trades. As far as reporting goes, the factory inspectors could formerly also report anything they liked, only till now, for some inexplicable reason, these factory policemen reported about workers' strikes and about methods of terrorizing the workers, and not about protecting the workers in the especially injurious trades. From this the workers can see for themselves what they may expect from the officials of the police government. To secure an 8-hour day and the complete banning of overtime, the Russian workers still have a long and stubborn struggle to wage. Asterisk see pamphlet explanation of the law on fines. Asterisk it comes into force in November 1898. Asterisk the old song. Every year Russian factories, especially those in the central regions, receive rush orders for the Nizhny Novgorod fair, and every year they solemnly assure all the simpletons who believe them, or who pretend to believe them, that they were unable to foresee this. Asterisk even the Ministry of Finance itself, in its interpretation of the new law, was obliged to admit that the sanctioning of overtime seems to be inappropriate. Asterisk we have enumerated only the holidays that have been observed by all factories till now. There are many other holidays that have been observed by the overwhelming majority of factories, for example, pre-Lent days, Shrove Friday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday of Easter week, and many others. Asterisk if the number of working days in the year is 267, the number of non-working days, holidays, must be 98. We said above that there were 89 holidays, but we arrived at this figure by taking, firstly, only machine-operated factories, and secondly, not the average number of holidays for all factories, but the number of holidays most often met with. About a certain newspaper article. Issue number 239 of Ruskaya Vedomosti 101 contains a short article by Mr. N. Levitsky entitled Certain Problems Affecting the Life of the People. Living in the country and being in constant contact with the people, the author long ago came up against certain problems affecting the life of the people, the solution of which by means of appropriate measures is an urgent necessity, a pressing need. The author expresses the conviction that his brief remarks on a subject of such importance will meet with a response among those who are interested in the people's needs, and he expresses the desire to provoke an exchange of opinion on the problems he advances. The lofty style in which Mr. N. Levitsky's article is written and the high-sounding words in which it abounds lead one to expect that it deals with some really important, urgent, vital problems of modern life. Actually, however, the author's proposals merely provide one more example, and an exceedingly striking one at that, of the truly Manilovian 102 fantasy to which the Narodnik journalists have accustomed the Russian public. That is why we thought it would be useful to voice our views on the problems that Mr. N. Levitsky raises. Mr. N. Levitsky enumerates 5 problems, and he not only provides an answer for every problem, but also indicates very definitely the appropriate measure to be taken. The first problem is cheap and accessible credit, the elimination of the tyranny of money lenders, kulaks, and all sorts of sharks and parasites. The measure to be taken is to devise a simpler type of village peasants' loan and saving bank, and the author proposes that the branches of the state bank should issue savings bank books not to individuals, but to specially organized associations, which will make deposits and receive loans through a single treasurer. And so the author's long contact with the people enabled him to draw this conclusion on the hackneyed problem of credit: devise a new type of loan and savings bank. Evidently the author imagines that not enough paper and ink is being wasted in this country on drafting endless types, models, rules, model rules, normal rules, etc., etc. Living in the country, our practical man failed to see any of the more important problems raised by the desire to replace the kulak by cheap and accessible credit. We shall not, of course, discuss here the importance of credit. We take the author's aim for granted. We shall merely examine from the purely practical aspect the remedies he proposes with such pomp. Credit is an institution of developed commodity circulation. The question is it possible to establish such an institution among our peasantry, whom the countless survivals of laws and prohibitions that spring from the division of society into social estates have placed in conditions that rule out regular, free, extensive, and developed commodity circulation? Is it not ridiculous, when speaking of the urgent and pressing needs of the people, to reduce the problem of credit to devising rules of a new type, and to say nothing whatever about the need to abolish the entire mass of rules which hinder regular commodity circulation among the peasantry, hinder the free purchase and sale of property, real estate and personal property, hinder the peasants from moving freely from place to place and from one occupation to another, and hinder individuals from other classes and social estates from joining the peasant communities? What can be more comical than fighting kulaks, usurers, parasites, and sharks by perfecting the rules of credit banks? Usury in its worst forms is most tenacious in our rural districts, and is so precisely because of the exclusiveness of the estate system there, because of the thousand fetters which shackle the development of commodity circulation. And yet our practical-minded author says not a word about these fetters, but declares that the drafting of new rules is the urgent problem of rural credit. In all probability the developed capitalist countries, where the rural districts have long been placed in conditions that facilitate the circulation of commodities, and where credit has been extensively developed, in all probability these countries achieved this success thanks to the multitude of rules drafted by benevolent officials. The second problem is the helpless position of a peasant family when the head of the family dies, and also the urgent necessity of safeguarding and preserving the peasant working agricultural population by all possible means and methods. As you see, the further he goes the wider and more majestic become Mr. Levitsky's problems. The first problem concerned a very ordinary bourgeois institution, the value of which we could only admit with very considerable reservation, but here we have a problem of such gigantic importance that in principle we fully admit its urgency and cannot suppress a warm feeling for the author for raising it. but the Narodnik's gigantic problem is matched by a measure of gigantic. What is the mildest way we can put it? Unwisdom. Listen, there arises the urgent need to organize and introduce compulsory mutual life insurance for the entire peasant population on a mass scale at the cheapest possible rates. And it is necessary to ascertain the role and part to be played in this business by a. Private insurance companies, b. the Zemstvos, and c. the state. Our mujiks are so dull-witted. They give no thought to the fact that if the head of the family dies the rest will have to go begging, that if the crop fails they will starve, and that even if they have a good crop sometimes, they will have to go begging just the same on returning from abortive quests for earnings. These stupid mujiks have no idea that there is such a thing as life insurance, to which many good gentlemen have long had recourse and out of which other good gentlemen make money. Starving Sisoika 103 has no idea that all he has to do is to join with Mityai, who is starving like himself, in organizing a mutual life insurance company, and their families will be provided for in the event of their death. Luckily, the thinking for these dull-wit mujiks is done by our enlightened Narodnik intelligentsia, one of whose representatives living in the country and being in constant contact with the people, long ago came up against this tremendous, this astounding and stupendous project. Third problem. In connection with this problem it is necessary to raise and discuss the problem of establishing an imperial capital fund for ensuring the lives of the peasant population on the same lines as the existing imperial food and fire funds. It goes without saying that to deal with insurance, we must discuss the question of capital. But it seems to us that our highly esteemed author is guilty here of an important omission. Is it not also necessary to raise and discuss the question as to which ministry and which department will be in charge of the proposed institution? Firstly, there can be no doubt that the economic department of the Ministry of Internal Affairs should be in charge of it. Secondly, the Zemstvo department of the Ministry of Internal Affairs is also closely interested. Thirdly, the Ministry of Finance should also be in charge of insurance affairs. In view of this, would it not be more advisable to propose the establishment of a special chief administration of state compulsory mutual life insurance for the entire peasant population, on the lines, say, of the chief state horse breeding administration? Fourth problem. Further, in view of the tremendously widespread character of all sorts of artels throughout Russia, and also in view of their undoubted usefulness and importance to the national economy, the urgent need has arisen of organizing a separate, special society for the promotion of agricultural and other artels. That artels of all sorts are beneficial to the classes of the population who organize them is undoubted. It is also undoubted that to unite the representatives of the various classes will also be of great benefit to the entire national economy. Only the author waxes far too enthusiastic when he talks about the tremendously widespread character of all sorts of artels throughout Russia. Everybody knows that, compared with any West European country, the number of all sorts of artels is incredibly, phenomenally small in Russia. Everybody knows this, except the dreamy Manilov. The editors of Russky Vedomosti, for example, know it since they published above Mr. N. Levitsky's article a very interesting and highly informative item, entitled Syndicates in France. From this article Mr. N. Levitsky might have learned how immensely all sorts of artels are developed in capitalist France. I underline all sorts, for it can easily be seen from this article that there are 4 sorts of syndicates in France: 1. Workers' syndicates, 2. Employers' syndicates, 3. Agricultural syndicates, and 4. Mixed syndicates. Add up all these figures, Mr. Levitsky. You will get a total of nearly 1 million people organized in all sorts of artels. And now tell us, with your hand on your heart, are you really not ashamed of the phrase you let slip about the tremendously widespread character of all sorts of artels throughout Russia? Do you really fail to see what a comical, sadly comical impression your article creates by the side of the bare figures of the syndicates in France? These poor Frenchmen, whom, evidently, the canker of capitalism has deprived of the tremendously widespread character of all sorts of artels, would probably burst into Homeric laughter at the proposal to establish a separate special society, for promoting the establishment of all sorts of societies. It goes without saying, however, that this laughter would only be a demonstration of the notorious frivolity of the French, who are incapable of understanding Russian thoroughness. These frivolous Frenchmen form all sorts of artels, not only without first setting up societies for the promotion of artels but even horrible dictu, without first drawing up model, normal rules and simplified types of societies of various kinds. Fifth problem. To publish, under the auspices of this society, a special organ, devoted exclusively to the study of the cooperative movement in Russia and abroad. Yes, Mr. Levitsky. When a disordered stomach prevents a person from having a proper meal, he has no alternative but to read about how other people eat. But in all probability, the doctors would not allow a person who is so sick to read about the dinners other people eat, for such reading might stimulate an inordinate appetite not commensurate with the diet prescribed. And the doctors would be quite consistent in doing so. We have expounded Mr. Levitsky's short article in sufficient detail. The reader will probably ask whether it was worth dealing at such length with a casual newspaper article, whether it was worth devoting such a lengthy comment to it. Indeed, what importance is there in the fact that somebody happened to talk nonsense about some sort of compulsory mutual life insurance for the entire peasant population? We have heard very similar opinions expressed on analogous subjects. These opinions are, to say the least, groundless. Maybe it is an accident that our progressive journalists every now and again positively vomit up such phenomenally wild projects on the lines of feudal socialism that one can only shrug one's shoulders in amazement. Maybe it is an accident that organs like Russkoye Bogatstvo and Russkye Vedomosti, which are by no means ultra-narodnik, which always protest against the extremes of narodism and against the conclusions drawn from narodism à la Mr. VV, and which are even not averse to covering up the rags and tatters of their narodism with the bright new label of some ethico-sociological school, that even such organs periodically, with punctilious regularity, present the Russian public now with some educational utopia proposed by Mr. Syazhakov 104, a scheme for compulsory secondary education in agricultural gymnasia in which indigent peasants are to pay the tuition fees by work, and now with this project of Mr. N. Levitsky's for compulsory mutual life insurance for the entire peasant population? It would be too naive to put this down to accident. There is a Manilov in every narodnik. Disdain for conditions as they really are and for economic evolution as it really is, unwillingness to analyze the real interests of the different classes of Russian society in their interrelationships, the habit of laying down the law from above about the needs and destiny of the fatherland, of boasting about the miserable survivals of medieval associations that exist in the Russian village communities and artels, together with a disdainful attitude towards the incomparably more highly developed associations characteristic of more highly developed capitalism. All these features are to be found in a greater or lesser degree in every narodnik. That is why it is so edifying to watch some not over-clever, but very naive, writer, with a fearlessness worthy of a better cause, carrying these features to their full logical development and embodying them in the dazzling picture of some project. These projects always turn out to be dazzling, so dazzling that merely to show them to the reader is to prove how harmful contemporary petty bourgeois narodism is to our social thought and social development. Such projects always contain much that is comical. In most cases a superficial reading of them creates no other impression than a desire to laugh. But try to get at their real meaning and you will say, it would all be funny were it not so sad. 105. Written in exile in September 1897. Published in the magazine Novoye Slovo, No. 1, 1897. Signed, KTN. Published according to the text in Novoye Slovo. ____________. Asterisk authors italics. Asterisk authors italics. Asterisk comparing these two fantasy weavers of narodnik journalism, one cannot help giving preference to Mr. N. Levitsky, whose project is a trifle cleverer than that of Mr. Syazhakov. The Tasks of the Russian Social Democrats 106. Written in exile. At the end of 1897. First published in pamphlet. Form in Geneva, 1898. Published according to the text of the 1902 edition. Checked with copy of the manuscript, the 1898 and 1905 editions, and the text in the Miscellany 12 years. By V.L. Ilion, 1907. The second half of the 90s witnessed a remarkable increase in the work being done on the presentation and solution of the problems of the Russian Revolution. The appearance of a new revolutionary party, Narodnoye Pravo 107, the growing influence and successes of the Social Democrats, the evolution within Narodnaya Volya 108, all this has evoked a lively discussion on questions of program both in study circles of socialist intellectuals and workers and in illegal literature. Regarding the latter sphere, reference should be made to an urgent question and the manifesto of the Narodnoye Pravo Party, to the leaflet of the Narodnaya Volya Group, to Rabbonic published abroad by the League of Russian Social Democrats 109, to the increasing output of revolutionary pamphlets in Russia, mainly for workers, and the agitation conducted by the Social Democratic League of Struggle for the Emancipation of the Working Class in St. Petersburg around the important strikes there in 1896, etc. At the present time, the most urgent question, in our opinion, is that of the practical activities of the Social Democrats. We emphasize the practical side of social democracy, because on the theoretical side the most critical period, the period of stubborn refusal by its opponents to understand it, of strenuous efforts to suppress the new trend the moment it arose, on the one hand, and of stalwart defense of the fundamentals of social democracy, on the other, is now apparently behind us. Now the main and basic features of the theoretical views of the Social Democrats have been sufficiently clarified. The same cannot be said about the practical side of social democracy, about its political program, its methods, its tactics. It is in this sphere, we think, that misapprehension and mutual misunderstanding mostly prevail, preventing a complete rapprochement between social democracy and those revolutionaries who in theory have completely renounced the principles of the Narodnaya Volya and in practice are either led by the very force of circumstances to carry on propaganda and agitation among the workers, nay, more, to conduct their activities among the workers on the basis of the class struggle, or else strive to base their whole program and revolutionary activities on democratic tasks. If we are not mistaken, the latter description fits the two revolutionary groups which are operating in Russia at the present time, parallel to the Social Democrats, namely, the Narodnaya Volya and Narodnoye Pravo. We, therefore, think it particularly opportune to try to explain the practical tasks of the Social Democrats and to state the grounds on which we consider their program to be the most rational of the three now existing and the arguments advanced against it to be based very largely on misunderstanding. The object of the practical activities of the Social Democrats is, as is well known, to lead the class struggle of the proletariat and to organize that struggle in both its manifestations, socialist, and democratic. We said as is well known. And indeed, from the very moment they appeared as a separate social revolutionary trend, the Russian Social Democrats have always quite definitely indicated this object of their activities, have always emphasized the dual manifestation and content of the class struggle of the proletariat, and have always insisted on the inseparable connection between their socialist and democratic tasks, a connection clearly expressed in the name they have adopted. Nevertheless, to this day you often meet socialists who have the most distorted notions about the Social Democrats and accuse them of ignoring the political struggle, etc. Let us, therefore, dwell a little on a description of both aspects of the practical activities of Russian social democracy. Let us begin with socialist activity. One would have thought that the character of social democratic activity in this respect had become quite clear since the Social Democratic League of Struggle for the Emancipation of the Working Class in St. Petersburg began its activities among the St. Petersburg workers. The socialist activities of Russian Social Democrats consist in spreading by propaganda the teachings of scientific socialism, in spreading among the workers a proper understanding of the present social and economic system, its basis and its development, an understanding of the various classes in Russian society, of their interrelations, of the struggle between these classes, of the role of the working class in this struggle, of its attitude towards the declining and the developing classes, towards the past and the future of capitalism, an understanding of the historical task of international social democracy and of the Russian working class. Inseparably connected with propaganda is agitation among the workers, which naturally comes to the forefront in the present political conditions of Russia and at the present level of development of the masses of workers. Agitation among the workers means that the Social Democrats take part in all the spontaneous manifestations of the working class struggle, in all the conflicts between the workers and the capitalists over the working day, wages, working conditions, etc., etc. Our task is to merge our activities with the practical, everyday questions of working class life, to help the workers understand these questions, to draw the workers' attention to the most important abuses, to help them formulate their demands to the employers more precisely and practically, to develop among the workers consciousness of their solidarity, consciousness of the common interests and common cause of all the Russian workers as a united working class that is part of the international army of the proletariat. To organize study circles among workers, to establish proper and secret connections between them and the central group of Social Democrats, to publish and distribute working class literature, to organize the receipt of correspondence from all centers of the working class movement, to publish agitational leaflets and manifestos and to distribute them, and to train a body of experienced agitators. Such, in broad outline, are the manifestations of the socialist activities of Russian social democracy. Our work is primarily and mainly directed to the factory, urban workers. Russian social democracy must not dissipate its forces, it must concentrate its activities on the industrial proletariat, who are most susceptible to social democratic ideas, most developed intellectually and politically, and most important by virtue of their numbers and concentration in the country's large political centers. The creation of a durable revolutionary organization among the factory, urban workers is therefore the first and most urgent task confronting social democracy, one from which it would be highly unwise to let ourselves be diverted at the present time. But, while recognizing the necessity of concentrating our forces on the factory workers and opposing the dissipation of our forces, we do not in the least wish to suggest that the Russian Social Democrats should ignore other strata of the Russian proletariat and working class. Nothing of the kind. The very conditions of life of the Russian factory workers very often compel them to enter into the closest relations with the handicraftsmen, the industrial proletariat scattered outside the factory in towns and villages, and whose conditions are infinitely worse. The Russian factory worker also comes into direct contact with the rural population and, consequently, he cannot but come into close contact with the rural proletariat, with the many millions of regular farm workers and day laborers, and also with those ruined peasants who, while clinging to their miserable plots of land, have to work off their debts and take on all sorts of casual jobs, i.e., are also wage laborers. The Russian Social Democrats think it inopportune to send their forces among the handicraftsmen and rural laborers, but they do not in the least intend to ignore them. They will try to enlighten the advanced workers also on questions affecting the lives of the handicraftsmen and rural laborers, so that when these workers come into contact with the more backward strata of the proletariat, they will imbue them with the ideas of the class struggle, socialism, and the political tasks of Russian democracy in general and of the Russian proletariat in particular. It is impractical to send agitators among the handicraftsmen and rural laborers when there is still so much work to be done among the factory, urban workers, but in numerous cases the socialist worker comes willy-nilly into contact with these people and must be able to take advantage of these opportunities and understand the general tasks of social democracy in Russia. Hence, those who accuse the Russian Social Democrats of being narrow-minded, of trying to ignore the mass of the laboring population for the sake of the factory workers, are profoundly mistaken. On the contrary, agitation among the advanced sections of the proletariat is the surest and the only way to rouse the entire Russian proletariat. The dissemination of socialism and of the idea of the class struggle among the urban workers will inevitably cause these ideas to flow in the smaller and more scattered channels. This requires that these ideas take deeper root among the better prepared elements and spread throughout the vanguard of the Russian working class movement and of the Russian Revolution. While concentrating all its forces on activity among the factory workers, Russian social democracy is ready to support those Russian revolutionaries who, in practice, come to base their socialist activities on the class struggle of the proletariat, but it does not in the least conceal the point that no practical alliances with other groups of revolutionaries can, or should, lead to compromises or concessions on matters of theory, program, or banner. Convinced that the doctrine of scientific socialism and the class struggle is the only revolutionary theory that can today serve as the banner of the revolutionary movement, the Russian Social Democrats will exert every effort to spread this doctrine, to guard it against false interpretation and to combat every attempt to impose vaguer doctrines on the still young working class movement in Russia. Theoretical reasoning proves and the practical activities of the Social Democrats show that all socialists in Russia should become Social Democrats. Let us now deal with the democratic tasks and with the democratic work of the Social Democrats. Let us repeat, once again, that this work is inseparably connected with socialist activity. In conducting propaganda among the workers, the Social Democrats cannot avoid political problems, and they would regard any attempt to avoid them, or even to push them aside, as a profound mistake and a departure from the basic principles of international social democracy. Simultaneously with the dissemination of scientific socialism, Russian Social Democrats set themselves the task of propagating democratic ideas among the working class masses. They strive to spread an understanding of absolutism in all its manifestations, of its class content, of the necessity to overthrow it, of the impossibility of waging a successful struggle for the workers' cause without achieving political liberty and the democratization of Russia's political and social system. In conducting agitation among the workers on their immediate economic demands, the Social Democrats inseparably link this with agitation on the immediate political needs, the distress and the demands of the working class, agitation against police tyranny, manifested in every strike, in every conflict between workers and capitalists, agitation against the restriction of the rights of the workers as Russian citizens in general and as the class suffering the worst oppression and having the least rights in particular, agitation against every prominent representative and flunky of absolutism who comes into direct contact with the workers and who clearly reveals to the working class its condition of political slavery. Just as there is no issue affecting the life of the workers in the economic field that must be left unused for the purpose of economic agitation, so there is no issue in the political field that does not serve as a subject for political agitation. These two kinds of agitation are inseparably connected in the activities of the Social Democrats as the two sides of the same metal. Both economic and political agitation are equally necessary to develop the class consciousness of the proletariat. Both economic and political agitation are equally necessary for guiding the class struggle of the Russian workers, because every class struggle is a political struggle. By arousing the class consciousness of the workers, by organizing, disciplining and training them for united action and for the fight for the ideals of social democracy, both kinds of agitation will enable the workers to test their strength on immediate issues and immediate needs, to wring partial concessions from their enemy and thus improve their economic conditions, compel the capitalists to reckon with the strength of the organized workers, compel the government to extend the workers' rights, to pay heed to their demands and keep the government in constant fear of the hostility of the masses of workers led by a strong social democratic organization. We have pointed to the inseparably close connection between socialist and democratic propaganda and agitation, to the complete parallelism of revolutionary activity in both spheres. Nevertheless, there is a big difference between these two types of activity and struggle. The difference is that in the economic struggle the proletariat stands absolutely alone against both the landed nobility and the bourgeoisie, except, perhaps, for the help it receives from those elements of the petty bourgeoisie which gravitate towards the proletariat. In the democratic, political struggle, however, the Russian working class does not stand alone, At its side are all the political opposition elements, strata, and classes, since they are hostile to absolutism and are fighting it in one form or another. Here side by side with the proletariat stand the opposition elements of the bourgeoisie, or of the educated classes, or of the petty bourgeoisie, or of the nationalities, religions, and sects, etc., etc., persecuted by the autocratic government. The question naturally arises of what the attitude of the working class towards these elements should be. Further, should it not combine with them in the common struggle against the autocracy? After all social democrats admit that the political revolution in Russia must precede the socialist revolution. Should they not, therefore, combine with all the elements in the political opposition to fight the autocracy, setting socialism aside for the time being? Is not this essential in order to strengthen the fight against the autocracy? Let us examine these two questions. The attitude of the working class, as a fighter against the autocracy, towards all the other social classes and groups in the political opposition is very precisely determined by the basic principles of social democracy expounded in the famous Communist Manifesto. The Social Democrats support the progressive social classes against the reactionary classes, the bourgeoisie against the representatives of privileged landowning estate and the bureaucracy, the big bourgeoisie against the reactionary strivings of the petty bourgeoisie. This support does not presuppose, nor does it call for, any compromise with non-social democratic programs and principles. It is support given to an ally against a particular enemy. Moreover, the Social Democrats render this support in order to expedite the fall of the common enemy, but expect nothing for themselves from these temporary allies, and concede nothing to them. The Social Democrats support every revolutionary movement against the present social system. They support all oppressed nationalities, persecuted religions, downtrodden social estates, etc., in their fight for equal rights. Support for all elements of the political opposition will be expressed in the propaganda of the Social Democrats by the fact that, in showing that the autocracy is hostile to the workers' cause, they will also point to its hostility towards various other social groups. They will point to the solidarity of the working class with these groups on a particular issue, in a particular task, etc. In agitation, this support will be expressed by the Social Democrats taking advantage of every manifestation of the police tyranny of the autocracy to point out to the workers how this tyranny affects all Russian citizens in general, and the representatives of the exceptionally oppressed social estates, nationalities, religions, sects, etc., in particular, and how that tyranny affects the working class especially. Finally, in practice, this support is expressed in the readiness of the Russian Social Democrats to enter into alliances with revolutionaries of other trends for the purpose of achieving certain particular aims, and this readiness has been shown in practice on more than one occasion. This brings us to the second question. While pointing to the solidarity of one or other of the various opposition groups with the workers, the Social Democrats will always single out the workers from the rest. They will always point out that this solidarity is temporary and conditional. They will always emphasize the independent class identity of the proletariat, who tomorrow may find themselves in opposition to their allies of today. We shall be told that such action will weaken all the fighters for political liberty at the present time. We shall reply that such action will strengthen all the fighters for political liberty. Only those fighters are strong who rely on the consciously recognized real interests of certain classes, and any attempt to obscure these class interests, which already play a predominant role in contemporary society, will only weaken the fighters. That is the first point. The second point is that, in the fight against the autocracy, the working class must single itself out, for it is the only thoroughly consistent and unreserved enemy of the autocracy. Only between the working class and the autocracy is no compromise possible. Only in the working class can democracy find a champion who makes no reservations, is not irresolute and does not look back. The hostility of all other classes, groups, and strata of the population towards the autocracy is not unqualified. Their democracy always looks back. The bourgeoisie cannot but realize that industrial and social development is being retarded by the autocracy, but it fears the complete democratization of the political and social system and can at any moment enter into alliance with the autocracy against the proletariat. The petty bourgeoisie is two-faced by its very nature, and while it gravitates, on the one hand, towards the proletariat and democracy, on the other, it gravitates towards the reactionary classes, tries to hold up the march of history, is apt to be seduced by the experiments and blandishments of the autocracy, is capable of concluding an alliance with the ruling classes against the proletariat for the sake of strengthening its own small proprietor position. Educated people, and the intelligentsia generally, cannot but revolt against the savage police tyranny of the autocracy, which hunts down thought and knowledge, but the material interests of this intelligentsia bind it to the autocracy and to the bourgeoisie, compel it to be inconsistent, to compromise, to sell its oppositional and revolutionary ardor for an official salary, or a share of profits or dividends. As for the democratic elements among the oppressed nationalities and the persecuted religions, everybody knows and sees that the class antagonisms within these categories of the population are much deeper going and stronger than the solidarity binding all classes within any one category against the autocracy and in favor of democratic institutions. The proletariat alone can be, and because of its class position must be, a consistently democratic, determined enemy of absolutism, incapable of making any concessions or compromises. The proletariat alone can be the vanguard fighter for political liberty and for democratic institutions. Firstly, this is because political tyranny bears most heavily upon the proletariat, whose position gives it no opportunity to secure a modification of that tyranny. It has no access to the higher authorities, not even to the officials, and it has no influence on public opinion. Secondly, the proletariat alone is capable of bringing about the complete democratization of the political and social system, since this would place the system in the hands of the workers. That is why the merging of the democratic activities of the working class with the democratic aspirations of other classes and groups would weaken the democratic movement, would weaken the political struggle, would make it less determined, less consistent, more likely to compromise. On the other hand, if the working class stands out as the vanguard fighter for democratic institutions, this will strengthen the democratic movement, will strengthen the struggle for political liberty, because the working class will spur on all the other democratic and political opposition elements, will push the liberals towards the political radicals, will push the radicals towards an irrevocable rupture with the whole of the political and social structure of present society. We said above that all socialists in Russia should become social democrats. We now add, all true and consistent Democrats in Russia should become social democrats. We will illustrate what we mean by quoting the following example. Take the civil service, the bureaucracy, as representing a special category of persons who specialize in the work of administration and occupy a privileged position as compared with the people. We see this institution everywhere, from autocratic and semi-Asiatic Russia to cultured, free, and civilized England, as an essential organ of bourgeois society. The complete lack of rights of the people in relation to government officials and the complete absence of control over the privileged bureaucracy correspond to the backwardness of Russia and to its absolutism in England. Powerful popular control is exercised over the administration, but even there that control is far from being complete. Even there the bureaucracy retains not a few of its privileges, and not infrequently is the master and not the servant of the people. Even in England we see that powerful social groups support the privileged position of the bureaucracy and hinder the complete democratization of that institution. Why? Because it is in the interests of the proletariat alone to democratize it completely. The most progressive strata of the bourgeoisie defend certain prerogatives of the bureaucracy and are opposed to the election of all officials, opposed to the complete abolition of electoral qualifications, opposed to making officials directly responsible to the people, etc., because these strata realize that the proletariat will take advantage of such complete democratization in order to use it against the bourgeoisie. This is the case in Russia, too. Many and most diverse strata of the Russian people are opposed to the omnipotent, irresponsible, corrupt, savage, ignorant, and parasitic Russian bureaucracy. But except for the proletariat, not one of these strata would agree to the complete democratization of the bureaucracy, Because all these strata have some ties with the bureaucracy, because all these strata are kith and kin of the Russian bureaucracy. Who does not know how easy it is in Holy Russia for a radical intellectual, or socialist intellectual, to turn into an official of the imperial government, an official who takes comfort from the thought that he does good within the limits of office routine, an official who pleads this good in justification of his political indifference, his servility towards the government of the knout and the whip. The proletariat alone is unreservedly hostile to the autocracy and the Russian bureaucracy. Socialists' proletariat alone has no ties with these organs of aristocratic bourgeois society, and the proletariat alone is capable of irreconcilable hostility towards them and of waging a determined struggle against them. When we show that the proletariat, led in its class struggle by social democracy, is the vanguard fighter of Russian democracy, we encounter the very widespread and very strange opinion that Russian social democracy relegates political tasks and political struggle to the background. As we see, this opinion is the very opposite of the truth. How are we to explain this astonishing failure to understand the principles of social democracy that have often been expounded and were expounded in the very first Russian social democratic publications, in the pamphlets and books published abroad by the Emancipation of Labor Group, 111? In our view, the explanation of this amazing fact lies in the following three circumstances. First, it lies in the general failure of the representatives of old revolutionary theories to understand the principles of social democracy, accustomed as they are to base their programs and plans of activity on abstract ideas and not on an exact appraisal of the actual classes operating in the country, classes that have been placed in certain relationships by history. This lack of realistic discussion of the interests which support Russian democracy can only give rise to the opinion that Russian social democracy leaves the democratic tasks of Russian revolutionaries in the background. Second, it lies in the failure to understand that when economic and political issues, and socialist and democratic activities, are united into one whole, into the single class struggle of the proletariat, this does not weaken but strengthens the democratic movement and the political struggle, by bringing it closer to the real interests of the mass of the people, dragging political issues out of the stuffy studies of the intelligentsia into the street, into the midst of the workers and laboring classes, and replacing abstract ideas by real manifestations of political oppression from which the greatest sufferers are the proletariat, and on the basis of which the Social Democrats conduct their agitation. It often seems to the Russian radical that instead of frankly and directly calling upon the advanced workers to join the political struggle, the Social Democrat points to the task of developing the working class movement, of organizing the class struggle of the proletariat, and thereby retreats from his democracy, relegates the political struggle to the background. But if this is retreat, it is the kind of retreat that is meant in the French proverb, il faut reculer pour mieux sauter. Third, the misunderstanding arises from the fact that the very term political struggle means something different to the Narodovoltsy and Narodopravtsy, on the one hand, and to the Social Democrats, on the other. The Social Democrats understand the political struggle differently, they understand it much more broadly than do the representatives of the old revolutionary theories. A clear illustration of this seeming paradox is provided by the leaflet of the Narodnaya Volya Group, number 4, December 9, 1895. While heartily welcoming this publication, which testifies to the profound and fruitful thinking that is going on among the present-day Narodovoltsy, we cannot refrain from mentioning P. L. Lavrov's article, Program Questions, which vividly reveals the different conception of the political struggle entertained by the old-style Narodovoltsy. Here, writes P. L. Lavrov, speaking of the relation of the Narodnaya Volya program to the Social Democratic program, one thing and one thing alone is material, viz., is it possible to organize a strong workers' party under the autocracy and to do so apart from the organization of a revolutionary party directed against the autocracy, also a little before that, to organize a Russian workers' party while autocracy reigns without at the same time organizing a revolutionary party against this autocracy? We cannot at all understand these distinctions which seem to be of such cardinal importance to P. L. Lavrov. What is the meaning of a workers' party apart from a revolutionary party against the autocracy? Is not a workers' party itself a revolutionary party? Is it not directed against the autocracy? This queer idea is explained in the following passage in P. L. Lavrov's article. A Russian workers' party will have to be organized under the rule of the autocracy with all its charms. If the Social Democrats succeeded in doing this without at the same time organizing a political conspiracy against the autocracy, with all that goes with such a conspiracy, then, of course, their political program would be a fit and proper program for Russian socialists, since the emancipation of the workers by the efforts of the workers themselves would be accomplished. But this is very doubtful, if not impossible. So that's the point. To the Narodovoldцы, the term political struggle is synonymous with the term political conspiracy. It must be confessed that in these words P. L. Lavrov has managed to bring out in bold relief the fundamental difference between the tactics in the political struggle adopted by the Narodovoldцы and by the Social Democrats. Blanquist 113 conspiratorial traditions are fearfully strong among the former, so much so that they cannot conceive of political struggle except in the form of political conspiracy. The Social Democrats, however, are not guilty of such a narrow outlook. They do not believe in conspiracies. They think that the period of conspiracies has long passed away, that to reduce political struggle to conspiracy means, on the one hand, immensely restricting its scope, and, on the other hand, choosing the most unsuitable methods of struggle. Everyone will understand that P. L. Lavrov's remark that the Russian Social Democrats take the activities of the West as an unfailing model is nothing more than a polemical maneuver, and that actually the Russian Social Democrats have never forgotten the political conditions here. They have never dreamed of being able to form a workers' party in Russia legally. They have never separated the task of fighting for socialism from that of fighting for political liberty. But they have always thought, and continue to think, that this fight must be waged not by conspirators, but by a revolutionary party based on the working class movement. They think that the fight against the autocracy must consist not in organizing conspiracies, but in educating, disciplining, and organizing the proletariat, in political agitation among the workers which denounces every manifestation of absolutism, which pillories all the knights of the police government and compels this government to make concessions. Is this not precisely the kind of activity being conducted by the St. Petersburg League of Struggle for the Emancipation of the Working Class? Does not this organization represent the embryo of a revolutionary party based on the working class movement, which leads the class struggle of the proletariat against capital and against the autocratic government without hatching any conspiracies, while deriving its strength from the combination of socialist and democratic struggle into the single, indivisible class struggle of the St. Petersburg proletariat? Brief as they may have been, have not the activities of the League already shown that the proletariat, led by social democracy, is a big political force with which the government is already compelled to reckon, and to which it hastens to make concessions? Both the haste with which the law of June 2, 1897, was passed, and the content of that law clearly reveal its significance as a concession wrung by the proletariat, as a position won from the enemy of the Russian people. This concession is a very tiny one, the position won is very small, but the working class organization that has succeeded in forcing this concession is also not distinguished for breadth, stability, long-standing, or wealth of experience or resources. As is well known, the League of Struggle was formed only in 1895–96, and its appeals to the workers have been confined to hectographed or lithographed leaflets. Can it be denied that an organization like this, if it united, at least, the biggest centers of the working class movement in Russia, if it had a revolutionary organ at its disposal and enjoyed as much prestige among the Russian workers generally as the League of Struggle does among the St. Petersburg workers, can it be denied that such an organization would be a tremendous political factor in contemporary Russia, a factor that the government would have to reckon with in its entire home and foreign policy? By leading the class struggle of the proletariat, developing organization and discipline among the workers, helping them to fight for their immediate economic needs and to win position after position from capital, by politically educating the workers and systematically and unswervingly attacking the autocracy and making life a torment for every Tsarist Bashabazuk who makes the proletariat feel the heavy paw of the police government. Such an organization would at one and the same time be a Workers' Party organization adapted to our conditions, and a powerful revolutionary party directed against the autocracy. To discuss in advance what methods this organization will resort to in order to deliver a smashing blow at the autocracy, whether, for example, it will prefer insurrection, a mass political strike, or some other form of attack, to discuss these things in advance and to decide this question now would be empty doctrinarism. It would be akin to generals calling a council of war before they had mustered their troops, mobilized them, and undertaken a campaign against the enemy. When the army of the proletariat fights unswervingly and under the leadership of a strong social democratic organization for its economic and political emancipation, that army will itself indicate the methods and means of action to the generals. Then, and then only, will it be possible to decide the question of striking the final blow at the autocracy, for the solution of the problem depends on the state of the working class movement, on its breadth, on the methods of struggle developed by the movement, on the qualities of the revolutionary organization leading the movement, on the attitude of other social elements to the proletariat and to the autocracy, on the conditions governing home and foreign politics. In a word, it depends on 1,001 things which cannot be guessed, and which it would be useless to try to guess in advance. That is why the following argument of P.L. Lavrov's is also extremely unfair. If, however, they have, in one way or another, not only to group the workers' forces for the struggle against capital, but also to rally revolutionary individuals and groups for the struggle against the autocracy, the Russian Social Democrats will actually be adopting the program of their opponents, the Narodnaya Volya, no matter what they may call themselves. Differences of opinion concerning the village community, the destiny of capitalism in Russia and economic materialism are points of detail of very little importance to the real cause, either facilitating or hindering the solution of particular problems, particular methods of preparing the main points, but nothing more. It is strange to have to challenge this last proposition that differences of opinion on the fundamental questions of Russian life and of the development of Russian society, on the fundamental problems of the conception of history, concern only points of detail. It was said long ago that without a revolutionary theory there can be no revolutionary movement, and it is hardly necessary to advance proof of this truth at the present time. The theory of the class struggle, the materialist conception of Russian history and the materialist appraisal of the present economic and political situation in Russia, recognition of the need to relate the revolutionary struggle strictly to the definite interests of a definite class and to analyze its relation to other classes, to call these great revolutionary questions points of detail is so colossally wrong and unexpected, coming from a veteran of revolutionary theory, that we are almost prepared to regard this passage as a lapsus. As for the first part of the tirade quoted, its unfairness is still more astonishing. To state in print that the Russian Social Democrats only group the workers' forces for the struggle against capital and do not rally revolutionary individuals and groups for the struggle against the autocracy, means that the author either does not know or does not want to know generally known facts concerning the activities of the Russian Social Democrats. Or, perhaps, P.L. Lavrov does not regard the Social Democrats who are engaged in practical work in Russia as revolutionary individuals and revolutionary groups. Or by struggle against the autocracy he means only conspiracies against it? Perhaps, in P.L. Lavrov's opinion, those who do not organize political conspiracies are not engaged in political struggle? We repeat once again, opinions like these fully correspond to the old-time traditions of the old-time Narodnaya Volya, but do not correspond at all either to contemporary conceptions of the political struggle or to contemporary conditions. We have still to say a few words about the Narodopravcy. P.L. Lavrov is quite right, in our opinion, when he says that the Social Democrats recommend the Narodopravcy as being more frank, and are ready to support them, without, however, merging with them. He should only have added, as more frank Democrats, and to the degree that the Narodopravcy act as consistent Democrats. Unfortunately, this condition is more a matter of the desired future than of the actual present. The Narodopravci expressed a desire to free the democratic tasks from Narodism and from the obsolete forms of Russian socialism generally, but they themselves were still far from being freed from old prejudices, and were far from consistent when they described their party, exclusively a party for political reforms, as a social revolutionary party, and declared in their manifesto that the term people's rights includes the organization of people's industry and thus introduced Narodnik prejudices sub rosa. Hence, P.L. Lavrov was, perhaps, not altogether wrong when he described them as masquerade politicians. But perhaps it would be fairer to regard the doctrine of Narodnoye Pravo as transitional, to the credit of which it must be said that it was ashamed of the original character of the Narodnik doctrines and openly gave battle to those most abominable Narodnik reactionaries who, despite the existence of absolute rule by the police and the upper class, have the audacity to speak of the desirability of economic and not political reforms. If the Narodnoye Pravo party does not really contain anybody but ex-socialists who conceal their socialist banner for tactical considerations, and who merely don the mask of non-socialist politicians, then, of course, that party has no future whatever. If, however, the party also contains not masquerade, but real non-socialist politicians, non-socialist Democrats, then this party can do no little good by striving to draw closer to the political opposition among our bourgeoisie, by striving to arouse the political consciousness of our petty bourgeoisie, small shopkeepers, small artisans, etc. The class which, everywhere in Western Europe, played a part in the democratic movement and, in Russia, has made exceptionally rapid progress in cultural and other respects in the post-reform period, and which cannot avoid feeling the oppression of the police government that gives its cynical support to the big factory owners, the magnates of finance and industrial monopoly. All that is needed for this is that the Narodopravci should make it their task to draw closer to various strata of the population and should not confine themselves to the very same intelligentsia whose impotence, owing to their isolation from the real interests of the masses, is admitted even in an urgent question. What is needed is that the Narodopravci abandon all idea of merging different social elements and of pushing socialism aside in favor of political tasks, that they abandon the false shame which prevents them from drawing closer to the bourgeois strata of the population, i.e., that they not only talk about a program for non-socialist politicians, but act according to this program, rousing and developing the class consciousness of those social groups and classes for whom socialism is quite unnecessary, but who, as time goes on, increasingly feel the oppression of the autocracy and the need for political liberty. Russian social democracy is still very young. It is only just emerging from its embryonic state in which theoretical questions predominated. It is only just beginning to develop its practical activity. In place of criticism of social democratic theories and programs, revolutionaries of other parties have of necessity moved on to criticism of the practical activity of the Russian Social Democrats. And it must be admitted that this latter criticism differs most sharply from the criticism of theory, differs so much, in fact, that it was possible to float the comical rumor that the St. Petersburg League of Struggle is not a social democratic organization. The very fact that such a rumor appeared shows how unfounded is the accusation now current that the Social Democrats ignore the political struggle. The very fact that such a rumor appeared shows that many revolutionaries whom the Social Democrats' theory could not convince are beginning to be convinced by their practice. Russian social democracy is still faced with an enormous, almost untouched field of work. The awakening of the Russian working class, its spontaneous striving for knowledge, organization, socialism, for the struggle against its exploiters and oppressors becomes more widespread, more strikingly apparent every day. The enormous progress made by Russian capitalism in recent times is a guarantee that the working class movement will grow uninterruptedly in breadth and depth. We are apparently now passing through the period in the capitalist cycle when industry is prospering, when business is brisk, when the factories are working at full capacity and when countless new factories, new enterprises, joint stock companies, railway enterprises, etc., etc., are springing up like mushrooms. One need not be a prophet to foretell the inevitable and fairly sharp crash that is bound to succeed this period of industrial prosperity. This crash will ruin masses of small owners, will throw masses of workers into the ranks of the unemployed, and will thus confront all the workers in an acute form with the problems of socialism and democracy which have long faced every class-conscious, every thinking worker. Russian Social Democrats must see to it that when this crash comes the Russian proletariat is more class-conscious, more united, able to understand the tasks of the Russian working class, capable of putting up resistance to the capitalist class which is now reaping huge profits and always strives to burden the workers with the losses, and capable of leading Russian democracy in a decisive struggle against the police autocracy, which binds and fetters the Russian workers and the whole of the Russian people. And so, to work, comrades. Let us not lose precious time. Russian Social Democrats have much to do to meet the requirements of the awakening proletariat, to organize the working class movement, to strengthen the revolutionary groups and their mutual ties, to supply the workers with propaganda and agitational literature, and to unite the workers' circles and social democratic groups scattered all over Russia into a single Social Democratic Labor Party. To the workers and socialists of St. Petersburg. From the League of Struggle. The St. Petersburg revolutionaries are experiencing hard times. It seems that the government has concentrated all its forces for the purpose of crushing the recently born working class movement which has given such a display of strength. Arrests are being made on an unprecedented scale and the prisons are overcrowded. Intellectuals, men and women, and masses of workers are being dragged off and exiled. Almost every day brings news of ever new victims of the police government, which has flung itself in fury upon its enemies. The government has set itself the aim of preventing the new trend in the Russian revolutionary movement from gaining strength and getting on its feet. The public prosecutors and gendarmes are already boasting that they have smashed the League of Struggle. This boast is a lie. The League of Struggle is intact, despite all the persecution. With deep satisfaction we declare that the wholesale arrests are doing their job. They are a powerful weapon of agitation among the workers and socialist intellectuals, that the places of the fallen revolutionaries are being taken by new people who are ready, with fresh energy, to join the ranks of the champions of the Russian proletariat and of the entire people of Russia. There can be no struggle without sacrifice, and to the brutal persecution of the Tsarist Bolsheviks we calmly reply, revolutionaries have perished, long live the revolution. So far, increased persecution has only been able to cause a temporary weakening of certain functions of the League of Struggle, a temporary shortage of agents and agitators. This is the shortage that we now feel and that impels us to call upon all class-conscious workers and all intellectuals desirous of devoting their energies to the revolutionary cause. The League of Struggle needs agents. Let all study circles and all individuals desirous of working in any sphere of revolutionary activity, even the most restricted, inform those in touch with the League of Struggle. People are needed for all kinds of work, and the more strictly revolutionaries specialize in the various aspects of revolutionary activity, the more strictly they give thought to their methods of underground work and ways of screening it, the more selflessly they concentrate on the minor, unseen, particular jobs, the safer will the whole thing be and the more difficult will it be for the gendarmes and spies to discover the revolutionaries. In advance the government has enmeshed not only the existing centers of anti-government elements, but also possible and probable ones, in a network of agents. The government is steadily developing the size and range of the activities of those of its lackeys who are hounding revolutionaries, is devising new methods, introducing more provocateurs, trying to exert pressure on the arrested by means of intimidation, confrontation with false testimony, forged signatures, planting fake letters, etc., etc. Without a strengthening and development of revolutionary discipline, organization, and underground activity, struggle against the government is impossible. And underground activity demands above all that groups and individuals specialize in different aspects of work and that the job of coordination be assigned to the central group of the League of Struggle, with as few members as possible. The aspects of revolutionary work are extremely varied. Legal agitators are needed who can talk to the workers in a way that does not render them liable to prosecution, and can say just A, leaving it to others to say B and C. Literature and leaflet distributors are needed. Organizers of workers' study circles and groups are needed. Correspondents are needed who can give a complete picture of events in all factories. People are needed who will keep an eye on spies and provocateurs. People are needed who will arrange underground meeting places. People are needed to deliver literature, transmit instructions, and to arrange all kinds of contacts. Fund collectors are needed. Agents are needed to work among the intelligentsia and government officials, people in contact with the workers and factory life, with the administration. People are needed for contact with the different towns of Russia and other countries. People are needed to arrange various ways of running off all sorts of literature. People are needed to look after literature and other things, etc., etc. The smaller and more specific the job undertaken by the individual person or individual group, the greater will be the chance that they will think things out, do the job properly and guarantee it best against failure, that they will consider all the details of underground work and use all possible means of hoodwinking and misleading the gendarmes. The more will success be assured, the harder will it be for the police and gendarmes to keep track of the revolutionaries and their links with their organizations, and the easier for the revolutionary party to replace, without prejudice to the cause as a whole, agents and members who have fallen. We know that specialization of this kind is a very difficult matter, difficult because it demands from the individual the greatest endurance and selflessness, demands the giving of all one's strength to work that is inconspicuous, monotonous, that deprives one of contact with comrades and subordinates the revolutionary's entire life to a grim and rigid routine. But it was only in conditions such as these that the greatest men of revolutionary practice in Russia succeeded in carrying out the boldest undertakings, spending years on all-round preparation, and we are profoundly convinced that the Social Democrats will prove no less self-sacrificing than the revolutionaries of previous generations. We are also aware that the preliminary period envisaged by our system during which the League of Struggle will collect the necessary information about individuals or groups offering their services and give them something to do by way of trial will be a very difficult one for many people eager to devote their energies to revolutionary work. But without this preliminary testing, revolutionary activity in present-day Russia is impossible. In suggesting this system of work to our new comrades, we are expressing a view arrived at after long experience, being deeply convinced that it best of all guarantees successful revolutionary work. Underscore 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 underscore. Asterisk P.L. Lavrov's article in number 4 is, in fact, only an excerpt from a long letter written by him for material. 112. We have heard that the full text of this letter and a reply by Plekhanov were also published abroad this summer, but we have seen neither the one nor the other. Nor do we know whether leaflet of the Narodnaya Volya group, number 5, in which the editors promised to publish an editorial article on P.L. Lavrov's letter, has appeared yet. See number 4, p. 22, Kernel 1, footnote. Asterisk R italics. The Handicraft Census of 1894-95. In Permgubernia. N. General Problems of Handicraft Industry 114. Written in exile 1897. First published in 1898 in the Miscellany Economic Studies and Essays by Vladimir Ilyin. Published according to the text in Economic Studies and E.S. Says checked. With the text in the Miscellany. The Agrarian Question. By V.L. Ilyin, 1908. Article 1.